Upon awakening, Chu Sang found herself transformed into a mere supporting character in a melodramatic Xianxia narrative, playing the role of the foil to the enchanting junior sister that, in her quest for survival, she hastily fled the most inadequate sect, only to discover that this new sect seemed somewhat peculiar. The eldest senior brother, a prodigious sword cultivator, was ensnared by the throes of love, reduced to a pitiable state that left him vulnerable to ridicule. The third senior brother, a beautiful figure with a crippled leg, bore a twisted psyche, with rumors swirling that his puppets were crafted from living souls. The fourth senior brother, the forsaken offspring of a demon, harbored unrequited love for the protagonist, ultimately meeting a tragic end at the hands of the righteous male lead. It turned out that she had inadvertently stumbled into the lair of the villains, surrounded by individuals who were either deranged or sycophantic. Chu Sang silently regarded the panel in her mind, labeled, "I am a good person," a tribute allocation in her face, realizing that this was indeed her area of expertise. Eldest senior brother, have you ever heard the saying? She earnestly inquired. A heart devoid of women will naturally find its sword drawn. There seemed to be a semblance of truth in her words. The eldest senior brother's darkening value 1. Host may randomly allocate 1 attribute point. Allocation successful. Talent 1. Third senior brother, fear not. I know of a remedy for your leg injury. Come, let us seize the opportunity and outmaneuver them. Allocation successful. Comprehension 10. Fourth senior brother, why do you hesitate? The dual cultivation of human and demon transcends both realms. Your father is on the verge of ascension. Hurry and seize this chance to forge your path. Allocation successful. Fortune 100. From that day forth, the senior brothers reformed their ways, diligently embodying the role of good individuals, while the seemingly gentle and kind junior sister executed an unexpected betrayal against the male and female leads. The senior brothers were left bewildered. Are we not the good ones? They pondered. Furthermore, how could the junior sister, who appeared to be slacking off daily, possess such formidable strength? Chapter 1. Pay attention to the fate of the supporting character. Refuse to be the scapegoat. Neil, do you not realize your error? Your junior sister is utterly innocent, cruelly cast off the cliff by you, now grievously wounded and on the brink of death. Have you disregarded the teachings of your sect? I will ask you one last time. Why did you incite King Siyu to venture into the forbidden area? Speak the truth. In the grand hall, the elder's stern reprimands echoed like thunder. Wayward disciple, do you still dare to quibble? A man clad in pristine white, exuding an ethereal aura, finally succumbed to anger, sweeping his sleeve and sending her tumbling several meters. Boom! Chu Sang collided violently with a stone pillar. She spat out a mouthful of blood, staining her white robe, her disheveled hair rendering her a pitiful sight. Cough, cough. Originally the second sister of the Tianyin sect, Chu Sang had inadvertently traversed into a modern world where she stumbled upon a Klitsch-Mary Sue melodrama, realizing that she was merely a supporting character. Qin Kixiu epitomized the archetype of a melodramatic enchantress. She engaged in a forbidden romance with her aloof master, while simultaneously embarking on a thrilling interspecies romance with the young master of the demon clan. Even the cold and ascetic demon lord found himself entangled in her charms, and the chief disciple of the Tianyin sect was so captivated by her allure that he ended the life of his childhood betrothed for her sake. Ironically, Chu Sang was that very betrothed, serving as a mere tool to highlight the protagonist's beauty and virtue. Last night, upon discovering that her junior sister had stealthily left, Chu Sang, as the second sister of the Tianyin sect, feared for Qin Kixiu's safety and felt compelled to follow. However, she was taken aback when she realized that Qin Kixiu had ventured into the forbidden area of the Tianyin sect. Legend had it that a millennium ago, an unprecedented war erupted between the realm of cultivation and the demon clan, leaving this place as a burial ground for countless cultivators, not to mention the relics left by powerful beings. Yet, the forbidden area also sealed away unimaginable malevolent forces and demons. Even the sect master and elders dared not approach the forbidden area casually, and disciples were strictly prohibited from entering. Yet last night, it seemed as if her junior sister was possessed, determined to enter. Chu Sang had no choice but to accompany her. To her dismay, upon reaching the forbidden area, Qin Kixiu leapt off the cliff. The elders, alerted by the sound of the formation being triggered, arrived just in time to witness this scene, and without discerning the truth, they unhesitatingly concluded that Chu Sang had pushed Qin Qixiu down. After being rescued, Qin Qixiu lay on the brink of death despite countless elixirs administered. There was no sign of recovery. The situation appeared dire. Chu Sang sighed, knowing that the protagonist could not possibly perish. This was a pivotal moment for her. In the forbidden area, Chu Sang had obtained a jade pendant imbued with the remnants of an elderly spirit, setting the stage for the protagonist's future triumphs. Meanwhile, Chu Sang was left to bear the blame, serving as a scapegoat. Once a celebrated second sister of the Tianyin sect, possessing a fire-type spiritual root, she had reached the pinnacle of qi refinement at the tender age of 12, just a step away from breaking through to foundation establishment. Yet 3 years ago, she had suffered injuries during a sect mission, falling into a coma, and upon awakening, discovered her spiritual root damaged, rendering her unable to cultivate a mere waste. From a once promising prodigy to a figure of scorn, she became consumed by insecurity and timidity, except for her master, Changyu, and the newly initiated junior sister, who remained steadfast in their support. Unaware of the truth, Chu Sang had harbored gratitude, showing undue favoritism towards her junior sister, even sacrificing opportunities for her and vying for the title of Scapegoat. This incident mirrored past occurrences, with Qin Qixiu once again at the center of the trouble, while Chu Sang stood ready to shoulder the blame. Trespassing into the forbidden area was a grave offense that could lead to expulsion from the sect, and failing to punish the disciple would undermine the elder's authority. Thus, the details of the incident were inconsequential. She was merely a scapegoat, bearing the weight of the blame for the favored junior sister. Clearly, both are fire-rooted prodigies, yet the junior sister, having just entered 3 years ago, has already achieved foundation establishment. She will undoubtedly become a peerless figure in the realm of cultivation. In contrast, the second sister has been in the sect for 10 years, still at the qi refinement stage, and has made no progress in 3 years. She is effectively useless. Disciples gathered outside the hall, relishing the drama, some laden with scorn and jealousy, scoffing. Even if she was once gifted, what of it? Now that her spiritual root is damaged, she is but a waste, occupying the position of a direct disciple unjustly. Qin Qixiu is obedient and well-behaved. How could she possibly be unaware of the strict prohibition against entering the forbidden area? How could she have ventured in without reason, especially alongside Chu Sang? It must be that Chu Sang incited her. Mark my words, the second sister, unable to cultivate, harbored resentment against the similarly gifted junior sister. Thus, she seized the opportunity to lead the naive junior sister into the forbidden area and even pushed her off the cliff. Yet some disciples expressed sympathy, but the second sister is also unfortunate. Once a rare, fire-rooted prodigy, she was the sect's celebrated genius, having reached the pinnacle of qi refinement by 12, even faster than the junior sister. If not for that accident 3 years ago, alas, those in the know merely sighed at the whims of fate. Someone chimed in. Ironically, upon her entry, the junior sister was also revealed to possess an exceptional fire root, garnering immense attention, and she surpassed Chu Sang in achieving foundation establishment. Indeed, who wouldn't feel a sense of imbalance? Immediately, others retorted, coldly asserting, jealousy is no excuse for harming a fellow disciple. Such a cruel-hearted individual deserves expulsion to serve as a warning. Disdainful gazes fell upon the bloodied girl kneeling in the grand hall. The sect master's expression darkened further as he sternly rebuked, setting aside your joint venture into the forbidden area. Why is it only Qixiu who is injured? You, however, remain unscathed. As the senior sister, you bear the responsibility of safeguarding your junior sister. Why did you not stop her? Failing to fulfill her duties as a senior sister rendered her culpable, leaving her with no defense. Chu Sang caught a glimpse of the exquisitely embroidered moon-white fabric brushing against her, and she lifted her gaze, wiping the blood from her lips. Master, the young man who appeared to be in his early 20s, was the youngest elder of Tianyin sect, known as Changyu Xinzuan. He had achieved the stage of transformation before reaching 50 and was the shared master of both her and Qin Shixue, as well as one of the participants in their forbidden romance. The little disciple she had secretly cherished was now in an uncertain state of life and death, with the culprit standing right before her. It was evident that Changyu was enduring great difficulty, his hand clenched tightly within his sleeve, turning pale as his cool and ethereal face struggled to mask his anger. Stubborn and unruly, if you disclose the truth, I may show leniency. His voice, as cold and clear as jade striking against a zither, was melodious yet devoid of warmth. Kneeling in the grand hall, Chu Sang's knees throbbed painfully, and her throat felt dry and hoarse, intermingled with the iron-like taste of blood. The sharp pain in her mind from the intertwining memories was almost unbearable, making it difficult for her to articulate coherent words. The elders and the sect leader believed she was confessing her guilt, stating solemnly, "Disciple Chu Sang, disregarding the sect's prohibitions, trespassed into forbidden grounds, and harmed fellow disciples. According to sect regulations, she shall receive 30 strikes of the soul whip and be expelled from the sect." Wait. Changyu furrowed his brow and interrupted coldly. From his elevated position, he gazed down at the silent girl, his lips pressed together as he spoke softly. "If you are willing to admit your mistake, I may, out of our past, master-disciple bond, show leniency, 15 strikes of the soul whip, and 3 months of solitary reflection. Will you agree?" This was not a question, but a condescending offer, expecting gratitude from the girl. Chu Sang scoffed inwardly at the facade of grandeur, recognizing that he simply did not want to let go of her as a free source of blood. For reasons unknown, her blood had a remarkable efficacy in treating Qin Shishue's condition. In the original narrative, due to this incident, after enduring 15 strikes of the soul whip, she was left on the brink of death and confined for 3 months in the icy and steep penitence cliff, falling into a coma. Changyu took the opportunity to secretly extract her heart's blood to administer to the female protagonist. The following day, the female protagonist's injuries healed completely, and not long after, she awakened a trace of the legendary Hongmeng Qi, embarking on a path of unparalleled greatness that garnered envy. Meanwhile, Chu Sang suffered severe injuries, her spiritual root damaged, and her heart's blood taken, rendering her a broken and crippled person. Just as she began to darken into a wicked supporting character, she met a tragic end at the hands of her childhood sweetheart and fiancé, who pierced her heart with a sword, leaving her to be devoured by wild wolves in a graveyard. Damn it, she needed to leave the mountain, to distance herself from the female protagonist and her insufferable admirers, and embrace a better life. Chu Sang made up her mind, suppressing the blood rising in her throat, and looked at the indifferent man in white before her, her voice strained, "Master." All eyes turned to her. Changyu's gaze shifted slightly. "Perhaps this will be the last time I call you master." She leaned against the wall, unsteadily rising to her feet, and before everyone, she removed the blood-stained robe that symbolized her identity as a direct disciple. She cast it onto the ground. "For so many years, your thoughts have been on my junior sister and senior brother, and you have never given me anything worthwhile. The tasks I have completed for the sect should suffice to repay your and the sect's years of nurturing. Oh right, my task points were previously recorded on my junior sister's J tablet. If anyone doubts it, feel free to check the records are all on the tablet." She threw down her identity jade tablet, which had accompanied her for a decade, with a resonant thud. Chu Sang willingly accepts expulsion from the sect, with no grievances. Then, under the gaze of everyone, she extended her right hand towards the slightly stunned Changyu, curling 4 fingers while pointing the middle finger downwards at a 180-degree angle. "Foolish thing. Farewell." The hall fell into a stunned silence, as no one could have anticipated that Chu Sang would voluntarily renounce her status as a direct disciple. Truly, foolish. What did her last words mean? The crowd was baffled, yet somehow felt a sense of humiliation from being insulted. Meanwhile, the young man in black felt a tightening sensation in his eyes and instinctively stepped forward to pursue her, but he was halted by Changyu's cold voice, "Qingshan." The crowd turned to look at the young man, all filled with regret. Mo Qingshan, the most talented sword cultivator in a century within the realm of cultivation, possessed a high purity of mutated ice spiritual root. At just 18, he had already reached the late foundation establishment stage, mere months away from breaking through to the golden core stage. Such talent surpassed even that of elder Changyu in his youth. However, this remarkable prodigy was bound by an engagement, causing the leaders and elders of various sects and families with beloved daughters to lament. His fiancée was none other than the recently expelled Chu Sang. The two were originally peers, and this union could be considered a match made in heaven. But now Chu Sang had become a cripple unable to cultivate, making her unworthy of Mo. Qingshun. Their differing talents destined them for paths of stark contrast, ensuring they would not belong to the same world in the future. Yet, Mo Qingshun showed no intention of breaking off the engagement. Even the observant could see that over the years, his relationship with Chu Sang had deteriorated, becoming akin to that of strangers. In contrast, the newly arrived talented junior sister, Qin Shixue, grew closer to him. A pair of equally matched prodigies, walking together, who wouldn't comment on their compatibility? Mo Qingshun felt a tumult of emotions as he picked up the token from the ground, gripping it tightly. He and Chu Sang had grown up as childhood sweethearts, sharing an innocent bond as they joined the sect together. Yet the gentle and serene junior sister he remembered had seemed to change ever since the arrival of the little junior sister, becoming prone to trouble and exhibiting peculiar behavior. Just moments ago, she had publicly defied her master, and last night she had dared to trespass into forbidden grounds. Could it be that she truly had pushed Qin Shixue? He found her increasingly difficult to understand. Her behavior has grown increasingly reckless in recent years. If she dares to trespass in the forbidden grounds today, who knows what she will do tomorrow? If she is not taught a lesson, she may stumble even more severely down the road. Facing public humiliation, the proud Chang Yu found it hard to maintain his composure. It is indeed time to rectify her bad temper. Everything I do is for her own good. You should understand my good intentions. Yes, disciple understands. Chang Yu's gaze turned cold as he contemplated that Chu Sang had no resources and no family to support her, making it difficult for her to make a living outside. Have you obtained the Xianling Yuji? Chang Yu recalled an important matter and became uncharacteristically urgent. Mo Qingshun nodded absent-mindedly, in a discreet motion. He concealed the token within his Shumi ring and produced a wooden box containing the 10,000-year-old Xianling Yuji obtained from the Demon Abyss. The Demon Abyss was the territory of the demonic race, and one could only imagine the hardships the young man had endured. His arms bore several deep wounds entwined with dark energy, exposing bone and appearing quite horrific. Very well. Chang Yu received the wooden box with satisfaction and handed him a bottle of healing elixir. Come, let us visit your junior sister. Chapter 2, a tribute allocation panel. Having been dismissed by the crowd, Chu Sang hurried down the mountain to a nearby town, spending the night in the cheapest inn. Inside the room, the girl sat cross-legged on the bed, her eyes tightly closed, palms facing the heavens. Tianyin's sect was one of the 8 major sects, and while the spiritual energy at the foot of the mountain was not particularly dense, it was not overly thin either. With each breath she took, the scattered spiritual energy in the surroundings attempted to slowly enter her body as she guided it in. Chu Sang furrowed her brows, beads of cold sweat forming on her smooth forehead. The moment the spiritual energy entered her body, it suddenly burst apart with a loud bang. As expected, it still wouldn't work. Chu Sang opened her eyes, clutching her chest with a sigh. Since her spiritual root had been damaged 3 years ago, her body had struggled to gather spiritual energy. However, when she had just tried to guide the spiritual energy into her body, it felt as if something new had appeared in her sea of consciousness. After recalling her entry into the forbidden area last night, Chu Sang remembered an enigmatic dark light that had seeped into her forehead. In the next moment, she found herself leaping down the cliff in a manner akin to a ghost, followed by a series of unfortunate events that left her with no opportunity to investigate what had entered her consciousness. Settling down to meditate, she closed her eyes and sent a delicate wisp of her spiritual awareness into her consciousness. Before her lay a vast expanse of darkness, silent and still, which represented the depths of her mind. Just as despair began to envelop her, the air before her rippled, and a virtual character, ink-like in form, slowly materialized. Host, Chu Sang physique, 0, comprehension, 0, aptitude, 0, fortune, 0. Immediately, a unique thought resonated within her consciousness. Congratulations on successfully binding the good person attribute system. Reward, beginner's gift package 1 point to allocate. Please select an attribute to enhance. Changes cannot be made once confirmed. Chu Sang's eyes widened in astonishment as she stared at the panel that had appeared in her mind. Could this truly be the item she had acquired in the Forbidden Area? An attribute allocation panel. How remarkable! Wasn't this more advanced than the protagonist's grandfather's jade token? In her previous life as a seasoned reader, Chu Sang possessed a remarkable capacity for acceptance. She hesitated only for a brief moment before decisively declaring, "Allocate to comprehension." Comprehension was essential for breaking mirrors, cultivating, drawing talismans, and concocting elixirs. Presently, she found herself in dire straits, unable to scrape together even 10 spirit stones. Spirit stones served not only as a universal currency for daily life, but were also indispensable materials for cultivation. She urgently needed a method to earn spirit stones, and drawing talismans, forming arrays, and concocting elixirs were the quickest routes to acquire them. Allocation successful. Comprehension 1. As the voice faded, Chu Sang clenched her fists, yet she felt no tangible change within her body. After a moment of hesitation, she retrieved some vermilion paper and an ordinary talisman brush from her chinkoan bag. A glimmer of gold flickered in her eyes, and suddenly, her mind was as clear as a cloudless sky. Countless talisman styles surged forth in her consciousness, forming a comprehensive tome of talismans. A year ago, Qin Shishue, during a practice of fire control, accidentally burned the talismans in the second floor of the library. Chu Sang, unable to refuse the earnest pleas of her innocent and kind-hearted junior sister, bore the brunt of the blame. The sect leader, enraged, confined her for half a year and required her to transcribe all the texts from the second floor. Even though a year had passed, the memories of that half-year confinement, spent day and night transcribing talismans, remained vivid in her mind. Her hands had swelled from the effort. Not to mention it was the bitter cold of winter, and she was imprisoned in a damp, frigid gorge, with her fingers afflicted by frostbite, bleeding and painful. Chu Sang had been immensely frustrated. How could someone with the extraordinary fire spirit root, like Qin Shishue, be so unfamiliar with even the most basic fire control technique? It was as if the spirit root were not her own. She recalled that when she herself, with a fire spirit root, began her journey into immortality at the age of 5, she had been more adept at fire control than the protagonist. Yet, despite all her grievances, Chu Sang could not help but slap herself for being so foolish as to unconditionally bear the blame for the protagonist. Later, she learned a term called uncontrollable narrative forces. Reflecting on it, she realized she was merely a supporting character whose intellect had been dulled by the protagonist's halo. Furthermore, it took her a full 6 months to finish transcribing the texts of the second floor. Chu Sang had possessed an extraordinary memory since childhood, with an uncanny ability to recall everything she had read. This strong memory was not uncommon among cultivators, but what truly mattered was comprehension without sufficient comprehension. Even if she transcribed books 100 times, she would still be unable to draw a talisman. Chu Sang was indeed one of those dim-witted individuals without a shred of talent in talisman crafting. After her comprehension rose to 1, not only did the patterns of the talismans in her mind become clearer and more intuitive, but she also experienced an epiphany, as if the information was flowing effortlessly from her mind to her hand. With a swift motion, she deftly sketched a few fluid talisman symbols on the vermilion paper. The swift movement talisman was complete. If someone had been watching her at that moment, they would have been left speechless. While cultivators were plentiful in Lingqing continent, array masters, alchemists, and talisman crafters were exceedingly rare, typically found only within large sects or families. The reason was not merely the expense of nurturing such talents, but also due to the significant reliance on innate talent and comprehension. Even for a basic talisman like the Swift Movement Talisman, it would require at least half an hour for a foundation-building talisman master with several years of training to produce one, without guaranteeing a complete success rate. Yet, here was Chu Sang, a novice who had never encountered talismans before. Not only did she succeed, but she also continued on to draw more than 30 in one go. She only stopped when the last remnants of her spiritual energy were entirely depleted. From dawn till dusk, the streets bustled with people, yet none paused to linger. Alas, a young person out here swindling, truly a sign of moral decline in society. A passerby shook his head in disapproval, casting her a pitying glance before hastening away. However, the girl grasped his wrist, meeting his gaze with her bright eyes. "What do you mean, dear sir? I'm a legitimate talisman seller. These are not fake talismans." Lingqing City was merely a small town, albeit situated at the foot of Tianyan's sect, benefiting from abundant spiritual energy. Many cultivators frequented it, and occasionally, disciples from Tianyan's sect would descend to maintain order, yet the sale of counterfeit goods persisted unabated. It was evident that Chu Sang had been mistaken for a purveyor of fake goods. No wonder no one had purchased her talismans throughout the day. The passerby, surprised that a cultivator could hear his casual murmurings, shifted his gaze. If you are indeed a legitimate talisman master, why not sell your wares in a proper shop? I have never seen a talisman master setting up a stall by the roadside. If you truly wish to sell talismans, why not venture to the Black Wind Forest on the city outskirts? There's been a wave of demon beasts there, and many cultivators are heading that way. Your talismans would surely be invaluable. Chapter 3. The Pitiful One. Upon entering the realm of Heifeng Lin, Chu Sang's eyes sparkled with excitement. The place was indeed a treasure trove for those selling talismans amidst the onslaught of demonic beasts. She promptly handed her older brother a talisman embedded with a business card, then set up her stall without hesitation. Observing the fragile girl struggle under the weight of a bundle nearly as tall as herself, she vanished in a flash. The passerby couldn't help but twitch his lips, pondering the peculiarities of the day. He instinctively pocketed the hastily given talisman, shook his head, and hurriedly departed. Heifeng Lin was undeniably a tumultuous place. Numerous trees lay collapsed, the ground was in disarray, and a subtle tremor could be felt beneath their feet. Occasionally, the chilling roars of beasts echoed from the depths of the forest, accompanied by ominous winds that sent shivers down one's spine. Many cultivators were coming and going, and Chu Sang, aware of her current frail state, sought a relatively safe corner on the outskirts to resume her sales pitch. Before long, a youth clad in azure garments approached, appearing to be around 16 or 17 years of age, not much older than her. His attire was nothing out of the ordinary, made of coarse fabric that accentuated his lean figure. His hair was carelessly tied back in a simple ponytail, with loose strands cascading down his back, exuding the spirited charm of a young wanderer. The boy was riding a dark iron sword, careening through the forest in an unsteady manner, clearly inexperienced in sword cultivation. "Ah, move aside. Quickly step aside," he shouted as he barreled toward her. Startled, Chu Sang gasped, "Oh no, don't come any closer. Run, I can't control this." In a swift motion, she affixed a talisman of haste to herself, hurriedly gathering her belongings before retreating dozens of meters away as the boy was on the verge of colliding with the mountainside. Although a foundational cultivator was robust enough not to suffer fatal injuries from such an impact, he could easily lose limbs and require months of recuperation. Without a moment to spare, and embodying the virtues of a well-meaning youth nurtured under the red flag for 2 decades, Chu Sang drew a binding talisman. Just as the boy was about to crash into the mountain, she pressed the talisman against his sword. With a resounding thud, both the boy and his sword tumbled to the ground. Finally, silence enveloped the surroundings. The youth, visibly shaken, sat on the ground, raking a hand through his tousled hair. "You nearly scare me to death." He quickly turned to Chu Sang, his eyes, shaped like those of a puppy, sparkling with gratitude, as if she were his savior. "Thank you, miss, for your timely assistance. Otherwise, I would have lost my life here." "It was merely a small favor. No need for thanks," she replied, raising her gaze to him, only to freeze in astonishment. Above the boy's head appeared a series of virtual characters. Corruption value, 13. "Chu Sang, what is this?" The boy continued to ramble. "That was truly perilous. Had I known, I wouldn't have taken this commission. Earning a few spirit stones is no easy feat, by the way. My name is Dantaiming, and I don't yet know your name. We seem to share a destiny. Let us become friends." Dantaiming. Chu Sang recalled liking this character in the original story, an endearing, carefree boy, bright and innocent, who, upon being saved by the female lead after a near-fatal incident in a secret realm, fell hopelessly in love with her. Alas, as a secondary character, he ultimately ended up with nothing, even descending into darkness. A tragic fate indeed. How unfortunate! Would she be unable to escape the clutches of the female lead's sycophants in this lifetime? While the lovable, naive boy was charming, her own life was of greater concern. Chu Sang gone them pet for. Congratulations to the host for unlocking one of the target antagonists. The good person system upholds the ideal of world peace, with the ultimate goal of rehabilitating villains that could cause the collapse of the realm. Please strive to eliminate the corruption values of the major antagonists in the original story. For every corruption point eliminated, you will receive an equivalent random attribute point to enhance your own attributes. The boy appeared blissfully naive, seemingly unaffected by matters of the heart. Chu Sang surmised that at this juncture, he had yet to encounter the female lead, resulting in his low corruption value. This could be an opportunity for reformation. Suddenly, the ground quaked slightly, signaling the approach of something dreadful. Dantaiming sprang to his feet. Oh no, it's the beast tide. The demonic beasts are chasing us. Beast tide? Chu Sang turned to look behind her, and indeed, a massive wave of beasts surged toward them with terrifying speed, shaking the very earth beneath their feet. They both exclaimed in unison, and without a moment's hesitation, they fled. How could two legs outrun four? As the monstrous horde closed in, Dantaiming lamented his impending doom, but then brightened. If I'm not mistaken, you just used a talisman of haste? How many do you have left? I'll buy them all. Without waiting for a response, he tossed a bag of spirit stones at her. Amidst their frantic escape, Chu Sang managed to spare a fragment of her consciousness to count the stones. Over 100 middle-grade spirit stones. In the realm of cultivation, the currency conversion was as follows. Ordinary low-tier cultivators primarily used spirit pearls, with 1,000 spirit pearls equating to 1 low-grade spirit stone, and so forth. After working diligently for a decade at Tianyin's Sect, she had only managed to save a mere handful of low-grade spirit stones. Yet here was a boy throwing around hundreds of middle-grade spirit stones. What a fortunate fool. She noticed his robe adorned with a Sect emblem featuring 2 clouds entwined around a spirit pearl, revealing his affiliation with a prestigious sect. Once they activated the Talisman of Haste, their speed surged, allowing them to weave through the Heifeng Lin, finally shaking off the relentless beasts. Collapsing onto the ground, they gasped for breath, utterly exhausted. Dantaiming wiped the sweat from his brow and triumphantly produced a large, snow-white egg the size of a head. Fortunately, I'm clever. While those beasts were distracted, I successfully acquired this monster egg. He raised an eyebrow, beaming with pride. Am I not smart? You absolute fool. Chu Sang's blood ran cold upon seeing the egg. Now she understood why the beasts were so fixated on them. They were after their precious egg. Why on earth would he steal a monster's egg? This was indeed a villainous act, fraught with peril. Chu Sang's expression darkened as she snapped. Quickly, throw that egg away, or else we're both done for. No sooner had the words left her mouth than the ground trembled violently beneath them, nearly sending her sprawling. The once clear sky darkened as a foul, cold wind howled, whipping her hair about. Chu Sang's heart nearly stopped as she beheld a monstrous beast towering 10 feet tall, resembling a small mountain. As it emerged, it obscured the light, and the very air felt thick with dread. Despicable human cultivators! How dare you sneakily steal my egg? Return it at once, or I shall ensure your annihilation. Goodness, the creature could speak. This was a Yuan-Ing stage beast. They were in deep trouble. This was no mere monster egg. It was likely the egg of a beast king. All that filled Chu Sang's mind were 2 words, finished. She had disregarded the omens of the day, only to encounter such a pitiful situation. As the ground split apart and she descended into darkness, that was her final thought. Chapter 4. The peculiar sect inside the wooden cabin. The bitter taste of medicine was overwhelming, and Chu Sang was abruptly awakened, coughing violently. Dantaiming, who had been vigilantly guarding her bedside, seemed to come to life in that instant. Oh, my lady, you have finally awakened. Fortunately, my 6th senior brother left behind the healing elixir before he departed. It should still be effective. If it weren't, I would have felt guilty for a lifetime. He let out a sigh of relief as he raised the medicinal bowl from the table to her lips. Quickly, drink this as well. It is a healing soup brewed from a century-old Qing Su grass, highly effective for treating external injuries. Chu Sang had no opportunity to refuse and hastily gulped down the bitter, spicy concoction, which burned her tongue. Where am I? She licked her lips and surveyed the simply furnished wooden hut, realizing she had never been here before. Turning to him, she asked, I remember falling into an abyss before losing consciousness. How'd I end up here? As he spoke, the youth's expression turned somber. It is best to form a contract with a beast companion from a young age. This is the only Lu Jin Shilin I have managed to find after searching for so many years, perfectly attuned to my dual elemental roots of gold and earth. Who knows when I might encounter another one? Do not dwell on the past. What is lost must be replaced. Look forward to the next opportunity, Chu Sang mused. Wishing to express that surviving such recklessness was a stroke of luck. Dantaiming nodded in agreement. You are right. If fate allows, I believe I will meet it again. Moreover, I must admit my prior fault in this matter, as the calamity I caused weighs heavily on my conscience. Might I inquire which sect you belong to? I shall personally visit to offer my apologies. You belong to no sect. Oh, so you're a rogue cultivator? Dantaiming scrutinized her, his gaze filled with skepticism. Few rogue cultivators possess the ability to inscribe talismans. Chu Sang nodded. That is about accurate. Cast out by Changyu, she was no different from a rogue cultivator. Dantaiming immediately fell silent, regarding her with a hint of pity. After a moment of contemplation, he added, if you have nowhere to stay for the time being, why not join our Lingqing sect? Although our sect may not be the best, we provide food and shelter, and there is little to do, so is quite leisurely. Lingqing sect. This sect did not appear in the original work, suggesting it was merely a little-known faction. Chu Sang was unconcerned whether it was one of the 8 major sects or a minor one. Her aspirations in this new life were modest. As long as she could secure food and a place to sleep, that sufficed. In fact, a lesser sect might better facilitate her avoidance of the male and female protagonists, allowing her to live in peace. With this in mind, it seemed a splendid choice. After a moment's reflection, she lifted her gaze and declared, I am willing to join Lingqing sect. Dantaiming, having been awake all night, had just poured himself a bowl of water when he nearly choked. His face flushed as he wiped his mouth, exclaiming with joy, Do you truly wish to join our Lingqing sect? Chu Sang was puzzled by his intense reaction and nodded, nervously fiddling with her fingers. However, I must inform you that due to damage to my spiritual roots, I find it difficult to cultivate. My cultivation may very well stagnate at the late stage of chi refinement, and I fear I will not contribute much to the sect. Would the sect still be willing to accept me? Ah, little junior sister, I almost forgot to introduce you to our sect's circumstances. You have 7 senior brothers and 5 senior sisters. Before your arrival, I was the youngest, and the one above me is your 6th senior brother. He is the legitimate heir of the Mu family, a renowned alchemical lineage. Although I often clash with him, I must admit that his alchemical skills are unparalleled among our peers. There is no ailment he cannot cure. Chu Sang twitched her lips, thinking how quickly this senior brother changed his tone. However, repairing spiritual roots was not a trivial matter. In her past life, even the esteemed Tianyan sect had exerted considerable effort to find various miraculous elixirs for her, all in vain. If the 8 major sects could not manage it, what hope was there from a smaller sect? She vaguely recalled that the only person capable of refining a heavenly-grade elixir for repairing spiritual roots was... Wait, something fell amiss. That individual was named Mu Chi Huai, the notorious antagonist of the mid-novel, known for his ruthless mastery of both medicine and poison. It was said that he was capricious, with an extremely vile temperament, and countless lives had perished at his hands, including those of the protagonists, who narrowly escaped his lethal grasp. 7th senior brother, may I inquire your 6th senior brother's full name? Chu Sang felt her voice tremble slightly. Dantaiming regarded her curiously. Your 6th senior brother is named Mu Chi Huai, the son of the Mu family, one of the 4 great alchemical clans. Have you not heard of him? Then again, it is understandable. You are a rogue cultivator. Internally, Chu Sang cursed. Had she stumbled into the lair of a villain? A chill ran down her spine as she feigned composure and asked, What are the names of the other senior brothers and sisters? Very well. Chu Sang thought it might be a coincidence. Surely her luck could not be so dire as to have truly entered a villain's domain. She mused that the sect's dynamics appeared rather discordant. Unlike the 8 major sects, which had formal initiation ceremonies, Dantaiming simply handed her a token and a Qingquan bag. After you drop your blood on the token, it will recognize you as the owner. You merely need to place it in the ancestral hall for safekeeping. Inside the Qingquan bag, she found an iron sword for disciples, the sect's heart method and sword techniques, a slightly thinner yellow booklet that served as the sect manual, 2 replacement sect robes, a bottle of spirit-replenishing pills, and several spirit stones. Chu Sang placed the token into the Qingquan bag. On the first day of joining, out of courtesy and propriety, should I not pay my respects to the elders? No need. Our sect has no elders. Dantaiming's gaze drifted to the side, and he clenched his fist against his lips, looking somewhat embarrassed. Our sect is too impoverished to afford salaries, so the managing elders have all fled. Chu Sang slowly uttered, What about the sect leader? Surely a sect must have a leader? Her eyes widened in disbelief. Wait, Seventh senior brother, you aren't the only one left in the sect, are you? She suddenly felt an ominous sensation, recalling that since her awakening, she had not seen anyone other than Dantaiming. How do you know, little junior sister? I am the only one left to watch over the sect, and it feels so empty. His gaze brightened as he looked at his newly accepted junior sister, who appeared sweet and charming, and he grew increasingly fond of her. He could not wait to share this delightful news with his senior brothers and sisters. You have no idea, little junior sister. Our sect has not recruited anyone for 10 years. I never imagined I would welcome a junior sister in my lifetime. How wonderful. Chu Sang felt she had been too hasty in her judgment. This sect seemed on the brink of collapse. I think I might want to withdraw my application. Is it too late? Chapter 5. The innate spiritual body, Dantaiming hurriedly replied. Although our Lingqing sect is currently a bit sparse and fallen on hard times, we have a rich history spanning tens of thousands of years. Even the 8 major sects have only been established for several thousand years, especially our sect's library, which is even better than those of the 8 major sections. It contains thousands of books, including rare ancient texts that have been lost for 10,000 years. He enthusiastically encouraged, little junior sister, would you like to take a look? You will undoubtedly not be disappointed. The library? Chu Sang felt a surge of interest. The Tianyin sect's library had its share of texts, but they were hardly abundant, especially regarding specialized tomes on talismans and formations. She wondered how this sect's library fared. Dantaiming noticed her growing curiosity. The black sword he had previously tossed out expanded in the wind until its size could accommodate 2 people. He stepped forward, gracefully leaped onto the sword's surface, and extended his hand toward her. Come, little junior sister, I will take you to see it. Chu Sang regarded him with skeptical eyes. Can I really trust you? Dantaiming pulled her onto the sword. Trust in your 7th senior brother. Last time was merely an accident. The 2 hastily soared toward the library. Was fortunate enough to experience a roller coaster ride of cultivation. Upon arrival, she nearly succumbed to nausea. Indeed, a man's words can often be deceptive. After catching her breath, she followed Dantaiming into the library, where her astonishment remained unabated. Although Lingqing Zone was merely a modest sect, its library was astonishingly vast, boasting a staggering 9 floors. In contrast, the libraries of the 8 major sects only reached 5 floors, with each level occupying merely half the area of that of Lingqing Zone. Instinctively sensed that this sect was not as simple as she had initially presumed. Perhaps it was indeed a once great sect fallen into obscurity a millennium ago, evoking a sense of melancholy. Throughout the day, immersed herself in the library, diligently exploring every level from 1 to 6. The library was replete with texts on heart techniques, swordsmanship, alchemy, artifact crafting, and talisman drawing. Each time she encountered a tome that piqued her interest, she examined it with tireless devotion. Despite her remarkable ability to read rapidly and retain information, a single day permitted her only a fleeting glimpse into the vast ocean of knowledge. Resolved that the library would be her sanctuary, but regrettably, she could only borrow texts from the 6th floor. Dantaiming had previously warned her that books beyond this level were inaccessible to ordinary disciples. Even those on the 6th floor were astonishingly abundant, featuring numerous advanced texts and ancient tomes long thought lost. Although was eager to delve into all the celestial texts, she understood the importance of a gradual approach to cultivation, recognizing that her immediate priority was to master talisman crafting. She had already thoroughly explored the introductory talisman texts and sought to study a more advanced talisman jade slip. However, the moment she pressed it to her forehead, her consciousness was met with a sharp pain, forcing her to withdraw. Realized her comprehension was insufficient. She decided to jot down the content of the runes and ponder them later when her understanding improved. Time flew by, and she heard Dantaiming calling her from outside. Noticing that the sky had darkened, she rubbed her aching temples, tucked a couple of jade slips into her bag, and prepared to leave the library. 7th senior brother, she called as she jogged over to walk alongside him. Little junior sister, didn't T spend the entire day in the library, did you? What could be so captivating about such tedious materials? Dantaiming scratched his head, incredulous. When our master was still around, she always urged us to study in the library. But I can barely glance at those densely packed characters without feeling a headache. Ah, 7th brother, you might find yourself in trouble later for not putting in the effort. Playfully admonished. Feeling hungry, she touched her stomach. All right, before diving into books, we must first fill our bellies. As a cultivator in the foundation establishment stage, she still required regular meals. Dantaiming, having already reached this stage, had momentarily forgotten this essential aspect, but upon seeing his little junior sister's hungry demeanor, he suddenly realized it. Wait for me a moment. Dantaiming leaped off his flying sword, one hand carrying a bag of rice and the other a string of fresh, marbled beast meat. As soon as opened the rice bag, the fragrant aroma, imbued with a hint of spiritual energy, was tantalizing and stimulating to her appetite. This is spirit rice. Cultivating spirit rice demands special spiritual soil and fields, with spiritual springs for irrigation, overseen by dedicated wood-element cultivators monitoring their growth around the clock. The requirements are exceedingly stringent, making it a labor-intensive and costly endeavor. Thus, spirit rice is both rare and expensive, with a mere handful costing hundreds of spirit stones. The beast meat was not the common pork or lamb found in the market, but rather delectable meat from demon beasts, which, when consumed by cultivators, would not leave impurities in their bodies, instead bolstering their strength. Felt a surge of gratitude. Her previous experiences as a direct disciple at Tianyinzong had not afforded her such luxurious treatment. To express her appreciation, she showcased her culinary skills and prepared a sumptuous feast. How delightful! Dantaiming gulped in anticipation. When placed the dishes on the table, he devoured them with the fervor of a starving wolf, exclaiming, "This is the best meal I have ever had. It surpasses even the cooking of his second senior brother." Could not help but raise an eyebrow at his dramatic reaction. Is second senior brother's cooking truly that terrible? Dantaiming set down his chopsticks, his expression turning grave. I nearly met my end due to his cooking, forcing myself to break through to the foundation establishment stage within a year of joining the sect. Was taken aback. Is it really that extreme? But wait, didn't you mention that the sect hasn't taken in new recruits for the last decade? You broke through to foundation establishment within your first year, yet your cultivation hasn't progressed in the past 9 years? Indeed, I'm a natural spirit body, he burped. Then recalled that although Dantaiming's spiritual roots were not the most exceptional among the elite disciples of the 8 major sects, his physique was a once-in-a-millennium natural spirit body. What did this entail? With minimal effort, simply by eating, drinking, and sleeping, his cultivation would grow, provided he did not become complacent. Regarded her 7th senior brother with a mixture of complexity and concern, realizing that although he had been compelled to strive during his first year, the remaining 9 years had been marked by idleness. This was not acceptable. Thinking of the natural spirit body reminded her of another troubling matter. Such exceptional gifts have always attracted envy throughout history. In the original text, Dantaiming fell into despair due to romantic woes. The true cause of his descent into darkness was that a remnant soul of a demon lord targeted his natural spirit body during an expedition in a secret realm, ultimately overpowering him due to his insufficient strength. As these thoughts crossed her mind, felt a weight settle in her heart. Little sister, what are you pondering? Dantaiming waved his hand before her eyes. Chapter 6. You have 3 seconds to escape. Shifted the topic. I was thinking about grilled skewers, hot pot, spicy stir-fry, and boiled chicken. Surely you haven't tried these before, have you? When the opportunity arises, I'll prepare them for you. Dantaiming, a true food lover, lit up at the mention of delicious food. Could almost envision his tail wagging behind him. The demon beast meat and spirit rice melted in her mouth, leaving no impurities in her body. The spiritual energy coursed through her limbs, gathering in her dantian, and she felt a warm sensation in her abdomen. The effects were more pronounced than meditating for an entire day. As she chewed thoughtfully, considered that Lingqing zone occupied a considerable area with several large mountains. If there were spiritual veins beneath the mountain ranges, she could cultivate fertile fields to grow ample spirit rice, spirit grains, spirit vegetables, and herbs. Not only would she sustain herself, but she could also sell the surplus for profit. In addition to cultivating spiritual crops, she could raise low-tier demon beasts. Those with rich meat quality and high yield could be consumed, while those with strong attack power and superior quality could be bred and sold to cultivators as pets. However, the reason Lingqing Zong had fallen to the status of an insignificant sect was due to the mysterious depletion of its spiritual veins, which had dried up a millennium ago. Such splendid aspirations were thus rendered futile. Lingqing Zong is sparsely populated, and Chu Sang directly allocated a large courtyard. The specifications resemble a traditional 4-sided courtyard, facing south with 4 rooms and 2 side rooms. Apart from the central master bedroom, The remaining rooms remain unoccupied. Chu Sang plans to reserve one as a study, another as a sword training room, one for a kitchen, and the last as a storage room. She has yet to decide how to utilize the remaining room. The courtyard appears desolate, seemingly uninhabited for quite some time. She intends to find time to plant flowers and shrubs to beautify her new abode. Without needing to ask, Dantaiming had already tidied up the master bedroom for her, equipping it with all necessary facilities, and the only addition was a new set of bedding, making it significantly more comfortable than the inn she stayed at the previous night. Junior sister, I'm right next door. Call me if you need anything. Dantaiming yawned, waved, and slipped away. As night fell, Chu Sang lay sprawled on the bed, rolling several times before hugging the soft bedding that covered half her face. She took a few deep breaths to calm her excited heart, then rose from the bed, forming a hand seal to grasp the flying iron sword. Accompanied by the frost-laden courtyard, she practiced swordsmanship throughout the night. Even though her spiritual roots were damaged and her cultivation hindered, Chu Sang remained undaunted. With the addition of the enhancement system, she was confident that she would not remain stagnant forever, and thus she could not afford to be complacent. Physical fitness is crucial for cultivators. Otherwise, they might fail to withstand future tribulations. As dawn broke, Chu Sang felt no trace of fatigue. On the contrary, she felt increasingly invigorated. Unlike mortals, cultivators can forego sleep. Instead, circulating spiritual energy revitalizes them. After washing up, she set out early. With the assigned elders absent, there was no need for her to attend classes, and she could self-study in the library. Having arrived hastily the previous day, she intended to thoroughly explore her new sect today. The area of Lingqing zone was even larger than she had imagined. Not only was the library absurdly spacious, but there were also well-equipped training grounds, alchemy rooms, weapon workshops, talisman towers, and formation pavilions. Although the sect had few disciples left, it still retained an outer disciple cafeteria. The size of this cafeteria alone rivaled that of a main hall in other sections. It was not hard to envision that this once obscure sect had thrived in the past. However, it was unclear why it had fallen to its current state, lacking even a protective spiritual vein. After exploring, she sought out Dantaiming, only to find the room empty. Just as she contemplated descending the mountain, a young man rushed over. "Seventh senior brother, what happened? Another sect is attempting to seize territory." "Seize territory? This is intolerable. Let us confront them." Lingqing zone was once a grand sect. It was said that at its peak, it controlled all lands within 100 miles. However, it had fallen into decline, with new sects emerging around it, bullying and gradually seizing much of their territory, leaving Lingqing zone with only a few dilapidated peaks. Upon descending the mountain, they spotted several disciples clad in the robes of another sect, loitering below, their demeanor resembling that of ruffians, appearing quite formidable. "Chu Sang in Guit, what territory do they wish to seize?" Dantaiming grew increasingly agitated, recounting how they had already relinquished a mountain to them 2 years prior. Yet they were still unsatisfied, demanding the rear mountain forest this very morning. Usually, when the senior brothers and sisters were absent, that forest was effectively shared. But today they had gone too far, brazenly demanding it. It was utterly shameless. As a fervent advocate for collective honor, Chu Sang was equally incensed. Which sect dares to be so arrogant? It's the second-to-last ranked heir, E-Zone. Second to last, and still so audacious? Chu Sang's brows knitted in displeasure, her hand instinctively moving toward her sword. "Junior sister, we are ranked last." Dantaiming sheepishly tugged at her sleeve. Chu Sang stumbled slightly, gazing sorrowfully at the sky before taking a deep breath and exhaling. "I believe one should always aspire to improve. One may be last, but one cannot remain last forever. Let us go, senior brother. If we defeat them, we will be second to last." Encouraged, Dantaiming momentarily felt invigorated but soon deflated again. "But there are 7 of them, and we only have 2. Chu Sang widened her round, cat-like eyes. "Senior brother, surely you can't be hesitant? A man must not admit defeat." Dantaiming unsheathed his sword, positioning himself protectively behind her. "I can take on 10. Senior brother is formidable." Their voices were not quiet, attracting the attention of the nearby heir E-Zone disciples, who laughed heartily, looking at them with disdain. One of the more refined senior disciples stepped forward. "I suggest you obediently relinquish the territory. Otherwise, do not blame us for being merciless." There were 3 foundation building and 4 chi refining disciples on the opposing side, with the leading senior disciple already at the mid-foundation stage. No matter how one looked at it, they had no chance of winning. In previous times, regardless of the odds, Dantaiming's fiery temperament would have led him to fight, but now he had to consider the safety of his junior sister standing behind him. A cloud of concern shadowed Dantaiming's handsome face as he tightened his grip on his sword. Just as he was about to swallow his pride, the young girl stepped forward, crossing over him. Chu Sang raised her gaze to the astonished Zong disciples, extending 3 delicate fingers and lifting her chin slightly. You have 3 seconds to flee. The disciples of Zong found themselves unable to laugh. The leading senior disciple cast aside his pretense, revealing his true nature as he raised a hand behind him, sneering, "Since you refuse to recognize the situation, we shall grant you a swift end." At that moment, Chu Sang concluded her statement, curling her 3 slender fingers into a fist. She rotated her wrist. "I gave you a chance, but you failed to seize it." Infuriated, the opposing disciple shouted, "Enough talk. Let us attack together." Dantaiming rushed to her side. "Junior sister, do not fear. I will protect you." Yet before his words could fully escape his lips, they were drowned out by thunderous explosions. Dantaiming protse, barely able to catch a glimpse of several yellow talismans being flung out, followed by a series of deafening booms, causing the ground to tremble violently, dust swirling everywhere. When the smoke cleared, a large crater had formed in the ground, and the once arrogant disciples of Zong lay motionless. The battle concluded with astonishing speed. Dantaiming's eyes widened in disbelief, his jaw dropping. He hesitantly looked at his hands, realizing he hadn't even made a move. "Senior brother, what did you just say?" Chu Sang asked, her fingers pinching several talismans as she turned to him. Dantaiming closed his mouth, and nothing. "Junior sister, what talisman is this? Its power is immense. It's an expulsion talisman. I drew a few yesterday while bored, and I didn't expect to use them today," Chu Sang said, blowing on the talisman in her fingers with a playful smile. While let a few little white mice go to waste. To her surprise, the talismans proved far more potent than she had anticipated. Explosion talisman? Dantaiming was even more astonished. He had seen explosion talismans before, but never one with such devastating power. The shockwave affected an area of several dozen meters, and even foundation-building cultivators found it hard to escape unscathed. How can the talismans crafted by Junior Sister possess such extraordinary strength? I refuse to accept this. You despicable scoundrels dare to ambush us from behind. Not far away, from a pile of charred black, cured meat, an irate figure staggered forth. Before the eldest disciple of the Lingqing Sect could make another move, Dantaiming kicked him to the ground once more, her long sword poised threateningly at the left side of his head. Her voice dripped with menace. "What did you say? Speak again if you dare. Are you dissatisfied?" Chu Sang approached and knelt beside the large disciple, gently patting his dark face. Her innocent and lovely visage radiated warmth as she chided. "Oh, why the silence? Just a moment ago, you were so boastful, weren't you?" The eldest disciple, in a moment of sheer panic, feigned forgetfulness. "Spare us, great hero. Spare us, noble heroine. We were blind to your greatness. Please let us go. We promise we shall never act like this again." Dantaiming delivered another kick, scoffing, "Junior sister, do not trust them. These individuals are notoriously cunning and treacherous. They may be plotting something nefarious." Chu Sang instructed Dantaiming to confiscate their Qingquan bags and weapons, planning to exchange them for spirit stones in the future, a brazen act resembling that of robbers. The group cursed inwardly, despicable, shameless. How should they deal with these men? Should they release them? Dantaiming turned to Chu Sang, unconsciously seeking her counsel as the elder brother. Chu Sang formed a gun gesture with her hand, resting it thoughtfully under her chin. "No, brother. Have you not heard the saying? To cut the grass without removing the roots allows it to grow back with the spring breeze. If we release them so easily, they may harbor grudges and retaliate in secret." Dantaiming nodded in sudden realization, his expression turning serious as he drew his sword. "Then let us eliminate them." The group was nearly fainting in terror. Chu Sang hurriedly pressed down on his blade and cleared her throat. "Brother, have you forgotten what I said earlier? We must strive to be good people, to maintain gratitude towards this beautiful world, and to show compassion towards all living beings. We cannot resort to violence so readily." Dantaiming looked at her in confusion. Her words were truly peculiar. In the world of cultivation, strength reigned supreme, and the survival of the fittest was a principle deeply ingrained in their bones. The weak had no choice over their lives or deaths. Yet, there was surely reasoning behind Junior Sister's words. Chu Sang rummaged through her chinquan bag, retrieving several talismans and displaying them before the men with a mischievous smile. We are neighbors after all, and I do not wish to be so ruthless. Let me grant you a chance to atone. This is a talisman I drew last night, and I have yet to test it. She explained one by one. This is the itching talisman, which causes unbearable itching all over the body. The more one scratches, the more it itches, ultimately leading to skin decay and death. This is the sleep talisman. Once applied, the individual will fall into a deep slumber, not waking even amidst a horde of beasts trampling them to death. And this is the He Huan talisman. Her voice paused, her bright little face smiling with deeper meaning. Once this talisman is placed on two individuals, they will be in a continuous state of coupling day and night until utterly exhausted and dead. She waved the two talismans before the 7 men, asking, "Which of you will go first?" Dantaiming interjected. "It would be quicker to end them with a single strike. By the way, Junior Sister, what peculiar things are you researching every day?" The 7 men were already pale as paper, nearly fainting. How could she claim to be a good person while contemplating such malicious deeds? The legendary demon clan could not possibly be as ruthless. They were utterly terrified, vowing never to step foot in Lingqing Sect again. In the end, Dantaiming knocked each of them unconscious, binding them, stuffing them into sacks, and allowing the neighboring sect to lose 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones for their release. Chu Sang, feeling the weight of the large bag of spirit stones, mused, "Indeed, good people are rewarded. When in need of money, it seems it can come knocking at our door." Dantaiming's lips twitched. He sensed that the two of them were hardly aligned with the concept of being good people, yet it was unexpectedly satisfying. His junior sister was truly a blessing. He cherished her immensely. Villain Dantaiming's corruption value. 2. Host can randomly allocate 2 attribute points. Current corruption value of villain Dantaiming, 11. Remaining 2 points can be freely allocated. Please select attributes for enhancement. Successfully preventing the villain from committing murder. Ah, she truly is the chosen good person, rapidly finding her path. The significance of spiritual roots to cultivators is self-evident. I wonder if the attribute panel can assist her in restoring her spiritual root? Chu Sang tentatively allocated 1 point to her aptitude. Chapter 8. 3 words to make my brother accompany me in opening the scroll. Attribute allocation successful. Aptitude. 1. In her sea of consciousness. The withered tree stump suddenly emitted a violent crimson glow, resembling a fire dragon swirling and roaring from the top, leaving one in awe. As the blaze subsided, the once fading fire's spiritual root appeared rejuvenated, its dark branches transforming into a vibrant fiery red, brimming with vitality. Most astonishingly, new buds sprouted from the previously severed, smooth surface of the stump. Though they were but a cluster of tender, fragile yellow shoots, it was enough to make Chu Sang jubilant. It works. Not only was her fire spiritual root revitalized, but she also sensed an increase in its purity. The higher the purity of the spiritual root, the faster the cultivation speed. For instance, both she and Mo Ching Chun possessed single-element heavenly spiritual roots. However, her root's purity was merely 5, while Mo Ching Chen's had reached a staggering 9, allowing him to cultivate at a pace far exceeding hers. After the allocation, her spiritual root purity had risen to approximately 6, though it seemed only a minor change. In practice, this increment would yield tremendous effects during cultivation, should she manage to elevate her purity to a perfect 10. Her cultivation speed might even surpass that of Mo Ching Chun. Yet, she was uncertain what exact purity level was required for her fire's spiritual root to regrow entirely. There was no rush. She would take her time. Junior sister? At this moment, Chu Sang had immersed her entire consciousness within her sea of awareness, her eyes tightly shut, oblivious to the commotion outside. Dantaiming, however, observed everything with clarity. The air, once almost devoid of spiritual energy, suddenly erupted violently as Chu Sang became a vortex, drawing in the scattered spiritual energy from all directions in a frenzied rush. Dantaiming quickly realized that his junior sister was entering a meditative state. Achieving meditation deeply depends on fate and comprehension. Some cultivators may spend their entire lives without ever entering this state. Meditation presents both peril and opportunity for cultivators. Success can lead to profound enlightenment and a significant boost in power, even breaking through bottlenecks. Yet, during this process, cultivators become oblivious to external disturbances, rendering them extremely vulnerable to ambushes. Additionally, meditation requires a substantial amount of spiritual energy, and the spiritual energy on this mountain would surely be insufficient. Dantaiming hastily gathered all the spirit-gathering array plates he had painstakingly saved, arranging them around Chu Sang. The previously thin spiritual energy surged several-fold, pouring into her with even greater force. Chu Sang appeared as if bathed in holy light. The next moment, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. She became an insatiable void, absorbing the abundant and almost terrifying spiritual energy from a radius of several dozen miles. This terrifying aura was something Dantaiming had never encountered before. Was this truly the commotion that a chi refining stage cultivator could create? He did not grasp the intricacies of the situation, but he understood that this was extraordinary and that they must not allow other sects to detect the anomaly. Otherwise, it could bring calamity upon his junior sister. Dantaiming's eyes turned icy as he swiftly produced a shielding array plate, firmly enclosing Chu Sang within. He stood guard, sword in hand, releasing all of his peak foundational stage pressure to deter the lurking beasts in the forest from daring to approach. Fortunately, this unusual occurrence lasted only a few breaths before returning to silence. Chu Sang exhaled a deep breath, lowering her head to observe the several formation plates surrounding her, along with the serious expression on Dantaiming's face. Seventh senior brother? Little junior sister, you have established your foundation. Upon hearing this, Dantaiming turned around, instantly sensing the shift in her aura more exhilarating than his own foundation establishment. Indeed, Chu Sang carefully sensed the spiritual energy within her body, and to her astonishment, she realized that the bottleneck that had troubled her for 3 long years had finally been comprehended at this moment. Truly, today was a day of double happiness. Chu Sang, feeling quite clever, noted that she had 1 attribute point remaining. After much deliberation, she decided to allocate it to her fortune. Point allocation successful. Fortune 1. The concept of fortune was enigmatic, as she did not perceive any significant change. Treasures? That mountain has been deserted for years. Devoid of even a blade of grass, not a single hair in sight. Senior brothers and sisters seldom wander there. What treasures could possibly exist? Dantaiming scoffed. If there were truly treasures, they would have been claimed long ago. If it were merely a barren wasteland, why would the Shuangyi sect send people to seize it? Chu Sang countered. That is a valid point. The two diligently scoured the mountain, and to their astonishment, they discovered traces of spiritual herbs and demonic beasts in what Dantaiming had deemed a desolate hill. Rare spiritual herbs, typically elusive, bounced forth as if eager to be seen by them. As they traversed the area, Dantaiming and Chu Sang focused solely on gathering, filling a bag with an abundance of spiritual herbs. In addition to those aged 10 and 100 years, there were even several 1,000-year-old spiritual herbs, rumored to be nearly extinct on the continent, sought after by alchemists who could hardly find any despite their high prices. Dantaiming felt a sense of disbelief. Could this truly be the desolate mountain of their sect? Had they not made a mistake? Senior brother, how do you find it now? Chu Sang smiled. It appears this mountain is a rare geomantic treasure, with so many spiritual herbs and the presence of demonic beasts, indicating that a small spiritual vein must surely lie beneath. We can cultivate spiritual fields here, growing spiritual rice and flora. We could also enclose an area to raise some demonic beasts for sale. Once we earn some money, we can purchase a genuine protective spiritual vein to place in our sect, and then Lingqing sect will have its own spiritual vein. Dantaiming was also stirred by her words, relieved that such a fortuitous mountain had not been surrendered to others. Otherwise, their sect would have suffered greatly. From now on, this shall be the back mountain of our sect. Before nightfall, the two ascended the mountain and hunted a plump Chihuahua pig, joyfully enjoying a barbecue. But I'm tired. This child is truly unambitious. The night was when spiritual energy was most abundant, and such a precious time was squandered on sleep. A naturally gifted spirit body should not be so wasted. Chu Sang's small face fell. Senior brother, consider this. Had I not been able to draw talismans during the day, we would have been easily defeated by those people. Our back mountain would have been seized, and outsiders would see our sect as easy prey, coming one after another to bully us. How would we respond? If you continue to be so lackadaisical, how will you protect the sect? Protect everyone? Protect me, your little junior sister? Chu Sang grasped his hand earnestly, her clear, lovely eyes glistening with moisture, nearly melting his heart. Dantaiming's spirit was shaken, a sense of responsibility awakening within him. You are right, junior sister. As your senior brother, I must protect the sect and take care of you. I will practice swordsmanship with you right now. The sun set, and the stars twinkled in the night sky, until dawn broke. The two figures resembling dragons glided through the woods, their pace increasing as if in a competitive spirit. After practicing the first form of the Jiuquan sword technique 100 times, Dantaiming felt the need for a rest. Turning around, he noticed that Chu Sang had already practiced it 200 times. He hastily picked up his sword, but after 500 repetitions, he saw Chu Sang moving on to the next sword technique. Finally completing their goals for the night, Chu Sang insisted on learning the Lingqing Sect's sword techniques from him. Thus, they continued back and forth from sunset to sunrise, practicing throughout the night. As dawn broke, Dantaiming collapsed on the ground, utterly exhausted. Surely he deserved some rest now? The number of sword practice sessions that night exceeded all the times he had practiced in a year combined. Senior brother, dawn has arrived, do not sleep. Let us hasten to the back mountain to cultivate. Chu Sang, seemingly out of nowhere, produced 2 hoes and tugged at one of his legs, dragging him to the back mountain. Little sister, no. Dantaiming's cries faded into the forest. Half a month later, Dantaiming reached the mid-stage of foundation establishment. Chapter 9. Little junior sister, white and soft. Truly adorable after a month of rigorous training, Chu Sang found herself sore and exhausted, collapsing onto her bed. That night, in a haze of sleep, she felt something brushing against her face repeatedly. Initially thinking it was 7th senior brother playing a prank on her as revenge for the grueling training, she mumbled a few words. However, as her mind cleared, she sensed something was amiss. Why did it feel like something was crawling on her face? Suddenly jolted awake, she gasped, "Ah, a spider, and a centipede, ah." The creatures were scuttling across her face, staring at her with their beady eyes. Chu Sang nearly leapt out her skin, almost fainting on the spot. Outside, Dantaiming heard her blood-curdling scream and hurriedly pushed the door open. Little junior sister, what happened? Enraged, Dantaiming approached and shoved the 2 creatures away, glaring at Mu Chi Huai. What do you want with my little junior sister? Mu Chi Huai let go of the creatures, adeptly dodging the attack, calmly replying, "Do not be reckless and bite." Say that again. Dantaiming was ready to roll up his sleeves and confront him. Chu Sang, still shaken, vividly recalled the scene of the poisonous insects crawling on her face, sending chills down her spine. Due to Chu Sang's presence, the 2 ultimately refrained from fighting. Dantaiming crossed his arms, exasperated. "This is your 6th senior brother, Mu Chi Huai." "Greetings, new little junior sister." Mu Chi Huai leaned against the door, waving a hand at her with a gentle smile, having already scrutinized her several times. "So white and soft, truly adorable. My treasures would adore you." Senior brother, hello." Before her stood a youth with a refined face, his phoenix eyes sparkling with mirth, the corners slightly upturned, exuding an effortless air of arrogance. Dressed in a finely tailored green robe, adorned with intricate dark gold patterns, he emanated an aura of nobility, unmistakably a scion of a prestigious family. His appearance was gentle, yet his eyes held a cunning glint, suggesting a mischievous nature. This is the notorious character from the original story. No wonder he acted so bizarrely earlier. What sort of handsome young man keeps a jar of spiders and centipedes to scare people? My precious little junior sister. Mu Chi Huai, unable to resist, reached out to pinch her cheek, only to have Dantaiming swat his hand away, angrily exclaiming, "Maintain your decorum. Do not lay hands on my little junior sister." "Your little junior sister?" Mu Chi Huai raised an eyebrow, his smile dimming slightly. "She is also my little junior sister." "Fi ying innocence," Mu Chi Huai replied. "How many times must I explain? You truly wrong me. That was my first time refining pills, and I hadn't had the chance to clean my hands before running into you of all people." Dantaiming retorted, "Regardless, if you genuinely cared for little junior sister, why did you come so late? I informed you half a month ago. I'm not like some people who waste their days wandering about. Do you understand how taxing it is to compress a 3-month task assigned to me by my family into just half a month? Chi Huai cast a sidelong glance at him, gesturing towards the pale blue below, and lazily stifled a yawn, declaring that he had not closed his eyes for 3 days and nights. Seizing the moment when their attention was diverted, he reached out and pinched Chu Sang's hand, marveling at its softness and playfulness. Is every girl's hand this soft? Just as Dantaiming was about to erupt in anger, Chi Huai's smile abruptly vanished. His lips pressed tightly together as he furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Chu Sang from head to toe. He lifted her wrist to take her pulse, stating that half a month ago he had heard this lad mention her spiritual root being damaged, but upon closer inspection, it seemed her condition was far more serious than mere damage. Chu Sang's heart skipped a beat. Could he truly have discerned something? What do you mean by that? Dantaiming's impatience flared, catching his breath to ask, without leaving any room for ambiguity, what exactly was wrong with his junior sister. Chi Huai, uninterested in his impatience, strolled leisurely to the window. There, he spotted a pot of genulon, a seedling that Chu Sang had just placed a couple of days ago, barely an inch tall. He casually plucked it, holding it in his palm, and pointed out the severed root, explaining that rather than simply stating her spiritual root was damaged, it would be more accurate to say that her spiritual root had been completely uprooted, leaving only a fragment behind. The playful demeanor on his face had vanished, replaced by a grave expression. In a lower tone, he advised, "Junior sister, allow me to say this. Your condition resembles that of someone whose spiritual root has been deliberately extracted." Extracted? Chu Sang's heart raced like a drum. In truth, she had entertained such suspicions before, but never had she imagined that such a melodramatic scenario would unfold in her own life. Who could have done this to her? Why did she have no recollection of it? He clicked his tongue thoughtfully, stroking his chin as he surveyed her face, appearing puzzled. However, there was another peculiar aspect. Despite her spiritual root being damaged to such an extent, it should have withered by now. Yet when I probed your spiritual root with my divine sense, although it was not comparable to a healthy one, it still exhibited signs of vitality, which is indeed strange. While I do not know the reason behind it, it can be considered a stroke of luck amidst misfortune, indicating that your spiritual root's condition is not entirely dire and that there remains a glimmer of hope for restoration. Seeing her head droop and her cheeks puffed adorably, he felt an impulse to pinch her cheek, but restrained himself. Do not worry. There are indeed ways to mend it. I could concoct a pill that may assist your spiritual root. Really? Although augmenting her aptitude could inject new vitality into her spiritual root, it was merely a temporary fix. A spiritual root that was not fully repaired would be akin to a perpetually leaking balloon, liable to revert to its previous state at any moment. Only a complete restoration of her spiritual root could ensure lasting stability. It is feasible, but it will require some time, and I cannot guarantee success. Chi Huai paused slightly, adding that he lacked a specific herb, the Dan Ling Xiao Chao, which was exceedingly rare and typically found only in secret realms. Dantaiming, I have heard that a small secret realm near Gao Huai City will open in 3 days. Let's venture there, and perhaps we may find the Dan Ling Xiao Chao. Chi Huai nodded and smiled, saying, I shall accompany you. I am also in need of several herbs that are currently out of stock. Secret realms are often the remnants of fallen spiritual houses of powerful beings or fragments from other continents that have landed on Ling Yuan continent, housing many rare and extinct herbs. Though it is an obscure little secret realm, such places are often the safest. Entering them is akin to a windfall, and competition among cultivators at the Qi refining and foundation establishment stages is quite fierce. The next morning, the three of them hurriedly took to their swords and made their way to Gao Huai City. As expected, this remote town was teeming with cultivators, and everyone was fully booked. To Chu Sang's surprise, she encountered a familiar face. In Gao Huai City, everyone was overflowing, with only the Fu Lion offering 2 vacant rooms. This inn was lavishly decorated, but notorious for its unscrupulous price hikes, valuing money over people. As Chi Huai bantered with the innkeeper at the front desk and was about to pay for the last 2 rooms, a group of people stormed in. The figures appeared against the light in Chu Sang's view, all clad in white robes adorned with golden sun emblems, revealing them to be inner disciples of Tianyan's sect. No wonder they exuded such an arrogant demeanor. The delicate figure among them, dressed in a flowing robe of soft gauze, was none other than Qin Shixue, the captivating female protagonist. Chu Sang was taken aback. She had not anticipated encountering her in such a mundane town. The surprise quickly turned to delight. The presence of the protagonist signified that this seemingly ordinary secret realm, opening in 3 days, was bound to harbor numerous opportunities and treasures. This trip was certainly worthwhile. Yet, it struck her as odd that the delicate protagonist had ventured out alone. It was understandable that Changyu, burdened with the affairs of the sect, did not accompany her. But it was surprising that Mo Qingqian was also absent. This deviated from the original narrative where they were inseparable. However, it seemed this was Qin Shishui's first journey away from home, and Changyu had sent several capable disciples to accompany her, ostensibly for companionship, but actually to protect her. The young man in a bamboo green robe, standing to her right, though not wearing the Tianyin sect disciple's garb, was distinguished and handsome, quietly standing by her side, likely a disciple from another prominent family or sect. Chu Sang mused, no wonder the soft, alluring protagonist had garnered new admirers so quickly after just a few days apart. We'll take the last 2 rooms, they declared, demanding the rooms without a glance at anyone else. The leading Tianyin sect disciple, with a pair of upturned eyes, surveyed Mu Chi Huai and his companions with obvious disdain, mocking their shabby appearance, clearly assuming they could not afford the rooms. Upon hearing the commotion, Mu Chi Huai turned to investigate, raising an eyebrow at their words. What do you mean by that? He had no objection to being called poor, as it was indeed a fact. However, in all his 18 years, he had never encountered anyone who dared to insult him based on his poverty. Was it a lack of ears or a lack of sense that prevented them from understanding human speech? Xiao, noticing their unfamiliar attire, assumed they belonged to some unknown minor sect, and his contempt grew even more pronounced. He sneered, "What kind of insignificant sect dares to compete with us? Do you know who we are?" He then turned to Qin Shishui with a flattering smile. "This beautiful female cultivator beside me is a junior sister of Tianyin sect, a once-in-a-century fire spiritual root, having broken through to foundation establishment at young age. Her future is limitless. We have come here specifically under the orders of Elder Changyu of Tianyin sect. Be sensible and relinquish the rooms. Do not force us to take action." Qin Shishui gently puffed her chest, her face flushed with embarrassment, and shot him an irritated glance, softly rebuking, "Xiao, have you forgotten the reminder our master gave us before we left? We must uphold our duties as disciples and not misuse the sect's name to bully others." Though her words sounded pleasant, she only spoke after the male disciple had finished, her tone a deliberate display of softness. How hypocritical, since uncovering this junior sister's true nature. Chu Sang could not help but perceive her as increasingly insincere. Indeed, melodramatic romances rarely adhered to logic. It was no wonder such a protagonist could attain prominence. How fitting that his name was Xiao, for he truly lacked virtue. Stepping aside, Chu Sang politely covered her mouth, leaning closer to Dantaiming to whisper, "They are utterly shameless. Indeed, they lack integrity and are shameless." Dantaiming wholeheartedly agreed, nodding vigorously in concurrence. Care to repeat that? Xiao, incensed at their blatant mockery, drew his sword in a flash. Qin Shishui was unwilling to create a public spectacle that would become a well-known joke, thereby tarnishing her reputation. She extended a slender jade arm to gently halt the individuals before her, and, softening her tone, called out to her senior brother. After slightly raising her delicate face, her gaze circled around the 3, landing solely on Dantaiming and Mu Chi Huai. With a charming smile, her enchanting eyes shimmering like autumn waters, she expressed her sincere regret, but stated that they indeed had urgent matters to attend to. She requested the trio to grant her a favor, offering double the price for the 2 rooms, while also providing a compensation of 100 low-grade spirit stones. Although 100 low-grade spirit stones were not a significant sum, for low-ranking cultivators from small sects, it represented a considerable fortune. Qin Shishui's approach was undeniably tactful, compelling the others to leave contentedly with their profits. Many onlookers began to reassess their opinions of the trio. However, this did not imply that the others were obliged to acquiesce. 100 low-grade spirit stones? Are you jesting? Mu Chi Huai unfurled his folding fan, concealing a smirk. Are we to be treated as beggars? As if no one else has pressing matters at hand. Why should we show you any leniency? Dantaiming furrowed his brow in confusion, questioning how her face could command such audacity. "7th brother, 6th brother is right. This is outright shameless," Chu Sang chimed in, applauding their boldness. It was evident that the so-called destined antagonist was already excelling in generating animosity without having been corrupted. What brought her the most joy was the performance of Seventh Brother. She had initially feared that he would be as foolish as depicted in the original narrative, enamored by the female protagonist, but it seemed her concerns were unwarranted. He not only remained uncharmed, but also stood up for himself. Quite commendable indeed. Perhaps having never been treated in such a manner by a man, Qin Shishue struggled to maintain her smile, her delicate fingers clenched tightly within her long sleeves. It was only when Chu Sang spoke that she allowed a fraction of her attention to shift towards a girl beside her. This glance, however, caused her expression to shift dramatically as she stumbled back in shock, barely managing to maintain her genteel demeanor. Second senior sister? To her astonishment, she had encountered this foolish girl here. Wasn't she expelled from a sect? How could she have joined a new sect so swiftly? Chu Sang greeted her with enthusiasm. Hello, female protagonist. What a coincidence to see you again. Qin Shishue, suddenly gripped by anxiety and fear, momentarily lost her composure, her smile faltering. I had heard that second senior sister had departed after I awoke. I never expected to encounter you here. What a delightful surprise. She sensed a shift in Chu Sang's aura and was inwardly alarmed. How could this useless girl have advanced to foundational establishment? An inexplicable discomfort settled within Qin Shishue. But upon recalling her own earlier breakthrough to foundational establishment, she felt her heart ease slightly, releasing a silent sigh of relief. After all, she was the rarest talent with a supreme fire spiritual root, a true prodigy. The boy in green beside Chu Sang appeared to be of noble birth, undoubtedly having provided her with numerous elixirs. Otherwise, this waste would not have managed to break through. Relying on spirit herbs to bolster her cultivation was superficial and would hinder her future progress, an endeavor not worth the cost. How could she dare to compare herself to this waste? It was utterly disgraceful. Yet, the thought of how this waste managed to forge such connections only fueled her frustration. In her memories, Chu Sang had always been taciturn during her years in the sect, possessing poor social skills, with few willing to associate with her. Typically, handsome and affluent youths had always gravitated around her. Yet now what had changed? Chu Sang could see the turmoil within Qin Shishue's heart, but chose to disregard her petty thoughts. As long as the other did not obstruct her and her brothers, she was more than happy to maintain her distance. How fortunate for you that I can stand here and converse with you. Chu Sang smiled brightly. She was genuinely delighted to be free of that contemptible sect. This new one was infinitely better. In a sense, she owed a debt of gratitude to the female protagonist for inadvertently aiding her transition. Qin Shishue assumed the other was mocking her, and her expression darkened further as she nervously fidgeted with her handkerchief, momentarily at a loss for words. Junior sister, do you know this woman? Shioda shot a resentful glance at the three before turning to Qin Shishue, deliberately softening his tone, his triangular eyes appearing almost tender. In large sects, disciples often possessed significant resources, with clear hierarchies delineating roles among the servant disciples, outer sect disciples, inner sect disciples, and direct disciples, each with their own living quarters and maintaining a respectful distance. Furthermore, since Chu Sang had never been one to seek the limelight, her damaged spiritual root had further distanced her from social interactions. Shioda, as an inner sect disciple, had no prior knowledge of her. Chu Sang shook her head with a sigh, noting that this bystander had never even appeared in the original narrative, merely a nameless sycophant. Sycophants end up with nothing, she mused. How pitiful. Junior sister, who is she? Dantaiming and Muchi Huai were equally intrigued, their conversation shifting to hushed whispers as they formed a bond of camaraderie in their minds, already deep in discussion. Chu Sang held no reservations about her past and recounted her previous experiences candidly. The more they listened, the more grim their expressions became, realizing that junior sister had encountered such unfair treatment in her former sect. In unison, they silently vowed to treat junior sister with greater kindness, compensating for the lack of camaraderie she had suffered, while also keeping her warning in mind to avoid any White Lotus types and to cherish each day. The term White Lotus had been imparted by junior sister herself. How apartment? Second senior sister, although you are no longer with the Tianyan sect, Master has devoted 10 years of careful teaching to you. Once a teacher, always a father. May I ask, in light of Master's affection, to yield these 2 upper rooms to us? We are willing to pay double the price, Qin Shishue implored, her grip on the handkerchief tightening as she feigned vulnerability. Was this the point where she resorted to emotional appeals? However, Mu Chihuai did not wait for her to finish, directing his gaze towards the innkeeper. I will offer 200 spirit stones, 4 times the price. I will offer 250 spirit stones, Chio Shioda, ever the diligent sycophant, could not afford to lose face in front of his beloved and quickly raised his bid. Mu Chihuai remained unhurried, 300 spirit stones, 400 spirit stones. The two engaged in a bidding war, but to their astonishment, Mu Chihuai suddenly escalated the price to 1,000 spirit stones. Chio Shioda's expression faltered, realizing he was dealing with a formidable opponent. Losing his earlier composure, he decided to conclude the matter swiftly, gritting his teeth and declaring, 1,500 spirit stones. He turned to the innkeeper, his voice low. 1,500 spirit stones for 2 upper rooms is already exorbitant. No one will match this price. Quickly, give us the keys. Why the haste? Mu Chihuai replied with a smile. I will offer 2,000 spirit stones. Chio Shioda was on the verge of cursing under his breath. Although he was a disciple from a prestigious family, and generally well off compared to common cultivators, parting with a few thousand spirit stones was still a significant burden for him. However, having made such a declaration, he could not back down without losing face. In a moment of desperation, he blurted 5,000 spirit stones. This trip to the miner's secret realm had not been a priority for him, and he had only brought a few thousand spirit stones. Beyond that, he truly had nothing left. 5,000 spirit stones for 2 ordinary rooms without a gathering spirit array. Onlookers could not help but silently ridicule him as a fool. Seeing the expressions of Chio Shioda and Qin Shishue contort as though they had swallowed a fly, Chu Sang found it utterly delightful. How refreshing it was to lack decorum. Being an antagonist was such an enjoyable experience. She had initially thought to stop Mu Chihuai, realizing that her goal of irritating them had been achieved, and it was time to withdraw, as she had no desire to be the fool in this scenario. Yet, Mu Chihuai spoke first. 100,000 spirit stones. The moment those words left his lips, the air in the room seemed to freeze, leaving the crowd questioning if they had misheard. Who did he think he was looking down upon? Mu Chihuai raised an eyebrow and smiled, tossing a Chinquan bag containing 100,000 spirit stones to the shopkeeper, delivering a resounding slap to the face, declaring that he was not lacking in money. 100,000 spirit stones. Behold, this is the extravagant display of a wealthy young master. The crowd gasped in astonishment, while the shopkeeper trembled as he counted, nearly fainting. After all, 100,000 spirit stones were beyond his lifetime's earnings, perhaps even 10 lifetimes. The previously aggressive group fell silent. Qin Shishue bit her lip, her face alternating between crimson and pale, feeling utterly humiliated as she had never experienced such disgrace in her life. Chio Shioda's face burned with shame. Recalling how he had scornfully called them poor just moments ago, he felt the derisive stares of those around him and wished he could vanish into the ground. Dantaiming was nearly doubled over with laughter, resting an arm on Chu Sang's shoulder, deliberately mimicking Chio Shioda's posturing, taunting, "You poor fellow without money, yet you dare to seek shelter?" Qin Shishue, the epitome of a delicate heroine, was quick to tears, looking at the trio with misty eyes, exclaiming, "You are simply too much." The sight of her sorrow would soften the hearts of any man. Yet Dantaiming and Mu Chihuai, knowing of her previous actions, found her hypocrisy utterly distasteful. It was they who had instigated trouble, yet now they feigned victimhood. Enough, the inn is full, and night is falling. Uninvited guests should leave to avoid disturbing the patrons. The shopkeeper, seasoned in the ways of the streets, quickly discerned the shift in atmosphere. A wise man need not say much. He issued a clear eviction order to Qin Shishue and her companions. "Do you know who we are?" They retorted, "I care not who you are. If you have no money, be gone." The shopkeeper exuded an aura of authority, revealing himself to be a foundation-building cultivator. "You." Chio Shioda was on the brink of exploding with anger, being acutely aware that making a scene here would tarnish his reputation and that of his sect. He bit back his rage, let out a heavy snort, and turned to leave, declaring, "Let us go." Qin Shishue, having been pampered and cherished her entire life, was experiencing such treatment for the first time, her heart aching with indignation as she tore her handkerchief in two. Once outside, Chio Shioda consoled her little junior sister. "Do not be disheartened. Those 3 are likely heading to the secret realm as well. Once we enter, We shall deal with them properly and avenge this grievance. It was not uncommon for cultivators to perish in secret realms, especially those from lesser sects. Who would care if they died? A hint of malice flickered in his eyes as he spoke. Chapter 11. Is this rope meant for tying pigs? 6 Senior Brother, you are quite the fool, Chu Sang remarked. Throwing away 100,000 spirit stones is quite the loss. In disbelief, she turned to Dantaiming. Is being a pill cultivator truly so lucrative? Perhaps I should consider a career change. Dantaiming, filled with envy, admitted if not for my spiritual roots, I too would wish to switch paths. She had always thought sects were impoverished. It turned out she was the only one who was destitute. The 7th Senior Brother, lacking family background and wealth, along with her, a discarded apprentice, seemed quite fitting within the impoverished confines of Lingqing sect. However, she pondered, how could a wealthy young master like 6th Senior Brother join our sect? She turned to Mu Chi Huai and asked, how did you come to join Lingqing sect? Mu Chi Huai reclined against the lounge chair, resting his head on one arm, eyes closed. I was deceived into it. Pardon? He yawned lazily, continuing, as the scion of the Mu family, one of the 4 great alchemical families, and the most gifted of my generation, it was expected that I would join one of the 8 great sects, perhaps even directly under one of my family's ancestors, becoming a true disciple. Yet, the night before the disciple selection ceremony, the sect master of Lingqing came to my home and read my fortune. He paused before adding, he claimed I was destined to face a death calamity, stating that I would die young, and that only by joining Lingqing's sect could I avert this calamity. However, in my view, my parents and I were merely deceived by the master. I lived smoothly for 17 years without a hitch. Where was this death calamity? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. As a child, he believed he had been abducted to a poor mountain valley and had considered escaping the sect more than once. Over time, however, he came to terms with it, realizing that regardless of the sect, with his talent and strength, he could thrive anywhere. Chu Sang felt a flicker of astonishment. In some respects, the sect master's prophecy was indeed correct. Mu Chi Huai was destined for a death calamity. In the original narrative, he perished at the age of 20 beneath the sword of the male lead, which indeed constituted an early demise. She wondered who this master was to have predicted such a fate. Dear patrons, after your long journey, would you care for something to eat? Since receiving the payment, the innkeeper had been exceedingly warm, even personally attending to the trio. Chu Sang, accustomed to delicacies of spirit beast meat and spiritual fruits within the sect, had little interest in mundane fare. She inquired, I have heard that you have been in business in this city for several years and that many cultivators have arrived recently, likely due to an impending secret realm opening. What do you know about this secret realm? Having received 100,000 spirit stones, the innkeeper showed no reluctance, sharing all he knew. This secret realm opens every 10 years, but this year's commotion is unprecedented. Chu Sang perked up. There seemed to be hidden truths. Rumors had surfaced about a legendary phoenix appearing within the realm, attracting not only foundation-building cultivators, but also those of the golden core and nascent soul stages who traveled great distances. The innkeeper glanced around, dismissing the attendants before lowering his voice. I see you 3 are likely here for the phoenix egg? Phoenix egg? The trio exchanged glances, for they were entirely unaware of such matters. Chu Sang cleared her throat softly, affirming, indeed. The innkeeper smiled knowingly. It seems we are fated to meet. I shall not conceal this from you. He produced a scroll map from his sleeve. This secret realm map was obtained by chance a few months ago. I intended to auction it at a high price. If you require it, I shall gift it to you. What is this stone? Chu Sang asked, noticing a dull, reddish stone hanging from the top of the scroll. It resembled a common crystal found along the roadside, unremarkable in appearance and unsuitable for decoration. The innkeeper replied, coincidentally, I also obtained this stone from the secret realm. You all witnessed that I am not an ordinary person. Due to my expiring lifespan, I have concealed myself for many years. 10 years ago, when the secret realm opened, I sought a way to break through like other cultivators. This stone was a chance to find amidst a fierce battle between 2 factions over a treasure, resulting in mutual destruction. To avoid drawing attention, I hid until the fighting ceased and discovered this stone among the fallen. I had thought it to be a treasure, but after all these years, I have found no use for it, and not wishing to discard it, I simply preserved it as decoration. The innkeeper sighed, revealing a hint of regret. As Chu Sang lightly touched the stone, she felt a fleeting aura of mystery, but it vanished as quickly as it had come. The innkeeper was not likely to deceive them. In the original story, the female protagonist indeed obtained a precious fire phoenix egg in a certain secret realm. Chu Sang recalled the man clad in bamboo green robes. He was likely the chief disciple of the beast-taming sect, Shun Rufei. In the original tale, he assists the female protagonist in subduing the fiery phoenix. 3 days later, as the secret realm opens, her arrival and the phoenix's emergence foretell tumultuous events within. The small secret realm is fraught with peril, teeming with demon beasts, illusionary arrays, and toxic mists that pose constant threats, leaving one in a state of vigilance. Muqi Huai produces a selection of pre-prepared elixirs, including qi-inducing pills, spirit supplement pills, and detoxification pills, all of which are quite costly on the market, unaffordable even for Chu Sang, who couldn't buy a single vial with her entire fortune. This is the advantage of having a senior alchemist. They must hasten into the secret realm. They cannot allow the female protagonist to seize the initiative. Fasten your seatbelts. I am about to take flight. Chu Sang brandishes her sword and soars into the sky, while the two beside her have yet to react before they are swiftly dragged into the secret realm. Did you just see 3 great birds fly by? Chapter 12. Is our little junior sister a genius? Boom. The secret realm's random teleportation thrusts the trio directly into a dense forest, accompanied by 3 thuds upon landing, startling the birds and beasts within, scattering dry branches and leaves everywhere. Ouch! The unfortunate Dantaiming finds himself at the bottom, pinned down by Muqi Huai above him. Chu Sang, fortunately cushioned by the 2 beneath her, suffers little discomfort. She quickly jumps down and pulls the 2 of them up, asking, 6th brother, 7th brother, are you 2 all right? Muqi Huai is somewhat fine, merely feeling dizzy and nauseous. He weakly leans against a tree, saying, that was quite a flight. Next time, let's skip the flying. Dantaiming, in a pitiful state, holds his nearly fractured backside, wishing to cry without tears. Little junior sister, please remember to give a heads up before you take off next time. Feeling a pang of guilt, Chu Sang hands him a generous stack of talismans, alongside a recently drawn golden armor talisman. Dantaiming seems to revive instantly, ready to spring back into action. The trio is fortunate, not scattered by the secret realm's whims. Muqi Huai approaches with arms crossed, noticing 2 diverging paths. He turns to Chu Sang, asking, according to the map, what do you think we currently are within the secret realm? He recalls that the map marks the approximate locations of beast tides, swamps, toxic mists, and illusionary traps, urging them to avoid these dangers and retrieve their objectives swiftly to evade confrontations with other cultivators. As an alchemist, his combat prowess is negligible. In a real fight, he might even become a liability. Chu Sang is implicitly categorized by Muqi Huai as a talisman practitioner, while she possesses some fighting capability. Against slightly more advanced sword or body cultivators, she would be at a significant disadvantage. Thus, the only one truly capable of fighting among them is Dantaiming. Moreover, according to the innkeeper's earlier revelations, this secret realm draws not only chi refinement and foundation establishment cultivators, but also many concealed golden core and nascent soul practitioners. They must act decisively and wisely. Chu Sang examines the map, which appears ancient, the paper yellowed and wrinkled, the text inscribed in archaic characters no longer used in the cultivation world. Fortunately, she had previously spent time studying ancient texts in the library, allowing her to read it with relative ease. Muqi Huai hesitates. You can't understand it? He weighs his words carefully, considering how to suggest he take the lead without undermining her confidence. Chu Sang strides past the 2, decisively choosing the left path, her voice drifting back. I've memorized it. No need to look again. Muqi Huai is taken aback, glancing at Dantaiming with a hint of suspicion. Is sister's memory truly that formidable? Dantaiming, already accustomed to her abilities, nods calmly. She memorized 100 talisman books in half a month. Muqi Huai opens his mouth, momentarily incredulous. Though not a talisman master, he understands that the intricacies of talismans, arrays, and alchemy are dauntingly complex. It is not merely a matter of memorizing. Even comprehending them requires immense time and mental effort. Dantaiming, as a sword cultivator, may not grasp the depth of this knowledge. But Muqi Huai knows that even someone of his exceptional talent would need at least half a year to memorize over 100 alchemical texts. Could it be that little junior sister is indeed a prodigious talent? What are you two standing there for? Hurry up and catch up. They exchange glances and hasten to follow her. Meanwhile, countless cultivators who have also entered the secret realm are lamenting their plight, teetering between life and death. As lives are lost with each passing moment, the secret realm is ever-changing, fraught with peril, without scrolls or maps. They have no means to discern traps and must test them with their bodies. Most cultivators find themselves at a standstill, either sinking into quagmires, falling into illusions, or becoming ensnared in arrays, losing their spiritual energy and wandering aimlessly for days without escape. Even more terrifying, for reasons unknown, the demon beasts are in a frenzy, a rampant beast tide assaulting numerous cultivators. Fortunately, Chu Sang and her companions encounter none of these tribulations. Their journey over the past few days has been remarkably smooth, filled with laughter and camaraderie, akin to a leisurely outing, and they have gathered quite a number of spiritual herbs along the way. It seems this secret realm is not as perilous as they had imagined. Just as Dantaiming finishes his sentence, his eyes brighten, pointing ahead. What is that? Dan Xian Ling Xiao Chao, he exclaims, and not just one, but a whole cluster. It is well known that a single Dan Xian Ling Xiao Chao is worth a fortune in the cultivation world, and this abundance is a stroke of great luck for them. Initially, Muchi Huai had little confidence, but upon seeing such a plethora of Dan Xian Ling Xiao Chao, he thinks that even if he must feed them to little junior sister, it will nourish her spiritual roots well. Unlike the excitement of her two companions, Chu Sang feels a little surprise. After confronting the female protagonist, both senior brothers generously granted her some attribute points. Considering the secret realm's circumstances, she allocated both points to her fortune attribute. Although fortune cannot be sensed as distinctly as aptitude, her experiences over the past 3 days, gathering spiritual herbs with such ease, indicate that her 3 fortune is indeed thrice as potent as 1 fortune. For instance, with 1 fortune, the herbs collected were mostly of 10 to 100 years, with the occasional 1,000-year herb. However, with 3 fortune, encountering herbs aged 100 to 1,000 years has become quite common, with the occasional 2,000-year herb. She beckons her 2 senior brothers over and is about to bend down to harvest the herbs when several lethal sword energies, filled with malice, slice through the air from the forest behind, aiming directly at her vital points. Chu Sang's heart skips a beat. Her reflexes outpace her thoughts, and she swiftly unleashes a golden armor talisman to deflect the impending sword energy aimed at her face. At the same time, she draws 3 swift movement talismans, affixing them to herself and her 2 brothers, shouting, "Run!" Fortunately, the trio reacts swiftly, narrowly escaping disaster. In the next moment, a series of thunderous crashes resonate. As the trees in the vicinity of where they stood are cleaved by the sword energy, leaves and dust raining down in a vast cloud. One can only imagine that had those sword energies struck them, they would not have survived unscathed. Dantaiming, tense and alert, draws his sword to shield the 2 behind him, his handsome face darkening. "So, it's you?" The group, led by Xiao, swagger out from behind the trees, their faces twisted with mockery. What a coincidence to run into you again. His strength, now at the late Foundation establishment stage, is no longer concealed. "I must say, it's quite impressive that you managed to evade my full force strike. What a pity. I thought I could keep you here forever." Behind him, Qin Shishui's gaze falls upon the trio, a hint of confusion flickering within her. This secret realm is far from the simple tales told. Rather, upon entry, one realizes the myriad of dangers lurking within, rendering vigilance paramount. She delicately brushes her slender fingers over the jade pendant at her waist. Recalling a soul jade she fortuitously acquired from a forbidden location, which contained the essence of an elder alchemist who claimed to have been a formidable figure during his lifetime. She took him as her master, and thanks to the guidance of the elder along the way, their group of talented individuals quickly converged, evading a majority of the traps within the secret realm, leading other cultivators by a few steps. Yet despite their relentless journey, how had they fallen behind these 3 by a step? Chapter 13. Using him as a sandbag? Qin Shishue was perplexed, seeing the 3 individuals looking resplendent while her group appeared travel-worn, with several disciples injured and bruised. Even she had narrowly escaped the clutches of a man-eating vine. Her heart was filled with an unbearable imbalance. What of luck? In the realm of cultivation, strength reigned supreme. Power is everything, and treasures belong to the capable. Qin Shishua bit her lip, her long fingers clenched tightly in her sleeve. She must acquire the Danxin Lingxiao grass. Otherwise, her spiritual root would suffer. Qiu Xiuda had long harbored resentment against the three and could not even be bothered to engage in pretentious negotiations. He brandished his long sword and charged forward, oblivious to the danger. They must be dealt with first. Dantaiming moved swiftly, meeting him with his own sword. At the moment their blades clashed, a sharp, piercing sound erupted, and sparks were faintly visible. A wisp of sword energy grazed Dantaiming's left cheek, leaving a crimson line. Blood trickled down his face, a sight both startling and vivid. Qiu Xiuda grinned wickedly, channeling all his spiritual energy into his right hand, suddenly increasing the force. Pressing down the sword blade closer to Dantaiming. Boom! The invisible sword energy erupted at the center of the two, sweeping across a large swath of the forest. They were both flung apart by the force, Dantaiming sustaining more severe injuries, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, which he carelessly wiped away with the back of his hand, yet his eyes glinted with a fierce determination. Qiu Xiuda moved like a ghost, flashing behind him and striking heavily at Dantaiming's back. However, his full-force attack was deflected by an unseen energy. Was that a Vajra talisman? In that fleeting moment of distraction, Dantaiming seized the opportunity, swinging his wrist to unleash a golden sword energy. The ruptured spiritual energy splattered into thousands of golden, tangible sword blades. Qiu Xiuda staggered back a few steps, hastily dodging most of the onslaught, yet several sword energies struck him, the onslaught formidable and sharp, even tearing his defensive clothing. Flesh exposed beneath. His face twisted in rage. He had not anticipated this young man possessed such capabilities. Initially, Qiu Xiuda had the upper hand, pressing Dantaiming down. However, gradually, he felt his strength waning. Conversely, Dantaiming grew more tenacious, the tide of battle subtly shifting in his favor. Qiu Xiuda became exasperated. He cursed himself, realizing this young man seemed to be using him for sword practice. Meanwhile, Dantaiming's moves became increasingly fluid, his sword energy more robust and domineering, displaying a brilliance that was difficult to counter. A blade of sword energy sliced toward Qiu Xiuda's chest, mere inches from his heart. Boom! He hastily evaded, his body hurtling through the air, crashing against a tree, clutching his chest as he coughed up a mouthful of blood, staining his clothing. Senior brother. The disciples noticed Qiu Xiuda was on the verge of collapse and rushed to assist. Chu Sang flung out dozens of explosive talismans, clearing their path. She flicked the talisman paper, stating, "Your opponent is me. As long as I am here, you shall not take a single step forward." The seventh senior brother often sought opportunities to shirk from sword practice, unwittingly becoming a punching bag for her training. How could she allow anyone to interfere? "You think you alone can stop so many of us?" Another disciple sneered. Among them, the weakest were at the early stage of foundation establishment, while she, at the same stage, wished to block them all. It was utterly absurd. It was merely talismans. They had plenty. Let us see who exhausts whose talismans first. Half an hour later, this disciple's empty hands trembled slightly. Was this woman a demon? Why, despite having thrown hundreds of talismans, she still produced countless more? Was her chinkoan bag a bottomless pit? Just how many talismans were concealed within? A female cultivator at the early stage of foundation establishment managed to impede their progress. If word got out, it would be a tremendous joke. Yet, this was the stark reality. The expressions of those present turned grim, helpless against her claims of being unable to move an inch. Qin Shishua's face turned as pale as paper. She had never realized Chu Sang was so wealthy, able to acquire such a multitude of talismans. Were they gifts from her two senior brothers? Jealousy surged within her. Why did all the advantages of the world fall into Chu Sang's lap? Clearly, she had grown up relying on their master, yet she was like a hidden rat, secretly fostered in the mundane world, while Chu Sang could openly join the sect, becoming a direct disciple of their master, enjoying the sect's resources and the envious gazes of others. Even her brother Qingshun, that paragon of excellence, was bound in a marriage contract with Chu Sang, a reality that stirred her deepest envy. Second senior sister, forgive me, but I must obtain the Danxin Lingxiao grass. She smiled gently yet without courtesy. In the realm of cultivation, The hierarchy of weapons and treasures is classified into categories: precious tools, magical artifacts, spiritual weapons, celestial artifacts, and divine artifacts. Each quality of weapon is further divided into upper, middle, and lower grades. Among them, divine artifacts have nearly vanished from Lingqing continent, while celestial artifacts are only possessed by the sect leaders of major sects and Tao ancestors who have lived for thousands of years. Ordinary individuals dare not even dream of them. Thus, in the eyes of most cultivators, spiritual weapons are regarded as the pinnacle. Countless cultivators spend their lives without ever obtaining one. It is evident that the Long Jade was gifted, capable of sealing 3 attacks from cultivators at the transformation stage. Although the protagonist could currently unleash less than 1/10 of its power, it was still sufficient to match a full-force strike from a golden core cultivator. More than enough to deal with the 3 of them. Chu Sang retrieved 2 golden armor talismans. Thus far, the attacks she encountered below the golden core stage could be directly neutralized by the golden armor talismans. She wondered how much of a golden core's attack the Vajra talisman could withstand. A hint of panic flickered across the young girl's face as she turned to her 2 senior brothers, calling, "Senior brothers, run, run." Dantaiming was fully engaged in battle. Was this the time to flee? Then a clear voice echoed in their minds, and both their expressions changed instantly. Without another word, they turned and fled. As the dust settled, the 3 had long since escaped, their shadows untraceable. They had actually gotten away. They had thought themselves so valiant. In truth, they were merely cowards. Qin Shishua blushed with a smile, non-committal, and moved forward to pluck the spiritual herb. Suddenly, the ground shook and cracked, a colossal shadow enveloping everyone. Chapter 14. Brother, save me. 7th Senior Brother, are your injuries all right? Qiushou's manner was entirely ruthless. Dantaiming's protective clothing had several large tears, and he was battered. He cast a cleansing spell on himself, scoffing, "That fellow couldn't defeat me. Had it not been for you calling a halt, he would have been flattened. Stop boasting." Muchi Huai tossed him a bottle of healing elixir, utterly speechless. "Quit bragging once your legs stop shaking." Dantaiming indeed felt close to his limit, his stamina severely depleted. He accepted the vial with one hand, casually thrusting his sword into the ground, then sat cross-legged to recuperate after consuming the elixir. Chu Sang squatted beside him, giving his face a light pat. "What is this?" Dantaiming opened his eyes, feeling the unfamiliar object on his face, intrigued. He took out a small mirror to find it perfectly concealed as wound, making him look somewhat handsome. Chu Sang a band-aid. Just then, the ground in the distance began to tremble violently, and the 3 turned their heads to look, all sighing in relief. "Thankfully, with your reminder, we ran fast. Otherwise, we would have been caught in that mess." Dantaiming effortlessly leapt onto a tree, gazing into the distance at the tumultuous scene unfolding, a smile revealing a glimmering canine tooth, reveling in the misfortune. Rare spiritual herbs, aged over a millennium, are likely to be guarded by accompanying demonic beasts. The more precious the spiritual herb, the mightier the associated beast. Despite the conspicuous abundance of Danshin Lingxiao grass, not a soul dared to harvest it. It is evident that formidable beasts must be protecting the area. When they initially approached to gather the herbs, there was no disturbance, suggesting that the beasts were still slumbering. They could have cautiously plucked the herbs and departed without incident, but alas, the members of Tianyan's sect caught up with them. The ensuing chaos stirred significant commotion. The most lethal effect stemmed from the disturbance and pressure unleashed by Qin Shishua as high-grade spiritual weapon. Even if the guardian beasts were slain, they would be compelled to emerge from their slumber in fury, observing the quaking earth and the ensuing catastrophe. It was clear that the beasts were at least at the Golden Core stage. Although the distinction between the Golden Core and Foundation establishment realms appears slight, the disparity in strength is akin to an insurmountable chasm. Furthermore, demonic beasts of equivalent rank possess far superior physical prowess compared to human cultivators. A single swipe from a Golden Core beast could obliterate a Foundation establishment cultivator. Once the disciples of Tianyan's sect lured the beasts away, they could seize the opportunity to gather the herbs. Chu Sang rubbed his fists in anticipation. Isn't this rather unseemly? Though Dantaiming harbored disdain for the Tianyan sect, taking advantage of their misfortune seemed more akin to the deeds of demonic cultivators. Chu Sang maintained a serious demeanor, arguing that were it not for their interference, the beasts would not have awakened. Thus, They were the architects of their own predicament, and it was not their concern. Moreover, the herbs were rightfully theirs. Having been discovered first, this was not opportunism, but a rightful reclamation. Dantaiming found his reasoning compelling, leaving him momentarily speechless. While the trio on one side savored the unfolding drama, the atmosphere among the Tianyan Sect disciples was entirely different, resembling the onset of an apocalypse. The ground suddenly trembled violently, and Qin Shishua let out a startled cry, nearly losing her footing. Qiu Xiuda rushed forward, catching her. "Junior sister, are you all right?" Unfortunately, the demonic beast offered no opportunity for the two to exchange glances. A colossal creature erupted from the earth, darkening the skies, an enormous earthworm. No one could ascertain its length, but as it emerged, the sky darkened ominously. The earthy, foul breath of the earthworm swept across the ground like a tempest, easily toppling the weaker foundation establishment disciples. One such disciple, caught off guard, stood frozen in terror as the beast's powerful tail struck him down. In an instant, he was reduced to a gruesome pulp, blood splattering everywhere. The crowd erupted in screams. "It's a mid-golden core beast, the Hunyuan Niling earthworm." The faces of all present turned as pale as parchment, their blood running cold. A golden core beast. How could they encounter a golden core beast in what was supposed to be a minor secret realm? Why had it suddenly appeared? Yet, I have seen in the Beast Compendium that the Hunyuan Niling earthworm is known for its lethargy, spending decades deep underground, rarely roused by mere disturbances, unless... The disciple's expression shifted to one of complexity as he looked at Qin Shishua, his words faltering. Unless the Hunyuan Niling earthworm senses a threat to its existence, it will be forced to awaken and retaliate against the source of danger. Upon this revelation, all eyes turned towards the bewildered Qin Shishua. It was her presence that had drawn forth the Hunyuan Niling earthworm. Because of her, the overwhelming pressure from her high-grade spiritual weapon had compelled the beast to surface, leading them into this unwarranted calamity. They could even lose their lives. Although these disciples had initially admired Qin Shishua for her beauty and talent, their hearts were now filled with resentment. Qiu Xiuda, too, was exceedingly agitated, yet he clung to his role as her supporter, defending her. Junior sister was unaware of this. Can we truly blame her? The other disciples were even less inclined to acquiesce, asking, if not her, then whom do we blame? Enough with the quarrel. Infighting will only lead to our demise. Our immediate priority is to deal with this earthworm. Qiu Xiuda turned to Qin Shishua, his urgency unmistakable. Junior sister, doesn't your spiritual weapon possess the ability to unleash attacks at the golden core level? Hurry and bring it forth. Qin Shishua's eyes flickered with conflict. This was a precious high-grade spiritual weapon she had acquired with great difficulty, capable of 3 powerful strikes. It was invaluable and meant for her own survival. How could she expend it on these unrelated sect disciples? Moreover, she possessed other treasures for escape and need not squander her trump card at this moment. Diverting her focus, she unleashed her second attack, equivalent to a full-force strike from the golden core, aimed at the earthworm's tail. Roar! The earthworm emitted a wrathful cry, its fury palpable as the severed tail swiftly reformed, growing even larger than before as it charged at the group with renewed ferocity. This was dire. Not only had she failed to strike a vital spot, but she had also enraged the earthworm. Its onslaught intensified, crashing through mountains and countless trees, sending debris cascading down. The group had to fend off the earthworm's assault while simultaneously dodging falling rocks, their resentment towards Qin Shishua reaching a boiling point. Qiu Xiuda, nearly losing his patience, shouted, "What are you doing? Aim for its head and eyes. What good does attacking the tail do?" At his shout, Qin Shishua's eyes instantly welled with tears, her fingers trembling. Qiu Xiuda spat out a mouthful of blood, his situation dire as he struggled to stand. She had lost her last line of defense, engulfed by fear. As the earthworm barreled towards her, Qin Shishua felt her legs turn to jelly, unable to flee. In the critical moment, her remaining rationality compelled her to crush a token at her waist, her voice quivering, "Qin Chun Gij." Almost instantaneously, the chaotic spiritual energy around her froze, as if encased in ice. A powerful sword intent, imbued with chilling force, sliced through the air, illuminating the darkened skies. The overwhelming force, akin to that of a golden core cultivator, struck the earthworm at its 7-inch mark, cleaving the colossal creature in two, scattering its massive body into countless fragments of dirt, vanishing from sight. The area where the sword energy passed was blanketed in ice, leaving behind a massive ice scar stretching hundreds of meters, freezing trees and all living things into ice sculptures. Qin Shishue hurriedly opened her eyes to see the familiar glimmer of the long sword, tears cascading down her delicate cheeks as she rushed into the embrace of the young man. Qin Chan Gij, I knew you would come to save me. The token was a gift she had obtained from Mo Qingchen, containing a sliver of his consciousness. Upon its shattering in peril, he would sense her distress and arrive in an instant. Mo Qingchen, caught in the embrace of the girl, felt a slight rigidity in his body but did not resist her seeking comfort. He spoke softly, "Are you all right?" Fortunately, Qin Chan Gij arrived just in time. Shishue was unharmed. Overwhelmed with joy, she looked up at him, her smile bright yet marred by traces of tears, rendering her utterly endearing. Everything transpired so swiftly that the disciples of Tianyin Sect were caught off guard. They beheld a figure in black descending from the heavens, wielding a long sword. As his wrist flicked, unleashing a blinding sword light that cleaved the earthworm in one strike. To slay a mid-golden core beast with the prowess of a late Foundation establishment cultivator was indeed terrifying. It was none other than Mo Qingchen, the direct disciple of Elder Changyu, who had unexpectedly come to their rescue. The crowd erupted in joyous tears, rushing towards him. Xiao Xiuda clutched his chest, trembling as he rose unsteadily from the ground. Upon encountering Qin Shishue, who resembled a frightened rabbit, she unhesitatingly dashed into Mo Qingchen's embrace. A flicker of reluctance passed through his eyes, and gritting his teeth, he approached as well. Mo Shixiang, thank you for your assistance. Mo Qingchen nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. Just as he was about to depart, his footsteps faltered, and his gaze turned coldly toward the tree nearby. Who is there? With a swift motion, his wrist twisted, and a long sword forged of ice transformed into a streak of light, shooting towards the tree with immense pressure. Come out. The youth's voice was as frigid as the icy sword he wielded, devoid of any warmth. Chapter 15. Return with me having been discovered. Chu Sang boldly revealed herself, greeting. Hi, long time no see. She noted Mo Qingchen's pallor and the slight tremor in his hand that gripped the sword, surmising that his physical state was not as composed as he appeared. Upon closer inspection, the spiritual energy surrounding him was in disarray, as if caught between the late stage of Foundation establishment and the threshold of Golden Core, aligning with the timeline of his own Golden Core formation. Chu Sang formed a bold hypothesis. No wonder Mo Qingchen had not accompanied Qin Shishue into the secret realm initially. He must have been preparing for a breakthrough, only to be urgently summoned by the female protagonist midway through his formation. Alas, how unfortunate. Though in a popular novel the female lead might have countless male confidants, if one were to identify the true male lead, it would undeniably be Mo Qingchen. Yet, this male lead seemed to carry a hint of green upon his head. She reiterated in her mind, truly unfortunate. Mo Qingchen was momentarily stunned, his gaze locking onto her. After a long pause, he softly inquired, Chu Sang? His expression bore uncertainty, as if questioning her presence here. Then, a cold scoff escaped his lips, with our sect's strongest direct disciple present. Let's see what tricks you still wish to play. Do not think you can escape this time. Dantaiming positioned himself protectively in front of his little junior sister, taunting Mo Qingchen. Oh, still alive, are you? I thought that beast's tail would have sent you to meet the ancestors. Xiao Xiuda was initially taken aback, but upon realizing the situation, his expression darkened like a pot bottom. Seething with resentment, he exclaimed, So you knew all along? This was deliberate. He quickly glanced at Mo Qingchen, jealousy and bitterness lurking in his eyes. Yet, facing a direct disciple, he had to lower his tone, explaining, Elder Changyu instructed us to escort junior sister Qin to the secret realm for the Dan, Xian Ling Shao grass. This herb can mend her spiritual root. Yet we were repeatedly obstructed by these individuals, ruining our efforts. Mo Shixiang, we must teach them a lesson. Our Tianyin Sect is not to be bullied. Mo Qingchen's gaze remained fixed on Chu Sang, his lips pressed into a silence that spoke volumes. His eyes lingered on the two figures beside her for a moment before furrowing his brow and asking, Who are these two? Isn't it obvious, big brother? Why do you look so perplexed and resentful? Should you be questioning Xiu, whose gaze is lingering on your little junior sister? Can't you see he is openly attempting to woo her? Your beloved is already being drawn away by him. Chu Sang was bewildered and taken aback. The elite of the cultivation world could be counted on one hand, and Mu Chi Huai was one of them, as was Mo Qing Chun. Mu Chi Huai immediately recognized the identity of the person before him, narrowing his eyes and speaking with a tone that remained courteous. What is your relationship with junior sister? What business do you have with her? Junior sister? Mo Qing Chun did not respond, instead pondering over the term, his expression growing cold. I thought you were merely sulking and leaving the sect. I did not expect you to seek out a new sect. You were present at the time. It was declared that I was expelled from the sect. I have long ceased to be a disciple of Tianyan's sect. Chu Sang found this puzzling. Shouldn't the male lead be comforting the flustered female protagonist at this moment? Why was he instead pressing her, the cannon-fodder female character, so aggressively? Chapter 16. You are actually taking advantage of the fire. You Tianyan sect are indiscriminate, yet you insist on forcing junior sister to apologize? She has done nothing wrong. Why must she admit fault? Dantaiming, with his fiery temperament, could no longer contain his frustration. Such a splendid spiritual root. You let it wither away in your sect? You offer her no reasonable explanation and even intend to expel her. His voice grew louder and more resolute. If you cannot nurture her, then let us of the Lingqing sect take her in. Though Dantaiming often appeared carefree, he was astute in reading emotions. Junior sister had suffered greatly in that sect, and these people were truly despicable and shameless. Chu Sang felt a twinge in her nose. Goodness, when 7th Shixiang gets serious, he becomes somewhat handsome. This is a matter between us. It is not for an outsider to intervene. Mo Qing Chun attempted to lead Chu Sang away. A beam of golden sword light forced him back 3 paces, nearly grazing his arm. Dantaiming raised his chin defiantly. If you wish to take junior sister away, you must first ask my sword whether it consents. Mo Qing Chen's expression darkened suddenly. You dare? As he prepared to draw his sword, Xiu rushed forward to stop him. Mo Shixiang, do not waste words with them. Our mission is to procure the Dan Xian Ling Xiao grass quickly, lest we encounter further complications. He was genuinely fearful. Those 3 were cunning and treacherous. Delaying any longer could lead to unforeseen circumstances. Qin Shi Shui gently tugged at his sleeve, speaking softly. Qing Chun Gij, this is Master S order. My spiritual root is damaged, and I need the Dan Xian Ling Xiao grass to repair it. We should gather the herb first. The female protagonist's spiritual root was damaged? Surely, the esteemed female lead could not be as unfortunate as this cannon fodder and fall prey to a beast attack. Although the female lead possessed a fire spiritual root of the heavenly system, her adeptness with it resembled that of a 3-year-old child. Chu Sang instinctively sensed that something was amiss with the female lead's spiritual root. Coincidentally, not long after she lost her spiritual root, Qin Shi Shui was brought into the sect by Changyu, who discovered that she possessed an extremely rare fire spiritual root, one that appeared once in a century. While Chu Sang did not deny the existence of coincidences, she preferred to believe that behind this incident lay human intervention. As Xiu and the other disciples bent down to gather the spiritual herb, a sword beam sliced through the air towards them. Startled, he stumbled backward, glaring angrily at Dantaiming. Are you out of your mind? He ground his teeth. We of the Tianyan sect initially intended to spare your lives. Yet you dare come seeking death. Do not blame us for being ungracious. Do we need your graciousness? Dantaiming casually dug at his ear, his nonchalance driving Xiu to the brink of fury, his fingers trembling with rage. We fought fiercely to slay that stone dragon, even sacrificing several disciples, while you 3 remained unscathed. Do you not have any shame? Xiu fumed, lamenting how they had previously been the ones to rob others. Yet today the tides had turned, and these 3 despicable people dared to set their sights on them. Chu Sang surveyed the ailing figures before her, arching an eyebrow in retort. Isn't this exactly what you want? You wish to take advantage of the chaos. You are right. You sue this Jiaotif. Correct. Chu Sang clapped her hands in mock approval, grinning innocently, though regretfully, there were no rewards to be given. The Tianyan sect had already suffered significant losses at the hands of the stone serpent, and the remaining disciples were injured and incapacitated, leaving only Qin Shi Shui and the recently arrived Mo Qing Chun capable of fighting. Dantaiming stepped forward to confront Emo Qin Shun, while Qin Shixue called out, "Qin Shengij, be careful," as she attempted to assist, only to be intercepted by Chu Sang. She raised her finger to reveal a talisman, smiling sweetly. "I wonder how your fire control techniques have progressed recently. Have you improved, or are you still as clumsy as you were back then?" The false smile on Qin Shishue's face faltered, her expression turning grim as she concealed one hand behind her back, attempting to launch a sneak attack, only to be thwarted by Chu Sang's swift counter. Dozens of explosive talismans were scattered like the petals of a celestial maiden, leaving Qin Shishue no opportunity to evade. She barely managed to raise a protective shield to counter the onslaught. In the blink of an eye, Chu Sang moved behind her, unleashing a wave of sword energy aimed directly at her. Caught in this relentless exchange, Qin Shishue found herself utterly defenseless, sustaining multiple strikes from the sword energy. Her earlier composure now replaced by a frantic struggle. Chu Sang's actions, initially perceived as mere provocation, resembled a cat toying with a mouse. Discovering that after such a long separation, Qin Shishue had only improved in cultivation while showing no advancement in other aspects, her status as a rare fire spiritual root seemed wasted. In her panic, she could not even perform the most basic fire manipulation, further fueling Chu Sang's suspicions. No longer holding back, she struck Qin Shishue, sending her crashing to the ground, leaving behind a cryptic smile, suggesting that her junior sister needed to exert more effort. Such a remarkable fire spiritual root should have showcased its inherent potential in her hands. It remained dormant. Qin Shishue's eyes flashed with panic as she questioned, "What are you talking about? I cannot comprehend." Chu Sang, cleaning the tip of her sword, replied, "I believe my junior sister is an intelligent individual." Meanwhile, Dantaiming faced off against Emo Qin Shun, one at the mid-stage of Foundation establishment and the other at the pinnacle, nearly a step away from Golden Core. The battle's outcome was evidently tilted. With its Songyue sword drawn, Emo Qin Shun unleashed a chilling aura, effortlessly severing Dantaiming's Xiantai sword. He sneered, calling him a waste. Dantaiming discarded the broken sword and drew another. The moment this new sword appeared, the surrounding spiritual energy began to stir, uncontrollably drawing everyone's attention. It was an unsheathed Xiantai heavy sword, measuring 4 feet in length, exuding a sense of gravitas. Forged from 10,000-year-old lava iron, its scabbard revealed a faint red glow through a crack. A menacing aura surged forth, enveloping everyone in an oppressive dread, as if they had been plunged into hell. This sword, even without being drawn, radiated an overwhelming and terrifying presence. No one noticed as Dantaiming's blood dripped onto the sword, which absorbed it instantaneously, intensifying the ominous glow. With a swift motion, he slashed through the air, forcing Emo Qin Shun to withstand the strike. The sheer force felt as if a mountain bore down upon him. Emo Qin Shun experienced an unprecedented level of pressure, and as he suddenly loosened his grip, he released much of his strength. Dantaiming skillfully capitalized on the moment, attacking his right hand. Despite his rapid evasion, Emo Qin Shun's arm was still struck by the domineering sword energy, reopening a wound that had yet to heal, releasing tendrils of dark energy. "Stop fighting," Chu Sang exclaimed as she noticed Qin Shishue glancing at her with intent. Was she deliberately trying to provoke her? For what purpose? To incite jealousy? Setting aside the protagonist's apparent lack of self-confidence regarding her allure, exposing their weaknesses before the enemy was reckless. Dear friends, let us remain calm. The secret realm will close in just 3 days. Continuing this conflict benefits neither side and will waste precious time. Why not divide this field of spiritual herbs equally? The eldest disciple of the Beast Tamer Sect, who had remained a passive observer, stepped forward with a gentle smile, acting as a mediator. Why should we yield to them? We discovered this medicinal field first. Dantaiming protested, ready to charge again, but Mu Chihuai promptly restrained him, elegantly unfurling his folding fan, and remarked, "This friend speaks wisely." Prolonging this conflict serves no purpose for either side. The abundance of this spiritual field allows for an equitable division. Dantaiming, his cheeks puffed with indignation, was about to retort when he felt a gentle tug on his sleeve. He huffed, swallowing his anger and sheathing his sword. Shunruf, with fairness and impartiality, divided the medicinal field into 2 sections, leading to a cessation of hostilities. After the people from Tianyan's sect departed, Dantaiming remained sullen. Clearly, they were at their limits. If the battle continued, the entire medicinal field could have been theirs, providing ample resources for his junior sister to refine pills. Observing Chu Sang and Muchi Huai in high spirits, he could not help but inquire, "What are you two laughing about? How can you still smile after losing half of the spiritual herbs?" Muchi Huai cast him a sidelong glance, stating, "I have never suffered a loss in my life." "What do you mean?" Dantaiming was perplexed, glancing at Chu Sang. "Junior sister, are you two hiding something from me?" On the surface, Muchi Huai appeared to be a disciple of a pill-refining family, yet he secretly practiced dual cultivation of pill poison, relishing in the clandestine study of various peculiar toxins. The soul-biting powder was colorless and tasteless, triggering its effects half an hour later. Calculating the time, it should be nearing that moment. At that moment, a sudden shriek erupted from the forest. The people of Tianyan's sect, having finally shaken off those troublesome individuals, eagerly opened their Qianquan bags, only to be met with a horrific stench as toxic gas enveloped them. Gone were the precious spiritual herbs, replaced by a foul pool of black water and decayed, withered branches. Alarmingly, the toxic gas was corrosive. "Quick, cover your mouths and noses. It's poisonous." Unfortunately, it was too late. The gathered crowd was caught off guard, and especially Qin Shishue, whose face was partially consumed by the toxic gas, let out a piercing scream. No wonder they had agreed so readily. It was a cunning trap laid in wait for them, more despicable than the so-called devil cultivators. In terror, Qin Shishue clutched her face and wept, her mind racing for other treasures in the secret realm, urging everyone to hastily leave. "Ah, that vile person!" she fumed, vowing to return the favor 100-fold. Muchi Huai, recalling the panicked retreat of those individuals, laughed heartily. No one had ever escaped unscathed after provoking him. Thinking of his junior sister as an accomplice, witnessing his actions yet maintaining a naive demeanor while claiming to be a virtuous person, he couldn't help but chuckle, flicking her forehead lightly. "How did I not notice before? You truly have a wicked heart." Indeed, he found her temperament amusing. "I am model youth, nurtured under the red flag," Chu Sang said, ruffling her hair and gazing at Muchi Huai, whose corruption value had reached 20, with a sigh. "You are quite different from my senior brother." Villain Dantaiming's corruption value. 1. The host may randomly allocate 1 attribute point. Current corruption value of villain Dantaiming. 10. Villain Mu Chihuai's corruption value. 3. The host may randomly allocate 3 attribute points. Current corruption value of villain Mu Chihuai. 17. 4 remaining points available for free allocation. Please select attribute enhancement. Is it possible to reduce corruption value this way? They had just thoroughly deceived the protagonists. Chu Sang sensed something was amiss, but with the points secured, it seemed this path was indeed correct. Surely it could not be wrong. 7th senior brother, your sword appears extraordinary. It seems to hold a significant origin. How come I have never seen you use it before? This is my life sword, the Qishue sword. I am not entirely sure of its quality. I stumbled upon it in a secret realm. Dantaiming recounted, strangely, the moment I laid eyes on it. It pursued me relentlessly, forcing me into a contract by slicing my finger. It was the first time I encountered such audacity in a sword. His indifference toward the weapon was evident as he cast it into his Qinquan bag, replacing it with an ordinary Xiantai sword. "So, it is the Qishue sword," he acknowledged. "This is indeed a divine sword, possessing an air of arrogance, likely drawn to Dantaiming due to his innate spiritual physique." Chu Sang remarked, "Senior brother, this is a divine sword. Its sword energy is exceedingly domineering, perfectly aligning with your practiced sword techniques. Why do you not wield it more often? Do not be mistaken. This Qishue sword is far beyond my current capabilities. I am unable to harness its full potential, and moreover, it is exceedingly difficult to control, often attempting to backfire on me when I least expect it. Thus, I refrain from using it casually," Dantaiming replied, wrapping his arm in bandages. "This sword is rather temperamental. It only performs well when nourished with blood." He certainly did not wish to be drained of his vitality at such a young age. Chapter 17. The junior sister has become a vegetative state. Chu Sang recalled their first encounter. No wonder he managed to escape from the jaws of a yuanying beast despite being in the early stages of Foundation establishment. It must have been due to this Qishue sword. Although the sword is powerful, it is also exceedingly hard to master, being a fierce weapon that feeds on blood and malevolent thoughts. Historically, its masters have been notorious villains, resulting in an extraordinary aura of hostility surrounding it. Only those steeped in great sins or possessing a heart as pure as a child's can truly control it. Chu Sang's gaze lingered on Dantaiming, deep in thought. With only 3 days remaining until the secret realm's closure, the trio moved northward like a swarm of locusts, leaving no demon beasts or spiritual herbs unplundered. Their previously empty Chinquan bags were now filled to the brim with various spiritual herbs, demon cores, beast bones, and horns, yielding a bountiful harvest. Bystanders were astonished. How could these 3 possess such incredible luck? Treasures seemed to follow them wherever they went. Some with ulterior motives attempted to rob them, only to be swiftly driven away by Dantaiming. Gradually, no one dared to lay a hand on the trio, as onlookers watched them gather bag after bag of heavenly treasures, filled with envy and jealousy. Chu Sang allocated all her points to luck, and now her fortune stood at 7. Her luck soaring to new heights, allowing her to encounter treasures wherever she roamed. Even without a map, she could intuitively navigate around various traps and formations, as if she were merely on a leisurely shopping trip with her senior brothers. The only misfortune occurred on the final day of the secret realm's closure when Chu Sang accidentally fell into a pit. The cave was shrouded in darkness, her hand unable to discern anything. She ignited a cluster of spiritual fire at her fingertips, illuminating her surroundings slightly. The exit might be obscured by vegetation, and she could not locate it for the moment, yet she felt no panic. She had previously given both senior brothers tracking talismans, and they would surely come searching for her upon realizing her sudden disappearance. Her spiritual root had not yet fully recovered. The moment she tapped into her spiritual energy, it was as if she were a balloon deflating rapidly. Fortunately, she possessed a large bag of replenishing elixirs gifted by her 6th senior brother, which would slow the rapid depletion of her internal spiritual energy. As she circled the cave with her spiritual fire, she discovered a hint of greenery in an inconspicuous corner. A tender sprout, seemingly newly born, hovered in midair, no larger than a fist, enveloped in a faint, pale green halo. Chu Sang extended her hand, gently touching it, and was immediately enveloped by a profound energy that surged within her, as if a warm and healing force surrounded her whole being. It was Mu Ling. She felt a surge of joy. The female protagonist had departed, and unexpectedly, this treasure had fallen into her hands. Mu Ling is a treasure nurtured by the heavens, and anything of the wood attribute instinctively draws near to it. For cultivators lacking a wood spiritual root, obtaining this item would be akin to acquiring a supreme wood-type celestial spiritual root, enabling them to practice wood spells and significantly enhance the cultivation of spiritual plants. In the original story, the female protagonist, with her fire spiritual root, became a spiritual plant master with the help of Mu Ling, cultivating a plethora of precious spiritual herbs that had long vanished from Lingqing continent, eventually becoming one of the most gifted alchemists among the younger generation. Mu Ling is indeed a fortuitous treasure. Chu Sang wholeheartedly agreed with the sentiment that treasures belong to the capable. Without hesitation, she absorbed Mu Ling into her dantian, sitting cross-legged to refine it with her consciousness, hoping to make it her own. Immersed in the refining process, time slipped away unnoticed. It could have been an hour, a year, or even a century. In the chaos of her consciousness, the passage of time became ethereal. Chu Sang tightly closed her eyes, feeling her body grow exceptionally light, as if she transformed into a gust of wind, a drop of water, or a cloud merging with all things in the world. Golden waves of wheat, verdant pastures, and vast forests rushed past her vision. She gradually lost sight of her identity, her intentions, and her destination. Just as her consciousness began to sink, 2 voices called her back. Junior sister. Upon opening her eyes, she found herself still in that cave, which had transformed from dimness to brilliance. It turned out that the entrance above had been cleared, allowing sunlight to stream in. 2 silhouettes, backlit by the sun, were urgently calling for her, Mu and Dantaiming. Junior sister, how did you fall into the pit? Hurry, come up, Dantaiming urged. There are less than 3 hours until the secret realm closes. We must hasten to the exit. My legs feel numb, Chu Sang replied, moving her fingers yet finding herself unable to exert strength. Her legs lacked any sensation. 6th senior brother. 7th senior brother, I've encountered a minor predicament. Perhaps you could come down and take a look? She cautiously suggested. The two could not discern the specifics of her situation from their vantage point, and upon hearing her words, Dantaiming immediately leaped down, startled by the sight before him. He hastily drew his sword and carefully dug her legs out from the earth. "Junior sister, can you still move your arms?" "I can manage," Chu Sang replied, her arms regaining a modicum of strength. Fortunately, her brothers arrived promptly. Her arms had not yet begun to transform into plant matter. Had they come even a moment later, she would have truly become a vegetative state. The power of Mushi Ling is indeed formidable. "Junior sister, hold on tight. I will carry you up." The cave was too narrow and confined for sword flight, so Dantaiming lifted her onto his back, and Chu Sang obediently wrapped her arms around his neck. She recounted the events that had transpired, leaving Mu Qihua and Dantaiming speechless, feeling that their junior sister was both fortunate and unfortunate. The strength of Mushi Ling is far too potent. With your current abilities, you cannot fully refine it in a short time. There is no need to rush. "Take your time," Mu Qihua advised, offering her a pill. Once the effects of the medicine took hold, Chu Sang gradually regained sensation in her body, sighing in relief as she turned to her brothers. "How much longer until the secret realm closes?" "Only 3 hours remain," Dantaiming replied. "We must hurry to the exit. Otherwise, we will be trapped inside for 10 years until the realm reopens. 3 hours is plenty of time. There is no need to rush." Chu Sang brushed off her hands and stood up, retrieving the map. "6th senior brother, 7th senior brother, look here. If we head south for 2 kilometers, we will reach the location marked with the phoenix totem. Why don't we go take a look? Perhaps we might truly find a phoenix egg." The two exchanged glances, feeling that their junior sister's actions were somewhat recklessly bold. However, the secret realm only opens once every 10 years, and the opportunity was rare. It would indeed be regrettable to let it slip by. "All right, let's go take a look. If we cannot obtain it, so be it. We must reach the exit in the final hour," Mu Qihua agreed. The three quickly reached a consensus and soared towards the location indicated on the scroll map, only to encounter an unexpected individual along the way. It was Shunroof, the eldest disciple of the Beast Tamer's Sect. He was alone. Had everyone from Tianyin Sect already departed? Noticing the trio's gaze, Shunroof smiled knowingly. They unfortunately fell victim to poison and have already left. He did not mention the previous incident, but instead extended an olive branch to the three. "I presume you are also searching for the legendary and long-lost phoenix? Why not join forces?" Chapter 18. Lend me some seedlings. Dantaiming harbored resentment towards the individuals from Tianyin Sect, having once associated with Shunroof. He had no desire to travel with him, was acutely aware of the awkwardness surrounding his identity. He stepped forward to elucidate, stating that his relationship with the disciples of Tian Ying was merely one of cooperation assigned by their respective sections. Now that they had exited the secret realm, his collaboration with them had come to an end. He bore no partiality towards either party, having ventured into the secret realm solely in pursuit of the legendary Phoenix relic. The others need not worry about his allegiance wavering. Dantaiming and MCH, who I exchanged glances with CHS, who seemed to ponder for a moment before breaking into a smile, affirming their collaboration to search for the lost Phoenix relic. She indeed required the assistance of the disciples from YSHUZing. Shinar F. I had merely inquired out of politeness, surprised when they readily agreed. His purpose for entering the secret realm was indeed to seek the fabled phoenix. Yet after a fruitless half-month of speculating and divining the whereabouts of its fall, he had yielded no results. In the final hours, he had harbored little hope, merely seeking solace in the stillness of the moment. An hour later, the trio arrived at the phoenix's lair. Shinar F.I.'s lips curled into a wry smile as he fell silent, pondering how lucky these three reckless souls were. Although they had successfully reached the lair, they found not the legendary phoenix imbued with a bloodline of ancient divine beasts, but rather a solitary phoenix egg adorned with fiery crimson patterns. Surrounding the egg were several formidable golden core stage beasts, making the retrieval of the egg a daunting task given their current strength. Moreover, with less than 2 hours remaining before the secret realm's closure, they could not afford a war of attrition. They needed swift resolution. Dantaiming and MCH, who I planned to divert the beast's attention, allowing CHS the opportunity to seize the egg. However, CHS raised a hand to halt them, turning to Shun RFI with a playful smile, suggesting that since they were partners, he ought to demonstrate some genuine prowess. Shun RF, I shook his head, chuckling lightly. The clever girl had seen through him. A jade flute, entirely green, materialized in his palm, and a somewhat eerie, piercing melody emerged with the wind. The beasts patrolling the cave entrance paused, as if entranced by the sound, before collapsing one by one. This is a nightmare spell specially crafted by our elder for the beasts, inducing sleep for about half an incense's duration. Dantaiming quickly affixed a speed talisman and a concealment talisman to herself, cautiously slipping past the slumbering beasts. She successfully retrieved the phoenix egg. Seizing the moment before the beasts awoke, they hastily fled the scene of the theft. However, moments later, furious roars erupted from behind as the beasts stirred, scattering birds and beasts throughout the forest, causing the ground to tremble. Yet the four culprits had already vanished, eluding capture. After escaping the site of the incident, it was time to divide the spoils. For individuals, yet only one phoenix egg remained. How to share? Noticing Dantaiming clutching the sizable white egg with vigilance, Shun RFI laughed, assuring them he would not contest it. The disciples of Chu were generally not formidable, and even if he wished to claim it, he would not prevail against the trio. From his spirit beast pouch, he summoned a mid-stage foundation-building Qing Wan, which landed on his shoulder and pecked gently at his hair. This is my beast companion. Gui no Vei. I already possess my destined beast companion, and had no intention of claiming this phoenix egg when I began my collaboration with Transmigrated. You may take the fire phoenix egg, but I have a modest request. Would you allow me to borrow it for breeding? The three stared at him in astonishment. Realizing his words may have been inappropriate, Shun RFI quickly clarified, I meant to breed it with my Qing Wan. Both the wind-attributed Qing Wan and the fire-attributed fire phoenix shared a trace of the powerful bloodline of an ancient divine phoenix, making their genetic affinity quite close, with a significant chance of producing a more powerful mutated phoenix beast, potentially endowed with both wind and fire attributes. The cultivation system for beasts diverged from that of human cultivators. They lacked spiritual roots, but were born with inherent attributes. The more attributes a beast possessed, the rarer and stronger it became. Should he succeed in nurturing a dual-attribute, mutated beast with the bloodline of the ancient divine phoenix, it would undoubtedly send shockwaves throughout the Lingqing continent. Thus, this was Shun RFI's sole request, and he inquired if the three would acquiesce. A rare urgency flickered across his usually serene visage. As a most gifted chief disciple of Chu, he had repeatedly claimed victory in the Beast Master Grand competition. A year prior, he had been bested by an enigmatic woman, settling for second place. This incident had become a lingering obstacle in his heart, adversely affecting his cultivation, leaving him stagnant. Agreed, Chu replied readily, seeing no issue with the request. The favor of the chief disciple of Chu was indeed valuable. Perhaps this would lead to the nurturing of a mutated beast that she could later receive as a gift. Her two senior brothers urged her to hasten the contract to avoid unforeseen complications. Unexpectedly, Chu turned and handed the phoenix egg to Mchui, saying, "Sixth brother, you take it. This fire phoenix suits you better." Me? Mchui pointed to himself in shock. Yes, Chu beamed at him. This fire phoenix will have a brighter future with you than with me. Mchui possessed both fire and wood spiritual roots, though not the most exceptional. They were naturally the most suitable for alchemy. While Chu had a top-tier fire spiritual root, hers had yet to be fully restored, rendering it nearly equivalent to a defective spiritual root. Furthermore, the fire phoenix's flames could enhance the quality of alchemical fires, making it ideal for sixth brother. Keeping it would not maximize its potential. In the original story, the female protagonist gained the phoenix fire upon contracting with this fire phoenix, enabling her, a novice in alchemy, to master the art of refining pills in a short time, rivaling even Mchui, who was well-versed in the craft. Mchui hesitated for a moment, but did not refuse. Then I shall graciously accept. Though he often wore a smile, it held a hint of inscrutable mischief, creating a sense of distance from others. Yet at that moment, his smile bore sincerity and warmth as he gently pinched her cheek, thanking her for the grand gift. Should you ever require assistance from the M family, do not hesitate to seek me out. The narrative then notes the rising corruption value of Mchui, marking a significant turn in his character development. Chapter 19. The return of the second brother and third sister, the oaths of cultivators, are overseen by the laws of heaven. Should they be violated, they will face punishment, potentially undermining their resolve. Thus, cultivators rarely make promises lightly. Chu Ai's seemingly jesting comment had inadvertently triggered the laws of heaven, not only implicating himself, but also binding the entire M family. Dantaiming nudged him, teasing, "What are you boasting about? As if you've already become the head of the family. That position will eventually be mine." He replied with unrepentant confidence, being the most gifted disciple of the M family in a century. If your brother hears you say that, he might just die of anger. The quartet swiftly departed the secret realm, parting ways with Shun, RFI, in alignment with their commitment to sustainable practices. They were meticulous in their collection of spirit herbs, utilizing a portion for alchemical concoctions while ensuring the remaining roots were preserved. After a bumpy journey, aided by Chu Sang's diligent nurturing with the Mu-Shi spirit, the survival rate of the herbs exceeded 70%, resulting in the cultivation of 5 acres of spiritual fields. The concentration of spiritual energy in the rear mountain was vastly inferior to that within the secret realm, necessitating Chu Sang's daily care and nurturing of these delicate spiritual plants with Mu-Shi. In the blink of an eye, over half a month has passed. She has successfully cultivated her Mu-Shi Ling to the 2nd level, enabling her to hasten the growth of spiritual herbs, transforming newly sprouted ones into those aged 10 years, and those aged 10 years into those aged 100. Once the spiritual herbs mature, they yield seeds for sowing. The harvested mature herbs are handed over to Mu-Chi Hua for pill refining, and then sold by Chu Sang upon descending the mountain, thus accumulating a considerable amount of spirit stones. However, she is still far from being able to purchase a protective spiritual vein for her sect. As evening descends, the sky is painted in hues of crimson, reminiscent of a wildfire's passionate embrace. The sun dips below the horizon, casting a colossal beast shadow across the undulating mountains, upon which 2 figures can be seen perched. The man, clad in a moon-white robe, possesses a slender and elongated frame, with a cerulean ribbon binding his flowing hair. In one hand, he holds a scroll depicting a map, and a look of confusion dances upon his handsome, gentle face as he questions whether it should be to the left, to the right, or perhaps to the southwest. Beside him, a young girl sits cross-legged upon the beast's back, her dress a soft yellow that seems out of place in this region. Delicate bells adorn her wrists and ankles, ringing sweetly with her movements. Rising to her feet, she tosses her long, thick centipede braid over her shoulder and snatches the scroll from him, exclaiming in annoyance, "Second senior brother, are you lost again? Never mind. Let me handle it." Wonrin Yu's mistake lies in placing her hopes on her second senior brother, who is notoriously directionally challenged. "I absolutely will not go astray this time," Lingyu assures gently. Wonrin Yu rolls her eyes, gesturing towards the lush mountain below, exasperated. "Second senior brother, look at this verdant peak, rich in spiritual energy. You can even see mystical beasts roaming within the forest, and several acres of spiritual fields thriving. How could this possibly be our sect's desolate ghost encounter?" Ghost encounter is the moniker she has given to the barren back mountain, a place so devoid of life that even the ghosts would despair. She scrutinizes the scroll again, and exclaims in surprise, "It's accurate. Could the map be wrong?" Dantaiming, having just watered the spiritual plants, observes a massive shadow pass overhead. Looking up, he recognizes the mount of the 3rd senior sister and, upon closer inspection, sees the 2 individuals. The Lingqing sect adopts a free-range policy for its disciples, with elders and the sect leader having long since absconded, leaving the disciples to their own devices. The few senior brothers and sisters are only slightly acquainted. This time, they had hoped to visit the new junior sister, who had not been recruited for a decade, bringing small gifts out of curiosity. Regrettably, they had lost their way. Wasting time, he wonders if the junior sister will hold it against them. Hearing the commotion, Chu Sang rises from the field and spots Dantaiming approaching with 2 unfamiliar figures. A smile graces her face as she politely greets, "Hello, senior brothers and sisters." The girl with the long centipede braid runs towards her, tall and graceful. With delicate brows and cherry-red lips, her fair complexion radiating beauty, albeit with a cool demeanor. Her gaze sweeps over Chu Sang, and she whistles, exclaiming, "So this is the new junior sister who joined the sect. You are truly lovely. Hello, I am your 3rd senior sister, Wonrin Yu." "Hello, 3rd senior sister." The young man beside Wenren appears to be around 20, dressed in flowing white robes, his slender figure exuding elegance. His gentle features resemble the tranquil waters of spring, with a hint of a smile that enhances his charm. His long hair is simply tied back with a green ribbon, resembling an exquisite ancient painting, an ethereal presence that evokes the feeling of a celestial being. Though his appearance is soft and beautiful, there lurks an indefinable danger beneath. Chu Sang furrows her brow, puzzled by the sudden thought that crosses her mind. This is your second senior brother, Lingqing, Dantaiming remarks, giving her shoulder a gentle pat. What are you daydreaming about? Second senior brother just spoke to you, and you didn't even hear. Second senior brother Lingqing? Chu Sang gasps in surprise, questioning her own hearing. Lingqing? Is he the same Lingqing from the original story, the ghostly infant who cultivated into adulthood? The one who concealed his identity and acted as a spy within the cultivation world, ultimately annihilating the entire sect and even leading the ghost race to invade during the conflict between the cultivation world and the demonic realm? However, the man does not exhibit the hallmark traits of a villain, his demeanor being gentle and amiable, devoid of any ominous aura. Perhaps she is overthinking it. Perhaps he is merely a namesake. Quietly reassuring herself, she raises a smile. Hello, second senior brother, I am Chu Sang. Lingqing returns her smile warmly, presenting her with a Kashumi jade ring. This is a gift from your senior brother. Please accept it. His voice is equally pleasant. A mere spirit ring is already regarded as a spiritual artifact, boasting a storage space of over 100 cubic meters, far exceeding that of ordinary spatial bags. It is also equipped with a special formation, ensuring that any beast meat or spiritual fruits stored within remain fresh, untouched by decay. Only top-tier artifact craftsmen can forge such spirit rings, which are typically auctioned by major trading houses, starting at prices exceeding 100,000 spirit stones. Chu Sang, taken aback, accepts the ring, which fits perfectly on her index finger. Upon opening it, she discovers it brimming with various spirit fruits and spirit stones, forming a veritable mountain. Wow! Chu Sang's fondness for her second senior brother grows exponentially. Your senior sister has a gift for you as well, Wenren announces, retrieving 5 eggs from the beast pouch. These are spirit beast eggs that I painstakingly obtained. Choose one that resonates with you. It can become your contracted spirit beast. Chapter 20. The Black Handsome 1 Spirit Beast Eggs. Common beasts are typically classified as mystical beasts. However, beyond these, there exist rarer species, such as demonic beasts and spirit beasts. Demonic beasts can be divided into 2 categories: those that spontaneously form from the magical aura within the demon domain, and the majority, which are transformed from ordinary mystical beasts. Regardless of the origin, both types tend to exhibit fierce and savage temperaments, making them unsuitable for human cultivators to contract or rear. Some demonic beasts even prey upon human cultivators, necessitating regular extermination. In contrast, spirit beasts are nurtured by the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, rendering them more precious and rare than ordinary mystical beasts. They possess gentle natures and are known for their affinity with cultivators. Most spirit beasts have unique innate skills, and the likelihood of developing awakened skills through cultivation is higher than that of ordinary mystical beasts. While many cultivators can contract mystical beasts, those capable of forming bonds with spirit beasts are exceedingly few. Spirit beasts are valuable yet scarce. Even the most basic spirit beast egg is fiercely sought after, with prices soaring into the thousands. Wenren presents the 5 spirit beast eggs, observing the surrounding fluctuations of spiritual energy, concluding that they are at least of above-average quality. Of these 5, 3 were cultivated by her, 2 from parents of the same mystical species, with the egg's type clearly defined. 1 egg is a hybrid of 2 different species, the type of which remains uncertain, but it likely aligns with one of its parent species. The last 2 were serendipitously acquired from a secret realm, their types currently unknown. Truly a gamble. Wenren explains the attributes of the 5 spirit beast eggs to Chu Sang, who scans the collection before pointing to the lone, incongruous black egg, declaring, I want this one. She instantly favors the striking black egg. This particular egg was fortuitously discovered by Wenren during her last misadventure in the secret realm. It contains rich spiritual energy, though she cannot ascertain its species or quality, leaving the possibility of it hatching into a troublesome creature. Are you certain you wish for this egg, junior sister? Wenren inquires. Chu Sang beams with confidence. I have always trusted in my luck. Wenren Yu hands over the black spirit beast egg, along with a spirit beast pouch containing several bags of high-grade feed for the spirit beast hatchlings, and most importantly, instructions on how to use spiritual energy to incubate the eggs. The malleability of spirit beasts is remarkable, although the species is determined when the egg is laid. The quality of the hatching beast depends on the owner's attentive care during the incubation process. In simple terms, this crucial step relies heavily on luck, with the outcome entirely dependent on fate. NU carefully stored the talisman in her Chinquan bag, her gaze sweeping across the lush green mountaintop. How remarkable! The spiritual energy of the back mountain has become so dense that it could support the cultivation of spiritual fields. I distinctly remember it did not look like this before I left. Dantaiming, my junior sister, has set up a spirit gathering array on our back mountain. Although its efficacy cannot compare to that of the protective spiritual vein, it rivals that of the spiritual energy from several surrounding sections. The spirit gathering array was crafted solely by my junior sister. Lingqing's face displayed astonishment. While it is true that talismans and formations share a common heritage, with formations originally evolving from talismans, one of the 8 great sects, the Bixing, practices both paths. However, formations are significantly more demanding than talismans in both intricacy and materials. The mere fact that my junior sister is a talisman practitioner is astonishing enough. I never imagined she would also master the art of formations, especially a complex spirit gathering array at such a young age. Yet, being a talisman practitioner, she must have studied runes since childhood, enabling her to create such a small-scale spirit gathering array independently, which, while surprising, is not entirely beyond reason. Lingqing mused. The second senior brother approached to lend a hand. Oh, second senior brother, you are too kind. Today is to welcome you and the third senior sister. How can I allow you to do the work? Ing insisted, handing him a kitchen knife. Lingqing smiled gently. No trouble at all. With my assistance, we can finish this more quickly. Ing felt touched, realizing that every sect has its own gentle second senior brother, alleviating her last doubts. Half an hour later, Ing stared at the charred mess in the pot, falling silent. She recalled Dantaiming's earlier complaints, realizing they were not exaggerated but factual. The gentle second senior brother was a Fa. He was a directionally challenged and clumsy beauty. Second senior brother, perhaps you should take a break. I can manage here, Lingqing suggested earnestly. Really, I can try again, he insisted. No need. She pushed him away and pulled in Dantaiming, who had rushed in, thinking there was a fire in the kitchen. This laborious task is better left to me and the seventh senior brother. To facilitate the hatching of the spirit beast, Ing prepared a room with the best lighting and specifically arranged a small spirit gathering array. However, as days passed, the spirit beast egg showed no signs of movement, with no indications of hatching. Could it be a dud? She tapped on the eggshell. Come on, little one. Let mama see you. The egg remained silent. Sighing, she stored the beast egg in her dantian and stepped outside, only to encounter Dantaiming. The two agreed to descend the mountain for a trip to the treasure pavilion. Today marked the semi-annual auction at the treasure pavilion, and Dantaiming had learned beforehand that several spiritual veins were up for bid. However, upon arrival, the cheapest protective spiritual vein was priced at 500,000 spiritual stones. This was the lowest quality, and purchasing it would serve no purpose. It would be better to set up a few more spirit gathering arrays. For slightly better quality spiritual veins, the price started in the millions. Is this a robbery? Dantaiming lamented, drawing the attention of nearby customers, making Ing cover her face and pull him away. Recently, there have been frequent reports of magical beast disturbances in the cultivation world, with news that various sects had issued numerous commissions, offering generous rewards. Lingqing produced a communication jade plate, which was palm-sized and very convenient, resembling a modern smartphone. It not only allowed for chatting with friends through voice and video, but also featured a large area on the homepage similar to a gaming chat, where various commissions were posted, allowing users to accept jobs and earn spiritual stones. Look at this, he said, opening the most discussed pinned commission post. This was a Grade A commission issued by the 8 major sections. Nearby towns in the Central Plains had experienced gatherings of magical beasts. leading to the deaths of over 100 villagers in just a few days. Initially, the nearby sects did not take it seriously and only dispatched some inner and outer disciples to deal with the beasts. However, those disciples had not returned, and many soul plates had shattered. It was only when the sect masters and elders recognized the severity of the situation that it was reported to the 8 major sections. The 8 major sects quickly released a commission, recruiting cultivators at the foundation establishment stage and above to eliminate the magical beasts, promising a reward of 100,000 spiritual stones upon completion, with an additional 10,000 spiritual stones for each beast's head, without any upper limit. 100,000 spiritual stones. C.H.S. Ng's eyes sparkled with excitement. She had never seen so much wealth in her life. However, this task carried certain dangers. "I will accompany you," Lingqing declared, already a mid-golden core cultivator. With the eldest senior brother absent, the responsibility of ensuring the safety of his junior brothers and sisters naturally fell upon him. WNR, and you sat cross-legged on the ground, tending to a small crimson serpent. The vibrating communication jade plate by her leg caught her attention, and she sighed in annoyance, glancing at it. "What now? Is someone looking for you, senior sister?" C.H.S.ing asked. WNR, and you waved her hand dismissively. "It's nothing significant, just that for the past year, a mysterious scoundrel has persistently attempted to invite me out. He looks like one of those creepy old men in the cultivation world who stalk female cultivators. I've encountered enough of them. A firm rejection is all that's needed." "Poor senior sister," C.H.S.ing lamented. "Who would have thought that, even in the cultivation world, beautiful women would be targeted by perverts?" She shook her head, sighing at the decline of moral standards. "Simply rejecting him is insufficient. You must humiliate him further," C.H.S.ing kindly advised, sending a message on her behalf. Sure enough, there was no response from the other side. When WNR and you finally saw the message C.H.S.ing sent, her hand trembled slightly. This little junior sister was rather bold. Chapter 21. This is the true genius. A significant disturbance among magical beasts had erupted in the Central Plains, prompting numerous disciples from various sects to respond, including those from the 8 great sects. In 3 years, the decennial sect grand ceremony would take place, and the sect masters and elders intended to use this opportunity to train their personal disciples, allowing these shelter prodigies to experience the harsh realities of combat. "Help!" A desperate cry echoed through the forest. A male cultivator dressed in the attire of the WNGN sect was being pursued by a horde of transformed magical beasts. He stumbled and ran, his sword shattered, and his sect robe, inscribed with defensive formations, was tattered and stained with blood, indicating the perilous nature of his flight. Lingqing and his senior brothers and sisters had been dispatched by their master to eliminate the magical beasts and collect materials for sale, as sword cultivators often faced financial constraints and needed to earn some extra income. Unfortunately, while he had been chasing a porcupine beast, he had inadvertently lost track of the main group. To make matters worse, he was now being hunted by magical beasts. Once transformed, these beasts exhibited a dramatic increase in aggression and power, far beyond what he, a mere early foundation establishment cultivator, could withstand. As he desperately ran forward, Lingqing began tossing various treasures from his chinquin bag behind him, heedless of their value. With all his treasures exhausted and no distance gained from the beasts, he lamented his impending doom when he suddenly felt something remaining in his chinquin bag. Fumbling, he pulled out a crumpled speed talisman. In a moment of realization, he recalled that a peculiar girl had given it to him during a market visit, but he had dismissed it at the time and tossed it into his bag, quickly forgetting it. Now, it felt like a lifeline, and without hesitation, he pressed it against himself. In an instant, his weary legs surged with spiritual power, and with a single leap, he propelled himself forward several dozen meters, bewildered at the sudden distance gained. Turning back, he could no longer see the horde of magical beasts pursuing him. Lingqing slowed his pace, stunned. What just happened? Was it that speed talisman? It actually worked. Not merely useful, but rather more formidable than all the swift movement talismans he has ever employed in his lifetime. The ordinary swift movement talismans available on the market can enhance a person's speed by 3 to 5 times, whereas this particular talisman can amplify it tenfold. Who exactly is that young girl? Such an astonishing talisman should not be sold at a small stall in a corner, causing him to miss out on such a remarkable opportunity. Lingqing is now filled with excitement and regret. Had he known, he would have purchased several more. What a tremendous loss. He must return to that market once more, hoping to encounter that girl again. Junior brother. Shortly thereafter, others from the Lingqing sect arrived. Upon seeing his disheveled appearance, the leading woman scolded him. Where have you been? 3/10 of the demonic beasts in the forest have already been corrupted, posing great danger. You must not leave the group recklessly. Fortunately, we had the positioning talisman provided by our friends from the Baxiang sect, allowing us to find you in such a short time. Had you gotten lost and encountered a demonic beast, you would have been doomed. Lin Shi, still shaken, replied, I just encountered a demonic beast, and it was a whole swarm. What? You encountered demonic beasts? The crowd gasped in astonishment, drawing their swords and looking around anxiously. Where are the demonic beasts? Lin Shi struggled to catch his breath before slowly completing his sentence. I ran away. The crowd fell silent, exasperated. Can you not express yourself in full sentences? Demonic beasts are ferocious and brutal, and you are merely at the early stage of Foundation establishment. How could you possibly escape their clutches? The senior sister of the Lingqing sect, Chu Sang, frowned in confusion, fully aware of her junior brother's limited capabilities. As it happened, Lin Shi continued, by chance I obtained a swift movement talisman from a female cultivator. This talisman is far superior to the ordinary ones circulating in the market, and it was precisely because of that talisman that I managed to escape. Otherwise, you would not have seen me. A mere swift movement talisman, scoffed a disciple from the Baxiang sect. Such basic talismans are simple enough that any outer sect disciple in our sect could draw one. Lin Shi hastily retorted, no, it's different. That talisman can increase a cultivator's speed 10 times. 10 times? What nonsense is this? Lingqing raised his chin and laughed derisively. A swift movement talisman, being a basic talisman, can at most enhance a cultivator's speed by 5 times. Even I, as a genius, cannot draw the talisman you speak of. You. Lin Shi's face flushed with anger, ready to argue. However, Chu Sang intervened, shaking her head. The Lingqing sect and Baxiang sect are here to purge the demonic beasts. Our mission is not yet complete. We must not cause internal discord this time and give others something to laugh at. Lin Shi clenched his fists, letting out a cold huff as he temporarily swallowed his indignation. He recalled that the female cultivator had seemingly given him a business card, and his eyes brightened. He hurriedly retrieved the card and used a communication J-dish to send a friend request. Ding! Chu Sang pulled out the communication J-dish and saw the friend request had been sent. Lingqing sect, Lin Shi, request to be added as a friend. Who is this? Recalling the experience of her senior sister being harassed by an unidentified male cultivator, Chu Sang ignored the request. Noticing some commotion in the southeast direction, she said to her 2 senior brothers, let us go check it out. All right. In the southeast direction of the demonic beast forest, there was a sheer cliff where the spiritual energy was exceptionally dense. Typically, such a situation indicates that some great opportunity lies within, possibly even a legacy left by an ancient powerhouse. Many cultivators rushed over upon hearing the news. From high above, a vast crowd was visible. A sharp, long sword sliced through the air, drawing everyone's attention. They all turned to see 2 figures atop the sword. A young man in black was expertly maneuvering the flying sword, with a charming girl in blue clasping his waist. A handsome man and a beautiful woman. Indeed a match made in heaven. One could not help but wonder where this divine couple had come from. That boy seems to be Mo Qingshen from the Tianyin sect. Someone exclaimed. The girl behind him looked quite familiar. She was the renowned fire spirit root cultivator, Qin Shixue, who had gained fame in recent years. In the realm of cultivation, there were only a handful of prodigies, and the crowd quickly recognized the identities of the 2, their gazes growing fervent, as it was a rare opportunity to behold such exceptional talents. The girl, being a top-tier fire spirit root, had already established her foundation at a young age, but it was curious why she needed someone else to carry her sword. This was not quite what one would expect from a prodigy. While it is true that one could control a sword after establishing their foundation, most would not master it until reaching the mid to late stages of foundation establishment. Even among prodigies, few could wield a sword proficiently right after establishing their foundation. Someone attempted to refute this when, at that very moment, 3 more sword lights appeared in the sky. The leading girl in red appeared to be only around 14 or 15 years old, yet she was also at the early stage of foundation establishment. Her swordsmanship was not merely standard, it was exhilaratingly swift, even outpacing the two more advanced male cultivators trailing behind her. She called out, "Second brother, seventh brother, hurry up. You two are slower than snails." The one who had just spoken fell silent, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Nearby, someone gasped, "Heavens! This young girl is at the early stage of foundation establishment, yet wields her sword more adeptly than I, who am at the mid-stage. This is true genius." Chapter 22. The Elder and the Jade Token. Perhaps the entrance of the three was too flamboyant, even drawing the attention of Mo Qin Shun, Qin Shishua, and the group of Tian Yin's Sect disciples. As soon as Qin Shishua recognized the red-clad girl, her expression changed dramatically, and she felt a burning sensation on her face that was still fresh in her memory. Fortunately, she had received timely treatment. Otherwise, half of her face would have been ruined. Even so, the poison was incredibly potent, and during the half-month of treatment, she had lived in constant fear, weeping daily. The one responsible for all this was none other than Chu Sang. Why is it that, even after expelling her from the sect, she still remains such an eyesore? "Why are you here again?" Chiu Shoda instinctively took 2 steps back upon seeing the three, his face paling. "Ah, what a coincidence, we meet again." Chu Sang greeted the Tian Yin sect group with a sweet and innocent smile, appearing harmless. As a result, they all took several steps back, looking at her in terror. Chu Sang awkwardly touched her nose, wondering if she was truly that frightening. After all, it was her 6th senior brother who had poisoned them, not her. Originally, she had merely come over to investigate due to the concentration of spiritual energy in the area, but unexpectedly encountered the female protagonist. What does it mean when the protagonist is present? It signifies a great opportunity. "What are you doing here?" Chiu Shoda drew his sword, appearing wary as if he had encountered a formidable beast. "Can't you see?" Chu Sang tilted her chin, gesturing to the transparent barrier occasionally rippling above the cliff. "There's a treasure. Damn it, a bandit." The group thought to themselves, cursing silently. "No wedis, no rus." Chu Sang was indeed unhurried. She sat cross-legged on the ground, pulled out a fruit from her storage bag, and began to munch. With the protagonist present, it was clear she would have a method to break the barrier. Since the protagonist was not anxious, why should she be? Chiu Shoda's punch felt like it had struck cotton. Not only did he not achieve any satisfaction, but also left him feeling deeply frustrated. As the sky gradually tilted towards dusk, the girl seemed to grow hungry again, directly pulling out pots and pans from her storage bag, starting a campfire, and inviting her 2 senior brothers to enjoy hot pot. Various precious demonic beast meat, spiritual fruits, and vegetables flowed into the pot as if they were mere cabbages found by the roadside. While others sought fortune amidst danger, they seemed to be on a leisurely picnic. One cannot help but acknowledge the fleeting moment of distortion within their hearts, a lament over the world's inequities. Yet, a small faction harbors ulterior motives, fixating on Chu Zhang's chinquan bag at her waist and the shumi ring adorning her hand. A mere female cultivator in the early stages of foundation establishment, daring to flaunt such treasures in public? However, before they could act, a mere glance from the man in white beside the girl sent shivers down the spines of several onlookers, as if they were being targeted by some dreadful specter. Despite the man's gentle gaze, the moment they met his eyes, they were overwhelmed with terror, their backs slick with cold sweat, extinguishing any lingering thoughts of covetousness. Qin Xia's inner turmoil was no less tumultuous than the others, perhaps even more so. After all, in her recollection, Chu Sang had become a mere shadow, her spiritual roots damaged and her spirit diminished, rendering her invisible to the disciples of Tianyin sect. Chu Sang seemed like an inconspicuous specter, relegated to the corners, gazing up at the stars that once surrounded her. Yet now, with a tight grip on her jade pendant, Qin Xia felt an unsettling discomfort within her, questioning the origins of the treasures bestowed upon her by her seniors. Gradually, she inhaled deeply, restoring her composure. Trivial material possessions were utterly worthless in the face of true opportunities. As dusk approached, the barrier's glow dimmed, and all present held their breath, their eyes reddening as they fixated on the emerald pendant clenched by Qin Xia, unperturbed. Opportunities were not to be grasped by just anyone. A voice, ancient and slow, echoed in her mind, "Follow my guidance. These opportunities shall belong solely to you." A flicker of determination flashed in Qin Xia's eyes as she nodded, assuring, "I shall not disappoint you." The elder's voice carried a hint of satisfaction. Indeed, She was a worthy successor, endowed with both talent and perseverance. At the moment the full moon ascended to its zenith, the barrier was at its weakest. Cultivators surged forward, employing their utmost skills, unleashing an array of dazzling artifacts that illuminated the forest like a vibrant night market. Yet, the barrier remained steadfast. It became apparent that cultivators at the Golden Core stage and above were barred from entry, inciting frustration among the strongest among them while quashing any dark intentions. Nevertheless, none of the cultivators below the Golden Core succeeded, as the barrier was a formation that required unraveling to gain entry. Among the hundreds present, none possessed the capability to decipher it. "Allow me to give it a try," Chu Sang declared, stepping forth from the crowd with unwavering resolve. No one discerned the intricate hand gesture she performed, but the next moment, a small opening appeared in the barrier. As she entered, the passageway vanished. How did she accomplish that? Did anyone catch the hand seals she executed? A Golden Core cultivator, specializing in formations, shook his head in astonishment, never having encountered such a phenomenon. Junior's sister is truly impressive. Though Chiu Shioda could not enter, he proudly directed his gaze at Chu Sang, exclaiming, "Did you see that? Talent is talent, and mediocrity is mediocrity. Such opportunities are not for just anyone." Chu Sang met his gaze and nodded, affirming, "You speak true." Chiu Shioda scoffed, "Talent is talent. Mediocrity is mediocrity. Treasures are not for the likes of just anyone." With that, Chu Sang stood, pulling Dantaiming along to the barrier's forefront. Chapter 23. A secret meeting? Chiu Shioda was bewildered by her intentions as she approached the barrier, scrutinizing it for a moment before casually gesturing. The barrier opened. The assembled cultivators were left astounded. Were the younger generations truly this capable? "Junior sister, how did you unlock it?" Dantaiming's eyes widened in disbelief. "It was just as Chu Sang had demonstrated earlier. I simply memorized it," she replied nonchalantly, as if it were as easy as drinking water. Dantaiming was momentarily speechless. Having always known his junior sister possessed remarkable memory, yet he now realized he had underestimated her. She had replicated the intricate gesture flawlessly within such a brief span of time. This transcended mere memory. It was extraordinary. His face twitched with astonishment, and he exclaimed, "Did everyone see that? She can unlock the barrier. Whoever captures her can enter the realm of inheritance." His words ignited a storm of excitement. Chu Sang's earlier actions had been too unexpected for the crowd to fully comprehend. But this time was different. If they could seize the girl in red, they could compel her to reopen the barrier, granting them access to the sacred ground. A late-stage Foundation cultivator was the first to act, and the others quickly followed suit. Yet, before they could even brush against a strand of hair on the girl's head, a powerful and terrifying blade aura struck them down. "Everyone quiet. Do not disturb my junior brothers and sisters," Lingqing said with a gentle smile, her voice as soothing as a spring breeze. Yet she wielded a massive blade, without mercy, effortlessly dispatching any who approached. Simultaneously, the oppressive aura of a mid-Golden Core cultivator emanated from her, causing weaker cultivators to kneel in submission. The remaining Golden Core cultivators struggled to withstand the pressure, drenched in cold sweat and unable to move, let alone confront her. This seemingly delicate figure wielded a blade? Were not blade wielders typically rugged and coarse men? Mo Qingshan fared slightly better, though his grip on the sword hilt turned white with tension as he cast a dark glance at Lingyu, pondering her true identity. Such power was beyond his ken. Outside, with his second senior brother maintaining order, Chu Sang felt assured. Upon entering the barrier, she discovered that the internal space was modest, resembling a typical study. However, the furniture was shrouded in a thick layer of dust, indicating that the owner had long since departed. Likely a cave left by some transcendent being. "How did you get in?" Chu Sang turned upon hearing footsteps behind her, only to find two individuals, her expression shifting as she instinctively tightened her grip on her soft sword. "We entered just as you did," Chu Sang replied with a friendly smile. Dantaiming, however, lacked such courtesy, shouting, "Make way, make way. Let me see if there are any treasures here." The two pressed forward with little regard for decorum, jostling Chu Sang's side. Anger flushed her face, and she clenched her handkerchief tightly, struggling to maintain a composed smile. This was merely an ordinary study. There was nothing of note to be found. "Is there truly nothing here?" Chu Sang brushed off the dust on the desk, revealing only some mundane paintings, their inscriptions long faded. A gentle touch could reduce them to mere dust scattered by the wind, confirming their lack of significance. Yet, with the female protagonist present, the location was undoubtedly extraordinary. Chu Sang surveyed the area, ultimately fixing her gaze on a half-hidden scroll that Qin Xie was attempting to shield. Qin Xie's expression shifted slightly as she shifted to block her view, an act that was all too conspicuous. Junior sister, look at her trying to hide something. It must be a valuable item. Let us seize it. Dantaiming, who had been led astray, showed no awareness of right and wrong. Cough. We are disciples of the righteous path, not bandits or thieves. What sort of conduct is this? Chu Sang chastised, correcting his flawed reasoning. Unclaimed treasures rightfully belong to the capable. This is a legitimate acquisition. As long as she remains shameless, no one can morally bind her. This is what I discovered first. It belongs to me, and you cannot take it. Qin Shishue could no longer maintain her composure. Her voice sharpened as she turned to seize the scroll before anyone else. An unclaimed object. It was fiercely guarded. A claimed object, however, was handled with ease. Chu Sang clicked her tongue, a cold smile forming within her. Come on, then. Just as Qin Shishue was about to grasp the scroll, her body was suddenly suspended in midair, her face contorted with fear and rage. Chu Sang stepped out from behind her, clapping her hands and handing the golden rope to Dantaiming. As Chu Sang approached the desk, her fingers brushed against the scroll, causing it to ripple like water, and the image seemed to come alive in an instant. In a flash of brilliance, the three individuals vanished from the cave and found themselves within the scroll. It concealed a vast space. Chu Sang took a deep breath, her small face adorned with astonishment. The spiritual energy here was extraordinarily rich. The energy outside the barrier was already plentiful, yet the true site of inheritance within the scroll boasted energy that was dozens, even hundreds of times more abundant, and even purer, devoid of any impurities, almost coalescing into liquid form. When I was young, I listened to the Sect leader recount tales of a cataclysmic era in the cultivation world a millennium ago, where many sects vanished, numerous ancient texts were lost, and the spiritual energy on Lingqing continent was depleted by more than half, tainted with myriad impurities, making it exceedingly difficult for cultivators reliant on this energy to ascend. Not a single person had ascended in the 10,000 years since that era. Dantaiming explained that this barrier must have been left by a powerful being from a millennium ago. Otherwise, the energy within could not be so pure. As the two continued deeper, they encountered an expansive lotus pond. The water within was Buddha Luo water, capable of cleansing impurities from the body. With both Buddha Luo water and supreme spiritual energy, this place was indeed a sanctuary for cultivation. Once they entered the scroll, they paid no heed to Qin Shishue. Having broken free from her restraints, hurried to the center of the lotus pond, overjoyed that this place indeed resembled the sacred site the elder had spoken of. If she could cultivate here for several days, cleansing her bodily impurities while absorbing the supreme spiritual energy, she would surely break through to the golden core stage in no time. The vision was enchanting, yet the reality starkly different. Chu Sang and Dantaiming, entranced in their own world, paid her no mind and sat down by the lotus pond, purging impurities and absorbing spiritual energy. Qin Shishue nearly shattered her delicate persona, her face shifting through a spectrum of emotions, and disregarding everything else, she hastily sat cross-legged to compete fiercely for the spiritual energy. Being the female protagonist, the daughter of destiny, the spiritual energy naturally gravitated toward her. However, with Chu Sang as spiritual root not yet fully restored in their proximity, the energy on her side was entirely siphoned away by Qin Shishue. A cold smile crept onto Qin Shishue's face as she intensified her efforts to seize the energy, leaving out a trace for Chu Sang. Suddenly, Qin Shishue opened her eyes, nearly succumbing to a frenzy, as she noticed the surrounding spiritual energy converging toward the young man. At that moment, he resembled a human vortex, captivating all the spiritual energy within the space. Dantaiming grasped Chu Sang's hand, dividing half the spiritual energy with her. Why? How could this be? Who is this young man, and why does the energy gather around him? Qin Shishue had no time to ponder. Seeing the energy nearly drained by these two thieves, she quickly focused her mind and fought desperately for the energy. Outside the barrier, the cultivators watched intently, and after 5 days, the three emerged, their cultivation levels significantly elevated. Chu Sang and Qin Shixue reached the mid-stage of Foundation establishment, while Dantaiming had ascended to the pinnacle of the late Foundation establishment stage, merely a step away from the Golden Core. Chu Sang also advanced to the mid-stage of Foundation establishment, feeling quite satisfied. After all, her spiritual root was flawed, akin to a deflating balloon. Thankfully, her seventh senior brother, possessing a natural spiritual body, had bestowed her half of his energy, allowing her to benefit and achieve the mid-stage of Foundation establishment, which was quite commendable. Cultivation was secondary. Years ago, she had been gravely injured by a demon beast, and her spiritual root had been extracted, resulting in the accumulation of numerous impurities in her body. While the spiritual root dictates the amount of energy absorbed, the physical body is the true vessel for digesting that energy. Even with an exceptional spiritual root, if the body is laden with impurities, the cultivation speed remains slow. This time, however, she effectively eliminated the impurities within her body, greatly enhancing her future cultivation prospects. Not far away, the disciples of Tianyan's sect cast piercing gazes at her back, as if they wished to pierce her with a hive of wasps. Yet Chu Sang, being shameless, remained unconcerned. As dusk approached, having not slept for days while slaying demon beasts, Chu Sang decided to pitch a tent and rest for the night. After the three finished setting up their tents, nearby cultivators, seemingly surprised by such an arrangement, began to follow suit. Being on the outskirts of the demon beast forest offered relative safety, requiring only a few individuals to stand guard. The group from Tianyan Sect deliberated and decided to establish camp for the night as well. As night fell, Chu Sang was awakened by a slight noise. She had always been a light sleeper. Rising, she lifted the curtain and stepped outside, initially believing a demon beast was passing by, only to find it was Qin Shixue. The female protagonist was out at midnight. What could she be doing? She applied a concealment talisman to herself and followed. Little did she know, she was fortunate enough to witness an intimate rendezvous. Chapter 24. The Demon Lord Yan Wang's Rampage. Thankfully, cultivators possess keen senses, even at this distance. She could see a tall, muscular man in black emerging from the woods, embracing Qin Shixue as they whispered to one another, resembling a pair of celestial lovers. Although their faces were turned away, the figure was clearly that of a robust adult man, not the male lead, Mo Qingshen. Wow. The beloved female lead has quickly placed a green hat on the male lead. But who is this man? Chu Sang held her breath, straining to listen, even applying an amplification talisman to herself. My dear, your elixir truly works wonders. All my injuries have healed, he said, holding the girl's slender waist and chuckling lightly. I traveled a great distance to thank you. Is there not even a token of gratitude? His alluring and frivolous tone was that of a rogue. Qin Shishue's delicate face flushed slightly as she gently pushed against his chest, her watery eyes reflecting a hint of shyness, her red lips slightly bitten. Do not be like this. We have only known each other for a few days and are still unfamiliar with one another. Unfamiliarity is no obstacle. The more we get to know each other, the more familiar we become, he replied, lifting her delicate chin with a teasing smile, humorously pinching her soft waist. TSK. This gentleman is rather slick, Chu Sang mused. As she witnessed the man lean down, attempting to steal a kiss, Qin Shixue, like a startled little rabbit, hurriedly pushed against his chest and stepped back, blushing and flustered. I must leave. My senior brother will come looking for me if he finds me missing. Your identity is sensitive. You should depart quickly. There are cultivators everywhere. What if they discover you? And if they do? The man laughed wildly with confidence. Those ants. I could crush them with a mere flick of my finger. After exchanging a few reluctant goodbyes, Qin Shixue tiptoed and lightly pecked the side of the man's face before hastily adjusting her skirts and leaving. Oh dear. The beloved female lead truly excels at the art of coyly inviting desire, giving just a taste of sweetness while leaving them craving more. Any male creature would be enchanted. TSK. What a captivating beauty. This lord must have her. The man chuckled as he caressed his face, leaning against a tree, watching the girl depart, clearly anticipating their next encounter with great eagerness. Chu Sang raised an eyebrow from the man's arrogant demeanor. He did not seem like an ordinary cultivator, but rather someone affiliated with demonic or ghostly forces. It is incorrect to assume that at this juncture, that individual has ascended to the position of demon sovereign. Rather, he is one of the 7 demon lords, Yan Wangxing. In the original text, Yin Wangxing is characterized by his ruthless disposition and numerous malevolent deeds, having been jointly executed by the 8 great sects. Severely injured and cast down a cliff, he was fortuitously rescued by the female protagonist. Perhaps due to this life-saving grace, or possibly due to the protagonist's Mary Sue aura, compounded by the fact that this demon lord is a man enamored by beauty, Yin Wangxing fell instantly in love with Qin Xie. This led to a lengthy narrative of domineering romance, spanning millions of words, a veritable feast for the readers. Suddenly, a surge of magical beasts erupted in Zhongzhou, seemingly inextricably linked to him. In the ensuing days, as if to validate Chu Sang's suspicions, the number of corrupted magical beasts in the beast forest escalated dramatically, and rumors of beast attacks on the surrounding towns proliferated. More cultivators joined the fray against the magical beasts. Notably, the trio of Chu Sang and her senior brothers attracted considerable attention, for their fervor in slaying magical beasts was unparalleled, while others fought for survival against the beasts. Seeking to vanquish evil and benefit the populace, the trio viewed each beast's head as worth 100,000 spirit stones, and a magical core as worth 10,000 spirit stones. They would strip every part of the beasts for profit, and if one was insufficient, they would eliminate an entire nest. The beasts would flee in terror upon sighting these 3 formidable figures, diverting their attention to other cultivators. Second senior brother, 7th senior brother, how many magical beasts have you slain? Chu Sang sat cross-legged atop a mountain of corpses, unconcerned, as she retrieved her Qinquan bag to tally her spoils. Dantaiming, 21. Lingyu exactly 50. I have 18 here. Chu Sang was unsatisfied, lamenting the paltry total of less than 100. Lingyu, Dantaiming, is this truly insufficient? Slaying them one by one is exceedingly tedious. Is there no way to lure them all at once for a sweeping victory? Dantaiming and Lingyu exchanged incredulous glances at her audacious proposal, while other cultivators silently prayed that magical beasts would not come in mass. For their little junior sister was contemplating a complete annihilation. Eureka! Chu Sang snapped her fingers. It is currently the breeding season for the magical beasts. Capturing a female will attract a multitude of males. We can prepare traps and wait for them to fall into our nets. Even the gentle and composed Lingyu nearly faltered at this, unaware of the peculiar looks from the 2 men beside her. Chu Sang produced several large iron chains from her Qinquan bag, gift from her 3rd senior sister, designed to ensnare beasts of varying sizes and suppress their ferocity. 2nd senior brother, hold these and lure the beasts here. Understood. Lingyu nodded, accepting the chains and departing with his weapon drawn. 7th senior brother, you stay here and help me set the traps. Dantaiming summoned his spiritual energy to create a deep pit of several dozen meters, a display of brute force that left nearby cultivators in awe. Chu Sang tossed a handful of thorn seeds into the pit. Once disturbed, these seeds would rapidly sprout, ensnaring any living creature like a giant serpent, making escape virtually impossible. To enhance the effect, she affixed over 100 strengthening talismans, ensuring that even a golden core magical beast would find no way out. Is the firepower still insufficient? She pondered, then added several hundred burning and explosive talismans. Now, any living creature that ventured inside would not escape unscathed. With a resounding boom, the earth trembled and a swath of trees collapsed. A horde of magical beasts surged like a locust swarm, frantically pursuing a mid-golden core male cultivator. What transpired? It is said that 2 tigers cannot coexist on one mountain. These brutal and aggressive creatures, known for their solitary nature, would not typically gather en masse, let alone charge in one direction. Many cultivators in the beast forest were disturbed by the commotion, assuming a significant event had occurred, and rushed to investigate. Upon arrival, they discovered that the beasts were pursuing a lone white-clad male cultivator. Everyone lamented, questioning what vendetta could draw so many beasts to target him, a feat most impressive. Presuming his demise was inevitable, they were taken aback when, mid-pursuit, the beasts vanished. All of them fell into the pit. Nearly in the next breath, a cataclysmic explosion erupted from the ground, and the furious roars of the magical beasts ceased entirely. Were they eradicated? What on earth unfolded? How could this happen? I was here just this morning. When did such a massive pit appear? Who excavated it? It seems someone had anticipated the beast's approach, crafting a trap to ensnare them. Who among us could conceive such brilliance? The gathered cultivators were left dumbfounded by this unprecedented maneuver. As the dust settled, 3 figures emerged from behind the trees, covering their mouths and noses, and without a word began collecting their spoils. A voice in the crowd exclaimed, "It's them again." Indeed, it was Chu Sang and her companions. Previous witnesses had already noted their methods, particularly the girl in red, who was utterly terrifying. The heads of over 100 magical beasts, converted into spirit stones, amounted to a staggering 10 million. Even collecting a few would yield a handsome profit. Envy sparked in the hearts of some, prompting thoughts of theft. Yet before any could act, a nearby cultivator charged forth with his sword drawn. The outcome was undeniably grim. This act served as a stark warning. Even those with ill intentions could not ignore the repercussions. After filling her chinquin bag, Chu Sang clapped her hands, preparing to call her 2 senior brothers away from this chaotic scene. Suddenly, the ground shook violently again, fissures spreading like spider webs beneath their feet. The intensity of the tremors far exceeded before, nearly toppling both her and Dantaiming. And it was only thanks to Lingqing's timely support that they avoided a disastrous fall. A thunderous roar reverberated through the air. "It is you 3 despicable human cultivators who have slaughtered my 100 progeny. Prepare to meet your end." A colossal figure blotted out the sun, its full form obscured. It was a magical beast of the nascent soul stage. Oh no, have we inadvertently provoked the ancient beast lurking deep within? Chu Sang swiftly produced several swift movement talismans. Second senior brother, 7th senior brother, run. A massive tail erupted from the earth, ensnaring her waist and dragging her beneath the ground. Little junior sister, Dantaiming's face paled, ready to rush to her aid. Lingqing restrained him. "You will only meet your demise if you go. Leave this to me." Chu Sang felt herself being pulled by a tremendous force, far exceeding her own strength, rendering any strategy laughable in the face of such overwhelming power. The ground split open beneath her, and as she was dragged into the abyss, the fissure snapped shut like a gaping maw. In a final moment before the gap closed, another figure followed closely behind. Was it second senior brother? Just before Chu Sang hit the ground, Lingqing pivoted and landed first, effectively cushioning her fall with his body. "Little junior sister, are you hurt?" he asked gently. Chu Sang shook her head, quickly rising to check on him. "Are you all right, second senior brother?" While she sustained minimal injuries, he appeared somewhat affected. Lingqing coughed lightly, his complexion pale, as he covered his chest while standing. It seemed they had tumbled into a deep underground gorge, evidently dragged into the lair of that magical beast. The horrid, suffocating stench returned, and Chu Sang finally beheld the true form of the beast, her eyes widening in astonishment. The nascent soul magical beast possessed not only heightened intelligence, but also the capacity for initial shape-shifting. Before Lingqing stood a peculiar. Its upper body transformed into that of a human, while its lower half resembled the earthy brown tail of a. This possessed the ability to morph earth into form and was exceedingly adept at ambushes. Lingqing furrowed her brow, taken aback to discover that this was harboring a revelation that was indeed unexpected. Chu Sang had encountered this creature in the bestiary within the library. Its innate talents were not particularly high, and the transformation from snake to was a rare feat. It was evident that this particular beast had taken shortcuts to attain its current state. It had been utilized by thee and had devoured the flesh of numerous cultivators to reach such a level. Lingqing's countenance grew cold as she gripped her long knife tightly. "Ha ha! What are the cultivators? They are but a selfish bunch. The more cultivators I consume, the stronger I shall become." This grotesque mouth stretched unnaturally wide, its long tongue flicking out to taste the air, its gaze fixated on Lingqing. "The aura you possess is extraordinary. You are indeed a rare. I shall extract your and savor its flavor." With its long tail plunged into the ground, it melded with the earth before launching a surprise attack from behind Lingqing. Anticipating its move, Lingqing turned swiftly, her knife slicing through the air. The blade, glimmering with a cold light, clashed with this massive tail, producing a deafening clang akin to striking iron. In that instant, Lingqing felt her arm go numb, her senses dulled. Chu Sang hurled several explosive talismans at drawing its attention even though they caused no substantial damage. Seizing the opportunity, Lingqing channeled her spiritual energy into her right arm, unleashing a fierce blade of energy that carved a deep gash into this iron-like body. "Ah, cursed human cultivators!" Enraged, the attacked with renewed fervor. Despite being a blade cultivator, Lingyu was not cumbersome. Her movements were light and agile. With Chu Sang's distraction, she managed to inflict several wounds on the even nearly blinding one of its eyes. However, the disparity in their cultivation levels was immense, and Lingyu's own injuries were becoming increasingly severe. Blood oozed from her torn palm, and her robe bore multiple gashes. Clenching the handle of her knife, she felt her chest heave as her stamina rapidly waned. Just as they prepared for another strike from behind, Lingyu found herself nearly unable to evade. Just as the earth spike was about to pierce her chest, a fiery, sword energy from Chu Sang shattered it. The, exhausted from the onslaught, glared at the two with fiery rage, realizing that the human female cultivator, whom it had underestimated, posed the greatest threat. Concluding that it could not defeat the male cultivator, it decided to eliminate the insignificant female first. The chasm between and was vast, let alone between and a mirror. He aimed to strike her down, believing it would be an effortless task, even as she utilized all her skills to escape. In this life-threatening moment, a tall figure leapt in front of Chu Sang, his azure hairband unfurling, cascading like ink in a gentle breeze, transforming his hair into a snowy white, reminiscent of frost in December. Chapter 25. The Duality of the Second Senior Brother. Second Senior Brother? Chu Sang's eyes widened in astonishment, observing the youth before her. His once inky hair was now entirely white, the chilling wind swirling around him, and a palpable aura of fearsome, ghostly energy enveloped him. She even imagined seeing shadowy claws emerging from the abyss. In an instant, the vast lair was saturated with this viscous, dark energy, and she could almost hear the wails of tormented spirits echoing in her ears, rendering her heart quaking with fear. My goodness, it is ghostly energy. Second Senior Brother is a ghost cultivator? What is happening? It was equally stunned by this sudden shift, staring wide-eyed at the male cultivator whose aura had drastically changed. You are not a cultivator. It was bewildered, recalling that just moments ago, this individual had been a barely formidable, easily crushable, yet now, the terrifying and bizarre aura surrounding him rendered it unable to discern his actual cultivation level. Instinctive fear surged within and it hastily transformed into its beast form. Attempting to burrow into the earth to escape, flee, the man raised his arm, conjuring a massive ghostly hand that seized this enormous head, rendering it utterly defenseless. Unable to move, in the next heartbeat, he clenched his fist, and this head was crushed into countless particles of dust, silencing its final scream. Chu Sang held her breath, taking a few steps back until her back hit the cold, hard wall. After dispatching the man turned coldly to Chu Sang, his strikingly handsome face frozen like frost. His warm black eyes transformed into chilling, eerie purple orbs, with slit pupils that expanded and contracted with his breath, devoid of any emotion, leaving her feeling strangely alienated. It was in that moment that she noticed the virtual characters floating above Ling Yu's head. Corruption value, 99. Oh my goodness, it turns out it's not just a coincidence. He is indeed the villain. She realized she had unwittingly stumbled into the lair of the antagonist. The man vanished like a specter before her eyes. And before Chu Sang could react, she found herself lifted off the ground by a cold and slender hand gripping her neck. The grip tightened, and it seemed as though he intended to strangle her on the spot. Second Senior Brother, cough, cough. Do you not recognize me? Her eyes were filled with terror. A flicker of confusion crossed his eyes. Recognize you? Although Chu Sang was equally bewildered by the circumstances, she sensed it was effective as his grip loosened. Do you not remember? I am your little. We were dragged into this wretched's lair together. Thankfully, you were valiant and struck it down with a single blow. You were truly magnificent. He frowned, slowly opening his mouth. Little? Yes, yes. Second Senior Brother, what has happened to you? She clung to his arm, her tone pleading. Please release me, otherwise I might just perish in your grip, cough, cough. Perhaps her sincerity and helplessness moved him, for he finally released her. Chu Sang took a few deep breaths, rising from the ground to meet the inquiring gaze of the man. Ling Yu's eyes were fixed upon her, his expression innocent and unthreatening. Come closer, I cannot hear you. With a swift motion, as he lowered his guard and approached, she slapped a slumber talisman onto the back of his head. You dare to deceive me. The man's face changed instantly, anger flaring as he prepared to retaliate. But in the next moment, his entire body seemed to lose strength, collapsing to the ground, unconscious. Chu Sang sighed in relief. Fortunately, she had previously drawn some peculiar talismans. This slumber talisman was of moderate quality. Even a cultivator, upon having it affixed to their head, would succumb to sleep. What has happened to second senior brother? Chu Sang crouched down, poking at his delicate, flawless face. To her astonishment, his silvery hair gradually reverted to a silky black. Moments later, Lingyu opened his eyes, his gentle black gaze settling on her as he softly inquired, "Little? Second senior brother, you are finally awake." Chu Sang's tone shifted from query to affirmation. "What transpired just now? Why did I suddenly fall to the ground?" Lingyu propped himself up, wearily massaging his temples, looking at her with a puzzled expression. The young man, with his disheveled hair cascading over his shoulders, appeared in a once pristine moon-white robe, now tattered and revealing a glimpse of his collarbone. Blood stained his pale visage, and his long eyelashes trembled with anxiety. He emanated an essence of exquisite fragility. The second senior brother's appearance was irresistible to anyone. Chu Sang, purely appreciating beauty, tenderly assisted him and cast a cleansing spell for both. His previously used azure hairband had been torn during the battle, leaving his hair in disarray. Chu Sang, with a spark of inspiration, tore a long strip of red cloth from her skirt and deftly tied it around the ends of his hair. Upon completing the task, she realized that the makeshift accessory bore a striking resemblance to something familiar, a beautiful red bow adorning the ends of the second senior brother's hair. "It's fine. He cannot see it from the back," she reassured herself. "Why did I suddenly faint? And where has that beast gone?" Lingyu interrupted her reverie, scanning the empty cavern with growing confusion. Chu Sang, equally perplexed, scratched her head and tentatively suggested, "What if I said a remarkably powerful person descended from the heavens, struck the beast dead, and saved us? Would you find that plausible?" Lingyu, taken aback, inquired about the whereabouts of their benefactor. Chu Sang's gaze was complex as it settled upon him. Lingyu paused, seemingly recalling something, and murmured, "Could it be that he has appeared again?" It appeared that the second senior brother was aware of the secret he harbored. Just moments ago, it was as if you transformed into another person, swiftly vanquishing that earth dragon. Truly impressive. Had you not nearly choked her in the next moment, it would have been even more remarkable. Although Chu Sang was curious, she respected the boundaries of another's privacy and refrained from pressing further. Yet, she harbored a growing suspicion that something unknown had transpired within the second senior brother, causing a division of his persona. The primary persona was the gentle and foolish beauty, appearing no different from an ordinary cultivator, adept at concealing his true identity for self-preservation. The secondary persona, however, was the dark, malevolent antagonist, akin to the Lingyu of the original tale. This was indeed a delicate predicament. "Junior sister, perhaps you should keep your distance from me." He gently pushed her arm away, sorrow etched upon his face. "I fear I may harm you." "What are you saying? Second senior brother? We are comrades. How could I abandon you?" Chu Sang firmly placed her hand upon his shoulder. "We have weathered this storm together, and it is only right that we face it united." Lingyu felt a tremor in his heart as warmth coursed through him. Since he became aware of his unusual nature, he had struggled with control, almost harming those around him, leading his peers to initially keep their distance. For nearly a decade, he had maintained control and had grown accustomed to presenting a gentle demeanor, causing no one to harbor fear. Little did he expect to lose control today, nor that his junior sister would not only remain unafraid, but would offer him comfort. Darkness value of antagonist Lingyu. 5. The host may allocate 5 attribute points at will. Current darkness value of antagonist Lingyu. 94. 5 points remain for attribute allocation. Please select attributes for enhancement. She saved the points, circling the beast's lair several times without discovering an exit. The stone dragon possessed the ability to transform into earth, likely having pulled them underground. She pondered how deep they might be and whether they could break through to the surface with spiritual power. If they were too deep, attempting to force a path could lead to a collapse, burying them alive, a rather unfortunate fate. After contemplating, her eyes brightened. Of course, the teleportation talisman. We can use it to escape. Junior sister, do you know how to draw a teleportation talisman? Lingyu asked in astonishment. It's considered a mid to high-level talisman. Even among the esteemed disciples of the 8 trigram sect, few can create one. I don't know how, Chu Sang replied, producing a jade slip. But I will learn now. Channeling a thread of spiritual energy into the slip and tapping her forehead lightly, the world around her transformed. She found herself in a vast, ethereal white space, where a golden talisman, towering as high as a person, floated before her. Its strokes and structure were far more intricate than the introductory level talismans she had previously drawn. Merely gazing upon it sent waves of sharp pain through her consciousness. My skills and comprehension are insufficient. Yet, with no alternative, Chu Sang steeled herself, allocating all 5 points to comprehension. The pain gradually subsided, and her mind cleared further. After memorizing the talisman's structure, she abruptly opened her eyes, exhaling a breath of frustration. Immediately, she retrieved 2 sheets of yellow talisman paper from her bag, concentrating her entire spiritual energy at her fingertips, and began to inscribe the complex design. It took her a full hour to complete the 2 talisman sheets. She felt a sharp sting in her nose and noticed blood dripping onto the ground. "Junior sister, your nose is bleeding." "I'm fine," she said, wiping it dismissively. After swallowing a couple of recovery pills, she stood and handed one of the teleportation talismans to Lingqing. "Second senior brother, just send a wisp of your consciousness into the talisman, and you will arrive at your desired location. The range is limited to 100 kilometers, but it should suffice." Lingqing accepted the talisman, still struggling to believe that his junior sister had truly succeeded. The moment the talisman shattered, a formation appeared beneath their feet, and in the next heartbeat, 2 beams of light flashed within the cavern, leaving no trace of their presence. In the beast-infested forest, Dantaiming was in a state of frantic worry. He had helplessly witnessed the second senior brother and junior sister being dragged underground by that cursed beast. With fists clenched, he struck a tree in frustration, the temptation of the blood-crying sword lingering in his mind. Just as he was about to acquiesce to the conditions, he saw the 2 re-emerge from the woods, appearing relatively unscathed aside from their tattered clothing. "Second senior brother, junior sister?" He momentarily thought he was imagining things. "Are you all right? How did you escape? What happened to that wretched beast?" Chu Sang recounted the events, omitting the details of the second senior brother's loss of control. Later, while resting at night, Chu Sang secretly slipped into his tent. Dantaiming, hands over his chest in shock, nearly let out a shriek. "Junior sister, what are you doing?" Chu Sang smirked. "You haven't removed a single article of clothing, yet you look like a virtuous gentleman being accosted." "Seventh senior brother, I have a question for you regarding the second senior brother." "About the second senior brother?" Dantaiming echoed. Chu Sang nodded, revealing the concealed matter from earlier. Dantaiming was taken aback. "So that's what happened. Does everyone in our sect know about the second senior brother's loss of control? Have you learned any insider information?" "On the day I arrived at the sect, he was exuding bloodlust and malice, and no one dared approach him. He was completely different from the person he is now. I also heard that he nearly harmed senior sister during one of his episodes." Dantaiming could only ponder this much. What kind of person is this sect leader? How is it that every time they pick someone, they seem to hit the mark? They've turned this inconspicuous little sect into a haven for villains. Chu Sang sensed that this situation was unlikely to be mere coincidence. However, she was equally at a loss for how to proceed. It seemed that all the mysteries would only reveal themselves upon encountering this sect leader. "What are you thinking, junior sister?" Dantaiming waved his hand before her. "Are you implying that there are demonic forces intervening in the shadows? To be able to corrupt a Yuan-Ing stage beast, this individual must possess considerable power. They cannot simply be an ordinary demon." Chu Sang replied, "It is even possible they are demon lord. What should we do now? Should we report this to the 8 great sects? With our current strength, we cannot contend with a demon lord, so we must inform the 8 great sects. However, aside from that, we need to visit a specific location." "Where to?" Chu Sang stood up, playfully brushing off her clothes, a smile dancing on her lips as she remarked. "The pleasure houses." Chapter 26. Disguised entry into the pleasure house Zhongzhou, Zhoqing. This city is one of the most prosperous in Zhongzhou, boasting the largest pleasure house, Huamanlu, within a 100-mile radius. In this vibrant quarter, beautiful courtesans lean against the railings, casting embroidered balls and fragrant handkerchiefs into the crowd, while the sounds of laughter and merriment fill the streets, creating an atmosphere of extraordinary liveliness. From above, one can observe the alluring beauties, adorned and inviting, beckoning patrons with enthusiasm. Under the assault of such tender charms, the customers are utterly entranced, swept away by a throng of enchanting maidens into the establishment for a night of revelry. "Little junior sister, do you truly wish to venture into such a place?" I am, after all, a scion of a respectable family. Dantaiming protested, sitting cross-legged on his sword, his face a mask of refusal. Just moments ago, he had inadvertently glimpsed a few maidens in revealing attire, causing him to turn away, his ears tinged with crimson. Chu Sang mused that her seventh senior brother was exceedingly innocent. The flower girls were undeniably beautiful. She pointed toward a figure in black, exclaiming, "Look closely at that man in black." Despite the bustling crowd, the presence of the man was unmistakable. It was the demon lord Yin Wangxing. If her conjecture held true, he was the mastermind behind the recent disturbance in the beast forest. Although he had seemingly concealed his demonic aura, the sinister energy surrounding him was readily discernible. It's unexpectedly the demon lord. Dantaiming furrowed his brow. There were 7 demon lords in the demon realm. While the supreme leader was undoubtedly the exalted demon sovereign, it was rumored that the old sovereign had long been bedridden, nearing his end, rendering him a mere figurehead, while the actual power lay in the hands of the 7 demon lords. Among them, Yin Wangxing was the most formidable and was likely to become the next demon sovereign. Dantaiming surmised his junior sister's intentions. Having heard that this demon lord was notoriously fond of carnal pleasures, often lingering in the pleasure districts, it was no surprise that she would choose to lie in wait for him tonight. However, a being of his caliber was not someone they could provoke. With power surpassing the nascent soul stage, a mere flick of his hand could reduce them to ashes. While his junior sister was indeed talented, she was also naively fearless. As Dantaiming contemplated how to subtly convey the wisdom of recognizing one's place in the world to his junior sister, he noticed her eyes brighten with excitement as she whispered, "Second senior brother, 7th senior brother, look over there." The two turned to see yet another group stealthily blending in with the passers-by, even though they had discarded their sect robes. The air of naive ambition they exuded was at odds with the ordinary flower patrons around them. Moreover, Chu Sang recognized several familiar faces, easily identifying them as disciples of the 8 major sects. It seemed they were not the only ones planning to capture the elusive quarry tonight. "How fortuitous! Let us investigate," she urged, pulling her 2 senior brothers along to join the fray. The disciples of the 8 major sects had received word from their sects regarding the unrest in the beast forest, attributed to the interference of the demon clan, with reports of their intention to indulge in the pleasure houses that night. The messenger's identity was unclear, leaving the authenticity of the information in question. What if it were a trap set by the demon clan? After careful deliberation, the higher-ups of the 8 sects decided to send disciples to verify the situation, intending to report back immediately if the claims proved true. Just then, they indeed detected a trace of demonic energy nearby. To avoid alarming the target, they had changed out of their sect robes to mingle with the crowd and utilize spatial arrays to divide the area. While disciples from the 8 Xiang sect set up a demon-trapping formation around the pleasure house, intending to ensnare their foe. "You believe your formation can contain him?" A female voice interrupted from behind. Lingqing turned to see a girl accompanied by 2 boys approaching, having appeared seemingly out of nowhere. Noticing their low-grade robes, Lingqing lowered his guard, his expression turning impatient as he waved them away. "What are you doing here, you impoverished wanderers? Stay out of our affairs." "Is that you?" He barely finished his sentence before another voice cut in. Lin Qi, beaming with delight, rushed over. "I can't believe I found you again. The speed talisman you gave me was incredibly useful. I wish to buy another 100. No, 200. Whatever you have, I'll take it all." This young man appeared somewhat familiar to Chu Sang, and after rummaging through her memories, she recalled he was the passerby she had met the first time she set up her stall to sell talismans, to whom she had casually given a speed talisman and her business card. "Ah, it's you," she exclaimed, recognizing a significant customer. "Let's become friends. I currently have few talismans left, but I shall contact you when I have more." After they exchanged contact details, Chu Sang realized he was the online acquaintance she had disregarded a few days prior. Thankfully, she had refrained from impulsively berating him. Otherwise, she would have missed out on this lucrative client. With several speed talismans still in her possession, Chu Sang sold 5 or 6 to Lin Qi. Witnessing this, Lingqing could not help but scoff. "Those are merely the most basic talismans, and even the patterns on the speed talismans are inaccurately drawn. How does a lowly wanderer dare to approach the authenticity of our orthodox talismans?" Chu Sang cast a curious glance at him, wondering who he was, so arrogant in his demeanor. Lin Qi shot him a glare, Surely no one believes that the 8 Xiang sect represents the entirety of talismans in Lingyuan continent? There are countless variations of the same talisman, who decreed that one must conform to the 8 Xiang sect standards to be deemed legitimate. Disinterested in further debate with this ignorant individual, Lingqing knew the efficacy of the talismans well. With a limited supply, he intended to keep the treasure trove of talismans to himself, fearing he might not be able to procure them if demand surged. "Why are you lot here again?" Xiao Shouda, initially thinking he was mistaken, approached and confirmed it was indeed Chu Sang and her companions. Clenching his teeth, a shadow of malice flickered in his eyes. "Are you pests? Why won't you leave?" Chu Sang raised an eyebrow. "You must be the foul one here." Xiao Shouda momentarily faltered, as the suppressed laughter and odd glances from the surrounding disciples fell upon him, and he slowly grasped the insult, his face darkening in anger, unable to articulate a response. His frustration boiling, Chu Sang, uninterested in engaging in a verbal sparring match, surveyed the seemingly impregnable formation before her, dismissing it with a curl of her lip. "You're not dealing with ordinary demons. It is highly likely that he is a demon lord. Your formation is far too fragile to contain him." Lingqing scoffed. "What nonsense! How could a demon lord be encountered so easily? And who do you think you are to critique our 8 Xiang formation? This formation was personally crafted by our sect's elders, and any demon entering it shall find escape impossible." While the formation was indeed commendable, it was evident that these disciples had not grasped its essence, clearly lacking in execution. Although I have not seen the original design, it is apparent that here, and here, as well as at the southeast entrance, the 3-directional rune combinations conflict in attributes, failing to reinforce the formation. Instead, they weaken its efficacy, leaving a significant gap in an already imperfect array. Not only a demon lord, but even a mere demon sensitive to energy could easily slip through this opening, Chu Sang assessed. Second senior sister, the disciples of the 8 Xiang sect are all experts of the talisman and formation arts. Perhaps we should refrain from commenting, lest we invite ridicule. Qin Xie interjected gently. However, before she could further endear herself to the 8 Xiang sect, the pensive youth in blue spoke up. "She is correct. Kuixiu, the senior brother of Ba Xiangzong, possesses unparalleled expertise in talisman arrays among the younger generation of the sect. He is acutely aware that the demon-trapping array devised by the elders is a sophisticated formation, and that they, as disciples venturing into the world, are ultimately too inexperienced. While he was casting the array, he sensed something amiss. Regrettably, despite his prolonged search, he could not find a remedy. Yet, this girl in red effortlessly elucidated the flaw in the formation with just a few words. He had already used his spiritual energy to investigate, and her words were indeed accurate. How could this be possible? She is merely a loose cultivator, Lingqing, who widened his eyes, intent on refuting this claim. Do you not recall how our master taught us? Cui Xiao admonished him with a glance. The path of runes is vast and varied. Even Ba Xiangzong has only inherited a fraction of its essence. One must not regard oneself as superior, nor underestimate anyone. Lingqing felt both astonished and unwilling. Yet since his senior brother had spoken, he could only suppress his dissent within. Who exactly is this girl, that she could see through it so clearly? She bit her lip, her face flushed, tightly clenching the handkerchief in her grasp, feeling somewhat embarrassed. How could she possibly know? In her impression, Chu Sang was merely a sword cultivator, never having studied talisman arrays. How could she possibly grasp the intricacies within? The disciples of Ba Xiangzong continued their tinkering, finally managing to mend a breach. Next, they needed to lure the demon from the building to avoid collateral damage. This operation must not alarm the snake. Otherwise, enraging the demon could lead to hostage situations. Chu Sang, I have a method to draw him out. What good method could you possibly have? Xiao Shouda mocked from the side, his incompetence making him fidget. Chu Sang, disinterested in his taunts, raised her gaze to the group and said, I need 2 people to accompany me into the building, preferably female cultivators, to seduce that demon lord out. Seduce? The crowd thought they had misheard. What a ridiculous notion. Yet, given that the demon frequented such establishments at night, it was evident he was indeed a connoisseur of beauty. Although this approach was crude and somewhat unrefined, it was the most effective method, albeit fraught with danger. The disciples of Ba Xiangzong needed to reinforce the array from outside, while the Wanjian men stood guard to prevent any demon accomplices from launching a surprise attack. Thus, Chu Sang scanned the area and her gaze landed on Qin Shishua, who had taken 2 steps back, smiling sweetly. You seem unperturbed. Why not join me? Qin Shishua's complexion paled as she gently tugged on Mo Qingshan's sleeve. Shaking her head vigorously, I won't go. I'm afraid. Demons are terrifying. What a facade. Just a few nights ago, she had secretly met with the very subject of her fears, and she hadn't shown any trepidation then. After all, Yin Wangxing had been slain by the joint efforts of the 8 great sects, and thus he harbored a deep-seated hatred for their disciples. Their relationship had only just begun, and Qin Shishua likely feared being recognized. She must have been anxious about someone inexplicably leaking information to the 8 great sects, exposing Yin Wangxing's whereabouts, prompting a pursuit by nearby disciples. The information had indeed been transmitted by Chu Sang to the 8 great sects. However, without Qin Shishua, there were no suitable female cultivators in the group. Mo Qingshan looked down at Qin Shishua, who was tightly gripping his sleeve, contemplating for a moment. I will go in her stead. Qingshan Gij. Qin Shishua never expected him to go to such lengths for her heart swelling with gratitude. If Chu Sang were to know her thoughts, she would probably scoff, for Mo Qingshan was not one to indulge in romantic pursuits. He took it upon himself to vanquish evil and uphold righteousness, embodying the archetype of a righteous disciple. He simply could not tolerate the devastation wrought by demons. Little junior sister, it is unsafe for you to go alone. I will accompany you. Dantaiming also stepped forward. The onlookers regarded the two with peculiar expressions, but upon recalling that this was a noble cause for the righteous path, their gazes shifted to one of reverence. The taciturn Shang Xiling quietly produced severed garments, cleared her throat softly. I happen to be taller than the average woman. You should be able to wear these. Consider them a gift. Mo Qingshan remained expressionless. No need. With that, he unsheathed his sword, ready to charge into the brothel. Chu Sang interjected, if a direct confrontation could resolve the issue. Would you all still be lingering here for so long? If a fight breaks out inside, the innocent mortals nearby will not survive. Mo Qingshan halted his advance. Qin Shishua's eyes flickered as she stepped forward and softly said, but to have a big man like you wear women's clothing, isn't that a bit too humiliating? How is wearing women's clothing humiliating? I often prefer men's attire when I descend a mountain. Shang Xiling felt increasingly uncomfortable, especially since this was for the sake of the common folk, a mission that the disciples of the sect must fulfill. In such a critical moment, can we still afford to concern ourselves with trivial matters? I didn't mean it like that. Qin Shishua stammered, unable to articulate her thoughts. It's all right, little junior sister. I don't mind. I will accompany you. Dantaiming, typically straightforward, saw no issue with it, suggesting that if necessary, the second senior brother could join as well. Lingyu cast a gentle glance at him. I appreciate your kindness. Mo Qingshan coldly remarked, I will accompany you. Chu Sang led the way, confidently striding into the brothel with the 2 companions. This night, the plan was to seduce Yin Wangxing. In the elegant chamber, Yin Wangxing sat by the window, a table laden with exquisite delicacies and fine wine before him. With his arms draped over the shoulders of 2 enchanting beauties, he was reveling in the pleasures of companionship. My lord, would you like to savor the fine wine first, or shall I entertain you? The beauty in blue, delicately leaning against him, giggled playfully. I wish to indulge in both beauty and wine, he teased, playfully pinching the soft waist of the beauty. The beauty, blushing, shot him a glance, exclaiming, You truly are greedy. With that, she raised her cup, drinking deeply before leaning in for a kiss. Yin Wangxing drank from the cup filled with fragrant wine, his complexion tinged with a hint of crimson. The 2 beauties, giggling, then gracefully withdrew, leaving behind a trail of fragrant silk. As the night deepened and the music paused, Yin Wangxing drained the last drop from his cup, tossing the beauty aside and scattering a handful of gold and silver coins on the ground. The 2 beauties scrambled to collect the coins, nearly coming to blows. Bring me your most exquisite and delightful maidens, he commanded, his voice laced with the scent of wine. Propping his chin up nonchalantly, the matron of the establishment, hearing his call, hurriedly entered with a flattering smile. Oh, esteemed guest, wait a moment. I shall fetch the most captivating maidens for you. Shortly thereafter, the matron returned with 3 elegantly dressed young women, each more stunning than the last. The beauty on the left possessed striking features and an air of confidence, while the one on the right exuded an ethereal grace, and the last, though youthful, was undeniably charming. Yin Wangxing scanned them, his expression shifting instantly. You, never mind, I do not fancy children. His disinterest was glaringly apparent. How unrefined. She simply has yet to mature. This demon lord truly lacks discernment. You two, however, look promising. Stay. A glimmer of excitement flickered in Yin Wangxing's eyes. Unable to contain himself, he approached the two, his gaze roaming over Dantaiming several times, even daring to reach out, pinching the exquisite curvature of her figure. Damn, this demon lord's right hand is destined for him to chop off. Approached Mo Qingchun, whose visage radiated an ethereal coldness, undeniably the embodiment of beauty within this narrative. His gaze, imbued with a disdainful indifference, appeared to regard the world as mere fodder, exuding an air of rebellious arrogance that suggested he held no regard for anyone. Nor did he reciprocate affection. This haughty temperament captivated Yin Wangxing even further. He grasped Mo Qingchun's chin, licking his lips, and remarked with a teasing demeanor that he relished taming such a wild stallion, foreseeing that any cries from him would be utterly intoxicating. Mo Qingchun's expression darkened ominously, his piercing gaze capable of chilling the soul. Observing his barely contained fury, Chu Sang hurriedly stepped forward with a cup of wine, presenting it with a gentle smile. My lord, haste makes waste. Why not savor this warm drink first, and let these two sisters accompany you for some merriment? Indeed, Yin Wangxing felt an insatiable itch for indulgence. Seizing the cup, he tilted his head back and drained its contents before carelessly tossing it to the ground. He then encircled Mo Qingchun's waist, playfully brushing a finger across his nose, declaring, Sweet darling, tonight you shall keep me company, and I shall cherish you dearly. In response, a voice as sharp as a sword's edge retorted, Seeking death. The atmosphere turned frigid. At that instant, Yin Wangxing's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression contorted as he exclaimed, What the hell, man? His complexion shifted drastically as he evaded an attack, only to witness the beauty beside him tear off her gown and draw a sword, revealing herself to be yet another tall male cultivator. Disgust surged within him, and he felt a chill run down his spine. The sword energy surged forth, raining down blows upon Yin Wangxing. Despite his inebriation, he realized he had been toyed with by these individuals. How infuriating! It turned out they were disciples from 8 major sects, and these few believed they could capture him? He scoffed disdainfully, an arrogant smirk gracing his lips as he unleashed his demonic energy, sending 2 of them flying. Having been unceremoniously awakened from his gentle dreams and disgusted by the presence of 2 men, Yin Wangxing was indeed furious. However, the memory of being hunted by the 8 great sects still lingered in his mind. These disciples were likely mere scouts sent by their sects, with reinforcements lying in wait. Reluctant to linger, he waved a hand to repel the 2 and transformed into a swirling mass of black demonic energy, aiming to escape through the roof. Yet, as he soared into the air, a barrier abruptly obstructed his path, revealing dozens of sect disciples below. Yin Wangxing's eyes narrowed dangerously. These individuals had long been lying in ambush, having set up a formation in advance. Behind him, Dantaiming and Mo Qingchun pursued him with swords drawn. Chu Sang swiftly relocated the unimportant mortals outside, where disciples from the Baxiang sect had already prepared a teleportation formation. Once activated, it would transport them to safety. The power of the demon lord was evident. Even with the combined forces of Mo Qingchun and Dantaiming, they could only withstand a fraction of his might. Although disciples from the Wanjian sect lent their assistance, the disparity in strength was insurmountable, allowing only a brief respite. Yin Wangxing initially intended to depart swiftly to avoid confronting the elders of the Xian sect, but as the situation escalated, he found himself enraged by these insignificant pests. It was better to resolve this swiftly and eliminate them all. As for this formation, he, as the formidable demon lord, could undoubtedly dismantle it. A swarm of bothersome insects, seeking their demise, would soon learn the consequences of their foolishness. Yin Wangxing concentrated, gathering a dense mass of demonic energy in his palm. His once handsome features twisted into a terrifying visage. The disciples braced themselves, for the conflict between the demon race and the cultivation world had persisted for over 10 millennia. Though the demon race had faced repeated defeats, their relentless nature remained unchanged. However, the cultivation world had never proactively sought to eradicate the demon race. for the demonic energy wreaked havoc upon cultivators' bodies. In an equal contest, cultivators could not necessarily injure demons, but demons could easily inflict grievous harm upon cultivators. Moreover, given the vast difference in realms, Yan Wangxing's actions could easily annihilate them all. Yet, just as he had gathered his strength, an unexpected interruption occurred, extinguishing his power. Not only were the onlookers stunned by this unforeseen event, but even Yan Wangxing himself was taken aback. Frowning, he attempted to regain his strength, only to find his body utterly weakened, incapable of exerting any force. Mo Qingqian's cold, sharp sword light sliced through the air, and he could not evade in time, receiving a blow to his back that drew forth thick, dark red blood. Yan Wangxing gazed at his trembling hands, consumed by rage. What had happened to him? My lord, did you find tonight's spring evening memorable? Chu Sang smiled sweetly, her demeanor innocent. I wonder how you find a flower wine I brewed myself. Wine? They had resorted to trickery. Yan Wangxing finally recalled the cup of wine he had consumed. Those cursed cultivators must have tampered with it. But why had he been unable to detect it? Though he could question his 6 senior brothers' alchemical skills, he could never doubt his ability to concoct poisons. This was a special softening powder that Mu Chi Huai had developed over 2.5 years, colorless and tasteless, vanishing upon mixing with water. It was so effective that even he could not perceive its presence, let alone a drunken Yan Wangxing. However, this softening powder required time to take effect. And since that time was insufficient, Chu Sang had deliberately brought Mo Qingqian and Dantaiming to spar with him, increasing the drug's efficacy. Disciples from the 8 major sects unsheathed their swords, intending to slay this malevolent demon. Qin Siye, seeking to retreat amidst the throng, was unexpectedly seized by Shang Xiling, who demanded, "Where do you think you're going? Are you trying to flee?" "I am not fleeing," Qin Siye stammered, feeling increasingly suspicious. Shang Xiling narrowed her eyes, reprimanding. "If you aren't fleeing, why are you hiding? I've noticed you from the beginning, acting all secretive. Earlier, you tried to slip away. Are you not a sword cultivator of the Tianyin sect? Why are you so cowardly at this moment?" The commotion drew attention. "It's you." Yan Wangxing's gaze fell upon Qin Siye in the crowd, disbelief etched across his face. "You are a disciple of the 8 major sects?" A realization struck him, and his eyes gleamed crimson with rage. "You and these people are in cahoots. Your earlier pretense of a chance encounter was all part of a scheme, wasn't it? To lead me into this ambush." Qin Siye hastily tried to explain. Chu Sang interjected, "Indeed, thanks to our little junior sister, without her assistance, we might not have captured you so easily." Fuming, Qin Siye retorted, "Who is your little junior sister? She is nothing but a discarded waste expelled from the sect. And yet you dare to claim kinship?" Yan Wangxing, convinced of his suspicions, glared at her with a piercing intensity. "You dare deceive me?" Qin Siye found herself at a loss for words. Whatever she said would not restore his trust. His greatest hatred in this life was betrayal and deceit. "Do you believe this will confine me?" Utterly foolish. Yan Wangxing, perhaps consumed by rage, laughed derisively. "A pack of Foundation establishment ants thinking they can kill me is nothing short of fantasy. You will pay for your ignorance with your lives." "No, he intends to self-destruct." Ling Yu's expression shifted dramatically as he attempted to intervene, but could not approach. Yan Wangxing conjured a massive vortex around himself, swirling with countless strands of black, demonic energy. His body expanded, engorged by the demonic energy, his skin turning a vivid red as blue veins threatened to burst forth. Rescue from the sect was rapidly approaching. We must do everything we can to hold him back. Our strength is insufficient to restrain him, and if he self-destructs, this formation will not hold him. Lingqing's face was filled with terror. As the crowd braced themselves, a sense of helplessness enveloped them, causing beads of sweat to form on their brows. However, Chu Sang remained relatively calm, as she still possessed a teleportation talisman that could whisk her and her 2 senior brothers away. In the instant the demonic energy erupted, the group hurriedly fled the confines of the barrier. The demonic energy, trapped within, rampaged wildly. The barrier trembled precariously, and within mere moments, spiderweb-like fissures began to appear, indicating that it could not endure for long. Should the demonic energy escape, it would not only spell doom for them, but would reduce the entire city to ruins. "This barrier won't last much longer. It needs repairs," Chu Sang remarked. "Repairs?" Lingqing exclaimed in disbelief. "What are you joking about? This is a high-level formation. How could it be repaired at will? Even if it could be fixed, did you not see how rapidly that demonic energy was destroying it? How could we possibly repair it at a pace that matches the damage? Chu Sang was taken aback, realizing that even a genius of formation could face insurmountable challenges. Lingqing's face flushed with anger. Even if I can't do it, so what? No one in this world can. What if I could? Chu Sang retorted. If you could, I would kneel and call you grandfather. He scoffed. Chu Sang paled. Please don't. I'm not the kind of unfilial descendant that you are. She silenced him effortlessly, relishing the moment before her expression shifted as she approached the formation. Everyone, step back, she commanded. I am about to demonstrate my skills. The crowd was momentarily taken aback, unsure of her intent, when they witnessed her delicate fingers moving with such speed that they appeared as mere blurs. She swiftly executed dozens of seals, each landing on the damaged gaps of the barrier. Following this, she deftly pulled out a piece of talisman paper and inscribed a reinforced version of the Vajra talisman, affixing it to the formation's core, thereby enhancing the barrier's defensive capabilities fivefold. The disciples of the Ba Xiang sect widened their eyes in astonishment. The seals she had just cast were the very runes of their sect. When did you learn our sect's runes? Lingqing exclaimed. I merely glanced at them while you were setting up the formation, and thus I learned, Chu Sang replied, though she wished to downplay her talents. Yet, the truth remained that geniuses often tread a solitary path. Lingqing's eyes bulged in disbelief, his fingers trembling, unable to utter a word. How could this be possible? This was not an ordinary formation, but a high-level one crafted by their sect as Grand Elder. Even he had taken 3 months to learn it, succeeding only after 10 failures. Yet this woman had merely glanced at it and memorized such intricate and esoteric runes. Beside them, Cui Xiu pondered silently, his gaze fixated on Chu Sang. Who was she, and from which sect did she hail? He had never encountered such a remarkable individual before. So, have we succeeded? Is that demon lord dead? Lin Shi, oblivious to the complexities of the rune master's discourse, asked anxiously. It was merely a clone. Yan Wangxing's true body remains in the demon realm. Chu Sang replied nonchalantly. Chapter 28. The beast hatchling emerges, just a clone? The realization struck, and the crowd gasped. If a mere clone possessed such strength to nearly subdue them all, what the true body? A chill swept through them as they instinctively gripped their swords, wary of the demon lord's possible return. Yan Wangxing was notoriously cunning. Months ago, he had been gravely injured by the 8 great sects and had nearly met his end. Any sensible individual would avoid using their true body in the realm of cultivation. Chu Sang had surmised prior to her arrival that Yan Wangxing likely sent a clone to test the waters and seek opportunities, hence his willingness to self-destruct so readily. He would not engage in such foolish actions that would lead to mutual destruction. However, given his arrogance and reckless nature, having enjoyed an unimpeded ascent for decades, it was likely his first experience of being so thoroughly outmaneuvered. Chu Sang felt as though she had entered his blacklist and resolved to tread carefully henceforth. No wonder he was subdued so swiftly. I thought the demon realm had grown weaker, Dantaiming huffed, regretting that she had not managed to sever that fellow's right hand. Although they had just defeated a clone, it still possessed the cultivation of the early nascent soul stage. This formation could only withstand attacks from those below the nascent soul level for so long, and they could hold out for no more than half an hour. When will your sect's elders arrive? Chu Sang inquired of the gathered disciples. If your sect cannot provide timely assistance within half an hour, we must first evacuate the common folk from the city, or else, before she could finish her sentence, a resounding crack echoed from her own body. Initially doubting her hearing, she soon heard several more cracking sounds, as if something was breaking. What is happening? She watched in astonishment as a small dark figure emerged from her body, shooting out like a cannonball, darting directly into the barrier. Though it was small, it opened its mouth wide, voraciously consuming the massive black energy within the barrier. The crowd stood in stunned silence. What has flew past? Did you see that? I couldn't have been mistaken. It looked like a small beast, and it actually devoured the demonic energy. Is this real? How could demonic energy be consumed? This is truly bizarre. I have never heard of such a phenomenon. Chu Sang was equally taken aback, witnessing the small shadow, savoring the demonic energy before contentedly licking its lips, gracefully leaping a few steps in midair, then diving into her embrace, affectionately nuzzling her arm and softly cooing, "Ow, woo mama." To her astonishment, Chu Sang inexplicably understood the beast's language. She stared blankly at the tiny creature in her arms. No larger than the span of her hand, its body as dark and lustrous as fine jade, resembling a small kitten, yet with disproportionately large, pointed ears topped with tufts of white fur. It tilted its head, looking at Chu Sang with innocence and delight, its large, dark violet eyes shimmering with moisture, evoking immense fondness. Chu Sang, a true connoisseur of fluffiness, thought it adorable and felt an overwhelming urge to squish it. The small beast widened its eyes in surprise. She reached out to pat its head, declaring, "You are so black. I shall call you Xiao Bai." Xiao Bai looked up in bewilderment at its mama, feeling that something about her was rather untrustworthy. Annoyed, it opened its tiny mouth, lightly nibbling on her finger, leaving only a faint indent on her flesh, which quickly healed. While the two of them enjoyed their heartwarming moment, the others gathered around, their faces etched with disbelief. So it was this little beast that consumed so much demonic energy? It really wanted to be harmed? I have only seen records of a spirit beast capable of consuming demonic energy in our Sect's archives. Legend has it that it is an extinct holy-level spirit beast known as the Devourer. Shang Xiling mused thoughtfully. The Devourer is said to be born of the world's spiritual energy and can consume all things, transforming them into energy to aid its growth. The mere demonic energy is no exception. Chu Sang realized that her third senior sister's black, handsome companion was astonishingly powerful, akin to pulling a rare card. As for its delayed hatching, it likely lacked sufficient energy. Today, the overwhelming demonic energy, akin to a self-detonation of a nascent soul, had provided a feast for Xiao Bai, prompting its premature emergence. But how could it have failed to hatch despite the many spirit stones she had provided? Would it require even more spirit stones to grow and evolve in the future? Instantly, Chu Sang's joy dissipated, her face scrunched in dismay. This was not merely a treasure, but rather a creature that devoured wealth. Spirit beasts are bound to serve only one master in their lifetime. Even if others wished to seize them, they could not. How fortunate was she? Lingqing was on the verge of tears from envy. Chu Sang, huh? You can't just transfer ownership? The heavens are truly against me. Congratulations, young friend, Shueishiu said with a smile. Opportunities and talent are indispensable on the path of cultivation, often surpassing mere effort and diligence for most cultivators. You possess both, and are indeed favored by the heavenly path. May I inquire to which sect you belong? If you do not mind, perhaps you could join our Baxiang sect? Such an extraordinary female cultivator had never crossed his ears before, nor had he heard any mention of her during the various competitions among sects in past years. Shueishiu deduced that Chu Sang was likely a rogue cultivator who had established her own school, or perhaps a disciple from a minor family. The talent of such a talisman practitioner was indeed a waste to leave unrecognized. He had other plans, yet he genuinely valued talent. Senior brother, she is merely a pawn in Lingqing's schemes to obstruct. Shueishiu cast a fleeting glance at him, causing Lingqing to fall silent immediately. He turned to meet the subtle gaze of Dantaiming and Lingyu, offering a slight smile as he continued. Although the Baxiang sect cannot claim to be a grand sect with a foundation of 10,000 years, it has now risen to be one of the 8 major sects, cultivating countless talisman masters and array masters over the centuries. The current foremost master in talismans, De Zhongyan, is indeed one of our Baxiang sect's ancestors. With such exceptional talent, if young friend Chu Sang were to join our Baxiang sect, the sect would undoubtedly spare no effort in nurturing her. Dantaiming and Lingyu pressed their lips together. Ordinarily, they would vehemently oppose other sects brazenly attempting to poach their junior sister. However, the truth of his words resonated. Retaining a prodigy of such caliber in their declining sect was indeed a pity, especially when they lacked even a senior elder capable of teaching talisman arrays. They were reluctant to let their junior sister go, but they yearned for her to excel in the path she cherished most. A person of her brilliance should undoubtedly shine forth, recognized throughout the realm of cultivation. Junior sister, perhaps. Dantaiming's lips pressed together, his eyes slightly reddening. The might of the sect rendered challenges trivial. She grasped the arms of her 2 senior brothers, smiling confidently. Shueishiu's smile faltered. What kind of twisted reasoning was this? Lingqing scoffed. You truly lack discernment. Our senior brother personally came to invite you, and you dare to refuse? Do you know how many talisman practitioners have yearned to join our Baxiang sect? Just as he was about to say more, Chui Xiu frowned and admonished. Enough. Let us respect the wishes of our young friend. My junior brother acts rashly and has been somewhat disrespectful. I hope you can forgive him. With a polite smile, once more gracing his face, Chui Xiu paused before inquiring. I heard from Taoist Lingqing that your swift movement talisman can increase a cultivator's speed tenfold and is universally applicable across realms. Is this true? May I have a look? To be honest, Chui Xiu had previously dismissed this unconventional swift movement talisman, yet he now found it deserving of his attention. Certainly, Chu Sang replied nonchalantly. Lacking any surplus swift movement talismans, she promptly took out a piece of yellow talisman paper and began to draw one on the spot. Chui Xiu watched her intently. Although the swift movement talisman was merely a basic talisman, and he had nearly perfected the technique of drawing such elementary talismans, the ease with which she executed it left even him somewhat astounded. Upon completion, he took the talisman and his smile faltered. You alter the talisman script? Even Chui Xiu could not hide his astonishment. Indeed, the connection between the Shui, Sheng Min, and Tu Xiang Min was cumbersome, so I made a casual amendment while drawing. Chu Sang replied with an air of nonchalance, eliciting a wave of shocked gazes from the disciples of Xiang's sect. Any cultivator with even a modicum of understanding of talisman craft would recognize the significant impact that altering an existing script could have on an entire talisman. A slight misstep could render the talisman useless or even cause backlash against the cultivator. Even the ancestors of their sect approached script modifications with the utmost caution. How could she draw with such ease? I hope to see you again in the future to exchange insights on talisman arrays, Chui Xiu persisted. If you are inclined to join Xiang's sect, we would always welcome you. Once the three departed, Lingqing could no longer contain himself, his face filled with indignation. Senior brother, why are you being so courteous to her? She is merely a cultivator from a small sect. Her success was likely mere happenstance. Can you claim it was mere happenstance that she identified the flaw in the demon binding array and rectified it? Or that she happened to draw a swift movement talisman that increases a cultivator's speed tenfold? Seeing the young man silenced, Chui Xiu sighed gently. In 3 years, during the Sect competition, she will undoubtedly be a formidable opponent. Chui Xiu was a perceptive individual. With Chu Sang's talent and prowess, she could not remain nameless forever. Sooner or later, she would shine brilliantly in the realm of cultivation. He had a premonition that this moment would not come slowly, but rather, it would arrive swiftly. If they were not on the same side, she would surely stand as a rival, an exceptionally strong one. If possible, it would be best for Xiang's sect to avoid being positioned against her. Chui Xiu had always trusted his instincts. Meanwhile, the Wanjian sect also extended an olive branch to Chu Sang, though, unsurprisingly, it was declined gracefully. Shang Ziling felt little regret. After all, the other party was a talisman practitioner, posing no significant threat. It would be ideal to make a friend. Qin Shi Shui felt even more distressed. Why did Chu Sang manage to acquire a holy-level spirit beast and garner the favor of 2 sects? I almost forgot about you. Shang Ziling's gaze fell upon her, eyes probing. From the tone of that demon lord, it seems you two are acquainted? Upon hearing this, all present recalled the earlier scene, their gazes towards Qin Shi Shui brimming with wariness and suspicion. You know that demon lord? Though phrased as a question, everyone understood. They certainly knew each other. Otherwise, the demon lord would not have spoken in such a manner. Qin Shi Shui bit her lip, her fingers clenched tightly in her sleeves, panic evident in her heart. Intercourse between disciples of the immortal sect and the demon clan was a grave offense, particularly with the other party being a demon lord. She could very well be expelled from her sect. I do know him, but I was unaware of his identity as a demon lord. Her tone was resolute, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, embodying a pitiful and wrong demeanor that appeared genuinely accused. I had no idea he was a demon lord. He concealed his identity and deceived me, which is truly despicable. As expected of the protagonist, her adaptability is remarkable, even turning the tables. Are you certain there are no other entanglements with that demon lord? Shang Ziling felt something was amiss, yet the other S words were indeed irrefutable. A demon lord could perfectly conceal his aura, making it difficult for ordinary cultivators to discern his true identity. Mo Qing Chun rarely displayed reproach, his voice particularly cold. As righteous cultivators, we must possess the ability to discern right from wrong. We must not consort with demons, and must sever all ties with him in the future to avoid straying onto a dark path. Qin Shi Shuel lowered her head, suppressing her unwillingness. Yes, Mo Qing Chan exhibited some displeasure and skepticism, yet being a junior sister of his own sect, he chose to believe her. Acknowledging your mistakes is good. Mo Qing Chan harbored a deep-seated hatred for the demon clan, as his entire family had fallen victim to their cruelty, driving him to become a righteous sword cultivator dedicated to punishing evil. He showed no mercy to the demon clan responsible for his family's tragedy, slaying them without hesitation. In the original narrative, his fierce battles with Yan Wangxing created numerous intense scenes that captivated readers, with more than half being a result of their conflicts. Chapter 29. To alleviate the hatred in one's heart. Chu Sang had no inclination to concern herself with the trivialities of the protagonist. Her focus was entirely on the spirit stones. Completing the mission would yield a reward of 1,000,000 spirit stones, alongside the 200 demon beast heads they had slain, which could be exchanged for over 20 million low-grade spirit stones. This would be more than sufficient to purchase a mid-grade spiritual vein with excellent potential. Second senior brother. Seventh senior brother. It is time for us to depart. Chu Sang summoned a flying sword. As time passes, it is about time for the elders of the 8 major sects to arrive. As for settling the common people and rebuilding the towns, they could take care of those matters. Chu Sang, Mo Qingchun called out to her, hesitating momentarily. When he stepped forward, attempting to grasp her arm, Chu Sang retreated 3 feet as if avoiding a venomous snake, her eyes wide with fear. "Do not come any closer," she exclaimed. This is the male protagonist, a being whose touch would lead her, the cannon-fodder female supporting character, to certain demise. She vividly remembers that in the original narrative, this wretched man pierced her heart with his sword. Why not forget the past and treat each other as strangers, walking our own paths? Mo Qingxin frowned, puzzled by her intense emotions. Clearly, they had once relied on each other, and she had depended on him the most. "I do not wish to do anything. I merely wish to speak with you." His throat felt parched. "I'm sorry, but I'm not available. I'm busy seeking rebirth," Chu Sang replied, swiftly dragging her 2 senior brothers away, not giving him a chance to speak. Not far away, Qin Xie approached. Upon seeing Mo Qingchun's downcast expression, an unusual emotion stirred within her. In her memory, he had always been cold and distant, rarely displaying such feelings. She smiled gently, reassuring him, "Brother Qingchun, do not be sad. Second senior sister has now gone to another sect, and we are no longer connected." With new companions by her side, they had naturally grown distant. These words, though seemingly comforting, served to remind them of the widening chasm between them. Mo Qingchun's hand beside him tightened, and then relaxed. She had indeed changed. In the past, she would never have spoken to him in such a tone or avoided him so. Could it be that he had truly erred? Qin Xie's gaze flickered as she produced a bottle of elixir from her bosom, placing it in the palm of his hand. "Brother Qingchun, do not think too much. You are injured. This is a high-grade healing pill. You should take it." Only then did Mo Qingchun recall his injuries and replied softly, "There are only 2 healing pills. This one was left for you by our master. Your injuries are more important." Qin Xie shook her head, worry etched on her face. Her relationship with Yan Wangxing had completely severed, making reconciliation difficult, and she could only rely on Mo Qingchun now. The young man hesitated, having been alone for years. Save for Qin Xie's occasional concern. The young girl drew closer, linking her arm with his, her warmth momentarily familiar to Mo Qingchun. He unconsciously softened his expression and ultimately accepted her kindness. "Thank you." After a pause, he added, "I will not inform our master of today's events. But you must remember, do not make the same mistake again. I knew you were the best, brother." Qin Xie replied sweetly. The small, soft, fluffy creature Xiaobai, perched atop her head, was light yet effective in shielding her from the wind. "Especially you, junior sister. I suspect you've entered the #1 target list of that demon lord. Aren't you afraid?" Seeing Chu Sang still leisurely feeding her beast pet, calm as an old dog, Dantaiming inwardly admired her courage. "Afraid? What is there to fear? When soldiers come, I will meet them. When water comes, I will block it," she declared boldly, then quickly asked, "Seventh senior brother, do you think my speed talisman can outrun a Yuaning?" "Do not worry, junior sister. I will protect you," he assured, patting his chest. "You don't believe me? 10 years. By then, the grass on my grave might grow taller than I am. 5 years for Yuaning. Dantaiming corrected himself. 3 years for Yuaning. How is that possible? He exclaimed, his eyes wide. In 3 years, I will still be under 20. In the history of the cultivation world, there has never been a cultivator who achieved Yuaning by 20. Chu Sang pouted, tears welling in her eyes. It seems I will only be torn apart by that demon clan. Dantaiming could not bear to see her like this. Gritting his teeth, he extended 3 fingers in a vow. 3 years is 3 years. I will definitely achieve Yuaning within that time. Chu Sang immediately brightened, clapping her hands with him. It's a deal, brother. During these 3 years, I will supervise your studies. If I find out you're slacking. How did he seem to have fallen into a trap again? Lingqing watched the 2 junior disciples laughing and playing, unable to suppress a chuckle and shake his head. The next moment, he met the young girl's sweet and innocent smile and felt a slight unease in his heart. Chu Sang, second senior brother. How long have you been stuck at the Jin dance stage? About 5 years, Lingqing replied softly after a moment of thought. He broke through to Jin Dan at 19 and had now reached the peak of mid-Jin Dan. Such a cultivation speed was considered genius compared to the outside world. Yet it was evident that his little junior sister was not satisfied. Look at 7th senior brother. He can achieve Yuaning in 3 years. 2nd senior brother. You cannot fall behind. Chu Sang grasped one of his hands tightly. How about this? Let us make a pact to achieve Yuaning within a year. Faced with her eager and adoring gaze, he found himself inexplicably agreeing. All right. In the demon realm, within the imperial palace, Yin Wangxing suddenly opened his eyes and spat out a mouthful of blood. His crimson eyes fixed fiercely on his hands. The self-detonation of his clone had caused a backlash to his main body, resulting in a decline in his cultivation level. He had been but a step away from transformation. Yet now he had plummeted to the late Yuaning stage. A demon servant called from outside. Your Majesty, 2 demon lords have come to visit. Should we receive them now? Yin Wangxing roared in fury. Get lost. All of you get out. I will not meet anyone. Should those demon lords discover his current predicament, they would certainly lose control. Yin Wangxing retreated to seclusion, silently vowing that when he next encountered that damned woman, he must kill her to quell the hatred in his heart. This black egg has hatched. It turned out to be the devouring beast that had gone extinct 10,000 years ago, which truly took me by surprise. By the way, have you given it a name? When Rinyu grabbed a handful of beast food, but Xiao Bai turned away from it. She reluctantly offered a few high-grade spirit stones. And only then did Xiao Bai benevolently accept a couple. The names of spirit beasts and demon beasts are significant, representing their master's sincerest hopes. And their personalities and growth directions will be influenced by it. Chu Sang, huh? Is there such a principle? When Rinyu poked her arm, speaking mysteriously. So, what name did you give it? This is your first spirit beast, a devouring beast, legendary for consuming all things, powerful and mysterious. You should have given it a name that exudes dominance, right? Chu Sang touched her nose. Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai? When Rinyu's eyes widened. Cough, it's called Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai rubbed against her leg and let out a small cry. One Rinyu fell silent, looking at this pitch-black creature. No wonder the aloof devouring beast in legends looks so silly and sweet. Also, why call it Xiao Bai when it is clearly black? Junior sister, you are too unreliable. Can a name be changed? Chu Sang also felt she had been a bit hasty initially, but the answer was a firm denial. However, it was not a big deal. Spirit beasts awaken a natural skill at the moment of birth, and devouring beasts are particularly sensitive to various energy fluctuations, including spiritual and demonic energy. Hence, they are also nicknamed treasure-seeking beasts, with their innate skill being treasure hunting. Seeing her like this, when Rinyu took out several books from her Chinquan bag. In addition to awakening innate skills, spirit beasts can also awaken acquired skills. The degree and quantity of acquired skill awakenings depend on the owner's training. If you want it to awaken fire manipulation skills, you can feed it more fire type or as regularly. For specifics, you can read through these books more. While the two were conversing, a large mass of black clouds gathered over the peak, and the surrounding spiritual energy became murky and heavy, distinctly different from ordinary thunderstorms. With a resounding boom, a bright golden lightning bolt struck down onto a nearby peak. That was where 7th senior brother was in seclusion. The thunder tribulation for the Jin Dan stage consists of 3 strikes. The heavenly tribulation had yet to conclude, when suddenly the atmosphere shifted once more. As a bolt of divine lightning, as thick as an arm, struck down from the mountain peak on the right. The divine lightning struck alternately from both sides. leaving little time to react. Sixth senior brother has also attained the golden core, Chu Sang remarked, resting her right hand on her brow as she gazed from a distance. Their eyes followed the shifting currents of the tribulation. Since their exit from the secret realm, Mu Chi Huai had retreated to seclusion to refine elixirs. Months had passed in his solitary endeavor, and it was now time for him to emerge. Wenrinyu, who do you think will finish first? Chu Sang. I wager on 7th senior brother. Then I place my bet on 6th senior brother. The tribulations for alchemists are generally gentler than those for sword cultivators. They generously placed 2 spirit stones as a wager. Once the tribulation concluded and the smoke cleared, figures finally emerged, 2 silhouettes, almost simultaneously. However, their conditions were starkly contrasting. Chu Sang recognized the suave young man in green attire on the right as her familiar 6th senior brother, but the charred figure beside him was a mystery. 7th senior brother, you seem to have had quite the ordeal. Chu Sang quickly approached and cast a cleansing spell, administering several elixirs before the charred figure finally returned to normal. Dantaiming lay sprawled on the ground, appearing lifeless. He glared enviously at the unscathed Mu Chi Huai, exclaiming, "It's unfair. We both faced the same golden core tribulation. How come you emerged unscathed?" "Life, by nature, is replete with inequities," Mu Chi Huai replied, his gaze filled with compassion. "My parents had long prepared a lightning-controlling artifact for my tribulation. A mere golden core lightning strike poses no threat." Dantaiming. Jealousy can distort one's visage. "Junior sister, look what I have," Mu Chi Huai said, producing a vial of elixirs, smiling as he added, "Open it and see." Despite her intuition, when Chu Sang inhaled the refreshing herbal aroma and sensed the potent spiritual energy emanating from the vial, her heart skipped a beat and her fingers tightened. "Thank you, 6th senior brother. What is there to thank? It is merely my duty as a senior brother. This elixir should mend your spiritual root. Do try it." After stretching and yawning, he continued, "I initially anticipated it would take another 2 years to form my core, but due to my relentless efforts in refining this elixir, I broke through the bottleneck and formed my core ahead of schedule." Chu Sang consumed the elixir and sat cross-legged, allowing its potency to permeate her being. The trio watched in rapt attention. As she closed her eyes and focused inward, she found herself once again in her sea of consciousness. This time, she could distinctly see the new buds sprouting from her fire's spiritual root, rapidly flourishing at a visible pace, gradually regaining its former fiery hue. With a sudden gasp, she opened her eyes, a flash of crimson light flickering within. "How is it?" the 3 inquired anxiously. "It works," Chu Sang replied with a smile. Something hard pecked at her finger. Looking down, she discovered a fluffy yellow chick. "When I successfully refined the elixir, this egg suddenly hatched and devoured my Dan fire in one gulp, and then 3 bolts of lightning struck. I thought the egg would be cooked by then, but it hatched prematurely. Today truly brings 4 joyous tidings." Dantaiming exclaimed, "Junior sister, we must celebrate tonight. Let us have hot pot." Mu Chi Huai rolled his eyes, muttering, "You just want to eat." "Wenrinyu, I want to eat too." After tasting junior sister's culinary skills, "I can never forget it," he lamented, having been raised on his 2nd senior brother's meager fare, only to realize the stark difference upon comparison. After their extravagant meal, Chu Sang dragged Dantaiming towards the back mountain, and from that day forth, the sounds of wailing and howling echoed nightly. 3 months later, Chu Sang reached the late stage of foundation establishment. In Chapter 30, Technology and Cultivation, Dantaiming inquired, "Junior sister, what have you been up to lately? I haven't seen you outside for several days." He had been restless from lack of practice, unable to sleep well. Upon entering, he found Chu Sang fervently writing at her desk, surrounded by a towering pile of books and discarded drafts. Surprised, he leaned in for a closer look. "What is this?" "A handgun," she replied without looking up. "A handgun? What on earth is that?" Dantaiming blinked, bewildered by her strange vocabulary. "It is a type of magical artifact, possessing high explosive power, portable, and capable of rapid fire, catching opponents off guard. It is quite useful," Chu Sang clarified after a moment of thought. Anticipating Yin Wangxing's vindictive nature, she surmised he would likely seek revenge. Escaping would not suffice. She needed a more practical means of self-defense. Given their vast difference in cultivation levels, ordinary talismans and sword techniques would be inadequate, so why not create a cultivation-style handgun? Chu Sang, known for her strong execution, spent several sleepless nights drafting designs. She also searched the library for dozens of books on artifact refinement. Although it was a gun, its construction was not identical to modern firearms. Being in the cultivation realm, it had to adhere to its principles. While designing, she pondered the possibility of merging artifact refinement and runes. If runes could be drawn on paper, could they not be inscribed onto weapons to enhance their power? For instance, engraving a miniature gathering array inside the handgun for energy propulsion, as well as explosive, strengthening, and acceleration runes. No one in the cultivation world seemed to have attempted this before. She would be the first to take the plunge. Dantaiming, unable to comprehend her chaotic designs, crossed his arms and rested his chin on them, dozing off like a puppy. As evening approached, he was roused by her voice. "I've finally completed it." Dantaiming looked over. The gun-esque design was peculiar, unlike any magical artifact he had ever seen. Chu Sang, accompany me down the mountain. At the foot of Lingqing zone lay a bustling market, developed over decades with several other sects emerging, transforming it into a small town. Numerous shops dotted the market, including several blacksmiths. Chu Sang entered one shop, presenting her design to the craftsmen, but they all shook their heads, claiming they could not fabricate it. They had never seen such a uniquely shaped artifact, and it differed significantly from common blades and staffs. After wandering through several shops, she finally found an ornate establishment. The shopkeeper, upon noticing her, took a puff from his pipe and examined the design for a moment. "This can be made." "How much?" she inquired. The shopkeeper held up a finger. 10,000 spirit stones. No deception here. The price was quite reasonable, and she readily produced 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. The shopkeeper frowned, his expression becoming somewhat strange. Chu Sang quickly realized it could not possibly be 10,000 low-grade stones, as even the most ordinary sword artifact would fetch over 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. She hastily retrieved 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones, thinking this should suffice. The shopkeeper's demeanor turned cold. 10,000 high-grade spirit stones. No negotiation, no credit. 10,000 high-grade spirit stones. Chu Sang's eyes widened in disbelief. She could not have heard him correctly. 10,000 high-grade spirit stones equated to 1 million mid-grade spirit stones, or 100 million low-grade spirit stones. Currently, her entire fortune barely amounted to 20 million low-grade spirit stones, and she still needed to reserve funds for purchasing spiritual veins. Why did the shopkeeper not just rob her? Our Duanbao building boasts a prestigious heritage spanning 5 centuries, with hundreds of branches across 5 continents. We have invited master craftsmen of the highest caliber, specializing exclusively in the creation of spiritual artifacts, making us the preferred establishment for elite practitioners seeking to forge their cherished personal weapons. Our quality and pricing are unparalleled, far exceeding those of mediocre shops. Moreover, the design depicted in your blueprint is intricate and unconventional, resulting in a high failure rate and necessitating the expenditure of rare resources. Custom orders will incur costs that multiply tenfold, making the price of 10,000 high-grade spiritual stones quite reasonable. The proprietor cast a disdainful glance at the two, his expression revealing that he assumed them to be scions of affluent families, only to discover they were impoverished, unable to afford even this modest sum of spiritual stones, yet daring to enter our establishment to commission their personal spiritual artifacts. "Begone, do not impede our business." A waiter was summoned to usher them out. Dantaiming was incensed by the shopkeeper's prejudiced behavior. Unable to contain himself, he stepped forward to voice his displeasure, but Chu Sang grasped his hand, shaking her head. And they departed. 5th senior brother? Chu Sang had been at Lingqing Sect for several months, yet had never encountered this 5th senior brother, who turned out to be a craftsman. Although Lingqing Sect is a relatively obscure sect with only a handful of disciples, it was unexpected to find practitioners of alchemy, beast taming, and crafting among them. Notably, the entry threshold for craftsmen is the highest, making them one of the rarest existences on the continent. Those with a modicum of fame are pursued by multitudes, making it quite surprising that such a figure would be accessible. Before Chu Sang could revel in her good fortune, a sense of caution washed over her. What was the name of 5th senior brother? Su Chunin. Chu Sang realized with dread that yet another formidable antagonist loomed before her. She had truly stumbled into a den of villains. Lingqing, one of the largest gambling dens in Zhongzhou, is renowned for its flourishing yet dubious enterprises, with bustling gambling houses and entertainment venues. Among these, the Fengyun Casino is the most prominent. It is commonplace for individuals to squander vast fortunes in a single night, leading many to ruin. However, for the upper echelon of practitioners, it serves merely as a recreational playground. In a private chamber on the 5th floor, the fragrant smoke wafting from an incense burner shielded the occupants from the external clamor and chaos. A handsome young man dressed in azure, evidently fatigued from a night of indulgence, reclined with closed eyes upon a plush couch. Suddenly, he heard a sound and opened his eyes to see a paper crane the size of a palm fluttering towards him. A message from the Sect? Quite unusual. Su Chunin lazily accepted the paper crane, unfolding it to reveal that the Sect had sent a junior sister to seek assistance. A junior sister? The very notion implied trouble. He recalled the previous 3 junior sisters, each more exasperating than the last. Within the envelope was an attachment. Upon inspection, Su Chunin's expression shifted. It contained a draft blueprint for a magical artifact. Craftsmen possess an innate sensitivity to such designs, and while Su Chunin does not presume to rank among the continent's elite, he is certainly among the foremost of his generation. Having produced no fewer than 100 magical artifacts, he had never encountered one with such an unusual and peculiar shape. It is natural for someone of his experience to be unfamiliar with all 108 weapon forms. However, the astonishment he felt was warranted as he intently studied the intricate runes portrayed on the blueprint, confirming he had not erred. This individual sought to engrave runes upon a weapon, aspiring to create a unique pattern. Theoretically feasible, yet in the annals of the cultivation world, no one had dared to be so audacious throughout the millennia. Composing himself, he secured the blueprint and prepared to depart. A knock at the door announced a servant delivering the spiritual stones won the previous night. It was a violet token bordered in gold, inscribed with points. The quantity of spiritual stones was so vast that it was directly converted into points. In just one night, he had wagered millions of spiritual stones, a feat almost unfathomable. The servant, bowing deferentially, covertly cast a glance at Su Chunin, his face betraying awe and respect. This esteemed patron was a regular at the casino, and every time he played, he invariably began with no less than 1,000,000 spiritual stones, never having tasted defeat, departing with a full purse. He drew attention and would certainly attract the attention of nefarious individuals. Such establishments breed desperate souls. Those who have lost everything, their families shattered, have long abandoned any semblance of decorum. A group of practitioners, having recently emptied their pockets at the casino, stealthily pursued Su Chunin with the intent to rob him. Several shadow guards appeared from nowhere, intercepting the assailants. They were warned to flee quickly if they valued their lives, for this individual was a favored guest of the proprietor, specifically designated for protection. What was he but a wealthy young master? What was there to be so arrogant about? One particularly incensed individual, intoxicated, began a curse. In the blink of an eye, the man was struck speechless as he witnessed his body cleaved in two, collapsing to the ground in a pool of blood. Murder, murder! The remaining culprits snapped back to reality, shrieking in terror as they fled. One of the shadow guards spat in disdain, lamenting the ignorance of those fools. How dare they attempt to rob a craftsman? Many would vie for favor with him, and losing even a single hair from such a distinguished guest would be enough to cost them dearly. It had indeed been years since she last saw fifth senior brother, but in her memory, he was quite warm-hearted and gentle. One Runyu playfully teased the red serpent coiled around her shoulder, propping her chin in her hand, exuding boredom. She reminisced about her early days in the sect with her junior sisters, recalling how they were all quite young and needed supervision, especially the youngest. With their master often absent, the eldest brother and sister were engrossed in their swordplay, exuding an aura of intimidation. Initially, the second brother took care of them, but after 2 days of his nurturing, the youngest sisters became ill, nearly perishing. At that time, the third brother was a cripple. The fourth brother was preoccupied with his own demise, and the second sister was chasing after a rogue. In their moment of desperation, fifth senior brother stepped in to care for them for over 6 months. When Rinyu sighed, recalling how she and her sisters had been mischievous and had accidentally shattered many of his precious artifacts, even putting a hole in his favorite crafting furnace, which exploded that very night. Yet, fifth senior brother had never reproached them. Chu Sang, Dantaiming, I have arrived. At that moment, a light laugh from outside the door accompanied a refreshing fragrance, as a tall figure clad in blue entered. The young man, adorned in a moon-white inner garment and a deep gray-blue outer robe, exuded elegance. With silver tassels at his waist and his long hair elegantly secured with a simple white hairpin, presenting the image of an exquisite gentleman of noble bearing. Chu Sang was oblivious to his appearance, her focus solely on him. Wow! He wore 3 rings on his fingers and an array of necklaces and bracelets, with a folding fan crafted from millennium-old spiritual jade. The man resembled a peacock displaying its feathers, his attire screaming wealth. Was this the newly arrived junior sister of the sect? The fan lightly tapped her head, and the young man chuckled. What? Is my appearance so captivating that you are entranced? Chu Sang touched her head, realizing that 5th senior brother was rather self-absorbed. Indeed, she was momentarily dazzled by his ostentation. Although 6th senior brother was also wealthy, he maintained a relatively low profile, embodying the essence of a true immortal. In contrast, 5th senior brother's lavish adornments made him resemble a flamboyant nouveau riche. Chu Sang gently touched the silver ring on his index finger, and in that moment, it seemed as if a flicker of dark light passed by, piquing her curiosity. The instant their skin made contact, the seemingly ordinary silver ring revealed hundreds of concealed mechanisms hidden within its smooth metallic surface, unleashing a flurry of sharp, needle-like spikes, poised to strike. Before Chu Sang could react, Su Chunin swiftly pulled her aside, using his spiritual awareness to reset the mechanisms. That was a close call. Blood could have been shed. Little junior sister, you must never tamper with anything belonging to 5th senior brother. He was once kidnapped, and since then, he has been outfitted with an array of bizarre mechanisms and hidden weapons, Wen Rinyu whispered. Chu Sang mused to herself that this sect was indeed filled with eccentric individuals. No wonder a seemingly frail weaponsmith could so boldly roam the streets. It turned out he was armed with hidden weapons, waiting for thieves to fall into his trap. Do you fancy this ring? Su Chunin noticed her unwavering gaze on the silver ring he held, and decided to remove it and present it to her. In his haste, he hadn't prepared any parting gifts, but this ring was indeed quite suitable for self-defense. If you like it, then please accept it, little junior sister. Compared to ordinary swords and weapons, Chu Sang had a particular fondness for hidden weapons, finding them convenient for ambushes. She relished the thought of being a cunning strategist. Thank you. 5th senior brother, I love it, she replied with a sweet smile, slipping the silver ring onto her index finger. In an instant, the ring resized to fit her perfectly, becoming unremovable by anyone else. This new little junior sister appeared quite charming and well-behaved, a refreshing change. Su Chunin nodded, feeling a sense of relief at finally having a normal junior sister. Chu Sang curiously examined her new trinket, astonished to discover that it was actually a high-grade spiritual tool. She hadn't anticipated that the ring casually removed from 5th senior brother's hand was of such quality. This thought led her to recall the fate of Su Chunin in the original story. In Chapter 32, titled The Call for Help, Su Chunin was portrayed as a romantic and carefree individual, wandering through flower-laden paths without a care in the world, until he fell head over heels for Qin Shixue at an auction, surrendering his heart to her whims. Many powerful spiritual tools that Qin Shixue possessed were crafted specifically for her by Su Chunin. However, due to certain events, he eventually realized that Qin Shixue had merely been using him, leading to a bitter rift between them. At that time, he had already gained fame as a renowned weaponsmith. When Chang Yu invited him to forge a life-bound weapon for Qin Shixue, he coldly refused, resulting in humiliation for both parties. As the saying goes, a grain of kindness repaid with a grain of hatred, and both Qin Shixue and Chang Yu harbored resentment towards him. Su Chunin, being the esteemed guest of the premier weapon smithing establishment, further solidified their enmity by placing both Qin Shixue and Chang Yu on the blacklist of the forging house, refusing to craft any spiritual tools for them. Thus, their relationship was irrevocably severed, rendering them adversaries. Su Chunin became known as a notorious antagonist in the original narrative. The fate of the antagonist, of course, was not a pleasant one, and Su Chunin's demise could be described as tragic. He met his end just before the unveiling of his greatest masterpiece. Su Chunin was plunged into the forging furnace by Chang Yu, his blood and flesh serving as a sacrifice, merging with a nascent blade, giving birth to the first divine weapon of the Lingyuan continent in nearly 10,000 years, the Xianling sword. This sword was then bound to Qin Shixue. assisting her in her ascension to greatness, slaying even gods and demons. As these memories faded, Chu Sang's gaze settled on her charming and gentle fifth senior brother, and she felt a pang of regret. Su Chunin produced a blueprint and scanned the room, questioning, "Who drew this?" Dantaiming eagerly raised his hand, exclaiming with pride, "It was drawn by little junior sister. Is this your work?" Su Chunin's enchanting eyes widened in surprise. "You are quite young and presumably lack experience in weapon crafting. How do you possess such knowledge of these intricacies?" Su Chunin was intrigued. The design of the spear was indeed peculiar, something he had never encountered in over a decade of smithing. The engravings on it raised further questions. Although he didn't believe his junior disciples would jest regarding such matters, he still found it hard to believe. "I consider myself somewhat accomplished in weapon crafting, having perused thousands of texts on the subject. While I've seen engravings before, the ancient texts from over 10,000 years ago, which documented the addition of engravings to weapons, have mostly been lost to time, leaving only scattered fragments. Even the most skilled smiths today would find it nearly impossible to replicate these engravings," he sighed. "Yet, the engravings you depicted, though largely simple intermediate symbols, flow with unexpected grace and naturalness." Su Chunin's gaze bore into her face, laced with curiosity. "Even I cannot accurately deduce the connections and placements of each symbol. Where did you acquire such knowledge?" Dantaiming interjected. "Little junior sister is a talisman practitioner. Although I, as a sword cultivator, do not grasp the nuances, it is only natural that she would excel at symbols. This artifact can indeed be crafted, but it will require some time," he concluded, securing the blueprint. Chu Sang lifted her face, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. "Fifth senior brother, I wish to learn smithing from you. Why the desire to become a weaponsmith?" Su Chunin raised an eyebrow, amusement glimmering in his narrowed gaze. Chu Sang looked at him earnestly, replying boldly, "I am poor." Although the reasoning was somewhat frivolous, it was undeniably a solid justification. In the ensuing days, Chu Sang accompanied Su Chunin to learn the art of weapon crafting. The greatest advantage of possessing a fire spirit root was the ease of selecting a profession, allowing for spontaneous career changes. Beyond sword cultivation, one could also delve into alchemy or weapon crafting. Different weapons possess unique characteristics, and the raw materials required for forging vary accordingly. There are approximately 200 types of commonly used raw iron on the market. Aside from the most frequently utilized Xian iron, there exists Duanyue iron, which is even denser and more resilient than Xian iron, making it suitable for heavy swords and hammers. This raw iron is called Sunluo silk iron. It is lightweight and soft, ideal for crafting the soft swords and long whips often favored by women. However, he continued, Sunluo silk iron is both costly and extremely fragile, demanding high standards from the weaponsmith. A moment's carelessness could render the raw iron as delicate as silk, making it unfit for beginners. Though Su Chunin was a quintessential talent, his explanations were clear, thorough, and patient. The realms of talismans and weapon crafting are entirely different. While she could sketch weapon blueprints, she soon realized the myriad complexities involved in actual practice. She applied all her prior knowledge to enhance her understanding. "Little junior sister, how goes your reading?" Su Chunin inquired after noticing she had not stepped outside for several days. Upon checking, he found her once again engrossed in her books, which filled him with satisfaction. "I've memorized it all," Chu Sang replied, setting down the book with a bright smile. "Why don't you quiz me, fifth senior brother? Have you really finished memorizing an entire book in just 5 days?" Su Chunin picked up the book. Chu Sang shook her head. "I've memorized all 34 books. Feel free to test me." Her declaration was undeniably audacious. Initially, Su Chunin thought she was jesting, dismissing it lightly, but after posing a few questions, he found her responses came effortlessly. Realizing the situation was more than it seemed, he meticulously questioned her on all 34 books, and she answered without faltering, as if the knowledge flowed effortlessly from her lips. Su Chunin couldn't help but exclaim in disbelief, "Little junior sister, have you previously studied these texts?" Memorizing over 30 books in just 5 days was an accomplishment even he had never achieved. "No, I've only glanced at some weapon crafting books in the Sect's library," she replied, completely off the mark. Su Chunin found himself wishing to delve into his little junior sister's mind to uncover the treasures of knowledge contained within. He busied himself in suppressing his terrifying thoughts, for such acts could only be accomplished by that perverse third senior brother. After a moment of silence, he proposed, "Little junior sister, How about I teach you the art of forging? Ah, so soon? She exclaimed. Brother, won't you teach me something else? Chu Sang blinked her eyes. I have nothing else to teach you. Let us proceed directly to practical combat. Su Qinan responded, taking her to the workshop. Distinguishing materials, selecting them, purifying the furnace. Removing impurities, then merging and refining once more, finally processing the raw iron, which was composed of dozens of materials, into a weapon. This was the standard procedure for forging, and reaching the weapon formation stage typically marked the end. Yet, Chu Sang still lacked the final and most crucial step, inscribing patterns. To truly achieve the effect of breaking the wind, she needed to engrave a wind-breaking pattern on the blade. Although she could easily sketch symbols on paper, carving them onto a weapon was an entirely different experience. The difficulty escalated exponentially, perhaps even by dozens or hundreds of times. The intricacy of inscribing patterns consumed immense mental energy, with a high failure rate. It was advisable to practice on smaller objects first, drafting with pitch before engraving. Chu Sang heeded this advice well, first sketching a draft with pitch on the blade before slowly inscribing. Typically, she could effortlessly complete a simple symbol in just a few strokes, yet it took her an entire night to etch a single weapon symbol. Upon completion, she suddenly felt as if all her spiritual energy had been drained in an instant, collapsing to the ground, gasping for breath, drenched in sweat. Her hands trembling so violently, she nearly dropped the hilt. No wonder blacksmiths earned their keep. This craft was not something one could simply aspire to. Well done. You succeeded on your first attempt, Su Qinan remarked. Although it was merely a small item, it was impressive nonetheless. He had forged his first weapon, a concealed dagger, at around 12 years old, and it had taken him the destruction of 10 blades to succeed, without even inscribing patterns. Little junior sister, being adept at symbol crafting and possessing a formidable mental acuity, surprised Su Qinan, who remained relatively calm in comparison to the terror of her previous photographic memory. Fifth senior brother, let us make a bet. If I can memorize 10,000 forging books, you must grant me one request. Chu Sang thought to herself that fifth senior brother was indeed quite reasonable, her little face brightening with a sweeter smile. If I can memorize 10,000 forging books, after reaching the golden core stage, could you help me forge a personal weapon? Of course, Su Qinan replied without hesitation. Brother, we haven't even discussed the time limit. I didn't specify whether it would be a year, 10 years, or 100 years. If it's 100 years, I will surely finish reading 10,000 books. Even if you don't finish, I will still forge for you, Su Qinan said, smoothing down a stray hair from her head. After another month, Su Qinan gifted her a pistol, marking his formal present to little junior sister. Though it was delayed, the significance of the gift was profound. Chu Sang went to the back mountain, eager to test the pistol's power when a paper crane fluttered precariously from afar. What is this? Muchi Wai opened it. His expression shifting, it was a distress signal from fourth senior sister. Unfolding the letter for everyone to see, he explained that it was a plea for help from the head of the Saiku family, stating that fourth senior sister had been kidnapped by bandits a few days prior, and her whereabouts were still unknown. The kidnappers were rumored to be local Sect cultivators, prompting the Saiku family head to send out a call for assistance from the Sect to locate fourth senior sister. Fourth junior sister has been kidnapped again, Su Qinan remarked with a hint of calmness. After all, no one was more familiar with kidnappings than he was. The Sect's two notorious kidnap specialists were undoubtedly Su Qinan and Saiku Chiu. The former, a rising star as a blacksmith, was well off and often flaunted his wealth, making him a target for bandits. As for Saiku Chiu, her family was the most affluent in the mundane world, their wealth rivaling the 8 great sects and cultivation families. Having lost his wife early on, the Saiku family head cherished his only daughter, Saiku Chiu, dearly. Despite her poor aptitude as a 5-element root, he sought every means to place her in a sect, fearing that she would attract the attention of unscrupulous individuals. Unfortunately, the 8 great sects would not accept disciples with such poor qualifications, but after some twists of fate, Saiku Chiu entered Lingqing sect. Outside Yin City, a bumpy mountain road was traversed by a carriage. Inside, a young girl donned a light blue floral dress, her willow brows and apricot eyes framing a lovely, naive face. However, she unleashed a torrent of curses, brazenly demanding, "You lot, hurry up and go die. Can't you move any slower? You're making me throw on my dinner. Do you want me to hurl all over you? Damn it, how can this girl talk so much? She has been cursing nonstop. ISN, she tired? The bandits in front of the carriage could hardly contain their disdain. A brocade shoe flew out with a slap. The bandit leader's face contorted as a bright red shoe print appeared on his cheek. "Shut your mouth. Who do you think you are to insult me from behind?" Saiku Chio exclaimed, lifting the curtain with an air of superiority. "I am a hostage. Show some respect. Serve me well, or if anything happens to me, you won't see a single coin." She raised her chin defiantly, huffing, "You lot better behave. Understand?" "Yes, yes, we obey," the bandits replied submissively. In the next moment, they realized something was amiss. She knew she was a hostage? How could she still be so arrogant? The bandit leader, extremely exasperated, had been in this line of work for 20 years, yet it was his first encounter with such a character. Suddenly, the carriage halted. Someone blocked their path. The leading bandit barked, "Who goes there?" A man was pierced through the chest by a blade and collapsed with a crash. The wind-breaking blade flying into the girl's hands. Chapter 33. My lord, times have changed. Chu Sang was quite satisfied. The wind-breaking pattern truly enhanced the pursuit effect. What was once an ordinary artifact now rivaled spiritual weapons in power, proving to be exceptionally formidable. "Who are you? How dare you block the road? Do you not know we are disciples of the Wansha Sect?" The group unsheathed their swords, warily eyeing the newcomers. "Wansha Sect?" Chu Sang nudged Dantaiming's arm, whispering, "I've never heard of it. Doesn't that name sound like a cult?" He snorted, "Whether it's Wansha Sect or Wanxing Sect, anyone who dares to rob our Lingqing Sect shall be hunted down." A bunch of foolish children, speaking recklessly. They truly do not know the meaning of death. The bandit leader roared, drawing a 9-ring broadsword, unleashing the pressure of the golden core stage, and charged forward like an arrow released from its bow. Dantaiming wasted no words, drawing his sword to meet the challenge. In the ensuing battle, he faced 10 foes, growing increasingly exhilarated. His swordsmanship swift enough that it appeared to leave only after images. Previously, he had been trapped at the Foundation establishment stage for 10 years, yet since little junior sister's arrival. His cultivation had soared, and he now sensed a breakthrough was imminent. The small fry in front of him couldn't withstand even 3 strikes. Only the bandit leader posed any real challenge. One was at the early golden core stage, the other at its peak, nearly equating to the mid-golden core stage. Their combat was fierce, waves of spiritual energy erupting, deterring anyone else from approaching. Aside from the leader, the remaining 30 or so bandits were merely at the Foundation establishment stage. The red ropes and golden bells on Wenrin's wrists and ankles jingled without wind. Her movements mysterious, transforming into a fleeting shadow that vanished from sight. The ringing of the bells grew louder, echoing from all directions, resembling the howls of 1,000 beasts. The ground trembled as dust flew, and amidst the crowd, someone shouted, "Not good, they're demon beasts," from the nearby forest. Dozens of demon beasts charged toward them in a frenzy, including over 10 second-tier Chihao wild boars, equivalent to the Foundation establishment stage of human cultivators. These beasts possessed formidable offensive and defensive capabilities, presenting a significant challenge. "Can you escape?" Inu sat gracefully atop a fearsome beast, her delicate legs swaying lightly as she chuckled softly. With a gentle flick of her wrist, 4 pairs of red cords adorned with golden bells jingled in a sudden cacophony. The sound transcended mere chimes, enveloped in an inexplicable air of enigma. The beast grew increasingly frenzied, launching itself forward to attack the bandits. Chaos erupted among the thieves as they scattered in disarray, some fleeing while others scrambled to maintain their composure. A handful of the more loyal bandits, witnessing the turmoil, redirected their focus towards Ing and her companions. A female cultivator at the Foundation establishment stage posed little threat, and although the remaining 2 were at the golden core stage, one was an alchemist while the other was a weapon master, lacking significant offensive capability. "I prefer solitude. Kindly maintain your distance." As a burly man charged at him with a weapon drawn, and elegantly fanned himself, releasing a flurry of pear blossom needles that pierced the man, leaving him in a pitiful state. "Quickly go after the other." The bandits were utterly unprepared for the multitude of hidden weapons concealed upon him, cursing him silently before turning their attention to Mchui. Alchemists were notoriously deemed weak in combat. Surely they could not miscalculate this time. "Do not approach." Mchui's face reflected terror, but as the bandits closed in, a wicked smile crept upon his lips. With fingers deftly clutching 8 potion vials, he scattered a cloud of white powder into the air. He had been lamenting his search for a new test subject, yet here they were, offering themselves so conveniently. How amusing. Ah, it itches. I'm burning with pain. I feel so cold. My eyes, I can't see. The ground was soon littered with writhing figures, their cries echoing in despair. Meanwhile, Dantaiming felled the leader of the bandits with a single strike of his sword, sending him crashing against a stone wall. The debris pierced the man's skin, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, crawling out bloodied and disheveled. "This is your doing," he seethed, producing a potion vial from seemingly nowhere and drinking it down. In the next moment, a beast-like roar erupted from his throat as his body flushed crimson, muscles bulging like rock. The pressure around him surged dramatically, propelling him from the peak of the early golden core stage to the mid-stage, and finally settling at the peak of the late golden core stage. Dantaiming's eyes widened in shock. The disparity between the early and late stages was enormous, and he could hardly react as the burly man swung his weapon. Sing launched a windblade, striking the man's arm. "7th senior brother, run!" Seeking death, the bandit bellowed, "You wretched ants shall not escape." Just as he was about to finish his sentence, a talisman struck his face. "Silence. Villains perish through excessive chatter. Do you understand?" The burly man was thoroughly incensed. Sing, drawing all the firepower towards herself, became the sole target of his relentless attacks. As she passed Schnn, he did not even spare her a glance. Schnn, be cautious. Dantaiming attempted to step in, but Mchu restrained him, shaking his head. "Observe closely. What is our junior sister doing?" Only then did Dantaiming realize that, despite her seemingly frantic escape, her movements were deft and calculated. Although they were separated by a vast realm, the burly man expended all his might, yet could not lay a finger on her. Moreover, upon closer inspection, her pathway resembled a formation. The prison formation. As Sing fled, she scattered talismans haphazardly, none hitting their mark. Just as the burly man was about to mock her, she halted, and the formation enveloped them like a great net. "You think this feeble formation can contain me?" he sneered. "Do not forget that you are trapped within as well. If I cannot escape, neither shall you. I never intended to flee." Sing reached for her chinquin bag. The burly man tensed, believing her calmness signified a hidden trump card, only to be taken aback as she produced a bizarre artifact. "Empty bravado. Let us see whose blade is swifter. Yours or my gun." With unwavering resolve, she aimed the dark barrel at him and pulled the trigger. Boom! The blast rivaled the might of a golden core strike, sending the burly man flying several meters before he could even close in. What manner of weapon is this? Terrifying. He was momentarily stunned, as were those watching from the sidelines. Schnn smirked. He never anticipated that this artifact would wield such power. How had their junior sister conceived this idea? Initially, he thought they had gained a relatively normal junior sister, only to discover she was anything but. "Brother, times have changed." Sing blew on the muzzle of her gun, not allowing the burly man the chance to rise. She unleashed another barrage of shots, each thunderous sound echoing through the air, leaving Dantaiming and the others momentarily stunned. This formation was not meant to capture the bandits, but to protect them. The burly man coughed up blood, his meridians screaming in agony, distorting his face. Blood-fiend phantom. His figure vanished, reappearing behind Sing, delivering a powerful punch to her back. Anticipating his move, she arched her back, rolling to evade the strike, and swiftly aimed at his head, firing a shot that shattered his illusion. Another 8 phantoms lunged at her simultaneously. Her gaze hardened as she affixed a speed talisman and a diamond talisman to herself. In the split second of evasion, she unleashed a barrage of shots, achieving a perfect headshot with every shot. "My apologies, but I am the invincible war god." As her words fell, she shot backward into her own back, warm blood spraying onto her, striking a vital point. The burly man fell silent, lifeless on the ground, his eyes wide open, unable to close them. As the dust settled, Sing emerged from the formation, standing with poise. "Iam formidable, iam aware." Never have I witnessed a junior sister capable of such grandeur. Yet, it was undeniably impressive. The bandits lay defeated, groaning in agony. Scapegoat approached and delivered a kick. I told you to treat this lady with respect. Otherwise, you shall suffer dire consequences. With that, she approached her companions, both startled and elated. 5th senior brother, 3rd senior sister, 6th junior brother, 7th junior brother. How did you all arrive? And who is this young lady? We received a distress signal from your father, prompting us to come to your aid. This is Ing, our newly arrived junior sister. Quite formidable. WNR, Inu remarked with a smile. So this is our newly arrived junior sister. How delightful. I almost uttered fearsome instead. 4th senior sister, how could you have been captured by these ruffians? Ing inquired. These few miscreants thought they could capture me? They lacked the capability. Scapegoat crossed her arms, scoffing lightly. I deliberately allowed myself to be captured, unaware that my father would send you a message, prompting your arrival. Deliberately captured? The sect known as WNCHM had recently emerged as a small yet ruthless faction, notorious for their heinous deeds. Ever since they arrived in YNCHing, mysterious disappearances of young boys and girls had ensued. Particularly in recent months, the situation had worsened. Over 100 children had vanished within a mere 3 months. This had alarmed the local authorities, yet after extensive investigation yielded no results. I suspect this sect is behind it. Thus, I feigned capture, hoping to infiltrate their inner sanctum to uncover the truth. Scapegoat declared vehemently. While I lack irrefutable evidence, I am certain that WNSHMN is responsible. I must rescue those children. Muchi Huai approached the lifeless body of the bandit leader, furrowing his brow. The man, robust in stature, had withered post-mortem, resembling a deflated balloon, reduced to a mere cadaver. Beside the corpse lay a small vial. He gingerly picked it up with a silk cloth and brought it to his nose for a sniff, discovering it contained Shuel Yin San. What is this? Chu Sang inquired as she approached. This substance is a forbidden drug that incinerates one's essence, significantly elevating cultivation levels in a short span. He spoke softly, noting its prevalence among malevolent sects decades ago, yet it had long been outlawed by the 8 great sects. It was astonishing that it had resurfaced after so many years. Dantaiming, agitated, remarked, "No wonder that man experienced such a sudden surge in power. He must have resorted to drugs. However, such power is insubstantial. Otherwise, we would not have escaped today." As Dantaiming observed the body shifting, a feigned corpse of a bandit attempted to flee, seizing the opportunity. With a fierce gaze, he declared, "There is still a survivor," reaching for his blade to strike. 7th brother, we are the good guys. How can we resort to killing at the slightest disagreement? Chu Sang intervened, kneeling before the trembling man and pressing her sword against his throat. With an innocent expression, she stated, "Big brother, lead the way. Otherwise, your head might relocate." An hour later, Chu Sang and her companions arrived at the dungeon of one shaman. Along the way, they encountered disciples attempting to obstruct their path. Chu Sang swiftly dispatched them with a shot to the head, her actions decisive and ruthless. Su Chun An's perception of the gentle and adorable little junior sister was utterly shattered. The dungeon was damp and dimly lit, emitting a fetid odor. Muchi Huai distributed a breath-holding pill to each of them. The trio ventured deeper into the dungeon, where the sounds of children weeping grew increasingly distinct. Chu Sang ignited a flicker of spiritual fire at her fingertips, illuminating their path as they hastened towards the faint sobs, arriving at a large cell. To their astonishment, they found hundreds of young boys and girls imprisoned. They were gaunt, filthy, and covered in various old and new scars, a sight that tugged at the heartstrings. According to Scapegoat's account, nearly 200 children had gone missing in Yunsheng over the past few years. It was likely that those children had already met their demise. What nefarious purpose did one shaman have in abducting these innocents? "Do not cry. We are here to rescue you," Dantaiming proclaimed, shattering the iron locks with his sword and liberating the feeble children. Muchi Huai hurriedly produced medicinal pills to feed them, reassuring them, "Do not be afraid. We will take you out and reunite you with your parents." "Thank you, big brother and big sister." The children managed to suppress their cries, not wishing to burden them with additional trouble. Villains, Dantaiming, Muchi Huai, Su Chunin, Scapegoat. When Rinyu, corruption value 3, host may distribute 15 attribute points randomly. 15 remaining points may be freely allocated. Please select attributes for enhancement. Chu Sang's gaze flickered. Aside from preventing her senior brothers and sisters from succumbing to corruption to gain attribute points, performing good deeds could also yield benefits. Chapter 34. The Gray Pearl, the Guiding Bandit. Seizing the moment when the others were distracted, stealthily attempted to escape and alert his comrades. Before he could take a step forward, he felt a chill at his neck and collapsed, lifeless. The wind blade whirled back into Chu Sang's palm. She did not even glance at it, instead storing it within her dantian and surveying her surroundings. Min, after all, was a prominent sect. Why had their leader remained silent as they brazenly infiltrated the stronghold? Dantaiming sensed something amiss, but could not pinpoint the source of his unease. Before arriving at the dungeon, they had searched the premises thoroughly without discovering the leader's whereabouts. It was uncertain whether he had fled in advance or was lurking in the shadows, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Qingying, have you uncovered any information? Siko Chio inquired, prompting a tall figure clad in black to step forward. The shadowy guard had half his face concealed, revealing a pair of cold, serious dark eyes. He stood tall and straight, exuding a sense of security. Qingying was Siko Chio's personal shadow guard, a formidable figure in the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm, dedicated to ensuring her safety for decades. Without him, Siko Chio, a mere foundation establishment cultivator, would not dare to engage in such perilous ventures alone. In a low and respectful tone, he reported, "I have conducted a search and found no trace of the sect leader. The identity of the Wan Shaman leader remains enigmatic, and I have been investigating this individual closely. It appears that he possesses the aura of the demon race." Demon race? A chill swept through the group, as it was well known that the demon and cultivation realms were at odds. Beyond these two realms existed the demon and ghost realms. Although the ghost realm had waned, with ghost cultivators sometimes mingling within the cultivation world, they rarely stirred significant trouble. In contrast, the demon race was powerful, standing alongside the demon and cultivation realms in a triad of influence. For millennia, the demon race had remained an observer in the conflicts between the demon and cultivation realms, typically maintaining neutrality and avoiding entanglements. The previous demon sovereign favored peace, disdaining war, and had even signed a truce with the cultivation realm, promoting friendly negotiations between the two. Thus, for centuries, a small number of demon cultivators coexisted harmoniously within the cultivation realm, with few rumors of them harming humans or cultivators. However, several years ago, the demon realm underwent significant upheaval, and detailed internal news had been sealed off, leaving the outside world in the dark. What was known was that the demon realm had changed hands, and the current demon sovereign's approach was the polar opposite of the previous one, marked by extreme ambition. This new sovereign had set his sights on the vast territories of the cultivation realm, seeking to seize opportunities. In recent years, rumors of demons harming humans had proliferated, with several instances of powerful demons emerging, causing widespread panic. Exercise utmost caution with the people from your sect, Qingying advised. During my covert investigations, I learned from the disciples of Wan Shaman that they have been harboring a half-step Yuaniing demon beast that delights in consuming humans. The missing children likely fell victim to this beast. Avoid any encounters with it. Wu Xiao Bai suddenly dashed out of the spirit beast pouch without summons, scampering off in a particular direction. Is something afoot? The beast was exceptionally sensitive to fluctuations in energy, often referred to as a treasure-hunting beast. True to form, the group followed Xiao Bai as it weaved through twists and turns, eventually discovering a hidden door in the corner of the main hall. Chu Sang swiftly unlocked the mechanism with deft hands. The door swung open to reveal an underground chamber. Inside, countless treasures and spirit stones piled high, along with several large chests. Upon opening them, they were filled with various precious pills, magical artifacts, and spiritual treasures, dazzling to behold. Chu Sang gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, "What a travesty!" Wan Shaman had relied on Shuel Yin San to deceive the unawakened commoners into practicing celestial arts, allowing cultivators who had struggled with bottlenecks for years to elevate their levels significantly in a short time. In just a few years, they amassed an enormous fortune, truly unethical. How could a newly established small sect accumulate such wealth, while our Lingqing sect languished in poverty, nearly deserted? The more Chu Sang pondered, the angrier she became. No way, we must take it all. Only the spirit stones and treasures could soothe her wounded heart. As the others watched their little junior sister's brazen actions, they fell into silence. Chu Sang turned and called out, "Senior brothers and sisters, why are you standing there in a daze? Come help me gather this. My chinquin bag is full. Dantaiming dashed over, exclaiming, coming. Soon, they joined in the looting without a shred of guilt. In a mere incense stick time, the vast treasure trove was stripped bare, as if locusts had passed through. What on earth is this? Chu Sang discovered a dull gray bead, approximately the size of half a palm, nestled within a weathered wooden box. Amidst the plethora of dazzling treasures and spiritual stones, this bead appeared strikingly unadorned, so much so that it seemed out of place in this opulent setting, drawing Chu Sang's attention. It resembled an ordinary bead, devoid of any discernible fluctuations of spiritual energy, leading her to believe it held little value. One Rinyu remarked, while Mu Chi Huai shook his head in contemplation, asserting that every treasure within this vault was extraordinary, and the fact that the sect leader had specifically stored this bead in a box indicated it was anything but simple. However, Chu Sang shrugged off such thoughts and casually stowed it away in her Chien Kuan bag, convinced that anything she found rightfully belonged to her. Tap, tap, tap. Senior brothers and sisters, did you hear that strange noise? Chu Sang inquired, glancing around as she drew a stack of King Kong talismans and swift movement talismans, instinctively sensing it was time to flee. There was no sound just now. Perhaps you misheard? Dantaiming replied, but before he could finish his sentence, a faint dripping sound echoed in their ears. Simultaneously, the others began to hear the peculiar noise as well. Su Chunin, with a look of mild astonishment, turned his gaze toward Chu Sang, who had been cultivating as a gold core practitioner for 3 years and was also a weaponsmith, possessing a spiritual awareness significantly stronger than that of his peers. Yet, he had not heard the sound until Chu Sang did. Could it be that her spiritual awareness was superior? Su Chun An's expression remained composed, but within, a tempest of thoughts surged. Such an extraordinary occurrence in relation to his junior sister seemed oddly plausible. Saikichio rubbed her arms and crept behind Qingying, saying, I have a strange feeling about this place. We should leave quickly. Cheng Ying shielded her with his body, resting his hand on the hilt of his sword, whispering, Do not fear, my lady. I will protect you with my life. Before they could make their exit, the stone door at the entrance slammed shut with a resounding bang, and the walls became adorned with hundreds of runes. These runes connected to form an array, ensnaring the group within the stone chamber. This is bad. We've fallen into a trap. At that moment, the strange sound grew louder, and from the shadows emerged thousands of black spiders, each the size of a fist, their grotesque appearance sending chills down their spines. As they surged forward, it seemed as if a vast, dark carpet aimed to engulf the group, causing their skin to prickle with terror. Chu Sang positioned herself protectively in front of her companions, swiftly inserting hundreds of explosive talismans into her weapon, unleashing a barrage that littered the ground with spider carcasses. Dantaiming unleashed dozens of sharp sword energies, shattering the exit for these black spiders, finally restoring a semblance of calm. Yet, before they could breathe a sigh of relief, an even greater calamity followed. In Chu Sang's vision, a multitude of snow-white threads appeared. No, not just one, but thousands, wrapping around them in an instant. The threads constricted rapidly, erasing their forms and replacing them with several massive white cocoons. A chilling, androgynous laughter echoed from a shadowy doorway. From the darkness emerged a towering figure, standing 3 meters tall, with the lower half resembling a spider and the upper half a peculiar humanoid, half male and half female, whose grin shifted wildly as if teetering on the brink of madness. Ah, a cultivator, and one delivered right to my door. Ha ha, truly a stroke of fortune. The essence of hundreds of young boys and girls, combined with the flesh of these cultivators, will surely aid me in forming a Yuan infant. The male half of the creature laughed maniacally, while the female half, appearing somewhat dazed, incessantly cried out in hunger, vying for control over their shared body. The male cursed under his breath, Damn it! Once I form the Yuan infant, I will gain complete control over this body. He lamented how the beast form was far more powerful than that of any cultivator. As the woman continued to babble about her hunger, she approached the white cocoons, eager to consume them. However, the next moment, a sharp blade of energy sliced through the cocoon, followed by a barrage of explosive talismans that elicited a piercing scream from her. Su Chunin swiftly retrieved 3 defensive spiritual artifacts, ensuring the group was thoroughly protected. Junior sister, thankfully you had the foresight to pack those explosive talismans. Dantaiming, now acting like an adoring fan, exclaimed, "These talismans are incredibly effective. Their power seems to have increased." Chu Sang mused, "Although both the explosive and fire talismans are basic talismans, I've discovered that combining them significantly enhances their explosive force. Not only amplifying the power of the explosive talisman several-fold, but also adding a burning effect. Be cautious," Mu Chi Huai warned, narrowing his eyes. "If I am not mistaken, this male cultivator is the sect leader of Wan Shaman, while the beast's true form is that of this woman. He must have employed some secret technique to merge their bodies. The beast's physique and cultivation speed far surpass those of a cultivator. He likely intends to break through his bottleneck, form a Yuan infant, and then completely subjugate the beast's consciousness, rendering the beast's body entirely his. Good heavens! How can such a thing be possible? It's utterly abhorrent," Wenren Yu lamented, "a beast master who could not abide such perverse actions that defied the natural order." As the beast attempted to spit out threads for a surprise attack, Chu Sang countered by unleashing another explosive talisman, incinerating the threads entirely. Seizing the opportunity, Dantaiming unleashed several sword energies, leaving deep gashes on the beast's dark, hardened shell. The beast hissed in fury and lunged at him with its pincers. Chu Sang brandished her weapon, practicing her aim as the beast, enraged, charged toward her. They danced around each other, reveling in the chaos, driving the beast to the brink of madness. "You insignificant insects, seeking death!" Both halves of the creature shrieked in unison, transforming fully into their beastly forms. The terrifying pressure emanating from this half-step Yuan infant was enough to cause lower-tier cultivators to bleed from their orifices. Su Chunin quickly used his defensive artifact to withstand the pressure, but could only endure for the duration of a single incense stick. The beast's weakness lies in its abdomen, which is not covered by its black carapace, Wenren Yu pointed out. Yet, the beast was not foolish. It guarded its sole vulnerability closely, making it no easy feat to strike a fatal blow. "Junior sister, where are you going? It's dangerous out there," Dantaiming exclaimed in alarm as Chu Sang boldly dashed outside. Though he recognized her agile movements, this was a half-step Yuan infant beast, far beyond the previous foes they had faced, capable of crushing her with a single blow. Chu Sang, unafraid, waved cheerfully at the beast. "I'm right here. Come and catch me." The beast lunged at her. Chu Sang did not flee. Instead, she hurled a sword. Naturally, the beast easily dodged her feeble attempt, swiftly closing the distance and bringing down its sharp pincers, slamming her into the ground with tremendous force, creating a massive crater. No one could escape its grasp. However, when it withdrew its pincers, it was met not with a gruesome sight of blood and flesh, but rather a broken black sword. In that fleeting moment of confusion, the beast felt a chill in its abdomen as Chu Sang, gripping a long sword, thrust it through its unprotected belly. With a sickening squelch, she withdrew the blade, accompanied by a spray of blood and viscous, yellow-green fluid, and even a small golden orb. With a thunderous crash, the beast collapsed, its 8 legs trembling before falling silent. "Lifeless! What has happened?" Dantaiming exclaimed, astonished. The events transpired too swiftly for anyone to comprehend. Had not the junior sister just been struck by that beast? How had she seemingly appeared behind it in an instant? Chapter 35. The situation is dire. A group of disheartened sect members is a substitute talisman. Su Chunin fixed his gaze unwaveringly on the commotion, and the advantages of his profound spiritual awareness became evident at that moment. He gently remarked, "Junior sister, the sword you threw earlier was not intended to attack the beast." At the instant the beast launched its strike, she had exchanged positions with the sword using the substitute talisman, delivering a fatal blow to the creature. However, the issue lies in the fact that the substitute talisman is a high-level talisman, and the fact that junior sister has yet to form her core, yet can draw such advanced talismans, is beyond mere genius. Within the formation, Chu Sang pierced the abdomen of the spider beast with her sword, blood splattering onto her face. She merely blinked and withdrew her sword, swiftly forming a series of hand seals to obliterate the beast's corpse entirely. She exhaled in relief, collapsing onto the ground. It was a close call. Though the abdomen of the beast was not armored, its strength as a half-step Yuanying was formidable, and every inch of its flesh was akin to stone and iron. Chu Sang, in her late Foundation establishment stage, faced a vast disparity in strength, even if her attack succeeded by chance. It would be exceedingly difficult for her to deliver a fatal blow, with a significant risk of being counterattacked by the enraged beast. She had to seize this singular opportunity. It was a matter of success or failure, so she allocated all remaining 15 points to her physique. The physique encompassed attributes such as strength, defense, and speed. This 15-point enhancement caused her physical capabilities to surge almost exponentially. On the surface, her cultivation level was merely late foundation establishment, but her full-force strike rivaled that of late Jindan stage. The golden orb that fell from the beast's abdomen rolled to her feet, and Chu Sang picked it up, casting a cleaning spell casually. What might this be? Dantaiming and the others rushed over, their hearts finally at ease upon seeing her unharmed. When Renua leaned in for a closer look and remarked, "Is the demon core of this great spider?" A woo. Little White clung to Chu Sang's thigh with its tiny paws, its tail wagging joyfully. It gazed up at her with its round, shiny eyes, rubbing against her eagerly. Chu Sang gently patted its soft little head, admonishing, "You cannot eat anything indiscriminately. Let Little White have it. We have no use for this demon core. Its sole purpose is to feed to demon beasts, as the contained demonic energy can elevate their realm." Upon hearing her words, Chu Sang fed the demon core to Little White. Despite its small size, Little White opened its mouth wide, akin to a glutton, and swallowed the demon core, which was nearly half the size of its head, without even chewing. It licked its lips in satisfaction, swaying its head before collapsing to the ground as if fast asleep. Chu Sang, you are truly generous. I adore a wealthy lady. Days later, Little White awakened, its long, slender black tail now split into two, curiously playing with its own tails while lying on the bed. This signified its ascension from a first-tier demon beast to a second-tier demon beast, roughly equivalent to a human cultivator at the foundation establishment stage. One afternoon, Su Chenin received a letter from the forging pavilion, inviting him to craft spiritual devices. Was such an event truly possible? Su Chenin casually burned the envelope. "Ah, fifth senior brother, do not burn it." Dantaiming was a moment too late. Watching helplessly as the envelope turned to ash, he muttered a few words of complaint. The forging pavilion is the largest weapon merchant in Zhongzhou. If you collaborate with them, I generally detest such opportunistic behavior. Su Chenin did not hail from a prominent family. On the contrary, his background was quite ordinary. Everything he possessed was the result of his own hard work and determination. Before he gained fame, he had faced numerous mocking jests, and after achieving renown, those same individuals rushed to curry favor, which he found amusing. Fifth senior brother, rather than selling weapons to others and allowing them to take a hefty cut, why not establish our own shop? Chu Sang leaned on the table, asserting, "Our Lingqing sect cannot continue languishing. We must explore new ventures." A significant reason the 8 great sects command such prestige is the multitude of industries under their names, controlling nearly half of the merchants across the 5 continents, possessing wealth beyond imagination to sustain such a large sect. Su Chenin, open a shop? Muchi Hua yawned, disinterested. "I have no lack of money. I find it cumbersome." When Rinwei added, "I prefer raising pigs." Sikochio blinked and remarked, "But I only know how to spend money, not earn it." Dantaiming looked perplexed. How we even go about that? Chu Sang took a deep breath, realizing she had identified the root cause of the sect's stagnation. A group of disheartened sect members. This cannot continue. We will be eliminated by the protagonists. I must rally my fellow disciples, now that the Lingqing sect possessed a spiritual vein. The harvested spiritual herbs and grains could be partially sold down the mountain. Moreover, the 6th senior brother could concoct pills, and the 5th senior brother could forge weapons. 2 months prior, the 3rd senior sister had also acquired a batch of new spirit beast eggs. Previously, they had relied on shops down the mountain to assist with sales, but this resulted in nearly half of the profits being taken as commission. It would be far more prudent to open their own shop for sales. Chu Sang produced a communication jade disc. Speaking earnestly, "I have reviewed the sect ranking criteria set by the Heavenly Tao, which includes sect prestige, industries, spiritual veins, disciple count, and more. The Lingqing sect currently ranked 13, 551st, having remained at the bottom for a century. Fellow brothers and sisters, are you content with this?" Her questions resonated powerfully within the room, leaving it in silence. Chu Sang, she kicked Dantaiming under the table, her tone innocuous. "7th senior brother, what do you think?" Dantaiming stood up, pounding the table with righteous indignation. "Junior sister is correct. Our Lingqing sect lacks nothing now. Why should we remain in the shadows? Chu Sang nodded in satisfaction, energetically planning a grand vision. I have also learned that disciples from the top 500 sects can directly participate in the sect competition under the sect's name to vie for higher rankings. Disciples from the top 10 sects can enter the legendary inheritance grounds to obtain unparalleled opportunities. Chapter 36. The auction with such grand prospects laid out. Muchi Huai and the others felt a surge of excitement. After all, who wouldn't wish for their sect to thrive? A powerful sect would elevate their own status, preventing others from mistaking them for pitiful rogue cultivators without a faction. Su Chunin pondered for a moment before gently stating, I recall hearing Master mention that Lingqing sect was once a prominent power 1,000 years ago, with countless industries beneath it, nearly encompassing the entire cultivation world. Although our sect has fallen into disrepair, it seems some of the industries remain intact, albeit abandoned for many years. Kochio suggested sending Chungying to search for a map in the Master S study. The map detailed the current scale and layout of Lingqing sect, including some of its industries. To their dismay, they found that the once mighty Lingqing sect now possessed only a single shop located on the outskirts of the market. Feeling uneasy, they hurried to inspect the shop, only to find it in a state even worse than they had imagined. It appeared to have been uninhabited for decades, with dust covering every surface, spider webs adorning the rafters, and even the cracked stone slabs at the entrance overgrown with weeds. A gentle push against the shop's wall sent dust cascading down, and the structure seemed on the verge of collapse, as if it might fall at any moment. The wooden sign hanging before the shop, faded and covered in a large spider web, bore 3 indistinct characters that read Treasure Pavilion. As the wind blew, the dilapidated sign could no longer bear its own weight and fell with a loud crack, shattering into 2 pieces. Chu Sang reflected that the remnants of the sect's industries were far more meager than she had anticipated. The group hesitated but ultimately decided to enter the shop for a closer inspection. Upon entering, one is immediately met by a towering load-bearing pillar, its wooden structure seemingly decayed, adorned with a verdant coat of moss. The column bears several distinct cracks, and when Chu Sang tentatively reached out to touch it, a resounding crack echoed through the air. Run! In an instant, as they fled outside, a thunderous roar erupted behind them, and the building collapsed entirely, sending clouds of dust swirling chaotically about, leaving the scene in utter disarray. Silence enveloped the group. This establishment, steeped in age, was beyond repair. Ultimately, Scapegoat financed the endeavor to have it rebuilt. As the saying goes, even the finest wine fears a deep alley, compounded by the fact that Lingqing Zone is now merely an obscure sect, competing for clientele against the likes of Wan Beige, Zhen Lingshuan, and Duan Bela presents no advantage whatsoever. In light of this deficiency, Chu Sang resolved to create their own momentum. With a snap of her fingers, she proclaimed her determination. Create momentum? How shall we do that? Dantaiming leaned in, sensing that his junior sister was about to propose another audacious idea. Following her always proved to be an exhilarating adventure. I had previously learned that Duan Bela is set to hold an auction next month, featuring numerous spiritual artifacts crafted by renowned masters. They had recently invited Wu Shixian, presumably to aid in orchestrating this event. However, that was Duan Bela's auction. What connection did it have to us? Dantaiming had secretly vowed never to offer a single spiritual stone to that place, as they were our rivals. Were we really to attend their auction to present them with our spiritual stones? Chu Sang cast him a calming glance, then turned to Su Qingguan. Wu Shixian, you shall forge a spiritual weapon to send to Duan Bela for auction. The rest will follow my lead. While the others were uncertain of their junior sister's intentions, an inexplicable excitement surged through them. The grand auction, held once every decade, was personally managed by Duan Bela's headquarters, which had already invested heavily in extensive promotion. Not to mention, its reputation as the largest weapon trading house in Zhongzhou drew a significant portion of the cultivation community. On the day of the auction, throngs of cultivators filled the venue, with every floor from the grand hall to the private rooms on the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th floors bustling with activity. It was estimated that over 10,000 cultivators were present, a feat only those possessing Duan Bela's purple gold card could achieve. Many others lingered outside, their anticipation palpable, as even the slightest movement would send ripples across communication jade slips. This grand auction would span 3 days, featuring only the finest weapons and treasures from esteemed creators, with the most coveted items saved for the finale. Su Qing'an's mid-grade spiritual weapon, the Shattered Jade Blade, was slated for the morning of the second day. Though Su Chang'an had gained some recognition as a rising instrument craftsman in recent years, he still paled in comparison to the well-known masters, and thus, the turnout remained reasonable, as many within the cultivation community had yet to hear his name. Numerous cultivators expressed interest in the Shattered Jade Blade, eagerly placing bids. However, those with substantial wealth were biding their time for the final day's grand reveal. While the number of craftsmen capable of forging spiritual weapons was not small, they were unlikely to focus on a lesser-known artisan. 3 million spiritual stones. 3.5 million. 5 million. I offer 6 million spiritual stones. 9 million. 10 million. 20 million spiritual stones. Going once at 20 million. Going twice at 20 million. Is there anyone else willing to bid? One by one, cultivators raised their voices, and the price quickly soared past 20 million spiritual stones. This sum was considered reasonable for a mid-grade spiritual weapon, as prior items of similar quality had fetched comparable prices. The auctioneer seemed pleased with the figure. Just as he was about to finalize the sale, a melodious voice from a private room on the 4th floor interjected. I bid 30 million spiritual stones. A ripple of excitement coursed through the crowd. 30 million for a mid-grade spiritual weapon seemed excessively high, especially for a small dagger that, while suitable for self-defense and stealth, was hardly worthy of such a price tag. Yet, it was evident that the bidder was intent on acquiring this particular artifact. Curious gazes turned toward the 4th floor suite, wondering which affluent and capricious young lady was behind the bid. The auctioneer, with a twitch of his beard and a smile, announced, 30 million spiritual stones. Going once, 30 million spiritual stones. Going twice, 30 million spiritual stones. Going thrice. Does anyone wish to place a higher bid? I offer 50 million spiritual stones. A languid voice emerged from the 5th floor suite, raising the bid by a staggering 20 million spiritual stones. What a display of wealth. Access to the 5th floor was reserved for Dunbeila's most esteemed guests, who possessed both immense fortune and elevated status, making them the CRME de la CRME. Many cultivators instinctively turned their attention to the 5th floor, speculating about the identity of this mysterious bidder, who had previously remained silent. They had assumed that these elite guests were waiting for the final day's grand auction, yet here was one who boldly placed a bid of 50 million spiritual stones. Could there be some hidden allure to this spiritual artifact? Or perhaps the craftsman possessed exceptional skill? The crowd was not only astounded, but also intrigued by the artisan behind the weapon. After all, who would be willing to spend 50 million spiritual stones on a mid-grade dagger, unless it was crafted by a renowned master? I have heard that the Shattered Jade Blade was forged by an artisan named Su Qing'an. Su Qing'an? Is he from the alchemy sect, or one of the 4 great crafting families? I have never heard of such a name. I have heard whispers. It seems he has no sect affiliation and is not a descendant of the 4 great families. Despite being an outsider, he possesses considerable talent in the crafting of weapons, and many cultivators seek him out for their personal weapons. He sounded quite promising, a young craftsman of great potential, though a 5,000 spiritual stone price for a mid-grade dagger does seem rather excessive. What could possibly justify such a cost? It was mentioned that his crafted weapons bear unique patterns, said to significantly enhance their power. The voice continued, excitement evident. Though merely a mid-grade weapon, its potency rivals that of a high-grade artifact. If this is true, then 50 million spiritual stones would indeed be worth the investment. Patterns? The nearby cultivators gasped. Could it truly be patterns? Most attendees were prominent figures within the cultivation world, with enough experience to recognize the significance of such patterns, remnants of an era long past, said to have existed in the ancient cultivation world over 10,000 years ago. The passage of time had left only a few remnants, and thus far, no craftsman had truly grasped the art of patterns. Could it be? The crowd, somewhat skeptical, continued to witness the bidding escalate, with prices soaring to 80 million spiritual stones and showing no signs of stopping, each bid surpassing the last. 90 million spiritual stones. I bid 100,000 mid-grade spiritual stones. 200,000 mid-grade spiritual stones. 500,000 mid-grade spiritual stones. 1 million mid-grade spiritual stones. 200,000 high-grade spiritual stones. The voice from the 5th floor was barely able to contain its excitement. The bidding had reached a staggering 200,000 high-grade spiritual stones, transforming the atmosphere from initial restlessness to shock, and finally to a sense of numbness. 200,000 high-grade spiritual stones for a mid-grade weapon was nothing short of absurd. This amount could purchase a subpar immortal artifact or a mid-grade spiritual vein. Simultaneously, cultivators were intensely curious about the artisan behind the spiritual weapon, pondering what extraordinary qualities it possessed to warrant such extravagant bids. Many discreetly dispatched individuals to uncover Chu Sang's identity and background. I offer 300,000 high-grade spiritual stones. I must possess the weapon crafted by this master. I implore the friends on the 4th floor to show some courtesy. The individual from the 5th floor finally revealed himself, a proud young man in a green robe, exuding an air of nobility. Immediately, someone in the crowd recognized him. Isn't that the young master from the Mu family? The Mu family is one of the 4 great alchemical clans, its influence surpassing that of the other 3 combined, establishing it as a dominant force within the realm. Renowned for its illustrious reputation, the Mu family has also produced an extraordinary alchemical prodigy, Mu Chi Huai, whose fame is widely recognized among even the most knowledgeable individuals in the cultivation world. Upon his appearance, the atmosphere of the auction was reignited. Initial skepticism regarding the Sui Yu Ren dissipated as nearly everyone present became convinced of the artifact's exceptional capabilities, especially since it had enticed the proud young master of the Mu family to invest heavily in its acquisition. In that moment, all eyes were fixated on the 2 elegant rooms, breaths held in anticipation. Shortly after, a melodious voice resonated from the 4th floor chamber. I sincerely apologize. Weapons adorned with patterns are exceedingly rare, their true value far exceeding that of ordinary spiritual artifacts. I must have this Sui Yu Ren. She languidly continued. I offer 1 million high-grade spiritual stones. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? The scene erupted once more in a frenzy of excitement and astonishment. Observers noted a flicker of shock and reluctance in the young man's eyes. Although he was the privileged young master of the Mu family, they maintained strict discipline over their offspring, instilling a sense of prudence and refraining from fostering habits of extravagance. Even though Mu Chi Huai possessed considerable wealth, 1 million high-grade spiritual stones was an exorbitant sum for him. Ultimately, the Sui Yu Ren was purchased by the mysterious young woman on the 4th floor. 1 million high-grade spiritual stones. This represented the highest price achieved by the Forged Treasure House in nearly 50 years. The establishment had proactively invited Su Chunin, recognizing his potential and seeking to cultivate a relationship. However, the fact that the Sui Yu Ren was scheduled for auction the following morning indicated that the Forged Treasure House did not hold it in particularly high regard. It was merely a means to fill the auction. They had not anticipated the emergence of a dark horse, resulting in the artifact fetching an astounding price of 1 million high-grade spiritual stones. As a consequence of this unexpected turn, cultivators lost interest in the subpar celestial artifact slated for the final day of bidding, with its final auction price failing to reach even a tenth of that of the spiritual artifact. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the 4th floor chamber, which had captured the attention of nearly all the cultivators, was laden with silence. Dantaiming slumped over the table, lamenting, "Junior sister, 1 million high-grade spiritual stones. That is an exorbitant amount. Did not Mu Chi Huai earlier stop at 300,000 spiritual stones, as per our plan? You could have bid just 30 more. Woe is me. We are truly out of funds now. Not a single spiritual stone remains." This was precisely the exhilarating effect she sought. Upon turning, Chu Sang noticed that Mu Chi Huai had also arrived, clearly taken aback by the audacity of the junior sister to bid 1 million high-grade spiritual stones. A level of extravagance he himself could not have contemplated. Was this truly effective? The answer would reveal itself tomorrow. Gazing out the window, Chu Sang mused. Shall we take a gamble? I assure you, the plot will remain coherent. In Chapter 37, the trending topic surged for 3 consecutive days. The Forged Treasure House achieved an unprecedented milestone by selling a mid-grade spiritual artifact for 1 million spiritual stones, propelling it to the top of the Udai trending list overnight. Astounding. An unknown mysterious artifact master casually auctions a mid-grade artifact, which was subsequently snatched up by thousands, ultimately selling for 1 million spiritual stones. What lies behind this phenomenon? The ancient patterns, thought lost for millennia, have resurfaced at the hands of an unaffiliated artifact master. What is his background? Su Chun-un, the enigmatic artifact master, A generous reward for my runaway bride. My dear, you cannot escape my grasp. Daily inquiry. Has your destined artifact been inscribed? The trending discussions surrounding this mysterious artifact, Master, exploded overnight, with 4 out of the top 5 trending topics dominated by this narrative over 3 days, garnering ever-increasing attention from cultivators. Chu Sang's reputation skyrocketed, prompting various families to discreetly investigate his background. Recently, gossip among neighbors revolved around this enigmatic artifact master, with familiar greetings shifting from "Have you eaten?" to "Has your destined weapon been inscribed?" Was the legendary pattern truly back in the world? Could it possibly be another deception? Some expressed skepticism, recalling past claims of the ability to inscribe patterns that ultimately turn out to be scams. Surely this is just another gimmick. Argued one. That artifact was personally handled by the Forged Treasure House. How could it be counterfeit? Replied another. Furthermore, many cultivators had personally witnessed the spectacle of the artifact's emergence, which had even incited 2 affluent young masters to vie for it, one being the young master of the Mu family. After all, who in the cultivation world would dare deceive the Mu family? Skepticism began to fade as admiration took root. I have heard that inscribing weapons greatly enhances their power. I wish to have my destined artifact inscribed. What is the name of that master, and where might I seek his services? To be honest, I possess some leads, interjected a nearby individual, leaning in and lowering his voice. I have heard that a friend of mine possesses a destined artifact crafted by that master. If you wish, I can facilitate an introduction. The cultivator's eyes brightened at this revelation. Would it be possible for you to arrange an introduction to that esteemed master? I would be eternally grateful. Haha, though we have only known each other for half a day, I already regard you as a dear friend and will do my utmost to assist. However, he added, twirling his fingers with a grin, it is customary to treat someone for their help, and my resources are a bit tight at the moment. What do you think? The cultivator hesitated for a moment, reaching for his pouch of spiritual stones when suddenly a commotion erupted nearby. That's him. That scammer. He often deceives passers-by. A few days prior, he had falsely claimed to be Master Chu Sang, swindling hundreds of spiritual stones. Quick, seize him. The cultivator, realizing his own pouch had been pilfered, was enraged and dashed into the alleyway, only to be met with a flurry of fists and kicks, accompanied by pitiful cries for mercy. Was he dreaming? How had he suddenly become the talk of the town? Why was everyone discussing him? His name echoed in his ears, leaving him in disbelief. Senior brother, you are about to become famous, Chu Sang cheerfully remarked, seeing her senior brother at a loss for words. Understanding his predicament, she said, do not become overly excited. This is merely the first step. We will strive to market you as the preeminent artifact master in the cultivation world. That day arrived swiftly. Chu Sang, filled with conflicting emotions, thought, what joy. I could care less about fame. He simply desired to live quietly. Yet he found himself unwittingly entangled in a whirlwind of attention. Cultivators from every corner sought him out for artifact crafting, and he could already envision a future filled with dread at the sight of a crafting furnace. Taking advantage of the momentum, Chu Sang posted, Zhen Baogu invites mysterious artifact master Chu Sang, limited time sale of 10 weapons. First come, first served. The only one in the entire cultivation world, honest and fair, guaranteed or tenfold refund. Also featuring premium talismans and elixirs at the lowest prices in the cultivation world, with the first 100 customers enjoying a 50% discount daily. Hurry and seize this opportunity. Upon release, the post quickly ascended to the top of the UDai trending list, with over 1 million cultivators clicking to view. Within a few hours, the post amassed thousands of replies. Is this true? The legendary mysterious artifact master has actually joined Zhen Baogu. How delightful. I must rush to secure one. Do not believe it. These days, swindlers abound. What kind of establishment is Zhen Baogu? I have never heard of it. That artifact master sold a spiritual artifact for over 1 million high-grade spiritual stones. How could he condescend to join a little-known shop? Indeed, these scammers grow ever more brazen, seizing on any trend to spin tales, thinking we are fools. Haha, tenfold refund? Is that to say I will receive 11 instead? A cacophony of laughter echoed from below, where a cultivator named Jianmai Shensi expressed indignation, proclaiming, without any evidence, how can you speak so recklessly and defame us? Another voice chimed in, the upstairs is even more amusing. How can Jianmai Shensi sell artifacts that have been extinct for millennia? The crowd supported the mockery, with one remarking, "Helping that fraudulent shop only reveals your own deceit." Amidst the laughter, Dantaiming felt a surge of frustration, wanting to claw at the walls, yet unable to counter their jibes, which only fueled her anger further. Within a short span, she managed to silence the rowdy crowd. With wide eyes, she marveled at her own prowess, realizing that her reputation as a top-tier keyboard warrior was well-earned. However, the majority remained skeptical, leaving her disheartened as she rested her head on the table. "Do not fret," her companion reassured. "Skepticism is common, but curiosity is an irresistible force." As dawn broke, figures began to trickle into the street, their attire indicating they were cultivators who had journeyed from afar, drawn by the allure of the shop. A group of several cultivators lingered outside, whispering among themselves, debating whether to enter. The shop appeared unremarkable, a modest 3-story establishment, seemingly inconspicuous in its remote location, raising suspicions about its reliability. Some considered retreating, fearing exploitation, but a woman in blue attire urged them forward, asserting that since they had come this far, they might as well take a look inside. Upon entering, they were greeted by a dazzling array of goods, far surpassing their initial expectations. Chu Sang had meticulously arranged the treasure she had scavenged from the Wan Sha-Men's treasury, each item a rare gem, quickly capturing the attention of the cultivators. Setting aside their prejudices, they began to earnestly select the treasures they desired. The second floor displayed talismans painted by her hand, along with elixirs crafted by her 6th senior brother and several rare beast eggs nurtured by her 3rd senior sister. The eggs were exceptionally rare, and the quality of the elixirs dazzled the onlookers, who felt fortunate to have visited that day. However, doubts lingered regarding the talismans, which appeared different from those they were accustomed to. Could they be inferior imitations? Despite the shop's unassuming facade, it harbored hidden treasures, and it seemed unlikely that they would compromise on such valuable items. The crowd was skeptical, but the leading woman in blue, adorned in fine garb, purchased several talismans, only to be astonished by their effectiveness, which exceeded those she typically acquired. Who would refuse affordable and effective treasures? She thought, and with her biases dissipated, she began to buy with abandon. "Dear friends, to celebrate our grand opening, we are currently offering promotional discounts. The more you buy, the more you gain. Invite friends to earn points for free exquisite talismans." A young woman in red announced with a radiant smile. The allure of free gifts was irresistible, and soon several individuals were enthusiastically sharing their purchase lists with friends. "Join our membership for a discount and receive a free swift-moving talisman," Chu Sang continued. "Absolutely. We must join," they agreed, even though they were unsure of the membership's benefits. "This law robe is stunning on you. Look, this jade bracelet complements your attire beautifully," Chu Sang remarked, placing the bracelet on the woman's wrist. "It is not only exquisite, but also a high-grade magical artifact, capable of delivering a lethal blow to adversaries. It suits you perfectly." The blue-clad woman, unable to resist Chu Sang's enthusiastic sales pitch, blushed and purchased the bracelet. Chu Sang seized the opportunity, adding, "Sister, take a look at this jade ring as well. It is part of the same collection, and together they amplify each other's power." The woman, drawn to the blue hue, was tempted by a new smoke blue law robe, which featured intricate attack and defense patterns. Currently on discount, if you leave a good review, you receive an additional 50% off. Throughout the interaction, the woman had little chance to speak, yet somehow she found herself spending a fortune, leaving with an array of items, even expressing her intent to bring her fellow Sect sisters next time. Dantaiming and her companions were left in awe, questioning this unexpected turn of events. Wasn't he there supposed to be an artifact master named Suchin? Where were the legendary spiritual artifacts? Despite the shop's enticing offerings, they had not forgotten their original purpose: to witness the splendor of the spirit tools engraved with runes. As the afternoon progressed, the number of cultivators visiting the shop swelled. By then, over 100 cultivators had gathered, eagerly awaiting the unveiling of the prized spiritual artifacts. "Please follow me to the 3rd floor. The master is not one to easily display their wares. The artifacts are precious, and we have worked tirelessly to secure the sale of 10 weapons. First come, first served. There are 7 superior magical artifacts and 3 inferior spiritual tools, though the quality of the weapons could not compare to those auctioned at the Forged Treasure Pavilion. Each bore intricate engravings, elevating their value significantly, which piqued the interest of all present. The 10 weapons were snatched up in an instant, leaving those who missed out in a state of regret. As evening fell and the last cultivators departed, Dantaiming nudged her companion. Sister, do you not feel any pangs of conscience? Those weapons were merely the most ordinary 10 from our 5th senior brother's collection. Confused by her sister's intentions, he pondered why they had not showcased the finest weapons for a lucrative profit instead of merely starting off modestly. Excessive flaunting attracts unwanted attention. We are merely beginning, and it is wise to keep a low profile, Chu Sang advised. Are we not already attracting enough attention? Just opening a shop has stirred the entire cultivation world. Do you not realize the implications? Although they could not rival the century-old establishments like the Forged Treasure Pavilion, their profits had already proven substantial. Meanwhile, in the upper echelons of the Forged Treasure Pavilion, the atmosphere was tense. They were acutely aware of the audacious actions of the Jinbao Pavilion, which had inadvertently benefited their competitors. How brazen! A mere new shop, failing to respect their elders, daring to make waves in our territory. A young man in fine attire scoffed, spinning a jade ring between his fingers. He summoned his subordinates, whispering orders before dismissing them, a wicked smile curling his lips. Let them taste a bit of hardship. They shall soon learn who truly reigns supreme. Chapter 38. Gratitude for the spectacle provided by our competitors. What rubbish are you selling in this shop? In my opinion, you should pack up and close down. Boomed several burly men as they swaggered into the Jinbao Pavilion, indiscriminately smashing tables and chairs, scattering the frightened customers. A crowd gathered outside, drawn by the commotion. Within the establishment, raucous behavior and brawls are strictly prohibited. Should you possess grievances, kindly resolve them privately, lest you inadvertently harm other patrons. Dantaiming obstructed their advance outside the shop, his hand resting upon the sword sheath. The oppressive aura of a Jindan stage cultivator instilled a modicum of trepidation in the group, compelling them to retract their menacing demeanor and instead voice their discontent vociferously to the gathering crowd, demanding justice. Let's seek justice. The magical artifact I purchased from their establishment broke within merely 2 days of use. How dare they charge 30,000 spirit stones for such shoddy wares? They are clearly deceiving honest individuals like us. The bystanders reacted with indignation, condemning the shop for its apparent avarice. Although several thousand low-grade spirit stones might be trifling for affluent families, for ordinary cultivators, it could represent a significant portion of their lifetime savings, spent on a cherished magical artifact, only to be swindled by a malevolent shopkeeper. Empathy surged, inciting public ire. The destruction of a shop's reputation could be easily accomplished. Dantaiming grew anxious. 30,000 spirit stones for a magical artifact was already the lowest price available. Which other shop could possibly offer a lower rate? Moreover, our establishment provides a warranty service. Should the weapon sustain normal damage within a year, we shall replace it with a new one. The ringleader, a burly man, paid no heed, shouting, "You claim to replace it? You deceitful shopkeepers are the best at conning honest cultivators. What if you hand me an inferior one? I refuse to believe it. I demand compensation." The matter of compensation seemed trivial, yet the uproar caused by these cultivators implied undeniable issues with the artifacts sold in their shop. Were these individuals deliberately instigating trouble? Siko Chiu, hands on her hips, narrowed her brows and stated, "Chung Ing just informed me that during this past month of operation, he has been managing the accounts and has recorded the appearance of every customer. He has never encountered these cultivators before. In my view, they have come solely to stir up trouble." Chu Sang stepped forward and inquired, "Might this esteemed patron present the damaged artifact for our inspection?" The burly man glanced at Dantaiming before haughtily exhaling through his nostrils, producing a damaged broadsword. "This is the one." Upon receiving the sword, Chu Sang observed the distinctive markings of their shop etched upon its blade. The imitation was strikingly precise. However, despite its superficial resemblance, it was merely a poor imitation, lacking the essence of the original. An untrained eye may not discern the flaws, yet with a mere glance, she grasped the truth. "Do you know how to wield this?" she asked, flicking her finger against the blade, producing a sharp, resonant sound. "You cannot use it, can you? Allow me to demonstrate." She directed the sword toward the leading man and swung it. His countenance changed drastically as he hastily dodged. Had his reflexes lagged even slightly, he would have lost an eye. "You dare to openly assault a customer?" The group erupted in rage, having believed themselves to be the worst ruffians. only to find their counterparts even more unscrupulous, resorting to violence at the slightest provocation. You know not how to utilize it, yet claim it is broken? I merely intended to instruct you. It was a momentary lapse, Chu Sang remarked with a knowing smile, observing their quick reflexes. Prior to their arrival, they must have consumed pills to conceal their presence, appearing indistinguishable from ordinary cultivators. Yet, in their panic to evade, they unwittingly revealed their spiritual energy, exposing their Jindan stage cultivation. The crowd's sentiment shifted unexpectedly. These individuals are actually Jindan stage cultivators. In the realm of cultivation, most practitioners toil throughout their lives, often remaining at the Qi refinement or foundation establishment stages, with few able to break through without extraordinary fortune. Jindan stage cultivators are a rare breed, typically possessing superior resources and talent, holding a status far above that of ordinary cultivators. Yet here were these Jindan cultivators, brazenly causing a scene for 30,000 low-grade spirit stones, a stark departure from the affluent image one might expect. The onlookers were not fools. They began to perceive the underlying truth as the tide of public opinion shifted in favor of Chu Sang and her companions. These Jindan cultivators are exceedingly presumptuous, directly causing chaos within the shop, nearly striking me moments ago. This incident is trivial and could have been resolved privately, yet they insist on making a spectacle of themselves. Most inappropriate. Do you not find it curious? These individuals, clearly of Jindan strength, why then did they attempt to disguise their cultivation? Were they perhaps hired thugs from another establishment? A discordant voice emerged from the crowd, suggesting that the recent success of Zhen Baoge had incited jealousy from rivals, leading to the hiring of troublemakers. Who would dare engage in such underhanded tactics? Surely not Wang Dianhang? Someone mused. Could Wang Dianhang afford to employ Jindan cultivators? The crowd buzzed with speculation, piecing together the truth with remarkable acuity. The Jindan cultivators, now visibly angered, had intended to disguise their identities while causing turmoil, but were astonished to find themselves unmasked. Recognizing their ruse had been unveiled, they decided to abandon subtlety, unleashing their Jindan stage pressure. The leading man unsheathed a hefty blade. Dantaiming lowered his brow, preparing to draw his sword. But Chu Sang intervened, placing a hand on his sword arm and retrieving several talismans. Oh, you wish to escalate the situation? Had you informed me sooner, I would gladly assist you. The burly men hesitated, perplexed by the intentions of this female cultivator. The ringleader tightened his grip on the hilt, his eyes narrowing dangerously. All of you attack. The scene quickly descended into chaos. The commotion grew louder, drawing an ever-increasing crowd. The 5 burly Jindan stage men versus a late foundation establishment female cultivator seemed an uneven match. Yet, to the astonishment of onlookers, the men failed to gain any advantage, often being forced back by the talismans wielded by the female cultivator. Her talismans included explosive charms. Just a month prior, she had purchased several, having narrowly escaped a deadly encounter with a demonic beast in a secret realm, thanks to an explosive talisman that had repelled a Jindan stage creature. Among the crowd, some cultivators expressed their astonishment and excitement, recalling her earlier evasion of a sneak attack using a speed talisman, which could enhance a cultivator's speed tenfold. It was these 2 talismans that allowed her to escape from the jaws of a beast. Did you witness that? A Jindan cultivator attempted to ambush her from behind, their enormous blade striking with lightning speed, yet she remained unscathed. I know that one. It's the golden armor talisman. I acquired one just days ago. The ones sold by their shop are remarkably effective, even capable of withstanding a full force strike from a Jindan stage cultivator. And this one is the binding talisman. I've heard it works across all realms. Is it truly universal? Most talismans are limited by the cultivator's level or the inherent restrictions of the runes, becoming ineffective if the opponent's realm exceeds a certain threshold. Yet a universal talisman could be a lifesaver against formidable foes. Some in the crowd were eager, exclaiming, I want to buy. I want to purchase 100. Do not compete with me. They only sell a limited quantity of 100 talismans each day. If you buy them all, what will be left for me? Those who are capable shall claim them. Whoever can seize them shall take them. The Jindan cultivators finally sensed an unsettling shift. They had come to sow discord, yet inexplicably found themselves becoming living displays. The leading cultivator's face contorted with rage, without hesitation. He bypassed Chu Sang and swung his blade with great force toward the shop. However, his massive sword failed to strike even a single wooden plank, as if it had encountered an invisible barrier, producing a crisp snap as the blade shattered into two pieces before the eyes of the astonished crowd. The defensive formation, capable of completely negating attacks from those at the Jindan stage and below, is currently priced at 2 million middle-grade spirit stones, with only one remaining, available on a first-come, first-served basis. Chu Sang sidestepped a surprise attack and whistled, promoting the product on site. I want it. I'll offer 3 million middle-grade spirit stones. 3 million for a formation that can withstand Jindan stage attacks? What are you thinking? I'll bid 5 million. I'll raise it to 6 million. Step aside. I'll offer 10 million, and no one else can compete with me. I'll bid 15 million. Who doesn't have a bit of spare change at home? What else with the attitude? 20 million. 30 million. The onlookers, including Dantaiming, were astonished. Just moments ago, they had worried about their junior sister's safety and even contemplated discreet assistance. Yet, she navigated the chaos with ease, transforming a tumultuous scene into a live auction. Was this too audacious? Who besides their junior sister could pull off such a feat? Dantaiming, at a loss for words, could only think of the number 6. The other cultivators were nearly driven mad. They had intended to disrupt the event, not to entertain her. Seeking their demise, they swiftly changed tactics and unleashed the Qianshan sword formation, a formidable array capable of delivering a blow equivalent to a half-step Yuanying's full power. Even a late-stage foundation establishment female cultivator would be reduced to pulp. Who do you think you are to threaten my junior sister? A young man positioned himself in front of Chu Sang, his crimson-heavy sword still sheathed, yet the overwhelming pressure forced the cultivators to their knees. Dantaiming flicked his wrist, shattering the seemingly indestructible sword array with a single strike, sending the cultivators crashing to the ground, blood spewing forth. As they attempted to escape with their magical artifacts, Chu Sang stepped out from behind Dantaiming, forming a hand seal that released hundreds of silvery threads, binding their limbs and rendering them immobile. She approached the lead man, crouching to pat his face. You put in quite an effort today. It was lively, and I'm quite satisfied. Keep up the good work next time. The man's eyes widened in fury, his composure shattered as he spat out more blood, purely from the frustration she caused him. Though this uproar was not her intention, she was adept at turning disadvantages into advantages. Grateful for the free entertainment provided by the neighboring competitors, she seized the opportunity to promote her wares. The chaos attracted a significant number of cultivators from across the city. Initially, they showed little interest in the new shop, overshadowed by the established Dantao building. However, after witnessing today's events, they were thoroughly impressed. Chu Sang kicked a cultivator and said, "Go back and tell your superiors to send a few more next time. I have plenty of talismans to demonstrate." Dantaiming added another kick. "What do you mean? Just relay the message. If you don't leave now, don't blame me for changing my mind and taking you down." With that, he drew his sword, its blade glinting ominously. The cultivators swallowed their grievances and scurried away, leaving in utter disgrace. Before they had been so arrogant, now they departed in a state of utter humiliation. Infuriated, they exaggerated the incident to Zhao Sun, who was so enraged that he crushed the cup in his hand. Arrogant, utterly arrogant. I've never encountered anyone more audacious than myself. Young master, you may not know, but that woman called you a fool, saying you'd suffer losses from your petty schemes. Next time she sees you, she intends to teach you a lesson. Indeed, she insulted you quite harshly, using some rather coarse language. Oh, it's too embarrassing to repeat. Zhao Sun was seething. As the young master of the Dantao building and the chief disciple of the alchemy sect, he had never faced consequences from those who had wronged him. This was the first time he had encountered such a setback, leaving him with nowhere to vent his anger. The Yunza's secret realm would open in 3 days. Should preparations be made? A servant reported. The Yunza's secret realm, a grand secret domain that opens once every 100 years, is filled with countless treasures and legacies left behind by ancient powers. It is said that a foundation establishment cultivator who struggled to advance visited the Yunza's secret realm and, within a month, broke through to the Yuanying stage. Consequently, all major sects and families were keenly focused on the Yunza's secret realm, underscoring the importance of this expedition. It's merely a shop. I have plenty of ways to bring them down, so there's no rush. Zhao Sun quickly brushed the matter aside. Recognizing the significance of the century-old secret realm, the 8 major sects would undoubtedly mobilize, leading to fierce competition. Who would emerge victorious? Junior sister, I heard 100-year secret realm is opening in 3 days. Shall we go explore? Dantaiming, restless and often wandering, was privy to various tidbits of news. Su Chen frowned. This secret realm was unlike the usual minor ones. While it held numerous treasures, it was equally fraught with peril. The dangers were not comparable to those of the smaller realms they had previously traversed. Should they encounter danger, his gaze fell on Chu Sang, hesitating briefly before he relented. Fine, you may go, but take care of yourselves and don't endanger others. Chapter 39. Hello, do you need assistance? In the Yunza's secret realm, amidst a dense forest, several flying swords darted out, followed by a series of sharp, eerie cries. Chu Sang had no time to look back and hastily affixed several agility talismans to herself, leading her senior brothers and sisters in a frantic escape through the woods. Hundreds of third-tier demon beasts, the Chidu bees, relentlessly pursued the wretched thieves. The buzzing was deafening as they unleashed toxic flames, reducing the forest to ashes in their wake. Have these bees mutated? How are they taller than me? Dantaiming lamented as he fled alongside Chu Sang, exclaiming, Don't pull my hair. Slow down, I'm getting dizzy. I'm going to fall. If you don't slow down, we'll be devoured by the beasts. Don't tug at my belt, Muchi Huai. You pervert. The heavy sword swung wildly between them. Chu Sang seized Muchi Huai and hoisted him onto her sword to prevent both from crashing down. Stop dawdling, let us escape. Those beasts can spit fire. I can't run any longer. Chunying embraced Saikuchio and leaped into the river, with the others following suit. Retrieving the concealment and diving talismans Chu Sang had prepared, applying them to themselves and holding their breath. Once the water settled, the terrifying silhouettes of the demon beasts rippled above. The massive and fearsome Chidu bees circled the river several times, ultimately failing to detect the group's presence. After about half an hour, they gradually dispersed. Once they confirmed the danger had passed, the group resurfaced, tearing off their talismans and using spiritual energy to dry their clothes. That was too dangerous. I'm never going out with you all again. Muchi Huai lay on the ground, looking utterly defeated. He longed for a quiet life of alchemy, not a daily struggle for survival. Sixth senior brother, catch. Chu Sang tossed him a chinkoan bag. He opened it to find dozens of Chidu bee stingers. You managed to collect so many while fleeing? Chu Sang, sixth senior brother, help me concoct some poison. Sure, I'll keep some for myself. Muchi Huai set up a furnace to brew poison on the spot. What you two doing brewing poison? Dantaiming asked suspiciously. Muchi Huai replied innocently. What ill intentions could a delicate alchemist like me have? I'm just preparing poison for self-defense. Exactly, for self-defense. Chu Sang chimed in confidently. Dantaiming retorted. Are you sure it's for self-defense, and not for someone else to defend against you too? Indeed, the secret realm was as perilous as rumored, but how exhilarating. Saikuchio, raised in privilege as the daughter of the Saiku family and lacking in talent and cultivation, was forbidden by her father from entering secret realms. This was her first experience in a secret realm, and she found it unexpectedly thrilling. Dantaiming was not a stranger to the secret realm. Yet each time he ventured forth with his junior sister, it was always a whirlwind of excitement, leaving one perpetually guessing her next move. Who could have anticipated that? Moments before, as they traversed the secret realm with ease, his junior sister would whimsically decide to raid the nest of the Chidu phone, inciting the fury of the entire hive. The pursuit that ensued was relentless. The pursuit was worth the risk. For the honey from the Chidu phone was a rare elixir capable of significantly restoring spiritual energy, surpassing even the efficacy of high-grade spiritual pills. Chu Sang produced a porcelain vial, shaking it slightly before distributing the precious nectar among them to rejuvenate their spiritual essence. The thrill was palpable, yet undeniably rewarding. In this realm, opportunities and dangers coexisted. Naturally, everyone sought the former, but the latter was equally essential for honing one's abilities. After consuming the honey, they felt a surge of profound spiritual energy coursing through their bodies, compelling them to swiftly guide it into their dantians and meridians. They were instantly invigorated, filled with newfound strength, and even their cultivation bottlenecks seemed to loosen. Muchi Huai opened his eyes and rose, glancing around with caution. He reminded them that they were still on the periphery, where numerous third-tier demonic beasts roamed, rivals to human golden core cultivators in strength. The inner areas would be even more perilous. Truly, this was a secret realm steeped in a century's worth of danger. Dantaiming solemnly advised everyone to exercise caution, urging them not to recklessly touch anything and to remain in groups, lest they fall into peril. The ancient secret realm was fraught with threats. Unless one possessed strength above the nascent soul stage, it was wise to seek companionship with other teams to bolster their capacity to confront risks. The usually silent Chung Ing, who trailed behind Siko Chio like a shadow, also chimed in with a warning. No sooner had he spoken than a large group swaggered into view, their bright yellow robes strikingly conspicuous, prompting Chu Sang to glance over with curiosity. The leader of this group, a young man named Zhao Sun, bore an air of arrogance. Chu Sang felt a twinge of irritation as she recognized him as a disciple of the alchemical sect, hailing from the renowned Zhao family, known for their mastery in artifact forging. As Mu Chi Huai belonged to a prestigious alchemy family, he had long been acquainted with prominent figures in the cultivation world. Just days prior, several golden core cultivators had inadvertently left behind their identity tokens before departing after causing a commotion. Dantaiming leaned in closer, narrowing his eyes in interest. It appeared these individuals were consulting a map, seemingly in search of something. Should we follow them discreetly? Chu Sang interjected, halting her eager canine companion, warning that Zhao Sun was flanked by several formidable golden core cultivators, and their rash pursuit could lead to discovery. An idea sparked in her mind, illuminating her eyes. What have you thought of? Whenever her junior sister bore that smile, it often heralded misfortune for someone. Zhao Sun and his entourage hastened along. Following the route indicated on their scroll, they skillfully avoided the dangers marked on the map, maintaining a seemingly uneventful journey, until Zhao Sun felt a rustling above, something landing upon him. He turned in alarm, discovering his back dampened, initially suspecting a demonic beast. With dread, he looked up, only to find nothing. Had it begun to rain? "Young master, what is wrong?" inquired the others, who halted in concern. As they paused to regroup, an abrupt change loomed. The sky darkened ominously. Fierce winds swept through the forest, and leaves scattered like frightened creatures. A resounding buzz erupted behind them, deafening in its intensity. It was a swarm of Chi-Du foam. Not merely one, but a legion, numbering in the thousands. "Run!" The group's faces paled as they summoned various artifacts, fleeing in desperation. Yet, how could they outrun the flying beasts? The demonic beasts, with their superior strength and speed, were relentless in their pursuit, outmatching the fleeing cultivators. The distance between them closed inexorably. If they did not devise a strategy soon, their lives would surely be forfeit. How could they have inadvertently stumbled upon the Chi-Du Feng nest after deliberately avoiding it? It seemed absurd, for although these beasts were notoriously aggressive, they typically did not assault cultivators without provocation. Why were they pursuing them with such fervor? Zhao Sun cursed his misfortune inwardly. Having entered the secret realm just half a day prior, he had unwittingly attracted such a tenacious adversary. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Young master, look behind you. There seems to be an aura of Chi-Du Feng on you." It dawned on Zhao Sun that this was likely the reason for their relentless pursuit. Panic-stricken, he hurriedly shed his clothing, but once the scent of the honey clung to him, even purification spells would be ineffective and its odor would linger. As the enraged Chi-Du Feng drew near, a voice rang out, "Don't fear, we are here to save you." Before they could comprehend the situation, a girl appeared as if descending from the heavens, blocking their path. She hurled explosive talismans, catching the swarm off guard. Another youth wielded a sword, the golden light of his blade sharp and fierce, cleaving dozens of the toxic bees and forging a path to safety. "Run!" Chu Sang cast a blinding talisman, enveloping the entire forest in a thick, opaque mist, obscuring vision and disorienting the Chi-Du Feng. Seizing the opportunity, she tossed several swift movement talismans to Zhao Sun and his comrades, guiding them to escape the perilous scene. Once they reached a safe distance, they collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily, expressing their gratitude to Chu Sang and her companions. "Thank you for your assistance," they exclaimed. Chu Sang waved her hand dismissively, replying, "It was nothing. Merely a trifling effort on my part. I have always enjoyed helping others." She suggested that, given the treacherous nature of the secret realm, it would be prudent to travel together for mutual support. "Such a proposition is most agreeable," Zhao Sun responded, having changed into fresh attire. He rose and clasped his hands in gratitude, declaring, "To encounter your assistance is a stroke of great fortune. Once we exit this realm, the Zhao family will not neglect your kindness." Though his words were gracious, Zhao Sun's mind began to scheme. These individuals appeared strong and would serve well as pawns and bait. They seemed like unaligned cultivators, and should danger arise, he could easily sacrifice them without hesitation. A shadow flickered in his eyes, a smirk curling his lips as he realized he had unwittingly acquired naive companions. As Zhao Sun led the way, Dantaiming slowed his pace to walk alongside Chu Sang, whispering, "Junior sister, your act of saving them was unnecessary. Did you not see the scheming glint in Zhao Sun's eyes? Forming a team with them is less advantageous than forging our own path. Such a petty individual will surely stab us in the back when the time is right." Chu Sang remained unfazed, responding, "It matters not. I'm hardly a saint myself. Let us see whether he meets his end first or I dismantle his schemes." Dantaiming shivered at the thought, silently marking Zhao Sun as a cautionary tale. Chu Sang had refrained from teaming up with other sects precisely to avoid burdensome obligations. However, deceiving someone like Zhao Sun posed no moral dilemma. She could strip him of everything he possessed. As they continued their journey, Zhao Sun found himself beset by a string of misfortunes, inexplicably chased by demonic beasts, falling into pits, becoming ensnared in illusions, and encountering guardian beasts while gathering herbs. His recent misadventures had nearly cost him his life, all due to the reckless actions of his newfound companions. Could you all refrain from touching everything? Zhao Sun glared back at the group, seething with frustration. This is a devouring vine. It disguises itself as an ordinary vine, remaining motionless while exuding a peculiar fragrance to lure prey closer. Once touched, it will strike, ensnaring its victim. Even Golden Core cultivators face near certain death. His voice escalated to a near shout. The few individuals journeying together proved utterly futile, their foolishness akin to that of swine. Every trap and hidden formation they encountered was activated with alarming precision, resulting in a loss of several companions and a delay of several days. It remained uncertain whether any of the other sects or families had reached their destination ahead of them. Apologies flowed from her lips with fervor. "I'm sorry. I didn't know. It won't happen again." Zhao Sun found himself at a loss for words, utterly bewildered. "You all go ahead," he commanded darkly. "We lack scrolls and maps, unaware of our path." Chu Sang shrugged innocently. Zhao Sun, momentarily speechless, felt his expression shift through various shades of frustration. Taking a deep breath, he continued to lead the way, inwardly lamenting his misfortune. Had he known these individuals were more hindrance than help, he would have preferred to use a few spirit stones to dismiss them. However, he consoled himself, knowing that soon they would be obligated to pave the way for him. "What are you searching for?" Chu Sang inquired, curious as she approached. Zhao Sun, visibly impatient, mused that it mattered not to enlighten a group of fools. He shared that within the Yun's secret realm, there existed a phenomenon known as the Chaos Blue Lotus, a treasure from the very dawn of chaos. All major sects and families had already received word of its existence and sought to secure its seeds in advance. The Chaos Blue Lotus, Chu Sang echoed, her brow furrowing in contemplation. She recalled its mention in the original text, recognizing it as a precious item capable of cleansing one's spiritual root to become that of chaos. The chaos spiritual root not only possessed the capabilities of all 5 elemental roots, but also allowed for rapid cultivation akin to that of a heavenly root. Although the protagonist in the original narrative was blessed with a rare fire spiritual root, she had shown great interest in the Chaos Blue Lotus, successfully using it to transform her spiritual essence into one of chaos, thus elevating her power significantly. 3 days later, they arrived at a cavern. The exterior appeared modest, yet inside it concealed a vast expanse. Chu Sang had already employed her spiritual sense to examine the surroundings thoroughly, yet found no trace of the Chaos Blue Lotus. "Is the fabled Chaos Blue Lotus truly here?" she inquired. Within the secret realm lay a nested domain, where the Chaos Blue Lotus resided. To access this inner sanctum, Zhao Sun needed to retreat slowly. His gaze suddenly sharpened as he reached out to shove Chu Sang. Chapter 40, Zombies. In an instant, the young girl vanished, and Zhao Sun felt an ominous chill as Chu Sang appeared behind him, delivering a kick that sent him tumbling into the altar. "Go, Pikachu!" she exclaimed. Without hesitation, she unceremoniously propelled Zhao Sun into the altar's center, where jagged stones grazed his arm, drawing forth a trickle of blood that seeped into the altar's engravings. The altar seemed alive, eagerly consuming the blood, and in mere moments, The engravings transformed into a vivid crimson, forming an elaborate array. A blinding light flashed, and the once unremarkable cavern transformed into an entirely different landscape, revealing an entrance before Chu Sang. The passage loomed dark and unfathomable, concealing unknown opportunities or dangers within. It is the entrance to the secret realm. Let us hasten inside. The group erupted with excitement, eager to press forward. Make way for this young master. Zhao Sun, his heart racing, disregarded his recent humiliation and scrambled to enter. Yet before they could set foot through the threshold, a golden chain, akin to a serpent, lashed out from behind, ensnaring their limbs and yanking them back into a pitiful heap on the ground. Mere inches from the entrance, they found themselves utterly immobilized. This was more unbearable than death itself. Indeed, my senior brother's concoction is remarkably effective. The locking chain, a superior spiritual artifact. It should hold you for a while. Chu Sang remarked, dusting off her hands as she approached, retrieving the scroll and map that had fallen to the ground. With a cheerful whistle directed at the contorted Zhao Sun, she said, "Thank you for guiding us these past few days. Consider this map my reward for rescuing you. A great favor need not be spoken of. Farewell." "Ah, I will kill you." Zhao Sun finally grasped that he had been duped all along, his fury boiling over. His frantic shouts quickly faded into the distance as they stepped through the entrance, their vision shrouded. A flicker of spiritual fire ignited at Chu Sang's fingertips, illuminating a small area. Once assured they were distanced from Zhao Sun and his companions, Chu Sang and her group tore off their human skin masks, an ingenious little artifact crafted by Su Qinan, known as Thousand Faces, which allowed for the seamless alteration of appearances. However, this item could not be worn for extended periods, lest one risk facial decay. "Be cautious," Chu Sang advised, advancing a few steps while her ears perked up, sensing potential traps. Just as she spoke, the nearby Dantaiming seemed to step on something, producing a sharp crack. The walls echoed with the sounds of mechanisms activating, and a barrage of spiritual arrows surged toward them. Chu Sang swiftly conjured a golden cauldron to shield them from the onslaught of arrows. Prior to their departure, her senior brother had provided her with an ample supply of spiritual artifacts. One must admit, having a weaponsmith as a brother is quite advantageous. Dantaiming unleashed a fierce sword chi, dismantling the mechanism and halting the arrow's assault, before they could even catch their breath. Mu Chi Huai pressed his palm against the stone wall, applying gentle force, which caused a portion of it to cave in. This is not good. As one challenge concluded, another emerged. Though the tunnel was not particularly long, it took them an entire half-day to reach its end. Dantaiming had swung his sword countless times, and after a stretch, he remarked, "I feel like I am on the verge of a breakthrough." At the tunnel's conclusion, 3 paths lay before them. On the surface, they appeared indistinguishable. Yet, only one was a path to life, while the other 2 were paths to death. Zhao Sun must have known this in advance, plotting to use them as bait to scout ahead. Chu Sang scrutinized the options for a moment and decisively declared, "Let us take the middle path." She had always held faith in her luck. A scream echoed from Adair. The path was indeed correct. Yet who would have anticipated that the exit would lead to a precipice 100 feet high? Dantaiming reacted swiftly, brandishing his sword and deftly landing on one knee. A figure plummeted from above. With quick reflexes, Dantaiming caught the falling person, and just as Mu Chi Huai contemplated praising him for finally doing something heroic, he was unceremoniously tossed to the ground. Dantaiming then dashed forward, catching Chu Sang. "Are you all right, junior sister? Did I catch you well?" Mu Chi Huai, gritting his teeth as he rose, thought to himself that he had found his poison testing subject for the next half-month. Meanwhile, Cheng and Siko Chiu also landed safely. Although the experience had been perilous, everyone emerged unscathed. One could not deny that the junior sister's luck was outrageously fortunate. "The exit is here," she said, pointing to the central passageway. Chu Sang smiled sweetly, feeling she had performed a good deed. Upon seeing her smile, those around felt a chill run down their spines. Someone was bound to face misfortune. The nested domain appeared no different from the outer secret realm, fraught with peril and darkness. By casually releasing her spiritual sense, she sensed several powerful beasts lurking nearby, each formidable in its own right. Could the chaos blue lotus truly be hidden here? The nested domain constitutes the innermost part of the secret realm, where the beasts possess power far exceeding those we have previously encountered. Everyone must exercise extreme caution. Chu Sang cautioned, glancing at the darkening sky. It is late, and the beasts hunt at night. We should refrain from venturing out. Let us rest for the night and set off in the morning. Agreed. They sought a secluded cave nearby, where Chu Sang produced 2 blankets. Rest first. I will keep watch. Dantaiming yawned and raised a hand. I will take over in the later half of the night. Chu Sang retrieved several defensive formation plates from her storage bag, arranging them around the cave's perimeter, while also affixing numerous concealment talismans to the entrance. In the dead of night, as she slept soundly, she seemed to hear faint rustling sounds. The sensitivity of her spiritual sense could be a curse, awakening her at the slightest disturbance. As Chu Sang opened her eyes amidst the darkness, she noticed flickering green ghostly flames dancing in the nearby dense forest, accompanied by the eerie sound of approaching footsteps drawing ever closer. Could it be a beast? Chu Sang naturally heard the commotion, his gaze icy as he unsheathed the Chu Sang sword, his entire body taut with tension. As the flickering flames drew nearer, Chu Sang realized that it was not the ghostly fire she had imagined, but rather pairs of eerie green skeletal eyes. The encroaching entities were indeed a horde of white-haired zombies. Zombies possess an acute sensitivity to the presence of the living. Even with concealment talismans and formations in place, their seemingly aimless leaps quickly encircled the cave, repeatedly attempting to breach the formation. Under the collective assault of hundreds, if not thousands, of zombies, the formation began to waver precariously, unable to withstand the onslaught for long. How could there be zombies here? Saiku Chio's complexion turned pale. In a place rich with spiritual energy like the secret realm, one might expect the emergence of many powerful demonic beasts. But the presence of sinister entities such as zombies was utterly inconceivable, unless someone had deliberately orchestrated it. The Yunza's secret realm opens once every 100 years, and each time, thousands of cultivators flock to it, some seeking fortune amidst danger, others driven by blind confidence, and many unfortunate souls who perished within its depths. From another perspective, the secret realm is not merely a land of fortune, but also a vast graveyard. Certain malevolent beings take advantage of this opportunity to infiltrate, using the natural graveyard as a means to cultivate corpses, effectively transforming it into a large-scale breeding ground for the undead. To encounter such a situation upon entering was unexpected. A sense of dread settled in the hearts of the group. The white zombies, while not particularly formidable individually, posed a significant challenge due to their overwhelming numbers. The greatest fear was that the commotion and the scent of blood would attract nearby beasts or even more powerful zombies, which would spell true disaster. The best course of action was to lure them away. By daylight, these white zombies would vanish on their own. Miss, stay close to the Sect's immortals and do not stray. I will divert them. Please be careful, Saiku Chio urged. Do not worry, I will be fine, Chu Sang assured Chu Sang and the others, nodding as he implored the Sect to look after the young miss. With that, he tore off a concealment talisman and dashed out of the formation. In an instant, the thousands of zombies stirred, akin to cats catching a whiff of blood, and surged toward him with frenzied abandon. Chu Sang unsheathed his sword, cleaving the heads of several white zombies with a single stroke, before leaping into the depths of the forest. His mid-golden core strength made dispatching these white zombies relatively easy, yet their sheer numbers rendered prolonged combat unwise. A thought struck him as he led a throng of zombies in the opposite direction. They were at the edge of a steep cliff, and these lowly white zombies could only leap forward. Once they fell into the abyss, they would find it nearly impossible to escape. Chu Sang and the others seized the opportunity to climb to a higher, safer vantage point. Along the way, they encountered a few stray zombies, but their numbers were significantly diminished compared to before. Chu Sang and Dantaiming quickly dispatched the remaining zombies. I apologize for being of little use along this journey and for holding you back. Had I known, I would not have come, Saiku Chio lamented. Having nearly been caught by zombies multiple times, all thanks to Chu Sang's assistance, who had even saved her from injury on several occasions. Saiku Chio clenched her sleeves, overwhelmed with guilt. As a senior sister, she was supposed to protect her junior sister, yet she felt utterly ineffective and had inadvertently caused trouble. Compared to the rare and exceptional heavenly roots that occur once every 100 years, possessing 5 spiritual roots could be deemed an even more extraordinary existence, albeit one that was ultimately a burden. Saiku Chio found herself in the early stages of Foundation establishment, primarily due to her father's investment of over 1 million spiritual stones in medicinal pills, making her cultivation journey notoriously arduous. Had she not been born into an affluent family, she might have never embarked on the path of seeking immortality. This was a lingering source of distress for Scapegoat, one that would sow the seeds of her future tribulations. He had inevitably sustained some injuries. A zombie's claw had left 3 deep gashes on his right arm, turning the skin a ghastly shade of blue. Without hesitation, he drew a dagger and severed the afflicted flesh without even a grimace. Chu Sang could not help but marvel at his remarkable fortitude, finding it hard to believe he was merely an ordinary person. Scapegoat applied medicine to bandage his arm. Aside from a slight pallor on his face, he appeared largely unscathed. Zombies re-emerge at night. We must act swiftly. Chu Sang retrieved a map scroll she had borrowed amicably from Zhao Sun, glanced at it briefly to memorize the direction, and led them deeper into the secret realm. Having traveled but half a day, they encountered several other groups, including disciples from the Wanjian Sect and the Yusho Sect. Disciples from the 8 major sects and prominent families had all come to the Yunza secret realm, yet few were capable of entering the inner sanctum. The 2 sects fortuitously crossed paths and agreed to collaborate. They had also faced zombies the previous night, leaving them utterly exhausted and looking quite worn. Chu Sang, Lingqing exclaimed, his eyes lighting up as he rushed over. I never expected to see you here. Did you come on your own, without allying with other sects? Chu Sang nodded, equally surprised to encounter a familiar face. This secret realm is perilous. We encountered zombies last night, and who knows what awaits us today. Perhaps we should travel together? Lingqing recalled that Chu Sang possessed an abundance of talismans and treasures, his instincts telling him that as long as he stayed close to her, they would undoubtedly thrive. Safety was thus enhanced. Certainly, Chu Sang agreed, trusting these individuals, especially since the inner sanctum was indeed fraught with dangers, and their combined strength was insufficient to traverse the secret realm unscathed. As dusk fell, they set up camp. This time, they chose a hidden hilltop. Observing the sea of zombies below flooding from the forest, aimlessly drifting along the mountain path. The eerie sounds of their moans echoed in the air, creating a scene that was both terrifying and indescribable. Chu Sang rubbed her arms, noticing the unease etched on the faces of her companions, with the exception of Shenruf, who appeared preoccupied, examining a jade plate with an air of melancholy. Hey, what is wrong with your senior brother? Chu Sang inquired, sitting beside the Yusho Sect's junior sister. Guxiang glanced at the hideous zombies below, unable to even eat her snack, and sighed. It's become a habit. He has been acting strangely since last year, but it's escalated in the past 2 months. Don't mind him. He has probably heartbroken, Chu Sang speculated, surprised that Shenruf, who usually exuded an aura of integrity, could also have been jilted. Indeed, I heard that the other party called him useless, leaving him dejected for several months, Guxiang added. Chu Sang thought to herself that such words were rather harsh. No man could tolerate being called that. What did she say about your senior brother? Guxiang pondered and recalled. Something like, useless, don't come near me. Chu Sang felt a sense of familiarity with that phrase, wondering if it was merely coincidence. Chapter 41. The Demon Puppet Sect. A sense of foreboding washed over Chu Sang as she stealthily approached, catching a glimpse of Shenruf's jade plate, which bore the words professional pig breeder for 20 years. Was this not the same as the 3rd senior sister? Could it truly be such a coincidence? The lecherous uncle she had helped her 3rd senior sister scold back, then, was Shenruf. Chu Sang quickly turned her head, silently whispering for forgiveness, promising to lend her 6th senior brother's fire phoenix for additional uses next time. Just then, the small white creature in her arms stirred awake, its slightly golden round eyes opening wide. As usual, it licked its fur, casually licking her delicate fingers before hopping to the ground and stretching its 2 furry black tails. Suddenly, it froze, lowering its head to sniff left and right before scampering out of the formation. Chu Sang stood up and followed. Where are you going? It's dangerous outside. Those zombies could devour you. Chu Sang followed the direction indicated, her gaze landing upon another mountain peak, not too distant from their location. Since Xiao Bai claimed there was something there, it was not to be doubted. Perhaps. She squinted, her eyes resting on the vast array of corpses below, and after a brief contemplation, she produced 2 substitute talismans. One was affixed to her sword, placed in a relatively safe and concealed corner of the formation, while the other was adhered to her own body. Seizing the opportunity while others were distracted, she casually activated a teleportation talisman, and her figure vanished. Inside the cave, the space was cramped and suffocating. Despite the absence of recent rainfall, an unusual dampness pervaded the cave, and the faint sound of dripping water could be heard, echoing as it splattered onto the stone platform. The air was tinged with an indescribable odor, not overtly foul, yet exceedingly uncomfortable, reminiscent of some decaying flesh. At the center of the cave stood a small altar, over a yard in height, adorned with indistinct carvings and several yellowed, tattered confinement talismans, as if they were imprisoning something malevolent. However, due to the passage of time, the talismans had largely lost their efficacy, offering little more than a semblance of protection. A vague shadow floated above the altar. "Can you see me?" A voice, aged and hoarse, drifted through the air as the shadow swiftly descended toward her. Upon seeing Chu Sang, the figure was filled with overwhelming excitement, its pallid complexion seemingly flushing with a hint of color. "After so many years, I have finally encountered a living soul. You, cough cough, must be the destined one I have awaited." The voice was feeble, and the figure appeared increasingly ethereal, as if it could dissipate at any moment. "My dear, listen closely. I am a great power from a millennium ago, inadvertently ensnared here by the treachery of evil cultivators, leaving behind a fragment of my soul, trapped within this realm. Now, my spirit is on the verge of dispersing, with but one final obsession that I cannot relinquish: the absence of disciples. Alas, my life's teachings and profound arts may be lost forever." Coughing again, he beckoned her closer. "Why do you stand so far away? Come here." Eagerly, he gestured, resembling a cunning wolf enticing a naive hare. "I see remarkable potential in you, and we share a cosmic affinity. With the last of my time, I shall impart all my techniques to you. You shall become my sole disciple." His tone was laced with urgency, as if he yearned to consume her entirely. Chu Sang found the scene eerily familiar, suspecting the old man was peddling something dubious. A voice echoed in her mind, "Chuang, do not trust him. He is reeking of deceit." Chu Sang's intuition began to form a hypothesis. The old man, noticing her hesitation, believed his allure insufficient. Gritting his teeth, he declared, "I possess a divine artifact. If you acknowledge me as your master, not only will I pass on my entire knowledge and power, but the artifact shall also be yours. What say you?" The proposition was enticing, and Chu Sang felt her heart flutter with intrigue. Her cheeks flushed with excitement. She asked innocently, "What must I do?" The old man's heart leaped with joy, recognizing the gullibility of such an inexperienced girl. In truth, he was not a great power from a millennium ago, but rather a malevolent cultivator who stumbled into this place during the last secret realm's opening. A century prior, he had assassinated numerous cultivators within the realm, attempting to forge puppets, but was ultimately discovered and slain by righteous practitioners. Thankfully, he had preserved a fragment of his soul. Yet those cultivators had ensnared him within a confinement array, leaving him trapped in this wretched place for 100 years. Now his remaining soul was growing weaker, and if he failed to seize a living body soon, he would vanish from existence. He was unwilling to accept such a fate. Fortune seemed to smile upon him with the arrival of an opportunity. "Ah, the heavens have not forsaken me." The old man chuckled internally, maintaining a fade of calm. "Since you have chosen to be my disciple, let us proceed with the formalities. Chu Sang, I pay my respects to my master." "Master, please accept my bow." "Good disciple, rise," he replied, stroking his beard with satisfaction. The righteous cultivators were always so rigid and proper regarding the master-disciple ceremony. Yet this girl had unhesitatingly proclaimed him her master, indicating her unwavering trust. The cunning old man felt a measure of his wariness dissipate. "The Machi Zhu is a rare divine artifact of the heavens. Today, I shall bestow it upon you. Go and retrieve it, and I will then impart my techniques to you." Chu Sang complied, ascending the altar where a blood-red orb, roughly the size of a palm, lay nestled within a recess, glimmering and translucent. She cautiously infused it with a thread of her consciousness, sensing no malefic aura, and grasped the orb in her palm. "Master, what shall I do next?" "Listen closely as I impart the incantation. Repeat after me," the old man urged, his excitement palpable, envisioning the naive girl before him as his meal. "Understood." Chu Sang lowered her head, feigning ignorance of the old man's fervent gaze. Each time he recited a phrase, she echoed him, Upon completing the final character, the old man's eyes burned with intensity, urging her to hasten. Quickly, speak the words. Once the incantation was complete, he could commandeer the power of a Machi Zhu to seize her living body and escape this confinement that had ensnared him for a century. Master, Chu Sang halted at the last moment, inciting his ire. I did not catch that. Could you teach it to me once more? The old man inhaled deeply and repeated the incantation. Chu Sang smiled sweetly. I've memorized it. Let me recite it for you, and you can confirm if I am correct. The old man eagerly awaited her recitation. She nervously bit her lip, stepping back a couple of paces, hands clasped behind her, her lips parting slightly as obscure characters flowed from her mouth. The old man was taken aback, surprised by her impressive comprehension. If not for his urgent need for a vessel, he might have considered taking her as his disciple. Yet, that was merely a fleeting thought. At this moment, all he desired was for her to perish. However, as she continued, the old man sensed something amiss. The incantation she recited was indeed his dark spell. But why was she speaking it in reverse? The Machi Zhu hovered above her palm, becoming increasingly crimson and agitated. The old man felt a chill of foreboding. Stop! With a resounding crash, a fragment of a fading soul was obliterated, vanishing effortlessly. Her final incantation was uttered. Meanwhile, outside the cave, the formation could not endure for long. And ever more zombies ascended the mountain, launching their assaults. Dantaiming and his companions engaged in fierce combat against the throngs of zombies. Fortunately, with the hundreds of golden armor talismans hastily prepared by his junior sister and the elixirs from Muchi Huai, the zombies posed little threat. Yet their overwhelming numbers made victory a formidable challenge. Dantaiming gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, his palm trembling slightly. He had just encountered a flying corpse of greater cultivation, its flesh as impenetrable as iron. A single strike had left his hands numb, and, after immense struggle, he finally vanquished it. The stench of blood thickened around him, potentially attracting even mightier zombies and beasts. He knew he had to conclude the battle swiftly. His thoughts muddled in desperation. He sought to summon the Qi Shue sword to break through the encirclement. Just then, the zombie horde suddenly collapsed, emitting anguished cries, and within moments, they seemed to evaporate into thin air. Everyone was left astonished by this unexpected scene. What has happened? It is not yet daytime. How did the zombies vanish so suddenly? Junior sister, where did you go just now? I thought you had been captured by those zombies. Dantaiming hurried over, relieved to find her radiant and unharmed. A weight lifted from his heart. Chu Sang recounted the events that had transpired, explaining that the situation had been too urgent for a collective approach, which might have raised suspicion. Hence, she had proceeded alone. I had previously set up the substitute talismans, and upon sensing something amiss, I would immediately return. There was no need for concern. She took out the bead and showed it to a few people. According to the old man from the demon clan, this bead seems to be called the M-Ku-I-Zich. What exactly is its purpose? The original work unfolds from the perspective of the protagonists, the leaders of the righteous path, and the name of this bead clearly indicates its origin from the demon clan. She truly had little understanding of the M-Ku-I-Zich. After examining the M-Ku-I-Zich for a moment in his palm, Mchu narrowed his beautiful, upturned phoenix eyes and said softly, I have indeed heard of this item by chance. It is the treasured artifact of the M-Ku-I sect. However, it was stolen a century ago, reportedly taken by a disciple from the sect, and its whereabouts remain unknown. This explains everything. The old Taoist she encountered earlier must have been the disciple who stole the sect's treasure. Although he was left with only a remnant of his soul, it was evident that his cultivation in life was not particularly high. The M-Ku-I-Zich can be used to refine living puppets, but since that old Taoist was merely an ordinary disciple with limited skills, even if he successfully stole the treasure, he could only create the lowest tier of puppets, mindless zombies as they referred to them, mere walking corpses. While this bead is indeed a treasure of the demon clan, it is also a divine artifact of the heavens and earth. Its nature, whether righteous or evil, ultimately depends on the cultivator. Mchu tossed the M-Ku-I-Zich to Ch-Sing, suggesting to keep it for potential future use. On the other side of the secret realm, 3 days ago, QNX Su and a group of disciples from TNYNZ Ing had painstakingly entered the inner realm. Thanks to the guidance of a powerful being within the Jade Tablet, they had not lost any members, faring much better than several other sections. QNX Su was determined to obtain the HND in Q Ing Lien, one of the primordial treasures of the universe. It is essential that you do not miss this opportunity again, the old man said solemnly. The forbidden area of TNYNZ Ing also concealed a primordial treasure, but even the old man did not know its specifics. 6 months prior, he had sought out QNX Su, who had inadvertently wandered into the forbidden area, partly because he wished to leave, but more importantly, he sought to find the legendary treasure said to contain the first wisp of primordial energy from the beginning of heaven and earth through her. Over 10,000 years ago, the struggle for this treasure had ignited a war between the realm of cultivation and the demon clan, a conflict that lasted for several hundred to 1,000 years, causing untold deaths and suffering. In the end, neither side emerged victorious, and they did not even glimpse the true form of the treasure. Its ultimate fate remains a mystery. Perhaps the treasure was destroyed during the war, or was acquired by someone else beforehand. It is indeed a great regret. The HND in Q Ing Lien, now appearing in the world, is one of the 6 ancient holy lotuses and a primordial treasure that can significantly enhance one's aptitude, transforming a spirit root into a chaotic spirit root. QNX Su must not let this treasure slip away, for it is destined to belong solely to her. Following the old man's directions, she successfully located the entrance to the lotus pool. Just as she was overjoyed and racking her brain on how to shake off the other disciples, a light-hearted voice from behind caused her heart to stop. "Hi. Fancy seeing you here." C.H. Essing arrived with a large entourage. Upon hearing this voice, Chi Shi Di instinctively bristled. "How is it you again? Do you truly?" He recalled his last encounter, his face contorting as he said in a low voice, "This entrance was discovered by our TNYNZing first. I advise you not to be shameless. Senior brother, do you have any shame?" "I have no shame." DNTIM, Ing replied. "How coincidental. I also have no shame," MCH lazily remarked. SK Chi seemed as if she had stepped into a new world, her eyes sparkling. "Since you are without shame, then so am I." Ing cleared his throat softly. Chi Shi Di's fingers trembled, nearly exploding with rage. QNX Su glared at the group, her chest rising and falling dramatically, struggling to breathe. How could they be so shameless and so brazenly self-righteous? It was simply outrageous. In the original work, SK Chi was similarly eager to enhance her own aptitude, even developing inner demons due to her desperation. At this pivotal moment, she learned of the HND in Q Ing Lien's emergence in the TNZ secret realm and immediately rushed there with CH Ing. After a harrowing escape, CH Ing risked his life to pluck the lotus seed, only to have it snatched mid-journey by YNW Ing Xing, who had accompanied QNX Su. He even killed CH Ing, using his blood to nourish the lotus seed and make it bloom. Their bond was deep, and SK Chi, in her grief and fury, fell into the demonic path, vowing revenge against YNW Ing Xing and seizing his position as Demon Lord. It can be said that this previously unremarkable female cultivator became the greatest obstacle on his path to becoming Demon Lord. Several times, he narrowly escaped death because of her. If not for the precious pills from QNX Su, he might have perished midway through the plot. Alas, as a villain, SK Chi ultimately met her demise at the hands of the protagonists, pierced through the heart by a sword, her physical form and soul obliterated, becoming a significant female antagonist in the original work that propelled the development of the relationship between YNW Ing Xing and QNX Su. Moreover, due to the rift that formed between him and QNX Su, this time in the TNZ secret realm, YNW Ing Xing did not make an appearance, diverging significantly from the original plot. She would certainly protect her senior brothers and sisters, ensuring they did not tread the same path as depicted in the original work. Lady SHO. This rouge is ground from SHOI flowers by CH and NI Ing. When applied to your lips, it truly enhances your complexion, making you look radiant and beautiful. You are indeed the most stunning bride I have ever seen. With a start, she opened her eyes to find a woman's face magnified before her, her pupils contracting in shock. The woman's complexion was as pale as paper, yet the sides of her cheeks were exceptionally flushed, as if painted with meticulous brushwork. An unsettling contrast. The maid laughed warmly at her, yet her eyes were wide open, devoid of any emotion, staring blankly at her like a lifeless paper figure, exuding an indescribable sense of eerie horror. Seeing that she had awakened, the maid giggled. "Lady Sho, you are truly adorable. Earlier, I applied rouge to your lips, yet you fell asleep." The laughter was equally uncanny, sending chills down one's spine. The maid cradled the pale face, gazing dreamily. Sister Shi said that a moment of intimacy is worth 1,000 gold. Tonight is the most important event in Lady Sho's life. It must be done beautifully to please the young master. You should rest well for a while. Soon, you will enter the bridal chamber to meet your groom. The young girl's face tightened as she turned to look out the window. A faint morning light pierced through the night, indicating it was around 3 or 4 in the morning. A normal family would have long been at rest. Yet this maid was still tending to her at such an hour. Moreover, what had she just said about entering the bridal chamber? Whose wedding was being held at this hour? With that, she seemed to glide out the door, which was then closed behind her. The young girl hurried to the door, attempting to open it, only to find it firmly locked from the outside. The maid, who should have departed, did not leave. Instead, she turned back, her smile unchanged. Standing before the door, just inches away. Through the thin paper of the door, the maid appeared like a paper figure, motionless, her limbs and even her breath entirely still. The young girl held her breath and took 2 steps back, even separated by a door. The maid's gaze felt as tangible as if it were watching her every move. A glance at the copper mirror on the table reflected her figure. Clad in a striking red wedding gown, adorned with a phoenix crown, her appearance splendid and exquisite. Perhaps the powder on her face was too thick and white, and her lips overly red. Instead of resembling a joyous bride, she looked more like a vengeful spirit come to collect a debt. She found it unappealing. Gazing at her reflection, the young girl felt an overwhelming sense of unfamiliarity. She had a nagging feeling that she had forgotten something of great importance. However, whenever she attempted to recall it, her mind was seized by a sharp pain, urging her to stop. Her consciousness was enveloped in a haze, as if a thick fog had obscured her memories. A black cat inexplicably entered the room through a closed window, causing a young girl to feel a surge of panic. The neighbors had warned her that black cats are ominous creatures, and now, on the day of her wedding, it appeared before her. "Get away! Go away!" she exclaimed, hastily seizing a pillow to throw at the creature in an attempt to scare it off. The agile feline dodged her attack and sank its teeth in her arm. With a sharp scream, a flood of memories surged into her mind. She remembered that her name was not Xiao Qinghuai, but Chu Sang. She had ventured into the Yunji's secret realm to seek the chaos Qinglian, and everything around her was merely an illusion conjured by the lotus pool. If an intruder became lost in this illusion, their physical body in reality would perish and be consumed by the lotus pool, nourishing the growth of the chaos Qinglian. She was nearly trapped. The illusion was remarkably vivid, capable of not only sealing memories, but also forcefully implanting the memories and personalities of others. Xiao Bai. The black cat was indeed Xiao Bai, who had rushed to her side. "Whoa, I just woke up and was so frightened." Xiao Bai nuzzled against her. Thankfully, with Xiao Bai's presence, she was able to regain her senses in time. The situation with her senior brothers and sisters would only worsen, and she needed to find them quickly. To escape the illusion, one must break it. To do so, it was essential to locate the focal point, which could be a tree, a stone, or even a person, an elusive living presence. The entrance was guarded by maids, making it impossible to leave. Chu Sang pushed the window, but it was locked tight. She glanced down at Xiao Bai and asked, "How did you get in here?" Xiao Bai waved a paw in the air, half of it passing through the wall. "This illusion only targets you. As your contracted spirit beast, I'm not bound by its constraints. As long as the illusion remains unaware of my presence, I can move freely within it." After some thought, Chu Sang drew 2 replacement talismans, affixing one to Xiao Bai and the other to herself. Once Xiao Bai passed through the wall, she focused her mind, and upon reopening her eyes, she found herself outside. Turning back, Xiao Bai bounded out of the room and leapt into her arms. This was effective. Rather than being an illusion, it felt like a small world distinct from reality. Every blade of grass and every tree was remarkably real, and even the talismans could function here. The night was dark, with the walls and rooftops adorned with festive yet eerie red lanterns, and patrolling attendants could be seen from time to time. Chu Sang affixed a concealment talisman and hid behind a rockery, just as a few maids passed by. She swiftly incapacitated the nearest maid and dragged her behind the rockery to swap clothes. Emerging from the rockery, her face transformed to resemble that of a maid. She tentatively waved her hand, maintaining a stiff, expressionless demeanor, mimicking the movements of the other maids. "Where are we going? Why are we wandering around the garden at this hour?" One maid asked. "Hee, a few new brides and grooms have arrived. We must hurry to serve them," another replied. Chu Sang observed that these maids acted like puppets, only responding to questions without any independent thought, as if they were part of a game. "Hee, a few more ladies and grooms have come," she echoed in their tone, feeling quite pleased. "Indeed, I'm sure the young masters and mistresses will be delighted with so many beautiful new brides and grooms tonight. I wonder if the coffin can hold them all. We mustn't crush the young masters and mistresses." Chu Sang finally understood the source of the strange feeling within her. This was indeed a ghostly marriage. Using her award-winning acting skills, she successfully blended in with the maids and gleaned the details of the situation. It turned out that a few days prior, the twin heirs of the Wang family had suffered an accident and drowned. The grief-stricken Lord Wang, following the advice of a learned monk, had spent a fortune arranging a ghost marriage for his beloved children, hoping to soothe their souls in the afterlife. Lord Wang had been obsessed with seeking immortality for many years, neglecting even his wife, let alone his children. One maid remarked that now that the young masters and mistresses were gone, it was too late for him to regret. Indeed, it was a pity. Lord Wang had lost his wife early on and now faced the loss of his children in his later years. Such a benevolent man, yet the heavens treated him so cruelly. All 5 of his wives had passed away prematurely, and despite his kindness, he had little familial connection. How unjust the heavens were! Alone in this world, even if he could live for hundreds of years, he would surely find no joy in it. As Chu Sang listened to the gossip, she followed the maids to a grand garden, equally festooned with decorations and brimming with celebration. The brides and grooms mentioned by the maids were likely from this group, and she had no idea which room her senior brothers and sisters were confined in. Chu Sang twirled the jade bracelet in her hand, a parting gift from her 5th senior brother before they set off. This spiritual artifact could bind several individuals within a certain distance and sense their locations, originally intended to prevent them from getting lost in the secret realm. With a comb and a rouge box in hand, she headed to the left wing. On a bed sat a bride clad in a bright red wedding gown, her head covered with a red veil. Chu Sang approached and lifted the veil, revealing Scapegoat. She appeared as if in a deep slumber, her head bowed and motionless. "Fourth senior sister, wake up." Scapegoat stirred, blinking in confusion before turning her head. "Little junior sister?" Chu Sang quickly recounted the situation. "Fourth senior sister. We shall split up to find the others." "All right." After sneaking out, the two went their separate ways. In the next room, Chu Sang found Mu Chi Huai. After waking him, she also located Dantaiming and Chang'ying. With time still on her side, she roused several other disciples from different sects, excluding the Tianyin sect. Let them fend for themselves. The incapacitated maids and guards were now in their clothes, left in the room as substitutes. "What shall we do next, little junior sister?" Scapegoat shuddered at the thought of almost losing herself. "There is something amiss with Lord Wang," Chu Sang said, furrowing her brow. "I learned from those maids that Lord Wang had been nearly driven mad by his obsession with seeking immortality in his youth, and he had married 5 wives, all of whom died unexpectedly. Even his only pair of children drowned at a tender age. How could there be so many coincidences? Lord Wang is definitely suspicious. He is likely a key figure in this illusion and might know the location of the focal point." Dantaiming's expression turned serious. "Then we should break into the estate and interrogate him. At midnight, the children who had passed away would be married off, and he would invite the monks and Taoist priests he knew to attend the banquet. At that time, we can disguise ourselves and infiltrate to see what he truly intends." The 4 exchanged silent glances. When they had been unconscious, little junior sister had awakened and gathered intelligence while formulating a plan. With her leading the way, they were in a dire situation. As dawn approached, the estate began to welcome guests for the banquet. Chu Sang and her senior brothers and sisters lay in wait nearby, taking down a few easier targets and swapping invitations, transforming their appearances before boldly entering the estate and taking their seats at the banquet. Before long, a graying middle-aged man emerged. This was the head of the Wang family. He greeted the guests with polite words, and as the sky darkened, the main event of the night was about to commence. He clapped his hands, summoning the brides and grooms. Suddenly, A cold sword light sliced through the air. You shall perish. Chu Sang raised an eyebrow at the unexpected intruders. Mo Qingchen and Qin Shishue had also arrived, as expected of the male and female leads. This small illusion could not confine them. Chapter 43. His misjudgment of people. Who are you? How dare you intrude upon the Wang residence without an invitation? The guards at the entrance attempted to intercept several individuals, but they were no match for Mo Qingchen's fierce sword, which sent them flying to the ground. He strode into the courtyard, his brow and eyes obscured by a layer of frost, with the tip of his sword pointed directly at Lord Wang on the high platform. In a succinct and icy tone, he commanded, Guardian of the formation, unravel the formation's eye and unlock the next layer. Qin Shishue's eyes gleamed with determination. With the assistance of the enigmatic elder and the protection of Mo Qingchen, now in the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm, this trivial illusion could not possibly hinder her. Although she sought help, her demeanor was far from humble. Lord Wang's expression darkened as he coldly waved his sleeve and let out a heavy snort, addressing the gathered Taoists. Monks and cultivators below, as you can see, today marks the joyous occasion of my dear daughter's wedding. I have specially arranged this banquet. Yet these outsiders dare to intrude and cause chaos, showing utter disregard for my Wang family and for all of you. He continued, No one shall disturb my daughter's joyous day. If you can assist me in ensuring the wedding proceeds smoothly, I shall fulfill any wish you may have. While this appeared to be directed at the guests, Lord Wang's gaze, sharp as an eagle's, was fixated on the uninvited guests outside, his eyes glimmering with a profound, hidden amusement. The members of the Tianyan sect exchanged glances, their expressions momentarily stunned, as they began to devise their own plans. The implication of Lord Wang's words was clear. They were to turn against each other, and whoever could push the others into the grave would naturally see the ceremony completed. As cultivators of the righteous path, how could we turn against each other due to your words and engage in mutual slaughter? Mo Qingchen's tone was filled with impatience. As a qualified hero of the righteous path, he could not stand idly by while such demonic provocations unfolded. He immediately drew his sword and charged toward Lord Wang, his sword energy as sharp as a cold light. Qin Shishu bit her lip, a shadow flickering in her eyes, observing that the majority of the banquet's attendees were cultivators. With several of them possessing Golden Core level prowess, it was evident that the Tianyan sect had recklessly intruded without fully grasping the situation. Even with Mo Qingchen battling 10 foes alone, they were undoubtedly at a disadvantage. We are here to assist you. A group of over 10 cultivators surged forward, hailing from the Wanjian sect and the Yusho sect. Lord Wang sneered, Perfect, they have all come out. He waved his hand, unleashing a spell that caused a high-level formation to emerge from the ground, ensnaring everyone within it, clearly a trap that had been laid in advance, awaiting their self-entrapment. Shinroof and the others had initially concealed their presence, intending to investigate cautiously, but upon witnessing the Tianyan sect's reckless advance, they had inadvertently startled the snake in the grass, putting themselves at a disadvantage and disrupting their original plan. Seeing the Tianyan sect falter, disciples from the 8 major sects felt compelled to step forward. Before Chu Sang could intervene, they rushed out, only to find themselves ensnared in the formation, leaving Lord Wang with a perfect opportunity to catch them like fish in a barrel. This person is a Yuaning-level cultivator. Lin Shi struck the formation with his sword, only to have it rebound instantly. He stared in disbelief. Isn't this just an ordinary secular citizen? Among the crowd, Dantaiming's hand rested on the hilt of his sword, growing increasingly impatient. Chu Sang placed a hand on his arm, shaking his head and signaling for silence. This Lord Wang was indeed deeply concealed. He was a Yuaning-level cultivator. Muchi Huai was in a meeting with the mine group, realizing that this situation was even more troublesome than they had anticipated. Chu Sang contemplated, recognizing that this individual was merely a secular citizen without spiritual roots. The rumors in the neighborhood held no need for deceit. However, the world was rife with evil and wickedness, and it was entirely possible for one to seek immortality through cultivation or other means. Within the formation, the ground began to crack violently. Below lay an already excavated grave, resembling a monstrous beast opening its gaping maw, waiting for them to leap into its depths. It was Qin Shishue's first encounter with such a dire situation. She hid behind Mo Qingchen, with nowhere to retreat, anxiously gripping his sleeve. Senior brother, we. Mo Qingchen released her hand, positioning himself before the disciples of the Tianyin sect. The spiritual energy in his palms surged, far surpassing that of others, as his sword energy struck the formation like a silver moonbeam. The formation trembled slightly, revealing a small web of cracks. It was effective. However, the ground was fracturing too rapidly. Who knew how long it would take to break through the myriad of formations with a single strike? If only someone were outside to assist. The confinement formation's internal disruption was minimal. If someone could provide support from the outside, perhaps they still had a glimmer of hope. Unfortunately, they had been too reckless, caught in a net, and it was too late to say anything now. Unless, Qin Shishue's lips pressed together, hesitating to speak. When she noticed Gu Xiang retreating towards them, the ground beneath their feet shrinking, unable to accommodate so many. If the formation did not close soon, she would be sacrificed. Her gaze flickered. She stealthily stepped a few paces toward Gu Xiang. The formation trembled violently, causing several weaker disciples to sway unsteadily. "Ah, be careful," Qin Shishue cried out, leaning forward to push Gu Xiang down. Gu Xiang, already unsteady, was caught off guard by the sudden shove and, in an instant, was swallowed by the abyss-like grave. Junior sister, Shenruf and another senior sister's faces changed drastically, rushing to help, but the distance was too great and the swift turn of events rendered it too late. "What are you Tianyin sect trying to do? Pushing our junior sister down. What is your intention? If you want to fight, just say so." The second sister of the Yusho sect, Lu Yu, was furious and prepared to confront them. Even Shenruf, usually calm and affable, could not hide the displeasure on her face as she spoke gravely. "The 8 major sects have always prioritized unity, and the elders of both our sects are often friends. We have collaborated many times. I thought we were allies, which is why we risked danger to come to your aid, even disrupting our original plans. Yet, your actions today have truly opened my eyes." A faint smirk appeared on her lips, devoid of any humor. "What are you doing?" He glared coldly at Qin Shishue. She seemed taken aback, her eyes reddening, tears welling as she stammered. I didn't mean to. The situation was too urgent, and I lost my balance and fell forward. Gu Xiang happened to be right in front of me, so... A late-stage foundation establishment cultivator. Yet you can't even stand properly. Is your left leg crippled or your right? Lu Yu boldly interjected. Isn't it said that you are a once-in-a-thousand-years talent? You are merely 16 and already half a step into the golden core realm. Yet you can't even stand straight. Truly laughable. Is this what they call talent? No one was foolish enough to take her words at face value. How could a half-step golden core cultivator make such a rudimentary mistake? It was evident that it was intentional. Qin Shishue's eyes brimmed with tears as she bit her lip, feeling aggrieved. "How can you accuse me so unjustly? I truly did not mean it." She reached out to gently grasp Mo Qingchen's arm, hoping he would defend her. Yet, Mo Qingchen merely cast his gaze down, stepping back, his expression cold as he sternly commanded, "Apologize to them." He too could not comprehend how Qin Shishue, with her abilities, could possibly make such a basic error. Even if he did not wish to entertain malicious thoughts, he could not suppress the strange feeling rising within him. It was as if Qin Shishue was increasingly diverging from the gentle and understanding junior sister he remembered. Reflecting on past events, he found it peculiar that she always seemed to arrive just when he was gravely injured, repeatedly appearing in the perilous demon domain, which felt far too coincidental, almost deliberate. Qin Shishue's complexion paled, her lips pressed tightly together, struggling to comprehend why he would treat her this way, why he would not stand by her side and defend her against the other sections. She had merely lost her footing. It was an accident. Sorry. She could only bitterly express her unwillingness, her mouth nearly bleeding from the effort. Enough with the pretense. If anything were to happen to our junior sister, I will be the first to eliminate you. Lu was utterly unyielding. Qin X Su turned pale, seemingly frightened by the statement, retreating several steps while lowering her head. A flicker of hatred flashing in her eyes as her fingertips dug into her tender palm. Seeing the goddess threatened by members of another sect, Qi Shi Di stepped forward without hesitation, reassuring the junior sister, "Don't be afraid. I will protect you and ensure those people cannot harm you." After offering his comfort, he turned and sneered at the people of Yshuzing, stating that the cultivation world is a brutal arena of the survival of the fittest. It is either you perish or I do. She merely fell because of her own lack of strength. Who could be blamed? Furthermore, did you not notice that the ground's cracking has slowed? Although one of your sect members was sacrificed, we saved so many others. Even if she dies, it is worth it." These words served only to stoke the flames of conflict, irrevocably intensifying the discord between the two sects, and from now on, their encounters would likely be fraught with hostility. In her heart, Qin X Su cursed this individual for his foolishness, as she did not wish to be harmed by him. Lu and her companions were eager for an immediate confrontation with Team New York and Ziying. At that moment, however, a female voice suddenly rang out behind them. "You are correct, so you should leave." Following a painful cry, the crowd found one less person. Chi Shi Di was gone. CHSing. "How did you get in here?" Lin Q still clung to the hope that they would not suffer total annihilation, only to be surprised that they had somehow entered. MQNGCHN's expression shifted slightly, as he had not anticipated encountering her here. Just as he was about to speak, he looked around and realized the formation had been breached. MQNGCHN's emotions were complex, momentarily rendering him speechless. He never expected her to be the one to save them. After successfully absorbing a male and female cultivator, the cracking ground eerily ceased its movements, reverting to normal without a trace of fissures. Unexpectedly, a few more fish had slipped through. The head of the Ing family looked down from his elevated position. "Today is a momentous occasion for my beloved daughter. Why do you persist in obstructing us? As a grieving elder who has lost his children, my only wish is to see this wedding through. If anyone wishes to leave, you may do so now. I shall not impede you." He gestured for them to proceed. With a smile, she replied leisurely, "If that is the case, then why did you personally slay them?" The guests gasped in astonishment, and the head of the Ing family could no longer maintain his composure, slamming his hand on the table in anger. "How dare you speak such nonsense? Whether I am speaking senselessly or not, I believe the old master knows better than I do." Ing stared directly at him, smiling as she declared, "The young masters and mistresses of the Ing residence did not die by accident, but rather by your own hand. In fact, your 6 deceased wives were all murdered by you as well. The sinister techniques you practice involve consuming the blood of others to extend your own life. And the blood of those closest to you is of the highest quality. Naturally, your own children became your prime targets. However, their resentment was too strong at the time of their deaths, diminishing their quality. I wonder who informed you that vengeance could be quelled through a marriage in the afterlife, attempting to appease the grievances of your children. Ah, you guessed correctly. It seems you possess a bit of cleverness." The old master's expression was surprisingly calm, a strange smile creeping onto his face, but knowing too much may not necessarily be a blessing. MQNGCHN. "If you wish to leave with your junior brothers and sisters, then we must cooperate." Ing transmitted her voice softly, unwilling to become too entangled with the people of Team New York and Ziying. Yet, MQNGCHN was, after all, the male protagonist counterpart. His combat prowess not something an ordinary cultivator could rival. His mid-stage JNDN strength already hinted at the might of a late-stage JNDN. At the same time, keep a close watch on your junior sister. Do not let her engage in any reckless actions. She subtly gestured toward Qin X Su. Qin X Su, displeased, retorted, "What do you mean, second sister? What do I mean? You know in your heart." Ang's initial intention was to distance herself from the protagonists and survive. But unexpectedly, she found herself inadvertently entangled with Lingqing Ziying, knowing that her brothers and sisters would ultimately meet a tragic fate at the hands of this junior sister. She could not escape, nor did she wish to. Her attitude toward Qin X Su shifted from indifference to burgeoning annoyance. If it were possible, she would prefer not to see her. Time is eternal. Chapter 44. Sixth Senior Brother. A group of Sect disciples had no chance of defeating you in Ying stage cultivator. It could even be described as fighting a stone with an egg. However, should the objective merely be to buy time, it was not an insurmountable task. This night, the ceremony was to commence. There were 2 conditions for mission failure. This meant that as long as either condition was broken, the mission would not be deemed a failure. At the break of dawn, everything around them dissolved into nothingness. Every blade of grass, every stone, every flower, the hundreds of guests below, and the heavy hand of the elder Zhang, aimed at Ing, all vanished like smoke. The crowd dropped their weapons and a grand, ancient door appeared suspended in midair, causing them to hold their breaths instinctively. Upon entering, they found themselves in another world. CHS Ing was relatively fortunate this time. MCHY was nearby. As she propped herself up and was about to rise, a sharp pain shot through her shoulder, a remnant of the injury sustained during her previous battle with Elder Zhang in the last illusion. "You're hurt?" MCHY frowned slightly, kneeling beside her, producing bandages and healing ointment to tend to her wound, and handing her a large bottle of healing elixir. He sighed internally. Ever since the arrival of the junior sister, a significant portion of the poisons in his jade ring had been exchanged for healing medicines. Previously, he had looked down upon the alchemical art of healing elixirs, but his skills had progressed remarkably. "Thank you, Six Senior Brother." CHS Ing waved her hand and smiled playfully at him, the pain now completely gone. How wonderful it is to have a nurturing figure by one's side. The second layer of the illusion was quite ordinary. CHS Ing gazed at the dimly lit forest, extending her senses to survey the surrounding area for several miles, finding little trace of any demonic beasts. Should any exist, they were merely first or second-tier beasts, lacking in offensive strength. I wonder how 7th Senior Brother and 4th Senior Sister are faring. We must hurry to reunite with them. The two of them traveled side by side under the moonlight, but soon they heard someone calling for help. Adopting a mindset of avoiding unnecessary trouble, they continued on their way. After a short while, the faint, sorrowful cries for help echoed once more. No matter how far they walked, the plea for assistance followed them like a shadow. They decided to cover their ears, but after taking just a few more steps, a figure lay sprawled a few meters ahead. This time, there was no avoiding it. What a clutch of a red child seeking sympathy. "Senior Brother, let us go." CHS Ing shut her eyes and pulled MCHY a step past the corpse. The corpse could no longer contain itself. Coughing violently before lunging forward to grasp her leg, its pale, emaciated arm gripping her belt tightly. "Cough, Miss Young Master, please save me." Cough, cough. Let go. The figure tightened its hold, looking up at her. Disheveled hair obscured its face, allowing only a glimpse of a countenance marred by blood and grime, looking exceedingly pitiful and evoking a sense of sympathy. "Miss, Young Master, please save me. You look like kind-hearted individuals, good people." MCHY scoffed. "Are you blind? You just called us good people." CHS Ing covered his hand, exclaiming, "You have such keen eyesight. 6th Senior Brother, let us save him." In the dead of night, a bloodied man inexplicably appeared in the forest, desperately clinging to them. This situation was undeniably peculiar and laden with malice, clearly a trap. Wasn't he the little sister's mind, supposed to be sharp? Why must she leap into the pit? She turned her head to wink at him, charming and adorable. 6th Senior Brother, he called us good people. When encountering the needy, we must extend a helping hand, right? Quickly, use your medicine to heal him. Muchi Huai's gaze lingered on her face for a moment before a smile graced his lips. Very well. His culinary skills were undoubtedly exceptional. Not long after the man had spoken, he succumbed to unconsciousness again, prompting the two of them to drag him into a nearby cave. Chu Sang cast a cleansing spell, revealing the man's true appearance. With his inky black hair and pristine white attire, his pale, enchanting visage was striking, almost ethereal, unlike any mortal being. Even in his stupor, he clung to Chu Sang's sleeve, softly murmuring, a sight that exuded an unmistakable allure. Muchi Huai found him exceedingly distasteful. Not only was his arrival inexplicable, but his appearance was also beguiling, as if he were a temptress. He worried that his junior sister might be ensnared by this fade, fearing she could be deceived by such charm. 6th Senior Brother, he is not as handsome as you, Chu Sang whispered conspiratorially, setting aside the man's overly delicate features. It was undeniable that 6th Senior Brother outshone him in appearance. The deliberate affectation of charm paled in comparison to the natural allure emanating from 6th Senior Brother's expressive eyes. Muchi Huai lifted his chin. Indeed, I possess unparalleled beauty. How could a mere roadside vixen compare? It must be noted that Muchi Huai's words proved prophetic, for the man was indeed a fox spirit in the most literal sense. Xiaobai was acutely sensitive to various auras, including that of demonkind. This man was a fox beast in the Yuanying stage, having cultivated for centuries, and his injuries were genuine. He was adept at seducing hearts and feeding on essence. Thank you both for your assistance. My humble abode is nearby. Why not come and rest? I shall prepare a meal to honor my benefactors. Before long, The man regained consciousness, his previously pallid complexion now tinged with a hint of color, and he gazed at them with gratitude, attempting to rise. His expression of gratitude only deepened. "Thank you, my lady." Yet inwardly, he thought how foolish these humans were, easily deceived. He had been gravely injured while fleeing from enemies. His demon power diminished, and fortuitously found himself in this forest, unexpectedly encountering two capable cultivators. If he could lure them to his lair and devour them, he would almost fully recover. As they ventured deeper into the forest, they strayed further from the city. "Brother, are we not going the wrong way? This path does not seem to lead to the city," Chu Sang remarked. The slender man in white halted. "No, we are not lost. This is indeed the way." His voice, once melodious, turned sharp and eerie as a chilling wind swept around them, his long black hair whipping through the air. Suddenly, he turned, his once enchanting face contorted into a monstrous visage, his body swelling, his robes tearing apart, transforming into a colossal white fox with a severed tail. Drool dripped from its sharp teeth, its grotesque features starkly contrasting with the earlier facade of beauty. "Once I consume you too, my power will greatly increase." Indeed, it was a creature that repaid kindness with malice. "In that case, there is no need to spare it," Mu Chi Huai sneered coldly. In the next moment, the previously menacing fox spirit convulsed violently, black blood oozing from its ears, eyes, and mouth, collapsing to the ground before it could even utter a cry, its muscles twitching before it lay lifeless. Soon, the body of the white fox shriveled like a punctured balloon, releasing a swarm of dense black insects. As the insects emerged, they began to devour one another, leaving behind a single black bug the size of a thumb. This was the entire process of cultivating a goo insect: parasitism, nurturing, metamorphosis, devouring, and selecting a king. Chu Sang observed the young man, who smiled gently, as the black bug crawled up his slender, translucent fingers to his forearm, being collected into a small ceramic jar he carried. "Another obedient one. How delightful," she murmured. A chill ran down her spine. She thought it wise to avoid provoking Six's senior brother, who could dispatch even a Yuanying stage demon beast with ease. Earlier, while applying medicine to the demon beast's wounds, Mu Chi Huai had taken precautions, ensuring that should the creature dare to betray him, he could instantly activate the goo insect hidden within its heart. "Do you like it? I shall gift you one," Mu Chi Huai offered, noticing her rapt attention on the jar. He selected a green, slimy bug resembling a caterpillar and presented it to her. The bug shyly wriggled its plump body in her direction. Chu Sang nearly leapt in shock. "Keep your distance. What will it eat when it gets hungry?" "Humans," he replied. "Six's senior brother, I believe we should maintain a safe distance during our journey ahead." After the demon beast perished, its body dissipated like smoke, revealing a golden token. Chu Sang collected the token, suspecting it was related to the exit of the second tier of the secret realm. She soared into the sky, discovering a modest circular tower nestled deep within the forest, an incongruous sight. As she approached, she noticed 10 indentations around the spire, each perfectly shaped to accommodate the golden token in her possession. Tentatively, she placed the token into one of the slots, and the atmosphere shifted. Realizing the significance, she quickly retrieved the token and descended to Mu Chi Huai, exclaiming, "I understand. This token is the key to the second tier of the illusion. With it, we can access the next realm." However, there were only 10 keys, meaning only 10 individuals could pass into the next tier. The keys were scattered throughout the forest, potentially hidden in obscure corners or within the bellies of demon beasts. The specifics required our own search. We must secure as many keys as possible before other sects do, lest we lose our opportunity to enter the next illusion. Elsewhere in the forest, battles raged fiercely. Many disciples had begun to grasp the situation. Dantaiming, unfortunately, found himself in a precarious position, having inadvertently crossed paths with Qin Shi Shui, just as he had slain a crimson flame Lion King with a single sword strike. Qin Shi Shui rushed forth, intent on claiming the token that had been released. Although Dantaiming was at the Golden Core stage, endowed with a natural spiritual physique and a sword cultivator, he did not dominate the fight. Observers from various sects murmured their opinions. Qin Shi Shui is indeed a prodigious disciple of Tian Yan's sect, though she cannot match the previous genius, Mo Qing Chun. Her strength is commendable. She can hold her own against the Golden Core cultivator without falling behind. A fellow sword cultivator discerned the underlying dynamics and countered. The battle is indeed evenly matched. But in terms of pure swordplay, that male cultivator beside her outclasses her by several folds. His techniques flow like water, yet possess a commanding ferocity, rivaling even our own top disciples at one Jian Sect. Qin Shi Shui's reputation as a genius is far-reaching, yet as a fellow sword cultivator, her skills are rather lacking, inferior even to our slightly diligent outer disciples. Her ability to match a golden core cultivator is not due to her swordsmanship. Another chimed in, did you not notice? In such a short span, she has produced no less than 3 distinct spiritual artifacts. Even the direct disciples of the 8 great sects cannot possess such an abundance of artifacts. Laughter erupted. I initially believed it to be a duel of geniuses, yet it appears to be a one-sided display of wealth. Hearing the whispers, Qin Shi Shui's face flushed with humiliation. All the indignities she had endured thus far stemmed from Chu Sang and her new sect members, perhaps fueled by resentment. She sees an opportunity to thrust her sword mercilessly at Dantaiming's chest, her intent unmistakable. Dantaiming's pupils constricted in surprise, hastily evading, muttering under his breath, "Are you serious?" He was irritated. He had not wished to be harsh with a female cultivator, hence he had held back. Yet this female cultivator repeatedly shattered his perceptions. Utterly unlike his junior sisters, since he had resorted to deadly force, he saw no reason to show mercy. The resounding and fierce sword aura swept forth, sending Dantaiming's adversary crashing to the ground. The golden medal was swiftly claimed by him. "Are you all right?" Mu Chi Huai and Chu Sang arrived, and upon noticing Dantaiming's minor injuries, Mu Chi Huai tossed him a healing pill. Mo Qing Chen also brought several disciples from Tianyan Zone, and upon seeing Qin Shi Shui in a pitiful state on the ground, they rushed to assist her, glaring angrily at Dantaiming and his companions. Mo Qing Chen, however, remained relatively unfazed, clutching a golden token in his hand. One by one, disciples from other sects arrived, some of whom had also obtained tokens. After nearly 3 days of fierce competition, Chu Sang's group secured 3 tokens, while Mo Qing Chen possessed 2. The remaining sects either had none or only 1. With 5 individuals and 3 tokens, division was insufficient. After deliberation, they decided to maximize resource utilization, allowing Chu Sang, Dantaiming, and Cheng Ying, 3 of the strongest sword cultivators, to proceed to the next level with their tokens, while Mu Chi Huai and Si Ko Chiu, being weaker, remained on the 2nd level. As they ventured deeper, the illusion became increasingly perilous, and leaving the 2 behind served as a form of protection. Chapter 45. The slaves bought in childhood from the outside. The round tower appeared modest, yet once inside, an entirely different realm unfolded. This tower comprised 7 levels, with escalating dangers. The first level was merely inhabited by lower-tier, first-stage beasts, easily dispatched without much effort. The second level featured foundation-building beasts, which, while requiring some time to defeat, were still manageable. Upon entering the third level, the pressure intensified exponentially. Most of the station beasts were third stage, comparable to human cultivators in the late foundation building and early golden core stages, presenting a significant challenge. It took the group a full 3 days to vanquish the beasts on the third level, and by the time they ascended to the 4th level, they were utterly exhausted. The beasts that were akin to those in the late golden core stage, on the verge of breaking into the nascent soul realm, making them not just difficult, but quite formidable. Several of the weaker cultivators were unfortunate enough to sustain injuries. Chu Sang and her companions, however, managed to maneuver skillfully, suffering little harm while dispatching several late golden core beasts. Yet, continuing this way was not sustainable. Wasting energy unnecessarily could lead to ambushes, and advancing further would only mean encountering even stronger beasts, potentially those at the nascent soul stage. While other sect disciples struggled to defeat monsters, Chu Sang swiftly altered her strategy from offense to evasion, utilizing an array of explosive talismans and confusion spells, successfully reaching the staircase leading to the 5th level. As soon as they stepped onto the staircase, the beasts ceased their attacks and redirected their aggression towards other cultivators. A heavy pressure suddenly bore down on Dantaiming, who had no time to catch his breath. He plunged his heavy sword into the stone to stabilize himself. In truth, the oppressive force had been present since they entered the tower, gradually increasing. Initially, they could withstand it, but as they approached the staircase to the 5th level, the pressure surged nearly tenfold, nearly rendering them breathless. It felt as though a great weight bore down on their spines, and with each step, their legs felt as if they were filled with lead, moving with great difficulty. Chu Sang hastily drew 3 resistance talismans, barely managing to alleviate some of the pressure. Upon reaching the 5th level, they found the place desolate, devoid of any presence or beasts. Before them lay the staircase, ascending to the 6th level. Just as Chu Sang was about to ascend, a soft sword attack came at her. She swiftly countered with a golden armor talisman, nullifying the attack. Only to turn and see Qin Shi Shui and Mo Qing Chun had also arrived, with no beasts guarding the upper levels. It indicated that whoever reached the 7th level first would claim the lotus seeds. The architect of this tower had indeed devised a treacherous scheme. If the first 4 levels tested the unity of the various sect disciples, from the 4th level onward, it devolved into a brutal contest of survival against one another. I will hold them off. You two hurry. Dantaiming positioned himself in front of Chu Sang, sword drawn, facing an opponent stronger than themselves. They had no chance of victory in direct confrontation. Thus, they would split into 2 groups, one to delay and the other to ascend in search of the lotus seeds. Just because of you, Mo Qing Chun sidestepped to Dantaiming's side, channeling an immense surge of spiritual energy into his sword, meeting the weight of Dantaiming's heavy blade. A thunderous clash erupted as their swords collided, sending shockwaves throughout the tower, causing even Qin Shi Shui to retreat in trepidation, unable to approach. Mo Qing Chun had recently broken through and was now at the mid-golden core stage, wielding a rare and exceptional ice spiritual root. He was a rare genius sword cultivator, nearing the late golden core stage. Despite Dantaiming being merely at the early golden core stage, he managed to withstand Mo Qing Chen's full force strike with great effort. Mo Qing Chen narrowed his eyes, realizing he had underestimated his opponent. Whether you're worthy is something only through testing can reveal. Dantaiming channeled all his spiritual energy into his hands and thrust his sword, pushing Mo Qing Chen back. Before he could catch his breath, Mo Qing Chen sneered and unleashed another strike infused with a chilling power aimed directly at Dantaiming's face. The intensity of his sword aura suddenly multiplied several times, subtly transforming into sword intent. Sword intent? Mo Qing Chen felt a pang of apprehension. This was intriguing. A cultivator at the golden core stage could comprehend sword intent, surpassing mere sword aura and matching his own strength. Both were pure sword cultivators, and there existed a unique trait among sword cultivators, a singular obsession with their craft. Growing ever more exhilarated with each clash, Mo Qing Chun became increasingly intent on proving his superiority over Dantaiming, or more bluntly, defeating him in battle. As the original purpose faded from his mind amidst their heated duel, Qin Shi Shui attempted to intervene, but found herself unable to approach. And seeing that both Chu Sang and Cheng Ying had vanished, she grew frantic and decided to follow them. As she stepped onto the staircase, the already immense pressure magnified several-fold. Cheng Ying, a person of remarkable endurance, could not suppress a muffled groan. He gripped the stone wall tightly, leaving deep impressions with each step. His forehead was damp with cold sweat, his face pale to the extreme. Can you still hold on? Chu Sang Bao said, glancing back at him. The magnitude of the pressure was proportional to their cultivation levels. Chu Sang, being in the late foundation building stage and not yet at the golden core stage, found the pressure comparatively manageable, allowing her to withstand it, while Cheng Ying was nearing his physical limits. In the original narrative, he had also endured this to acquire the lotus seeds, nearly exhausting himself to the point of being akin to a cripple. Chu Sang had expressed exasperation while reading about him, deeming him excessively stubborn and foolish. He pressed on despite his battered body, seemingly numb to the pain, or perhaps he had long grown accustomed to its existence. Chu Sang tossed him a healing pill and continued her ascent. Upon successfully reaching the 6th level, she wasted no time resting and proceeded directly to the 7th. Cheng Ying had reached his limit, expelling a mouthful of blood, his previously covered face now drenched and darkened. He took a heavy breath, removing the cloth from his face. Chu Sang had expected Cheng Ying to possess a strikingly handsome visage, given his beautiful eyes. It was no wonder her senior sister was fond of him. However, the reality was starkly different, as the lower half of his face seemed to have endured torment, marred by numerous wounds that resembled a grotesque centipede crawling across his pale skin, evoking fear. Please do not inform the young lady. She would be frightened. Cheng Ying's normally stoic expression flickered with a rare hint of panic. It is different. He softly shook his head, hesitating to speak. I do not wish for the young lady to see me in this state. He bore countless scars, desperately attempting to conceal them from the world. But it was impossible to mask the ugliness of his body. He wished to keep this ugliness hidden from others. She wished fervently that Miss would remain unaware. Rest assured, I shall not disclose this to Shiji, replied Cheng Ying, gratitude evident in his voice. The two continued their ascent. Halfway up, Qin Xia managed to catch up. Strangely, the oppressive force within the tower seemed ineffective against her. She moved effortlessly, and though she arrived late, she was quickly closing in on the two. Cheng Ying had already reached his physical limits, and any further attempts to climb would only result in irreparable damage. He turned around and descended, drawing his sword to block the advancing Qin Xia, preventing her from making any further progress. Chu Sang did not waste time and hurried upward. Seeing her figure disappear behind the door, Qin Xia grew anxious and cast a resentful glance at the lowly dark guard obstructing her path. With a flick of her wrist, a spiritual artifact materialized in her hand. In the next moment, her figure vanished without a trace, leaving no hint of her presence. Cheng Ying swiftly turned to look behind him, and there she was, appearing on the staircase ahead. His heart raced, and he hurried to catch up, intent on stopping her. In her hand, Qin Xia wielded a golden vajra, a strike comparable to the full force of a Yuan Ying practitioner, piercing through one of Cheng Ying's shoulders and pinning him against the wall, rendering him immobile. A tumult of emotions surged within Cheng Ying. He gritted his teeth and gazed at Qin Xia, who stood midway on the staircase, astonished to witness that she was entirely unbound by the tower's oppressive aura. Truly an anomaly. Upon entering the 7th level, the scene transformed once more, revealing an expanse of boundless water, vast and serene, devoid of anything but the liquid itself. The deeper one ventured, the more profound the waters became. The water gradually rose from his ankles to his calves, then to his thighs, and finally to his waist. Aside from a piercing pain that penetrated to the marrow, the waters brimmed with vibrant spiritual energy, fervently nourishing the meridians. She sensed her breakthrough to the golden core stage was subtly loosening. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from behind. Not only had Qin Xia arrived, but another unexpected figure appeared. Zhao Sun. How did you get in here? I didn't see you earlier, Qin Xia remarked, taken aback by the presence of yet another hindrance. Zhao Sun scoffed. I'm not like you fools who laboriously climb the 7 flights of stairs. You see, a certain ancestor from a Zhao family fortuitously discovered a passage that leads directly to the 7th level of the tower. He nearly obtained the Hongmeng Qinglian, but alas, an unforeseen incident occurred. Eager to assert his superiority, he unabashedly shared the details, revealing that once the ancestor emerged, he had sketched a map of the secret realm and disclosed the location of the hidden passage to them. The Hongmeng Qinglian was a prize the Zhao family was determined to seize, if not for a scoundrel inscribing words at the entrance's bifurcation, creating confusion. In his own naturally suspicious nature, he would not have avoided the central path. After countless rounds of testing and hesitation, he discovered that the exit was indeed the central route. It could be said that Qin Xia was no match for this individual's cunning. Chu Sang, however, felt little surprise. According to the narrative, Qin Xia was unaware of how to summon the Hongmeng Qinglian, and it was only fitting for a pawn to arrive and propel the plot forward. Zhao Sun was evidently a narrative device meant to deliver treasures. Without further ado, Zhao Sun produced a gourd-shaped spiritual artifact, causing the previously tranquil waters to churn violently as a powerful force drained much of it, leaving it almost desiccated. At the very center of a lotus pool, an imposing stone platform nearly 100 feet high emerged, upon which lay a withered lotus, and at its center rested a seed exuding a faint azure glow. As the two were on the verge of confrontation, Chu Sang swiftly activated a confinement talisman, sealing herself within. With a look of terror, she pounded on the transparent barrier, declaring, "The Hongmeng Qinglian is mine. None of you shall seize it." Even while trapped in the formation, she still cried out, "This Hongmeng Qinglian is destined to be in my possession." Chu Sang removed her mask, and Zhao Sun, unable to recognize her, assumed she was merely a female cultivator from a lesser sect, sneering coldly. Qinxia, perplexed, had not anticipated that a formation lay concealed beneath the lotus pool. The elder had neglected to mention it. However, considering that the elder was not omniscient, she thought little of it and prepared to soar to the stone platform on her sword. Upon the emergence of the Hongmeng Qinglian, the two became utterly frenzied. Racing towards the platform, Chu Sang sat cross-legged on the ground, leisurely munching on a spiritual fruit while enjoying the spectacle. As Zhao Sun was about to surpass Qinxia, she casually tossed a hidden weapon, striking Zhao Sun's thigh and nearly causing him to fall. "You vile creature, how dare you ambush me?" Zhao Sun fumed. Qinxia widened her eyes, appearing pitiful. "It wasn't me." Zhao Sun was unconvinced, believing the woman before him to be utterly despicable. He pointed furiously at Chu Sang, who was ensnared within the formation, and spat. "If it wasn't you, could it possibly be her? She's trapped in the formation and can't even protect herself, yet has time to attack me." Chu Sang pointed at Qinxia, insisting, "It was her. I saw it with my own eyes." Fuming, Qinxia retorted, "You lie. I am merely a frail girl ensnared in a formation. How could I deceive anyone?" Chu Sang raised her hand innocently. Zhao Sun, however, trusted his own judgment more. Glaring at Qinxia, "You wretched woman, not only do you wish to harm me, but you dare to deceive me." He prided himself on his cleverness, vowing never to be fooled by such cunning creatures again. "Get away!" Zhao Sun attempted to kick Qinxia down. In response, she swiftly lashed out with her whip, ensnaring his leg and attempting to pull him down. For the next half hour, as soon as Qinxia ascended, Zhao Sun would pull her down, and vice versa. They oscillated back and forth, and after some time, not only had neither obtained the lotus seed, but they were sinking lower. Chu Sang relished the spectacle of their mutual destruction. After finishing the last bite of the fruit, she clapped her hands and stood up, sensing the timing was right. Confinement formation activat. Chapter 46. Is the third senior brother a pervert? As the two were locked in a fierce exchange, they suddenly found themselves immobilized, restrained by another force. Qinxia was momentarily stunned before realizing with fury that it was Chu Sang who had emerged from the formation, gritting her teeth. "It's you. You set this up." It turned out she had never been trapped in the formation. Rather, she had taken advantage of their chaotic battle to discreetly set up the formation, waiting for the right moment to ensnare them both. Two high-level confinement formations were more than sufficient to contain Qinxia and Zhao Sun. Even if the female protagonist possessed numerous treasures, breaking the formation would require time, and that time was ample. Shameless, utterly shameless. They fumed, helplessly watching as Chu Sang soared to the lotus platform and collected the lotus seed, waving cheerfully at them. "Goodbye, you two." The instant the lotus seed was plucked, the illusion, along with the round tower, vanished without a trace. Boom! Everyone was expelled from the secret realm, bewildered as they gazed at the surrounding wilderness. Gu Xiang and Xiao Xiuda initially believed they had fallen into another illusion. Seizing the opportunity while most remained oblivious, Chu Sang escaped with her senior brothers and sisters, averting an impending bloodbath. To her astonished and delighted gaze, Chu Sang was the first to sweetly smile. "Si Shiji, please accept this. The lotus seed was intended for you." Being a top-tier fire spiritual root, after the repair of her root, she had already attained an elite status, and the cultivation speed was unmatched. The Hongmeng spiritual root held little significance for her. The other senior brothers and sisters also possessed commendable dual spiritual roots. In contrast, Si Shiji required the Hongmeng spiritual root far more. The Hongmeng lotus seed was merely a seed, yet to mature into the Hongmeng Qinglian. The conditions for nurturing the Qinglian were exceedingly stringent. Si Shiji would need to irrigate it daily with spiritual energy and blood for 3 years before it could bloom. Obtaining the Qinglian was not the most challenging step. The true difficulty lay in ensuring the successful blossoming of the Hongmeng Qinglian, which demanded immense dedication and time, qualities not everyone possessed. Chu Sang firmly believed that her fourth senior sister could accomplish the task. CK Chiu was so moved that she found herself at a loss for words. She nodded solemnly, accepting the lotus seeds. The next day, she entered seclusion. Chu Sang's mind was filled with notifications. Villain CK Chiu's corruption value. 10. Host can allocate 10 attribute points randomly. Current corruption value of villain CK Chiu. 20. 10 points remaining for free allocation of attributes. Please choose the attributes to enhance. Chu Sang and her companions explored a secret realm, while Su Chunin and Wenrin diligently managed the business at their shop. I have never seen so many spirit stones in my life, Wenrin exclaimed, her face in her hands, her mouth agape. Su Chunin felt the same. Although Lingqing Sect was a grand sect a millennium ago, now its territory consisted of only a few small hills. Among them, the eastern peak near the back mountain was a place Chu Sang had never visited, nor had she seen other seniors venture there, leading her to believe it was an unremarkable, desolate mountain. She planned to survey its geology, contemplating whether to cultivate vegetables or raise pigs. As she walked, the bushes behind her rustled, and she halted, initially thinking it was a nearby low-level demon beast. However, a massive shadow enveloped her entirely. The beast's speed far surpassed her own, and before she could draw her sword or retrieve a talisman, a long, thick serpentine tail swiftly coiled around her, lifting her into the air and revealing the full form of her assailant. It was a colossal serpent, measuring dozens of meters in length, its head thrusting close to her, flicking its crimson tongue, the damp, briny scent wafting over her face. The layers of intertwining black and red scales shimmered under the sunlight like intricate, enigmatic runes, radiating a chilling light. Most alarmingly, this was a Yuan-Ing stage demon beast. How could such a creature exist in their humble sect? Chu Sang felt her life was in peril. Yet, the serpent did not exhibit the brutality she had seen in other demon beasts. In fact, it appeared to lack any appetite for her and showed little aggression. Instead, it lowered its head and sniffed her chinquin bag, hissing and even extending its tongue to taste it, seeming somewhat anxious and helpless. Chu Sang oddly perceived a hint of pitiable longing in its demeanor. Blinking in realization, she recalled that the chinquin bag contained cat food she had prepared for Xiaobai. However, Xiaobai was notoriously finicky, leaving the food largely untouched within a bag, to the point that she had nearly forgotten about it. Could it be possible? Chu Sang bit her lip and cautiously opened the chinquin bag. The once listless serpent suddenly perked up, opening its cavernous mouth and voraciously consuming the little beast feed that had been there, licking its lips afterward in satisfaction. Once it finished, it gently released her to the ground and silently slithered away into the forest. Sitting there, Chu Sang felt as though she had just awakened from a dream. Moistening her dry lips, she hurried to the training grounds to find Dantaiming. Muqi Huai and Wenrin were also present. Big trouble has arisen with the third senior brother. They're the Yuan-Ing stage giant snake on our sect's eastern peak. You went to the eastern peak? The three remained remarkably composed. Dantaiming sheathed his sword, leaping down from the stone platform to approach her. The large snake you encountered is likely the pet of our third senior brother, not an external demon beast. You needn't worry. Wow, I didn't expect that little snake would have already reached the Yuan-Ing stage after years. Wenrin exclaimed incredulously. I remember it being just a regular first-stage demon beast when it was young. I can hardly fathom how the third senior brother raised it. Third senior brother? Chu Sang blinked in confusion. Having been in the sect for over half a year, she had never met this third senior brother. Had he been living at the eastern peak all along without ever coming out? Dantaiming scratched his head, seemingly pondering how to convey his thoughts. Well, little junior sister, do avoid that place in the future. It's fortunate you didn't encounter the third senior brother himself. If you had, you would have been doomed. None of us could save you. Excuse me? Chu Sang was taken aback. How could this third senior brother be painted as such a fearsome creature to be avoided? Dantaiming was always forthright and would not speak ill of others. His words were undoubtedly true. To put in perspective, the second senior brother might occasionally have an episode every few years, but the third senior brother was perpetually unhinged. We lost control. Not only did he harm himself, but he also inflicted pain on others. As a child, he nearly tried to roast me alive. Eventually, the sect master confined him to the eastern peak, forbidding him from leaving. Otherwise, you would not see me again. I vividly remember my first day in the sect. The first thing the third senior brother said to me was that my head was quite beautiful. Wenrin shuddered at the memory. Had it not been for the sect master, I would have feared for my life. Muqi Huai. He once complimented my eyes and then came at me with a knife in the evening. Dantaiming concluded. The third senior brother is a lunatic, and he pointed at Muqi Huai, is even more of a lunatic. Surprisingly, Muqi Huai did not refute this and nodded in agreement. He speaks the truth. Is it truly that exaggerated? That even the sixth senior brother, who is a bit eccentric himself, would call him a lunatic. Chu Sang had a hint of rebelliousness within her. Just the day before, she had made a promise, and the next day, she had gone to Wunrinyu to request a large bag of beast feed, sneaking off to the eastern peak to feed the giant snake. After a few days, the giant serpent began to come to the old spot early every day, no longer needing Chu Sang to seek it out. This continued for nearly half a month, until one evening, as she typically brought a large bag of beast feed. The serpent did not show up. Suddenly, a sharp pain struck the back of her neck, and her vision darkened as she lost consciousness. When she awoke, Chu Sang found herself lying on a bed in an unfamiliar bamboo hut. The sky outside had completely darkened, and the room was devoid of lamps, cloaked in darkness. The air thick with a fragrant, potent aroma of alcohol, pleasant yet somewhat overwhelming. Turning her head, she was met with a row of emotionless, pale, human faces lining the wall, nearly causing her to ascend to the heavens. Soon, she realized these were not real people, but rather puppets, so lifelike they resembled wax figures, invoking the uncanny valley effect. Chu Sang sighed in relief. Just as she prepared to rise from the bed, her foot stepped on something, rolling to the wall with a crisp sound. Looking down, she saw a skull. A deep voice, like a lover's whisper, brushed against her ear. This skin is truly exquisite and beautiful, so white and tender. If it could be removed whole, it would be perfect. Let me think, which knife should I use? The sound of drawers being rummaged came forth. This one seems good. The blade is long, thin, and sharp. It will be quick, and you won't feel a thing. Chu Sang opened her eyes, staring at him in disbelief. Realizing he was serious, the man lowered his head, his dark, curly hair cascading over her face, the intoxicating scent of alcohol enveloping her as he smiled. Awake now? Not going to sleep anymore? He showed no surprise, clearly having known she was feigning sleep. How long have I been here? 3 years, 5 years, or 10? It seems like 10 years. You're the first to dare intrude here. How interesting. The knife was carelessly tossed aside as he scrutinized her closely, murmuring, "You're quite bold. Otherwise, why not stay and accompany me?" Chu Sang replied with calmness, "I said I stumbled in here by mistake. Do you believe me? Do you wish to leave?" A hint of panic flickered across his face as he tightly grasped one of her hands, whispering, "There is only me here. I'm so lonely. Please don't leave me. Stay and keep me company." "All right," she nodded decisively. "However, if you dare to run, I will kill you." He paused for a moment, then laughed. "If you try to escape, I will turn you into a puppet. That way, you can stay with me forever. Rest assured, it would be odd for me to run." Chu Sang thought to herself, indeed sensing that this third senior brother's mind was somewhat unhinged. She harbored doubts that if he were in a foul mood, he might very well skin himself to create a puppet. After he stepped out and locked the door, Chu Sang affixed a concealment talisman to herself and utilized a teleportation talisman to flee. As dawn broke outside, she found herself colliding with a stone wall, only to discover it was the great serpent, just as she intended to plead with the serpent to assist her, given their half-month acquaintance. A slender red figure emerged behind it, her third senior brother, Mu Changqing. Chu Sang thought to herself, "Serpent brother, how could you be so unfaithful, betraying me so swiftly?" The man sat in a wheelchair, raising a hand, his voluminous robe billowing ominously in the wind. She felt paralyzed in place, unable to muster even a hint of spiritual energy. This man possessed at least the strength of the Yuaning stage, surpassing even her second senior brother. "Did I not say, if you dare to flee, be prepared to face the consequences?" In the dim light of the room, Chu Sang had not clearly seen his face, but now, under the newly brightened sky, she noted his sickly pallor, his lips strikingly red. The vast red robe and cascading dark hair swayed in the mountain breeze, resembling a ghostly apparition of crimson, akin to the withered blossoms of the Mansashawa. The thought of killing brought a delighted smile to his lips, the small crimson mole at the corner of his eye appearing particularly alluring. His grip tightened ominously, indicating a genuine intent to slay her. The serpent, the puppet, the dark-haired, red-robed beauty with a violent temperament and a frail, crippled disposition. Chu Sang's mind registered the name Mu Changqing. Indeed, misfortune runs in the family. She had ensnared another villain. Mu Changqing smiled alluringly. "What? Do you wish to beg for mercy?" Though he had been confined on Dongfeng for nearly a decade, he was well aware of the happenings outside, including the arrival of a new junior sister, and that this very person was she. However, This bore no significance to him. She was no different from a stranger. With a mere flick of his finger, he could extinguish her life. Had those few fellows not warned her to keep her distance? Since she had come, she might as well remain here, forever to keep him company. If she wished to flee, he would turn her into a puppet. After all, puppets would always obey. He spoke languidly. What were you about to say? That you did not intend to intrude here? Chu Sang struggled to articulate. No, I specifically came to find you. To find me? Mu Changqing's smile faltered, seemingly taken aback by her words. Came to find this calamity? Others shun me. Are you not afraid? Chu Sang, with utmost sincerity, replied, I have been in the sect for half a year and have yet to meet my third senior brother. Upon learning of your presence, I came specifically to present you with a gift. Very well. I am curious to see what you have brought. Mu Changqing's interest piqued. Should it fail to please me, you shall still meet your end. Chu Sang retrieved an object from her bag. Chapter 47. The third senior sister's background, recalling the descriptions of Mu Changqing in the original text. Chu Sang understood that while other antagonists had tragic backstories or motivations for revenge, he was merely a pure lunatic, a quintessential embodiment of antisocial personality. Did she think his limp was the result of poison from an enemy or a treacherous plot? No, it was self-inflicted. Although the original narrative did not elaborate on his descent into madness, it did not prevent Chu Sang from regarding him as an oddity, mad, malevolent, and peculiar. In the story, his conflicts with the protagonist were devoid of reason. He acted on whims, perhaps simply because he found Mo Qingshun and Qin Shishua aesthetically pleasing. Intending to craft them into puppets, his prowess was formidable, and at the time, the protagonist had yet to fully develop, narrowly escaping his clutches. Yet, as the age-old adage goes, evil cannot triumph over good. The protagonists ultimately reversed their fortunes, defeating Mu Changqing and acquiring a wealth of equipment. The puppets would prove to be invaluable later in the narrative. Throughout, Chu Sang's motivation for rescuing her fellow disciples was secondary to completing her task. Her primary concern was their tragic fates in the original story. However, for this third senior brother, she felt he deserved his fate. If he perished, others would be spared. Despite her inner disdain, he was still her third senior brother, and perhaps there was a chance for redemption. The moment Chu Sang unveiled the magic puppet pearl, Mu Changqing's expression shifted dramatically. In the original tale, he was portrayed as detached from the world, impervious to all interests save for murder and the magic puppet pearl. He was one of the few puppet masters in the realm of cultivation. Yet puppets were ultimately lifeless. No matter how masterfully crafted, they could not compare to the living. However, with the magic puppet pearl, everything changed. The pearl could absorb souls and even place them into another vessel, allowing the deceased to be revived within that vessel. For Mu Changqing, the vessel was of course a puppet. Simply put, placing a living soul within a puppet could grant a consciousness, making it almost indistinguishable from a living person, free from the suffering of decay. Chu Sang had once speculated if Mu Changqing intended to turn her into a puppet, seeking everlasting life through this alternative path. Naturally, this was mere conjecture, unprovable. Where did you acquire this trinket? Mu Changqing's interest was entirely captured by the black pearl as he released her and took the pearl to examine it closely, neglecting any further actions against her. Do you know what this little trinket is for? His gaze fell upon her, imbued with a mix of curiosity and amusement. The magic puppet pearl, Chu Sang replied, maintaining her composure. I saw it in the Sect's library. A girl who loves reading is unlikely to have poor luck. Wouldn't you agree? Third senior brother? Mu Changqing chuckled softly, waving her off. I find this little item quite delightful. Now be gone. Just as she turned to leave, a sharp, domineering attack surged from behind her. Chu Sang thought it was over, wondering if the capricious third senior brother had changed his mind and sought to kill her. As she mentally calculated whether the King Kong Talisman could withstand a full-force strike from the Yuaning stage, that chilling attack, slightly different from spiritual energy, grazed her ear, and he shot toward the left forest. Several anguished cries echoed as 3 golden core cultivators, who had attempted a sneak attack, fell lifeless. Their deaths gruesome and final. It seems you have quite a few enemies, Mu Changqing observed, glancing at her. The fact that someone had dispatched 3 golden core cultivators to eliminate a mere foundation establishment disciple suggested that this new junior sister was more trouble than he had anticipated. He had countless enemies, having shed the blood of many, yet he preferred to eradicate threats entirely. In his lexicon, there were only the dead, not enemies. Every evening, She trained diligently with Dantaiming on the back mountain, but tonight she was nowhere to be seen. Dantaiming was not one to become restless. Concerned for her safety, he inquired with Wen Rinyu and learned that she had recently taken a considerable amount of beast provisions. Chu Sang nearly fell over. Touching her nose, I was merely curious. A junior sister weighing 90 pounds, with a rebellious spirit of 99. He lamented, truly terrifying. Chu Sang, there's no need. Although the third senior brother was somewhat bizarre, he did not seem as fearsome as rumored. She pondered, retrieving a token from her pocket, tossing it to him. By the way, third senior brother, 3 golden core cultivators attempted to assassinate me just now, and you intervened to resolve the matter. This token was taken from them. The token bore the character Zhao, reminiscent of the one we encountered previously. It is likely that a person sent from Zhao Sun's side has followed us. Perhaps to keep an eye on our acquisition of the lotus seeds. We must exercise caution in the days to come. Dantaiming took the token and, after a disdainful snort, declared that these thieves had the audacity to target us. He vowed to make them regret it. Do not worry, little junior sister. I shall stand guard at the mountain pass. 1 comes, and I shall strike. 2 come, and I shall strike them down together. 7th senior brother, I trust you. You will surely make them weep for mercy. Chu Sang cheered him on, then paused to pat his shoulder, signaling him to lower his head as she whispered a few words into his ear. Subsequently, he dashed down the mountain in a hurry. Chu Sang mused that the Zhao residents would likely be in disarray for a while. Of course, this was merely a way to irritate the adversaries. It did not address the root problem. Alas, how wonderful it would be to possess a protective array for our sect. Typically, any major sect would have its own protective formation, allowing only its disciples to enter, while outsiders would face instant annihilation without permission. Unfortunately, Lingqing Zone is an exception. It is so fallen that it lacks even a spiritual vein, let alone a protective array. The difficulty of acquiring such a formation is not much less than that of obtaining a spiritual vein. It may even be more challenging. The latter merely involves financial resources. As long as the funds are sufficient, procuring a mid-grade spiritual vein is not overly difficult. The former, however, is a matter of more than just monetary issues. To craft a high-level protective array, one must be an array master of at least the transformation stage. Those above the transformation stage in Ling Yuan continent are exceedingly rare, primarily being elders or ancestors of the prominent families and sects, not to mention array masters. They are elusive, making them difficult for ordinary people to find. Setting aside her status, even if she were to encounter such figures, they would hardly lack for spiritual stones and would be disinclined to assist a nameless minor sect in crafting a protective formation, unless she could earn the favor of those influential individuals. Sighing, Chu Sang resolved to rely on her own efforts. A full month passed in the library. She allocated all 10 points to her comprehension, barely managing to craft a low-grade protective array capable of fending off intrusions from cultivators of the golden core stage and below. But that was the extent of its efficacy. Should she encounter a cultivator at the nascent soul stage or above, or even more formidable beings, this array would be rendered ineffective. For now, she would have to make do with this formation, hoping to upgrade to a superior protective mountain array when the opportunity arose. Glancing at her attributes, she noted, Physique, 15, Comprehension, 23, Talent, 1, Fortune, 7. Currently, she could only manage a low-grade protective mountain array, aside from her comprehension. The primary reason was her insufficient cultivation. Were she at the golden core stage now, she might even be able to craft a mid-grade protective array. She made her decision. Next, she would enhance her talent. She was eager to see who could be best exploited, and after a moment's thought, she settled on her third senior brother with an 80-point dark value. When she visited in the morning, several corpses lay on the bamboo house floor. By the afternoon, that row of bodies had vanished. The stench of blood within the room intensified, even surpassing the aroma of potent wine. The next day, she discovered a new row of puppets in the corner, the mingled scent of blood and wine lingering stubbornly in the air. Yet, Chu Sang had not heard any reports of missing persons from the mountain below, leading her to surmise that her third senior brother's victims were likely not ordinary citizens or innocent cultivators. So where did the bodies in his room come from? While wandering in the forest of the East Peak, Chu Sang stumbled upon a token. Others were unfamiliar with it, but Wen Rinyu gazed at it in silence for long while before speaking. This is the token of a disciple from the beast refining sect. Look, The front of the token is carved in the shape of a beast's skull, its jaws agape, with the flame within representing the 8 evil fire revered by their sect, and the pattern on the back. How do you know this so well? Third senior sister? The intricate patterns and characters on the token were not the common script used in the cultivation world. Few could recognize it. Moreover, if she recalled correctly, wasn't the beast-refining sect one of the 5 major sects of the demon realm? Surely, few disciples in the cultivation world would recognize it. One Ren Yu's eyes darkened as she met the curious gazes of Chu Sang and the others. She set the token down with a sigh. Well, I've already put this matter behind me, so it's no harm to tell you. I am of the demon race. The 3 were taken aback. Chu Sang realized, with sudden clarity, that third senior sister had been of the demon race all along. No wonder she had appeared so different from the local style when they first met. The beast-refining sect was renowned for its beast taming, nearly on par with the Beastmaster sect, one of the 8 great sects. However, the Beastmaster sect practiced methods of mutual understanding and cooperation between humans and demon beasts, forming equitable contracts, while the beast-refining sect took a nefarious path. It sounded as though the beast-refining sect truly deserved its fate. Her third senior brother was slaying these wicked individuals. This seemed somewhat at odds with the original portrayal of him as capricious and brutal. Yet, Mu Changqing was certainly no paragon of virtue, and he would not advocate for the justice of demon beasts. So, why did he seek revenge against the disciples of the beast-refining sect? Oh, little junior sister, have you been eavesdropping on me for days? Why not come and seek me out openly? A sword suddenly pierced from behind, but fortunately, Chu Sang dodged quickly. Otherwise, it would have pierced her heart. Third senior brother, Chu Sang thought she had been too hasty in her judgments. He was undoubtedly a natural-born villain. She resolved to cover herself in talismans for protection against any sudden threats. Mu Changqing waved away the puppets with swords and knives, grinning at her. Why do you always sneak over to observe me? Do you truly wish to stay and accompany your senior brother? I would like to keep you company. But your room is far too terrifying and corpses frequently appear. I'm afraid. Her wide eyes, round and innocent, made her look particularly cute and hard to refuse. Senior brother, we should be good people and not always kill the innocent. You don't want me to kill? Mu Changqing's gaze roamed her face, his smile unwavering, appearing quite amenable. Very well. If you can break the formation of this mountain and let me out, I shall certainly refrain from killing out of boredom. Chapter 48. A difficult malady to cure. Mu Changqing was well informed about the outside world and understood her exceptional talent in talisman crafting. His coaxing tone was as insidious as a serpent concealing its fangs, presenting himself as utterly harmless. Chu Sang nearly fell under his spell, pondering how he could outdo her in pretense. The reason the sect master confined him to the East Peak was precisely because he would wreak havoc upon the world once released. Initially, the sect master intended to have him reflect on his actions, achieving a state of purity, but within less than a year, Mu Changqing had discovered a flaw in the formation. This formation was designed specifically for him, meaning that other external entities were not restricted. Since then, he had been employing puppets to gather information and carry out tasks, even raising a nascent soul demon beast that continuously provided fresh corpses. If he could cause such chaos without even being free, what might happen if he were released? This was a formation set by the sect master. I am merely a foundation establishment cultivator and cannot unlock it. Chu Sang was no fool and would not leap into a trap. Mu Changqing's smile faded, replaced by a cold sneer. Then what can you offer me? I can help you with your leg, Chu Sang replied. Mu Changqing gazed at her for a while, then suddenly chuckled, his smile laden with mockery. Treat my legs? You mean these useless limbs? Haha. He propped his chin thoughtfully. Since I cannot leave this peak, these legs are of no use to me. Therefore, it would be better to let them remain useless. Do you think I need them? Chu Sang nodded. You do need them. Indeed, he was the capricious villain, changing his demeanor at a whim. Just before he made his move, Chu Sang quickly affixed a swift movement talisman and made her escape. Upon reaching the alchemical chamber at the foot of the mountain, she found Mu Chihua sorting herbs and plopped down beside him. Sixth senior brother, do you have any elixirs that can heal leg injuries? You mean third senior brother's legs? Mu Chihua discerned her intention at a glance and raised his gaze, solemnly stating, It's futile. If third senior brother's leg injury could be cured, I would have already healed him. Is third senior brother's leg injury serious? Has he been poisoned? Or are his meridians severed? Mu Chihua shook his head. Not at all. Contrary to her assumptions, Mu Changqing's leg injury was not severe, and with his skills, Healing it would not be a problem. Leg injuries are easy to mend, but the heart's affliction is challenging to cure, Muchiwa remarked. Third senior brother's leg injury is not hard to treat. His true ailment lies within his heart. You must have heard that third senior brother's injury was not inflicted by outsiders, but rather caused by himself. Not to mention, he forbids anyone from approaching him. Even if I healed his legs, who knows when he might have another episode and end up breaking another leg or an arm. It would be utterly pointless. Heart affliction. The original text provides little description of Mu Changqing. When he appears, he is typically mad and opposing the protagonists. Could such a madman possess a mental block? Chu Sang looked up at the sky, sighed deeply, then turned to grasp Muchiwa's arm. Sixth senior brother, please refine a batch of elixirs to treat leg injuries. I will handle the rest. Muchiwa raised an eyebrow, trusting his junior sister's ability to stir trouble and feeling a spark of curiosity about her intentions. He nodded. Leave it to me. However, I lack a precious herb, Qianren, which is difficult to procure in the market. It only grows on Guiha Mountain, where the realms of cultivation and the demon domain intersect. You should go with Dantaiming. Be cautious and avoid encountering demon folk. Thinking it was merely a mountain bordering the cultivation realm and the demon domain, she assumed there would be no significant danger. With seventh senior brother delivering gifts to the Zhao household, she decided to take to the skies alone to Guiha Mountain. At the eastern peak, the tranquil bamboo cottage echoed with a cacophony. Dressed in a flowing red robe, Mu Changqing held a nearly formed puppet head, carving its features, yet his mind wandered. The carving knife inadvertently grazed his finger, drawing blood. He waved his hand casually, and a large snake slithered in from outside, gingerly taking his finger into its mouth and licking the blood away. A flicker of crimson glinted in its eyes before it returned to its usual hue, its aura seemingly sharper and more potent. Mu Changqing absent-mindedly inquired, "Has she left?" The snake nodded, sensing his mood had darkened further. It trembled slightly, realizing that its master had just chased away his kind-hearted junior sister. It felt aggrieved on behalf of the kind young lady who had once fed it, unable to fathom its master's thoughts, instinctively fearing another bout of madness might turn it into a mere pile of discarded objects or even a sumptuous snake soup. Originally a common wild snake, it had gained sentience after Mu Changqing fed it his blood, and it had been by his side for nearly a decade. The snake had no understanding of the man's true identity or why his blood could elevate it from an ordinary creature to a formidable Yuan-ing stage beast. However, having gained awareness, it knew what questions to avoid to escape disaster. "She's not coming today?" Mu Changqing paused, then expressed a hint of boredom. "It has been over a decade. This is the first time someone has approached me willingly, unafraid, even bringing gifts." He felt no gratitude, merely finding it a rarity to encounter something interesting. But when such an occurrence vanished, he would once again succumb to boredom. After discovering his true identity, that junior sister would likely distance herself from him like everyone else. "Jijia Sang went to find medicine for your leg. She just left for Guiha Mountain at the boundary of the demon domain." The snake spoke in a childlike voice. Mu Changqing's expression turned thoughtful. "The demon domain? This is no peaceful place." Initially, he thought she was merely speaking casually, but it seemed she genuinely intended to help him heal his legs. "Foolish. I've already stated that I do not require assistance," he said coldly. Villain Mu Changqing's darkening value. 5. Host may allocate 5 attribute points at random. Current darkening value of villain Mu Changqing, 75. 5 remaining points available for allocation. Chu Sang was startled by the prompt in her mind. Indeed, he was an unpredictable master, leaving one bewildered. She sheathed her flying sword and headed to Guiha Mountain. This area was rather desolate, rarely visited by cultivators, yet demons frequently roamed here. Chu Sang affixed a concealment talisman to herself, scouring the mountain but failing to locate Qianren. Just as she grew puzzled, a group of demon cultivators approached, prompting her to hide behind a tree and listen in on a conversation. "Why does the demon lord require so much Qianren? Qianren, along with these few Xianshuang herbs, are rare healing treasures," one voiced hesitantly. The group fell silent, focusing on gathering herbs before departing. One demon cultivator lagging behind became an easy target for Chu Sang, who swiftly incapacitated him, disguised herself in his clothing, donned a human skin mask, and brazenly joined the group. Chapter 49. The False Demon Lord. "I was in quite a rush earlier. Had to take care of something in the woods. My apologies." The man stepped out from the trees, catching up with the group, scratching his head innocently. Yes, yes. The other demon cultivators dared not chatter further, hastening their journey. After successfully blending in with the group, Chu Sang boarded their magical vessel bound for the demon domain. The unique toxic miasma of the demon realm was harmful to cultivators. She had affixed a concealment talisman and a breath-holding talisman, sitting cross-legged in a corner, keeping a low profile that went unnoticed by most. Nearby, several Jindan-stage demon cultivators engaged in casual conversation. This incident occurred so suddenly, the old demon lord could have held on for a few more days. But who would have expected an assassin? Truly, alas. I heard that the assassin was sent by the cultivation world. Ha! Those hypocritical, so-called righteous sects are the most insidious. I've heard that the assassin bore demonic energy, suggesting that a traitor arose from within our ranks. You mean to say that someone from our demon clan is serving those charlatans in the cultivation world? Impossible. A burly blade cultivator forcefully drove his blade into the wooden board, spitting in anger. Which wretch dares betray us? Just wait until I find him. Regardless of the circumstances, this matter has reached its conclusion. Otherwise, the demon lord would not have rashly emerged at this time. The old demon lord is truly dead. This news has proven to be true. I thought it was mere rumor. Chu Sang expressed a touch of astonishment, effortlessly inserting herself into the conversation. Indeed, who could have anticipated it? They had already concocted elixirs to cure the old demon lord's ailment, yet this happened the night before. You newcomers are understandably unaware of the situation. I have served by the demon lord's side and am quite favored. I know a bit more than you. The leader of the demon cultivators subtly boasted about his proximity to the demon lord, basking in the envious gazes of his companions, feeling a swell of vanity. He slightly raised his chin, feigned a sigh, and continued, "It matters not to share this with you. Just 3 days ago, the ailing old Mo Zun was assassinated in the dead of night. Some say the assassin was a spy sent by the cultivation world, while whispers suggest that the assassin bore demonic energy, indicating a traitor within our own Mo clan. A brother of mine stationed there reported that it was a masked man who committed the act. This individual possesses formidable strength. Not a single person present could apprehend him, and even 2 Mo Jun who rushed over could not capture him. The Mo Jun had to prematurely emerge from seclusion, which is why we were tasked with gathering so many healing treasures to enable him to stabilize his realm swiftly and reclaim his position. The leader of the Mo cultivators, driven by a desire to flaunt his superiority, unconsciously divulged a bit too much. Realizing his indiscretion, he turned cold, cleared his throat, and threatened. This matter must not be leaked. If others learn of it, I shall take your heads. The Mo cultivators trembled and complied. Yes, understood. Chu Sang mused indeed. The heavens are just, and retribution is inevitable. Since things have turned so dire, what harm is there in a little more calamity? Unfeelingly, she contemplated adding fuel to the fire. Upon returning to the Mo palace, she delivered the herbs she had gathered to the alchemist. Later that evening, as she approached the door, she noticed a Mo cultivator yawning and leaning on his spear. Brother, you look tired. You should rest. I'll keep watch for you. The healing pills will still take half an hour to refine, and I must present them to the Mo Jun in a timely manner. Who are we to each other? Go rest. I'll take care of this. Although Chu Sang had never met this person, it did not hinder her from being familiar. The man looked touched. I never realized how kind you are. From now on, you shall be my dear friend, Tai Erdan. Who doesn't he know that the Mo Jun is capricious? In these past few days, he has been particularly irritable, having killed several Mo cultivators. The Mo cultivator, Erdan, could hardly wait to have someone else deliver the pills. Chu Sang waved goodbye, and once he left, she took the pills to the Mo Zun's chamber. The palace was indeed magnificent and imposing, yet the sleeping quarters were empty, with a hot spring in the rear hall, a tranquil and elegant setting. Xian, he lay bare-chested by the pool, his back turned to the door, soaking in the hot spring filled with healing herbs, eyes closed. Chu Sang took a careful glance, nodding in approval. As expected of one of the male leads, his physique was quite impressive. Mo Jun, the medicine has arrived, she announced, placing the herbs on the stone platform. Noticing that he remained with eyes tightly shut, it seemed his injuries were indeed grave, rendering him unconscious. Chu Sang, bold and audacious, casually retrieved a vial of poison given to her by her sick senior brother. Uncertain of its contents, She treated it as a blind box to bestow upon a lucky audience, pouring the colorless, tasteless liquid into the pool before making her escape, even taking his robe with her. Once outside the palace, she found an inconspicuous grove to change her attire, donning a human mask and a transformation pill. Stepping out from behind the trees as a tall young man clad in black robes, she took a few steps forward, then paused, standing with arms crossed, tilting her face at a 45-degree angle, ensuring she did not meet anyone's gaze directly before striding toward the warehouse. "Mo Jun, what brings you here?" The drowsy Mo cultivators, seeing the young man approach with purpose, all knelt, uneasy and fearful. "You may leave. I have important matters to attend to." She waved her hand. "Yes, understood." After the few hastily departed, Chu Sang entered the warehouse. This appeared to be where Yin Wangxing stored his treasures. He was quite arrogant, having set no formations. She effortlessly accessed the inner sanctum, nearly blinded by the dazzling array of treasures. Cultivation techniques, pills, and heavenly spiritual treasures were all present. Chu Sang had no qualms about politeness, taking what appeared most valuable until both her Chinquan bag and jade ring could hold no more. It was regrettable that she hadn't requested a few more spatial rings from her fifth senior brother. The treasury still contained dozens of Qianren ginseng, which she also took. Just as she stepped out of the warehouse, commotion erupted from the palace, reporting that the Mo Zun had been poisoned. Medical cultivators and guards hurried toward the Mo palace. And as Chu Sang contemplated slipping away amidst the chaos, a shadow suddenly appeared before her. Yin Wangxing's face was pale as he glared at this impostor, astonished and furious. "Who are you to impersonate me? How can there be two Mo Zuns?" Chapter 50. A single slap sends 3 flying. Yin Wangxing quickly realized that this despicable impostor had stolen his clothes and poisoned him, causing his old injuries to resurface anew. His realm, which had only just begun to stabilize, was once again in jeopardy. He gritted his teeth in hatred, for this was only the second time in his decades of life that he had been deceived. "Is my vision failing me? How can there be 2 Mo Zuns?" Someone muttered. "Fools, do you not recognize me? Seize this impostor. I shall interrogate him thoroughly." Yin Wangxing roared with rage. "Is it merely a matter of volume?" Chu Sang's voice rang even louder than his. "You bunch of fools, open your eyes and look closely. You do not even recognize me, your true lord? The one who ought to be punished is that wretched impostor." The Mo cultivators were utterly perplexed. Whom should they trust? Chu Sang brandished a token, and, upon closer inspection, they realized what it was. Yin Wangxing's eyes widened. "You damned pervert. Not only did you steal my clothes, but you also took my identity token." Seeing the foolish Mo cultivators rush at him with swords drawn, Yin Wangxing was infuriated beyond measure. He unleashed a formidable surge of demonic power, sending everyone flying. The Mo cultivators who had not yet approached were shocked into retreat. Such powerful demonic energy could only belong to the Mo Jun. Could it be they had truly mistaken their identity? A mere child with some ability. It seems the cultivation world has sent a competent spy to impersonate me. Chu Sang remained unfazed, even slapping 3 bewildered Mo cultivators in succession. "You blind fools, do you not recognize your true lord? Have you truly been bewitched by this impostor?" She turned to the increasingly pale Yin Wangxing and sneered. "The traitor who killed the old Mo Zun a few days ago must be you. This person is a lackey of the cultivation world. Bring forth the other Mo Juns. We must capture this traitor." Indeed, many Mo cultivators recalled hearing about a traitor who had assassinated the old Mo Zun a few days prior. When 2 Mo Juns had arrived, they could not capture him, suggesting this individual's strength was at least that of a Mo Jun. How clever and despicable. Go inform the other Mo Juns that a half-step transformation cultivator has infiltrated the Mo realm. Let us all join forces to capture this traitor and ensure he does not escape. Yin Wangxing was taken aback. Even he did not see how it happened. Hundreds of Mo cultivators fell to the ground, wailing in agony. Yin Wangxing gripped his demonic blade, a cold smile on his lips. "Fools! Do you now recognize your true lord? Forgive us, my lord. Spare us, Mo Jun." With the legendary demonic blade, Qiansha Mo Dao, now unleashed, even a fool could discern the truth. Meanwhile, Chu Sang seized the opportunity to flee swiftly. She affixed several speed talismans to herself, pursued relentlessly by a throng of golden core and even several nascent soul cultivators. She cast talismans and treasures behind her without hesitation. Though they did not inflict fatal harm, they effectively obscured their vision and created distance. Despite Yin Wangxing's serious injuries, his strength was comparable to that of a peak nascent soul cultivator. And catching a mere foundation establishment cultivator like her would be a trivial task, even with the speed talismans. The vast disparity in strength rendered her efforts futile in the face of absolute power. Yin Wangxing extended his claws, lunging directly at Chu Sang's heart die. Crack! The crisp sound rang out as the protective heart mirror on Chu Sang's chest shattered, absorbing the brunt of the assault. Yet a fraction of the attack still bore down upon her. A trickle of blood escaped her lips, which she hurriedly wiped away, hastily swallowing an entire vial of healing elixir, while simultaneously flinging several concealed weapons behind her. These were the protective artifacts that her fifth senior brother had specially forged for her. One mirror could withstand a full-force strike from a Yuanying stage practitioner. She possessed 3 in total, sufficient to endure 2 more of Yin Wangxing's attacks. This was Chu Sang's first encounter with a half-step Huashan cultivator. The disparity between the half-step Huashan and her own realm was insurmountably vast, akin to a chasm that no talisman or artifact could bridge. Chu Sang summoned an iron sword. Yet before Yin Wangxing's demonic blade could approach, it was severed by the fierce and domineering sword energy. She then produced a spiritual sword, which crumbled under Yin Wangxing's onslaught as if it were mere parchment. Chu Sang's eyes grew cold. In the face of imminent peril, she exhibited an unsettling calmness. Despite the opponent's swift and thunderous strikes, perhaps due to her extraordinary mental acuity surpassing that of her peers, she could discern the patterns in Yin Wangxing's attacks. Instinctively, she noted his movements, and with each probing strike, his techniques became increasingly vivid in her mind. Seizing an opportunity after evading a sneak attack, she swiftly repositioned herself behind Yin Wangxing, channeling a torrent of spiritual energy into her sword and thrusting downwards. Even if he was grievously wounded, his power still rivaled that of a peak Yuanying practitioner. How could a mere foundation establishment cultivator withstand him for so long? Moreover, this aura felt oddly familiar, reminiscent of that wretched woman who had previously deceived him. With a flick of his fingers, 5 chains of condensed demonic energy surged skyward, ensnaring Chu Sang and rendering her immobile. Now, what do you think you can escape? He sneered, a wicked smile gracing his lips. Prepare to meet your end. The chin-shot demon blade, imbued with terrifying demonic energy, lunged towards her. Not only would a foundation establishment cultivator be obliterated by such an attack, but even a Yuanying stage practitioner would likely perish under the full force of a Huashan demon lord. Chu Sang struggled instinctively, realizing her bonds were unyielding. While Xiao Bai could indeed devour demonic energy, it was merely a second-tier beast at present. Facing the true body of a demon lord would be futile, and she feared it could be seized by Yin Wangxing. The advanced golden armor talisman might barely withstand this strike. Chu Sang rapidly contemplated her escape route, having never attempted to draw advanced talismans before, not due to lack of comprehension, but rather because her current strength was too feeble. After narrowly escaping earlier, her spiritual energy had cycled significantly, and she sensed the faint stirrings of a breakthrough within her realm. Without a moment's hesitation, she allocated the remaining 5 points into her innate talent, elevating her spiritual root purity to 10, surpassing Mo Qingqian's 9, and propelling her cultivation speed to its zenith. Lacking talisman paper, she drew upon the ambient energy, using her fingers as a brush and her spiritual energy as ink, sketching dozens of runes in the air. Was she actually drawing talismans in the void? What kind of nonsense was this? Even Yin Wangxing, well-versed in the ways of the world, was momentarily taken aback, his actions faltering. He had encountered practitioners who could draw talismans using spiritual energy, but those were all at least Yuanying stage cultivators. Yet this individual, merely a foundation establishment cultivator, dared to boldly draw talismans in midair. He chuckled derisively, questioning whether she was simply a naive fool or desperately grasping at straws before her demise. In that fleeting moment of hesitation, a complete and intricate rune materialized in her hand. Activate! Chu Sang exclaimed, casting the rune forward. A torrent of spiritual and demonic energies clashed, successfully blocking one of his sword strikes. Not only was she drawing talismans in the void, but she was doing so in a single stroke. Had the practitioners of the cultivation world become so formidable? Just as he prepared to unleash another strike, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Dark clouds gathered overhead. Thunder rumbled ominously. Was it a lightning tribulation? His gaze widened in shock as he turned to Chu Sang, noticing the tempest of lightning converging rapidly around her. Was she truly attempting to break through at this moment? If Yin Wangxing was not mistaken, this was a lightning tribulation of the Jindan stage. And was it truly this terrifying? The gathering tribulation was swift and abundant, a grand spectacle of dark clouds swirling with violet golden lightning, resembling dragons writhing through the heavens, exuding an oppressive and terrifying pressure. Yin Wangxing was astonished. Had the Jindan stage lightning tribulation ever appeared in such a manner? The momentum rivaled that of his own Huaxin tribulation. Was this individual some sort of rebellious child of heaven? It would not be an exaggeration to say that the heavens sought to obliterate her. Get out of the way. Yin Wangxing's expression abruptly shifted, and he immediately retreated from the center of the lightning tribulation. The clouds thickened, darkened, and descended as the first bolt of lightning struck down, affecting a radius of 100 miles, shaking the earth and obliterating all in its path. The nearby demonic cultivators had no time to escape, and they were all sent flying by the force of the blast. Several Yuanying stage demonic practitioners even spat blood, stunned into silence. Was this truly a Jindan stage lightning tribulation? Chu Sang was also taken aback by the ferocity of her own lightning tribulation. It was far too powerful, nearly sending her to her demise. Coughing, she found herself suspended in midair, having landed atop her sword, as the ground beneath her formed a deep pit several meters wide. She languidly exhaled a large smoke ring, her hair disheveled and her robe in tatters, resembling someone who had crawled from a grave. And this was merely the first strike of the lightning tribulation. The Jindan stage tribulation consisted of 3 bolts, each more potent than the last. Due to the urgency of her breakthrough, she had not prepared any lightning-resistant artifacts. She needed to find someone to act as a buffer, to share the burden of the tribulation. Otherwise, she had no doubt that the heavens intended to eliminate her. A mere cannon-fodder character who had long been destined for demise. Yin Wangxing paused, taken aback by her expression, a mixture of astonishment and rage washing over him. Before he could voice his thoughts, he suddenly saw Chu Sang barreling towards him like a vengeful specter. He quickly realized her intent. Get away from me. You wanted to capture me, didn't you? Very well. I shall willingly present myself for your capture, Chu Sang declared in the sweetest, most innocuous tone while engaging in the most audacious maneuver. She chased after Yin Wangxing, and as she moved, the lightning tribulation followed suit, hurtling towards him with fierce intent. Yin Wangxing had never witnessed such audacity. His expression shifted dramatically as he fled, abandoning all pretense of demonic majesty and his usual arrogance. Chu Sang swiftly drew an advanced speed talisman, affixing it to herself, while her jade ring twisted, unleashing dozens of silken threads that ensnared him, clinging to him relentlessly. Due to their proximity, Yin Wangxing was automatically deemed an interferer by the lightning tribulation, and the heavenly laws imposed severe penalties on cultivators who interfered with another's tribulation. Exhausted from the relentless pursuit, the dark clouds grew ever thicker, and the tension in the air escalated. With a deafening crash, a blinding bolt of lightning surged towards Chu Sang. In a split second, she produced a substitution talisman, and just as the lightning struck, their figures seemed to swap places. The bolt struck Yin Wangxing directly. His face was a mask of panic as he reacted swiftly, attempting to deploy a lightning-resistant artifact, but the overwhelming force of the strike shattered it in an instant, and the majority of the surging lightning energy coursed through his flesh and bones. Crack! Yin Wangxing seemed to hear a sound not of a heart breaking, but of his realm plummeting once more. Yin Wangxing let out a roar, his frustration reaching a boiling point. The realm he had painstakingly consolidated was now in jeopardy. Driven to madness, he contemplated taking action within the realm of the heavenly tribulation, intent on eliminating the wretched individual before him. However, such a move would be a blatant defiance of the laws of the heavenly Tao, leading only to greater suffering. The Golden Core stage encompassed 3 tribulations, and this was the final and most formidable one, its might surpassing that of the previous 2 combined. Life or death hinged on this pivotal moment. A dark purple lightning bolt surged, shaking the heavens and earth. At the very instant her words fell, the 3rd bolt descended. The blinding light engulfed both figures. Chu Sang felt her entire being lose all sensation in that fleeting moment, her body racked with excruciating pain that paradoxically dulled her pain receptors, leaving her feeling weightless, as if she were about to ascend. Had she faced this strike alone, the outcome would have been fatal. Fortunately, a significant portion of the tribulation's energy was channeled through her arm to Yin Wangxing, effectively serving as her human lightning conductor. This moment could be seen as a gesture of gratitude towards Yin Wangxing for his timely assistance. I shall kill you. The tribulation had been navigated, but Yin Wangxing had nearly lost his life in the process. He was in a disheveled state, trembling and barely able to stand. With a furious wave of his hand, he ordered, "Seize her. I shall consume her alive." The tumultuous commotion reverberated across half the demon realm, compounded by news of traitors in the vicinity, prompting a swarm of demon cultivators to rush toward them. Taking a deep breath, Chu Sang regarded the approaching ranks of demon soldiers and generals with calm composure, realizing she still had the capacity to endure. After advancing to the golden core stage, she turned her inner gaze to her Dantaiming, where a small golden core, roughly the size of half a fist, had manifested. She could distinctly sense the spiritual energy within her Dantaiming had thickened several-fold, enhancing the power of her punches and sword energy by more than 10 times. The demon soldiers and generals, whom she had previously avoided, were now easily manageable. With the benefit of these demon soldiers as free practice partners, her speed in drawing talismans grew increasingly swift and proficient. When a golden core demon cultivator attempted a sneak attack from behind, she swiftly drew a pistol and fired a shot near her ear, not even glancing back. The simultaneous sound of a wail and a body hitting the ground echoed in her ears. At the same time, a talisman of attack in her right hand was completed, striking a nearby sword cultivator. This sequence of actions flowed seamlessly, each strike landing precisely, and she even managed to hit 2 at once. Despite facing opponents of comparable strength, her prowess made the encounter seem almost effortless, eliciting exclamations of her abnormal abilities. The atmosphere shifted once more as a more potent pressure descended upon her. Chu Sang momentarily hesitated, sensing that several other demon lords had arrived. Recognizing the situation, she prudently chose to withdraw. A stunning woman clad in red, wielding a demon whip, flew in front of her, surveying her from head to toe before giggling behind her hand. "So, you're the one who injured Wangxing? A mere golden core cultivator dares to trespass into the demon realm? Your audacity is indeed remarkable. Those brutish men lack finesse. You would do well to accompany me. Dear sister, I promise you a most delightful demise." "Sister, look over there. A handsome man," Chu Sang exclaimed, pointing behind her. "Huh?" The woman instinctively turned her head, and in that split second, Chu Sang flung a talisman at her face, catching her completely off guard. "Ah, you wretched girl. I will kill you." Chu Sang's ability to draw hatred was unparalleled. The menacing demon whip was intercepted by a massive figure. The sudden appearance of a serpent's tail effortlessly swept her away, lifting Chu Sang onto its back and whisking her from the scene. Surprised, Chu Sang hadn't expected the serpent to arrive so promptly. It seemed that her kindness in feeding it cat food over the past fortnight had borne fruit. The serpent, a swift beast of a nascent soul stage, found its speed further enhanced by an advanced speed talisman she had affixed to it. Finally able to catch her breath, Chu Sang cast a cleansing spell upon herself, sitting cross-legged upon the serpent's back, continuing to cast talismans with abandon while pondering that the radiant woman was likely one of the 8 great demon lords, Shao Ji, and the 2 men who followed were probably the second of the 8 great demon lords. Their strength was generally at the half-step transformation stage, and while she had cunningly taken advantage of Yin Wangxing's misfortune during the lightning tribulation, she recognized the need to elude these 3 formidable adversaries. An idea struck her as her hand grazed the Chinquan pouch at her waist. Seeing this, Yin Wangxing, who had just caught up, felt alarm bells ringing in his mind. Wary of this cunning woman plotting something, he tensed, fixating intently on her next move, only to see her produce a comically shaped horn. Is it a horn? This too was a magical artifact. Su Chen often indulged in crafting whimsical yet impractical magical instruments. Chu Sang had acquired quite a collection of odd little treasures from him. Lifting the horn, she addressed the relentless pursuers and the 3 demon lords. Yin Wangxing is gravely injured. His strength has plummeted to the mid-nascent soul stage. This is an opportunity you cannot afford to miss. This chance may never come again. The magical artifact, wielded by her fifth senior brother, was impressively effective. Its sound echoing for miles. Yin Wangxing, infuriated, was rendered speechless. He was so enraged that he could not even muster the energy to curse. After all, he had just helped this woman withstand the tribulation, and now she was dismantling the bridge behind her. The news of Yin Wangxing's injury was a boon to the three demon lords. Exchanging glances, they recognized the unspoken agreement in each other's eyes. With the upcoming competition for the new demon sovereign, Yin Wangxing was undoubtedly the strongest contender among the 8 great demon lords, posing a significant threat to the others. Thus, eliminating him, even with the assistance of a mere golden core cultivator, was a tempting prospect. They decided that it was unnecessary for all 3 of them to engage in pursuit. This piece of news arrived at an opportune moment for them. As expected, the 3 demon lords ceased their pursuit. Chu Sang had no knowledge of Yin Wangxing's situation and could only wish him good fortune in her heart. Before departing, she prepared a grand gift. Formulating a spell with her hands, the demon palace erupted in a cacophony of flames and explosions, one after another, reverberating outward, reducing the majestic palace atop the mountain to mere ruins. She had liberally scattered explosive talismans throughout the palace. Remaining calm, she thought to herself, I am unharmed. It is merely others who face difficulties. I just raided a demon lord's treasure vault and conveniently destroyed an old demon clan stronghold. Mu Chi-hua questioned his own ears. You went to the demon realm? Were you not instructed to gather Qianren ginseng from Gueha Mountain? How did you end up in the demon realm? Escaping? Mu Chi-hua's mind was in a haze. He had merely asked her to fetch some medicinal herbs, yet she had begun to flee for her life. He realized he had underestimated his junior sister's knack for causing trouble, as she had blown up the entire demon palace during her outing. What kind of extraordinary being was she? Just as Chu Sang was about to stow away the communication jade disc, she caught a glimpse of her reflection. Realizing her facial mask had fallen away, likely destroyed by the lightning. This meant Yin Wangxing should recognize her now. It was over. Her outing had stirred the demon realm into chaos. Not only had she thwarted him once more, but she had also obliterated his palace. With old grievances compounded by new enmities, Yin Wangxing must surely be seething with a desire to kill her. With her palms pressed together, she offered a friendly prayer for him to be eliminated by those demon lords. Chapter 52. Trouble at home. A large bird soared through the sky in a parabolic arc. The next moment, it plummeted from the heavens, and Chu Sang collapsed to the ground, appearing lifeless. Mu Chi-hua approached, tossing her a bottle of high-grade healing and replenishing pills, poking her gently while expressing astonishment. Did you get struck by lightning? Chu Sang raised her thumb in a 90-degree angle, confirming his guess. Indeed, I was struck by lightning. Mu Chi-hua was taken aback, gradually realizing that the aura surrounding her had grown significantly more potent. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that she had unexpectedly reached the Jindan stage. Just yesterday, she had been at the pinnacle of the late Foundation building stage, and now, merely a day later, she had ascended to Jindan. As the realization dawned on him, his expression shifted. You didn't truly venture into the demon domain, did you? Did you endure the Jindan lightning tribulation there? Chu Sang, feeling somewhat feeble, replied, What else could it be? Mu Chi-hua gasped. The Jindan lightning tribulation was no trivial matter, although it paled in comparison to the tribulations of the Yuanying and Huashan stages. He was aware that nearly half of the cultivators perishing during the Jindan tribulation could be attributed to its peril. He, a mere resource-dependent cultivator, had successfully weathered the tribulation solely thanks to the lightning-protecting artifacts bestowed by his parents. And while Dantaiming, despite his single-mindedness, was indeed a rare natural spirit body, a true child of destiny, it was hardly surprising that he had managed to pass through the Jindan lightning tribulation unscathed. However, he distinctly remembered that his junior sister had nothing to rely on. Was it merely her fervent spirit that saw her through? Please, tell me what you did during this day, he implored, curiosity consuming him. Chu Sang had no intention of concealing the truth. She recounted her experiences in detail, and as she spoke, she noticed the surprise flickering in his youthful eyes. After a moment of contemplation, he finally managed to articulate, You truly possess the ability to stir up trouble. It was one thing to harass small fry, but this time, you directly implicated the demon lord and managed to escape unscathed. That is simply remarkable. What was most absurd was that despite such outrageous events unfolding around Chu Sang, Mu Chi Huai felt an inexplicable sense of normalcy. He opened the bag she had handed him and counted nearly 50 Qianren ginsengs, more than sufficient for refining the rebirth pill. Perhaps he could even concoct a few extra batches to sell at the treasure pavilion. Once Mu Chi Huai took the herbs to the alchemy chamber for seclusion, Chu Sang collapsed onto the ground for a moment before springing up like a carp and heading towards the eastern peak. At the eastern peak, in the bamboo cottage, Mu Changqing had just finished carving the head of a puppet. He shook his slightly sore wrist and reclined on a snake-shaped cushion, closing his eyes to rest. The great serpent, believing him to be asleep, was about to relax and stretch its muscles when it heard a languid voice. "Has that little junior sister found the herbs?" The serpent quickly nodded, its voice sweet and innocent. Sang Jie found the herbs, but she was pursued by many demon cultivators and was injured. Mu Changqing opened his eyes. That little junior sister was injured? For the sake of gathering herbs, she had sustained injuries? When Chu Sang had come to find Mu Changqing, she had sensed that his gaze toward her was somewhat peculiar. Was it merely her perception, or did he seem slightly gentler than the day before? However, such an unpredictable person revealing a semblance of kindness or joy could not bode well. Perhaps he was concocting some insidious scheme in his heart. Suppressing her urge to flee, she said, "Third senior brother, I have fulfilled our agreement and found the herbs to heal your leg. Sixth senior brother has also gone to refine pills." She had anticipated that Mu Changqing's unpredictable temperament would lead him to suddenly declare that he had never made such an agreement and dismiss her with platitudes about bodily integrity and the fulfillment of life. Instead, he fixed his gaze on her for a long moment, his expression inscrutable, before softly stating, "It must hurt, doesn't it?" His eyes seemed somewhat vacant. Once upon a time, he too had experienced such pain, having been driven to the brink of despair by those who sought to kill him, believing he was out of options. "Ah, are you referring to the heavenly lightning?" Chu Sang asked. "That indeed hurts." She nodded in affirmation. "Do you regret it?" Chu Sang pondered for a moment before responding. "Not particularly. There's a bit of regret. I should have used a substitute talisman as soon as the first bolt of heavenly lightning struck. Also, there was a sword technique that went astray and failed to strike Yan Wangxing's chest. Otherwise, he would have certainly coughed up some blood. Furthermore, the swift movement talisman needs further refinement. If I could combine the swift movement talisman with a reinforcement talisman, would I be able to create a reinforced swift movement talisman?" As she replayed her actions in her mind, the more she thought about it, the greater her regret grew. If given another chance, she was certain she could ensnare Yan Wangxing even more thoroughly. "You need not go to such lengths," Mu Changqing said with a frown, his tone indifferent. Though they were nominally siblings under the same sect, it was evident to any observant person that Mu Changqing felt no sense of belonging to this sect, nor did he care for these so-called senior and junior disciples. To him, she was merely an irrelevant outsider, and vice versa. Thus, there was no need for her to go to such extremes for him. Chu Sang shook her head resolutely. "It is necessary." Mu Changqing's pupils slightly trembled, his gaze lingering on her face. Her striking features seemed less imposing in that moment. He pressed his lips together, momentarily at a loss for words, seemingly unsure of how to navigate this situation. After a lengthy silence, he finally spoke. "Very well. What is it that you desire? What do you wish to obtain from me? Blood or a puppet? I want nothing else. I only wish for third senior brother to heal his leg and to live a bit happier. Then we can stay in the sect and avoid causing trouble for others." Mu Changqing regarded her with a more intriguing gaze. "Is that all? You do not desire anything else for yourself?" He had never believed that anyone would be genuinely kind without ulterior motives. On the surface, it seemed as though she had no desires, seeking nothing in return. Yet, this could merely indicate that her timing to make demands had not yet arrived, or perhaps she had buried her greatest desires too deeply, making her the most dangerous kind of individual. Listening to her tone, one might mistake it for someone who had others in need of her assistance. Chu Sang remained unperturbed, responding calmly, "As long as you heal your leg, I will help you break the formation." Mu Changqing raised an eyebrow, surprised that her words had changed so quickly. He chuckled softly. "That woman would never help me break the formation. What gives you the confidence to assert such a thing?" "The sect leader may not assist you in breaking the formation, but I can help you. I am also a talisman master," Chu Sang asserted confidently. "As long as I can cultivate to the Yuanying stage, I can unravel the formation here." She was quite adept at spinning grand tales. setting aside the difficulty of advancing from the Jindan to the Yuanying stage, which could take anywhere from several years to several decades, or even centuries. Even if she were to miraculously reach the Yuanying stage, given the intensity of her Jindan lightning tribulation, she suspected she would likely perish beneath the Yuanying lightning tribulation. Thus, her assertion was not only ambitious, but also quite empty. However, for the time being, that ambition proved to be rather useful. The day was growing late, and the great serpent voluntarily escorted her down the mountain. Before departing, Chu Sang grabbed a handful of beast feed from her chinquan bag, feeding it to the serpent while affectionately stroking its slick head. She almost forgot to express her gratitude for its gallant assistance. Otherwise, she might have faced grave danger surrounded by 4 demon lords. Sang Jia, no need to thank me. It was my master who sent me to help you. The serpent replied, circling around her. It was quite fond of clinging to Chu Sang, resting its head in her hand and happily wagging its tail. Since gaining consciousness, the only companion it had known was Mu Chongqing, but its master was not so gentle with it, let alone feed it. Generally, it foraged for food alone, and this was the first time it had experienced being fed and petted. It was utterly addictive. Wow, great serpent, you can talk? Chu Sang exclaimed. Did third senior brother really ask you to accompany me? Is that true? The serpent's sweet, innocent voice carried a hint of grievance. I am not just a great serpent. I have a name, Fei. I am a Yuanying stage beast, of course I can talk. Moreover, I can even transform into human form. Sang Jia. Would you like to see? It wagged its tail excitedly. Chu Sang couldn't help but smirk. Despite being a snake, it had been raised like a Samoyed. Nevertheless, she was quite curious. With such a sweet voice, it must be an adorably cute little boy, right? Fei was just about to show off its perfect transformation when it suddenly sensed a dangerous aura, causing its head to droop dejectedly. My master 1T let me transform. Chu Sang glanced back, and the menacing aura had vanished. Was third senior brother having another episode? Since I became self-aware, I have only known my master. Thus, when I was learning to transform, I subconsciously imitated my master's appearance. However, due to my tender age, the form I manifested resembled my master as a child, and he seemed reluctant to confront that version of himself. It feels as though my senior brother harbors some untold past. Originally, Mu Chi intended to seclude himself for a month, but unexpectedly he emerged earlier than planned. The young man's countenance was grave, and I feared he had failed in his alchemical endeavors. I peeked into the alchemy chamber, but saw no black smoke billowing out. Had the elixir failed? After all, it was a high-grade elixir nearing the earth grade, and its refinement was indeed challenging. Moreover, my sixth senior brother is still in the golden core stage, so a failure is understandable. Mu Chi, however, was not one to be modest. He claimed that failure did not exist. He tossed a porcelain-white jade bottle to me, containing 5 rebirth pills, sufficient for a month's treatment. Once my senior brother had consumed them, I would have the time to refine another batch. Noticing his hurried demeanor, I inquired if something had occurred. The Mu family, being the foremost alchemical clan in the realm of cultivation, bore an extraordinary burden. This resulted in the family's disciples having access to resources far exceeding that of others. Yet they faced exceedingly stringent demands, rivaling the nature of an obsession. Every 3 years, the family holds assessments among peers to evaluate the strength of the current generation of disciples, simultaneously urging them to strive harder. A grand family competition occurs every 10 years, in which both legitimate and illegitimate offspring, as well as members from the main and collateral lines, participate. Everything is determined by strength. The significance of the decade-long competition is profound. It serves not only to measure the cultivation achievements of the peers, but also has the potential to pre-select the next head of the family. Mu Chi-Huai's mother is the current head of the Mu family, and he is an exceptionally rare talent in alchemy. Thus, from the moment of his birth, the position of family head was undoubtedly destined for him. Naturally, there's a multitude of envious individuals, the foremost being his half-brother. The backstory is rather intricate. Years ago, a reckless man coveted the Mu family's wealth and status, and due to his mother's youth and naivety, she inadvertently allowed this unscrupulous man to ascend into their midst. Upon entering, his ambitions were laid bare. He was not only disloyal to the head of the Mu family, but he also secretly gathered several senior elders in an attempt to usurp the family for himself. Once the truth came to light, the head of the Mu family swiftly dealt with the man. Unfortunately, she was 6 months pregnant at the time, and, out of compassion, chose to keep the child, who is none other than Mu-Tu, this half-brother of Mu-Chi Huai. In the original story, I had encountered this name several times. He was exceedingly envious of Mu-Chi Huai and believed that the position of head of the Mu family rightfully belonged to him. Thus, he had attempted to poison and sabotage Mu-Chi Huai on multiple occasions. However, regrettably for him, Mu-Chi Huai was evidently more adept than he at such underhanded tactics. Not only did he thwart Mu-Tu's schemes, but he also managed to counteract them several times. 6th Senior Brother, I will accompany you. Do you mind if I visit your home? Though I do not deny that my 6th Senior Brother is rather cunning. He is far from the ruthless individual depicted in the original narrative. Something else must have transpired with him. I had a vague premonition that some unexpected events might unfold during the decadal competition of the Mu family. Chapter 53. Intrigues within the Mu family in Shuzhou. At the Mu family estate, the young man deliberately avoided the crowd and the main entrance, skillfully scaling the wall under the cover of night. Step back, I am coming. She retreated a couple of steps and then dashed forward. Unfortunately, she misjudged her strength and was too forceful. With a startled cry from the young man, a clattering sound ensued as they both tumbled over the wall in a heap. Mu-Chi Huai nimbly sprang up, his entire being tense as he called out, "Father!" His demeanor was unusually serious, and he did not forget to pull me up as well. I dusted off my clothes and looked up to see a man in splendid attire standing under a nearby tree, appearing to be in his 30s. Dressed in elegant blue robes that exuded a scholarly charm, somewhat resembling my 6th Senior Brother. Upon realizing the identity of the man, I stood at attention like a well-behaved sapling and greeted him with a sweet smile. "Hello, Uncle." "Father, this is my junior sister from the Sect, Chu Sang. She has a keen interest in alchemy, which is why she accompanied me," Mu-Chi Huai introduced. Unlike his usual casual demeanor in the Sect, he appeared somewhat restrained and quiet in front of his father. Bai Heng held a cup of tea and gazed at us with a warm smile. "It's chilly outside. Let us go inside." We followed him into the house. At night, few people were around, only a few servants attending to their duties. Bai Heng instructed a servant to serve tea to us. After leisurely sipping his tea, he set the cup down and coughed lightly into a handkerchief, suggesting that his health might not be robust. Seeing that Mu-Chi Huai had reached the golden core stage, Bai Heng's eyes reflected a hint of satisfaction. However, his tone, though gentle, could not conceal a hint of sternness. "Very well, Father." Mu-Chi Huai breathed a sigh of relief, relieved that the conversation had concluded. Due to the sudden arrival of distinguished guests, I had already sent someone to tidy up the house, which is adjacent to Huai Heir's courtyard. "I will have him take you there shortly," Bai Heng said to me, nodding. "My wife is currently in seclusion, and I am managing the household affairs. If you need anything, do not hesitate to ask." This gentle tone was markedly different from my 6th Senior Brother's usual demeanor. I mused that while he would secretly add something to the tea, I was unsure from whom he learned such behavior. After arriving at the back courtyard, we encountered a gloomy young man around the corner. Who is this? Such a loose tongue, I thought. He was even more irritating than I, and I could not tolerate it. Mu-Chi Huai quietly transmitted a thought. "This is my half-brother, Mu-Tu, 2 years my senior, and a disciple of the renowned Huandan sect." Mu-Chi Huai had grown weary of hearing about him. Yet, it was indeed aggravating. Considering that both were members of the family, Mu-Chi Huai suppressed his cold demeanor and chose not to engage with him, pulling me along to leave. "You are a waste, just like your father," Mu-Tu shouted. "You are his junior sister, haha, another waste. In that kind of trash sect." "You are all." Before he could finish his taunt, I delivered a punch directly to his face. What a noisy dog. Mu-Chi Huai was taken aback. He did not wish for his mother to be troubled and aspired to demonstrate the composure and gravitas befitting an heir, so he had endured much discomfort. He never anticipated that his junior sister would be so fierce. "Well done." Villain Mu-Chi Huai's darkening value. 1. "I'm hitting you. How does it feel to be taken down by a waste?" I grinned mischievously. Alchemists are all a bunch of weaklings lacking combat prowess. When faced with sword cultivators, they are destined to be beaten. Mu-Tu clumsily rose from the ground, retreating a couple of steps in a state of panic, glaring fiercely at the two of us. "I am a young master of the Mu family. Who do you think you are to dare lay hands on me?" "Someone, seize this rebellious person." A dozen or so shadow guards rushed in at the sound and prepared to act. Mu-Chi Huai frowned, positioning himself protectively in front of me, and his usually cheerful voice took on a hint of irritation My junior sister is my esteemed guest. Let us see who dares to make a move." The guards exchanged glances, hesitating, and then retreated in fear. 3 days from now, during the great competition, I hope you can triumph and not disappoint everyone," he said before sweeping away with a heavy wave of his sleeve. "Why does it feel like he's trying to stir up trouble?" I remarked. "Sixth senior brother, be cautious. Do not concern yourself with him." 3 days later, the Mu family competition officially commenced. I accompanied Mu Chi Huai, naturally being treated as an honored guest, and was given the best viewing spot. I curiously surveyed the bustling crowd, which was quite a spectacle. It must be said that the Mu family truly deserves its reputation as the foremost of the 4 great alchemical clans. The family competition, held once every decade, is indeed a grand affair, attracting numerous cultivators. Among the spectators are not only casual onlookers, but also many powerful presences concealed in the shadows, likely representatives from various clans seeking to gauge the situation. The audience stands, capable of accommodating over 10,000, are filled to capacity, with whispers and discussions echoing throughout. The atmosphere is even more vibrant than the last auction held by the Zhuanbao building. The Mu family has approximately 400 to 500 participants in the competition, including not only the direct descendants from Suzhou, but also many from collateral branches in other regions. Regardless of whether they are legitimate or illegitimate offspring, all disciples exhibit a solemn demeanor, and their cultivation levels are commendable. It is evident that the Mu family maintains a stringent selection process, as rumored outside. Naturally, the spotlight is on the elegant and distinguished youth at the forefront. Mu Chi Huai, poised to become the next head of the Mu family, is also a rare alchemical prodigy of the century. His talents surpass even those of his mother, who was renowned in the cultivation world in her youth. His father is also a member of the Bai family, one of the 4 great alchemical clans, who once enjoyed great prestige despite later succumbing to illness. Nevertheless, the offspring of these 2 alchemical geniuses lived up to expectations, inheriting their father's unparalleled skills in alchemy. At the moment the youth appears, all eyes in the arena are drawn to him. Beside him, Mutu's envy is palpable, nearly materializing. Seemingly recalling something, he sneers and turns his gaze elsewhere. The first round is an elimination match, with the elders presenting the challenges. As long as the disciples can refine the required amount and quality of medicinal pills within the designated time, they may advance to the next round. Chu Sang sits in the front row, resting her chin on her hand, fixated on the unfolding events. There are a total of 8 platforms, each spacious enough to accommodate dozens of disciples seated cross-legged, each focused on their unique alchemical furnaces. By coincidence, Mu Chi Huai and Mu Tu are paired against each other on the same platform. Chu Sang has been closely watching her 6th senior brother, but soon notices something amiss. The purpose of the first round is merely to eliminate those lacking in skill, so the tasks typically are not overly challenging. The elders only require the refinement of a Qingxin Dan, which should be child's play for her 6th senior brother. Yet, she observes that his expression is not quite right. After a moment of confusion, she quickly discerns the truth. Someone is using spiritual sense to interfere with her 6th senior brother's efforts. Moreover, it is not just one individual, but a group. Naturally, Mu Tu leads this group, accompanied by a dozen disciples who are either his allies or have been bribed prior to the match. Alchemy is inherently demanding and requires intense focus. With dozens of individuals disrupting Mu Chi Huai's concentration, even the steadiest hands can falter. It seems that Mu Tu's brother is genuinely wary of him, and this is only the first round. He cannot contain himself. Chu Sang can tell that this person seeks to cause trouble, but she did not anticipate such impatience. Amidst the public scrutiny, if the future head of the Mu family were to be eliminated in the first round, it would undoubtedly be a source of ridicule, jeopardizing his standing. Bai Heng watches the commotion on stage, his gaze icy, tightening his grip on the teacup as he prepares to rise from his seat. An elder beside him leisurely remarks that the minor squabbles among the younger generation should merely amuse the older generation. Indeed, they are no longer children and should be capable of handling their own affairs. A nearby attendant, unable to bear the sight, indignantly exclaims that with the family head in seclusion, these individuals are becoming increasingly audacious, openly engaging in favoritism and flouting the rules, which is utterly detestable. Bai Heng remains silent. Most of these elders are supporters of Mu Tu, and there is no question that his father once held considerable influence within the Mu family. To uproot them one by one will require considerable time. Fortunately, Chu Sang's advantageous position allows her to clearly hear the inner turmoil within the Mu family. She is astonished to discover that the situation for her sixth senior brother is far from the peaceful facade it presents. The opposition is brazen, even more so than she had anticipated. How can this be tolerated? While her sixth senior brother's father has his reservations, she has none. Chu Sang extends her spiritual sense towards the platform, specifically targeting those dozen disciples. Among the younger generation of disciples, only Mu Tu and Mu Chi Huai possess exceptional talent, having entered the golden core stage in their teens, while the others lag behind, still in the latter stages of foundation building. Chu Sang's spiritual sense has already been honed to the equivalent of a nascent soul's. The disciples inevitably experience explosions in their furnaces, left dazed and confused. The elders, caught off guard, can no longer maintain their composure, rising from their seats to confront Chu Sang, demanding to know her intentions behind openly disrupting the competition of Mu family disciples. Chu Sang blinks innocently, feigning ignorance. "What have I done?" she asks. The elders retort that they all witnessed her audaciously releasing her spiritual sense to interfere with the disciples' match, resulting in their furnaces exploding. What else could that be but cheating? Once they realized she was brought along by Mu Chi Huai, elders had already dispatched individuals to monitor her every move. "Oh, is it forbidden to use spiritual sense?" Chu Sang inquires with a puzzled expression. "Isn't refining alchemy supposed to be straightforward? If we were to encounter an invasion from the demon realm, will we have such a tranquil place to refine pills? If someone maliciously interferes, does that mean the alchemical pills cannot be produced? Surely alchemists are not so inept." The elder, flabbergasted by her twisted logic, retorts that this is a competition, not an invasion by demons. The greatest taboo in alchemy is external disturbances. The consequences can range from furnace explosions to severe injuries to one's spiritual sense, potentially resulting in irreversible damage. If any of the Mu family's disciples truly suffers a mishap, who will take responsibility? The commotion draws the attention of many onlookers, including Bai Hong, whose gaze shifts slightly. Chu Sang exclaims in realization, "Oh, I see now." She points at the platform. "If that's the case, then this group just conspired to use their spiritual sense to disrupt my sixth senior brother's efforts, blatantly cheating. Why does the elder pretend not to see?" She continues, "Or perhaps the rules are indeed tailored to target my sixth senior brother specifically." Some of the elder's arguments do hold merit. Chu Sang claps her hands, declaring that if this is the case, then let everyone interfere together. If others can disrupt her sixth senior brother, he can certainly retaliate in kind. You blow up your furnaces, I blow up mine. Let's all get eliminated together. What does it matter if it's a decade-long competition? Let the other families have a good laugh. In Chapter 54, Family Heritage, her sixth senior brother's spiritual sense easily overwhelms the group. If he were to draw his sword, none would survive. During the years of the family head seclusion, the elders led by the great elder have been restless, unwilling to accept the Mu family's dominance by one lineage and eager to seize some power for themselves. As Mu Chi Huai spends little time at home, and Bai Heng's status limits him, most Mu family members remain rather exclusive. This has emboldened several elders to act recklessly in recent years, amassing power to the extent that they no longer bother to maintain appearances. Yet today, they have encountered a formidable opponent. Chu Sang's retorts leave them speechless, ultimately forcing the great elder to adopt a cold demeanor and amend the competition rules to prohibit the use of spiritual sense to interfere with others, deeming such actions as cheating and leading to disqualification. Mu Tu's eyes flicker with resentment, but he can only suppress it. Fortunately, the time wasted in this farce is minimal, and the disciples who suffered furnace explosions are provided with new alchemical furnaces, allowing the competition to continue. Bai Hong glances at Chu Sang, who has returned to her seat, and chuckles lightly, shaking his head. This young girl possesses quite the spirit, daring to be so bold from the outset. He recalls how half a year ago, Mu Chi Huai hurriedly left home, claiming he needed to deliver an unforgettable gift to a new junior sister in the sect. It seems that his life in the sect is far more intriguing than he had imagined. Without external interference, Mu Chi Huai progresses to the next round without any uncertainty. The second competition is based on a points system, where 100 successful disciples are randomly drawn for one-on-one matches in alternating turns. The top 10 disciples in terms of points will advance to the third and final round. Without any hint of modesty, Mu Chi Huai dominates these disciples throughout, facing no obstacles whatsoever. In fact, during the last few matches, some disciples, upon seeing him as their opponent, chose to surrender outright. The only one capable of putting up a fight against him is Mu Tuesday, fortunately. The two do not face each other in the second round, and both advance to the third round with equal scores. After a grueling month of fierce competition in the second round, the Mu clan's disciples are utterly exhausted. It is well known that alchemy is immensely taxing on one's spiritual consciousness, and continuous refining can lead to diminished performance. Ultimately, the higher-ups of the Mu clan convened and decided to grant a generous 7-day break before the commencement of the third round. The intention was for the disciples to rest and recuperate, but Mu Chi Huai, unfazed, sequestered himself with the alchemy furnace and entered a focused state for an entire week, without sleep or rest. His sole pursuits were alchemy and more alchemy. As the future head of the Mu clan, securing first place in the competition is imperative. Confident yet not complacent, Mu Chi Huai reflected seriously, acknowledging Mu Tu as a formidable opponent. He could not guarantee victory if they were to face each other. "I believe in you, sixth brother. Go for it," Chu Sang. Mu Chi Huai found solace in her encouragement, a faint smile gracing his lips, though he remained vigilant. Mu Tu's prowess is not inferior to his. Indeed, the latter began his journey into alchemy 2 years prior. To defeat him decisively, an alternate strategy must be devised. The youth pondered, his finger resting thoughtfully on his lips, before quietly declaring his intention to refine earth-tier elixirs. The final round hinges purely on skill. The victor will be determined by the quality of their elixirs. Elixir quality is categorized into 5 tiers: low grade, mid grade, high grade, earth tier, and heaven tier. Elixirs of high grade and above are exceedingly rare, with only a handful of alchemists capable of producing them. Heaven tier elixirs represent the pinnacle of quality, something ordinary alchemists dare not even dream of crafting. Earth tier elixirs surpass high grade ones, and typically, only cultivators at the nascent soul stage can produce them. Chu Sang, seated cross-legged beside him, contemplated for a moment before retrieving a substantial stack of books from her Chinquan bag. "Sixth brother, take a look. These are all related to elixirs." Chu Sang's reading habits are quite eclectic. Her impressive memory allows her to absorb diverse materials without fear of confusion. She borrowed numerous texts from the Lingqing Sect's library, focusing primarily on alchemical texts aside from talismanic studies. Mu Chi Huai found himself momentarily dazzled. He practiced alchemy using the Mu clan's ancestral texts, which are vast and complex, leaving little room for exploration of other schools of thought. His exposure to Lingqing Sect's alchemical literature has been minimal. In the realm of alchemy, the fundamentals remain constant despite myriad variations. By studying different methodologies, I believe it will greatly aid you, sixth brother. Mu Chi Huai was successfully persuaded, and thus the two immersed themselves in study, burning the midnight oil. As the saying goes, sharpening the axe does not hinder the work of chopping firewood. Although their time was brief, they diligently absorbed knowledge from dozens of texts. The third round of competition arrived as anticipated, with a significantly more serious atmosphere compared to the previous 2 rounds. The earlier contests primarily served to eliminate less competent disciples and held little weight beyond that. The spectators had not invested much concern in them. While the first 2 rounds were mere skirmishes, the third round heralded the commencement of true spectacle. After layers of intense competition, the 10 remaining disciples are undoubtedly the cream of the Mu clan's youth, and the time has come for them to truly demonstrate their capabilities. Various factions keenly observe the proceedings, with several elders from the Huadan sect present, seeking to select promising disciples. There are 10 alchemical chambers, each assigned to 1 disciple. The materials and tools within each room are identical. Once the 10 enter their respective chambers, 10 large screens appear in the audience, broadcasting the progress of each disciple in real time. The typical steps in elixir refinement include selecting spiritual herbs, crushing, purifying, controlling the fire, condensing the elixir, and adjusting the fragrance. The initial step of selecting the herbs, while seemingly basic, is crucial to the quality of the entire batch. A mistake at this stage can compromise the quality of the elixir, regardless of how proficiently the subsequent steps are executed. Mu Chi Huai casually selected several herbs from a shelf, grinding them with his thumb, his lips pressed tightly together, and his gaze turned frosty. A few commonly used herbs had been replaced with inferior substitutes, though the onlookers could not discern this. He could immediately sense the poor quality of the herbs with a slight application of spiritual energy. The clan would never stoop to using such substandard materials, and it was clear who was responsible. Despite the 1-month time limit, every second is precious to an alchemist. The third round is of utmost importance, representing their opportunity to showcase their highest level of alchemical skill. The 10 selected disciples are undoubtedly gifted, with most producing high-grade elixirs, which typically require months to refine. Given this, the urgency is palpable. Mu Chi Huai pursed his lips, his gaze sweeping over a few herbs in the corner of the shelf, his eyes lighting up. The assorted text that his junior sister had gathered contained numerous elixirs made from unconventional materials. Perhaps he could experiment. A month is neither excessively long nor short. Yet none in attendance displayed any signs of fatigue. All were riveted by the happenings within the 10 alchemical chambers. As the foremost family among the 4 great alchemical clans, the Mu Clan's disciples are truly exceptional, and those who emerge from this election will likely become renowned alchemists in the years to come. Many sought to forge connections with these promising talents, and various alchemists and powerful figures harbored intentions of taking on disciples. The audience was abuzz with discussions and excitement. One disciple, named Mu Zhe, stood out, exhibiting impressive sensitivity to herbs and being the first among the 10 to select all required materials for elixir refinement. The disciple to his left also demonstrated exceptional skill in fire control, appearing far from inexperienced, rivaling those who have practiced alchemy for decades. Yet from my perspective, the green-robed female cultivator captures my heart the most. Although her refining speed is not the fastest, she executes each step with extreme caution, making no errors whatsoever. An elder from the Huadan sect stroked his beard, smiling. The most vital trait for an alchemist is a careful disposition. This young woman, at such a tender age, embodies humility and composure. Indeed, the disciples of the Mu clan's current generation are truly outstanding. Each of the 10 disciples who fought their way through the crowd possesses unique talents. Yet the most attention is drawn to Mu Tu and Mu Chi Huai, both of whom have reached the golden core stage. The majority of spectators fix their gaze on these 2 chambers, particularly Mu Chi Huai. Several cultivators furrowed their brows, struggling to comprehend his choices. The herbs he selected, such as Ziwu Yi and Hu Wei Shun, are rather unconventional, their potent properties making them unsuitable for typical alchemical use. Moreover, I recall that the formula for refining the Yanling Dan does not include these herbs. Someone muttered softly, questioning his intentions. Is he perhaps confused? Mu Chi Huai, as a scion of the Mu clan, is expected to be superior to others. How could he possibly misremember such fundamental knowledge? Yet, one cannot be too certain. The Huadan sect is the premier academy for alchemists. If he is indeed as formidable as presumed, why was he unable to gain admission to study there? Amidst the crowd, voices of ridicule and skepticism inevitably emerged, suggesting he may merely bear the title of a noble heir, with abilities that fall short of Mu Tu's. The discussions among the cultivators were varied and rife with opinions. Several seasoned alchemists discerned the underlying intricacies, their hearts heavy with foreboding. The commonly circulated alchemical formulas had indeed undergone generations of refinement, rendering them more palatable and simpler to execute, with a comparatively higher success rate. However, this does not imply that there exists only a singular method for concocting elixirs. Numerous herbal ingredients with similar properties could serve as substitutes for one another. In fact, certain unconventional materials could yield even superior effects, albeit at a greater difficulty level, which most ordinary alchemists would hesitate to attempt. Turning to Mu Tu, he was in the process of refining a premium elixir known as Lian Shendan. This particular concoction was among the most challenging to produce within the realm of high-grade elixirs, such that even many experienced alchemists could not guarantee a successful yield. A look of astonishment spread across the faces of the onlookers. The audacity to challenge such a formidable elixir indicated a confidence that was genuinely remarkable. Some had even placed bets, eager to see who would emerge victorious. Initially, it was widely anticipated that Mu Chi Huai, the future head of the family, would claim victory. Yet, his approach was perplexing, utilizing materials that many had never encountered before, and time was rapidly running out as the elixir remained incomplete. In contrast, Mu Tu appeared to be sailing smoothly. His elixir had already taken shape, merely requiring the final touch of fragrance. The majority of the spectators were placing their hopes on him. One could afford to lose the competition, but not the momentum. With a grand gesture, Chu Sang wagered 2 spirit stones on her 6th senior brother, feeling it was the limit of her confidence. Most of the disciples were still grappling with the process of forming elixirs. A door swung open. The crowd craned their necks, eager to witness who would be the first to emerge from the arena. Mutu's figure entered the collective gaze, brimming with pride, while the elder and his companions exchanged contented smiles. Not only had he completed the task days ahead of schedule, but his success rate for Lingqing dance surpassed 50%, a feat that was truly astonishing. Many seasoned alchemists had yet to reach such an impressive success rate. Undoubtedly, Mutu deserved the title of champion. However, before his smile could fully manifest, another door swung open behind him. He turned, casting a scornful glance at the approaching Mu Chi Huai. "You are late," he taunted. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Mu Chi Huai remained unfazed. "Oh, is that so?" Seeing Mu Chi Huai's air of confidence, Mutu inexplicably felt a twinge of insecurity. Yet, he shouldn't have. He had specifically chosen Lingqing Dan, which was among the most difficult elixirs to produce, and his success rate had astonishingly reached 50%. It would not be easy for Mu Chi Huai to surpass him unless he achieved a higher success rate. Mutu's expression darkened, a note of caution creeping in. "How many elixirs have you produced?" "Not many, just one," replied Mu Chi Huai. Mutu let out a sigh of relief, followed by a cold smirk. "What are you playing at, Mu Chi Huai? It seems I have overestimated you. You can only refine a single high-grade elixir." "Huh, a waste truly is a waste." The crowd erupted in disbelief. While the difficulty of producing high-grade elixirs was indeed formidable, if an ordinary disciple could manage to successfully refine one, it would be considered an extraordinary achievement. Yet, Mu Chi Huai was the legitimate heir of the Mu family, with a significant likelihood of becoming the future head. To only succeed in refining one high-grade elixir seemed rather disappointing, did it not? "You've lost," Mutu declared, raising his chin with a cold snicker. "I have won," replied the youth, his enchanting phoenix eyes narrowing and a captivating smile playing at his lips, prompting a chorus of gasps from the audience. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he opened his right palm, revealing a solitary elixir suspended in the air, enveloped in a golden Dan pattern. "Danine! Is Danine!" The audience erupted into fervor, disbelief etched across their faces. Could it truly be Danine? Ordinary elixirs could not achieve the blessing of Danine. This was undoubtedly a ground-tier elixir. Mutu's success rate of 50% was irrelevant. The emergence of a ground-tier elixir was worth more than 10 batches of high-grade elixirs. They had never heard of anyone at the Golden Core stage being able to refine a ground-tier elixir before. Without a doubt, Mu Chi Huai was a prodigious talent, and his position as champion was indisputable, leaving no room for dissent. While some rejoiced, others despaired. The expressions of the elders, particularly that of the Grand Elder, were as if they had swallowed a fly, utterly ghastly. There were even elders from the Huadan sect attempting to lure him away. In Chapter 55, the spies of the Demon Clan made their move. Mu Chi Huai declined their offer, saying, "I apologize, but I'm already affiliated with a sect and cannot accept your kindness." He casually glanced aside, a charming smile gracing his lips. Despite his sect being a little-known minor faction, he prided himself on his excellence and ambition, asserting that those emerging from lesser sects were not necessarily inferior to disciples from prestigious families. This remark was clearly directed at Mutu's day. Mutu was on the brink of madness. His face shifted between shades of green and white, his fists clenched tightly within his sleeves, veins bulging on his forehead. Yet he could not muster a single word. With a cold snort, he turned and exited. Chu Sang clicked her tongue. Is he leaving just like that? Given his disgruntled expression, I thought he might resort to some underhanded tactics. Mu Chi Huai narrowed his eyes and muttered. Mutu is not one to easily let things go. Be cautious. The top 10 disciples received generous rewards from the family. While the first prize of the competition included an ancient alchemy book and the opportunity to enter the family's heritage grounds in search of unrivaled opportunities. As the heavy, ancient stone doors closed, the scene within the light curtain shifted to the interior of the heritage grounds. The youth wandered amidst crumbling ruins when suddenly, an attack struck from behind. Bai Heng's expression changed dramatically as he rose from his seat. The audience collectively held their breath in astonishment. What was that just now? Surely, They had not imagined it. It appeared that entering the heritage grounds also involved trials, a testament to the grandeur of the powerful families. Trials? What nonsense! The higher-ups of the Mu family were nearly in a state of panic. There were no trials within the heritage grounds. Instead, someone had stealthily infiltrated to assassinate Mu Chi Huai. Even more shocking was the fact that the aura emanating from the assailant seemed to belong to the demon clan. But how could the demon clan penetrate the formations established during the time of their ancestors, preventing outsiders from entering? How did they know how to gain access? In an instant, the venue was swiftly cleared, and the audience, bewildered, was forcibly removed. The infiltration of the demon clan into the family's heritage grounds could not be disclosed to outsiders. Otherwise, it would disgrace the entire family. Chu Sang pressed her palm against the hilt of her sword, frowning. How long will it take to reopen the heritage grounds? The gates of the heritage grounds are now shut, fortified with the heavenly tier formations left by our ancestors. Even if we combine our efforts to reopen them, it will take at least an hour, replied one elder, wiping the sweat from his brow. It is important to note that alchemists are typically defenseless. While an hour may not seem long, eliminating an alchemist is a simple task, achievable in a mere breath. Concerned that Mu Chi Huai might truly perish there, Chu Sang pondered for a moment, then pulled out a communication jade tablet. Hey, Six Senior Brother, can you hear me? The demon assassin, possessing a strength equivalent to the Yuan-Ing stage, pursued Mu Chi Huai, who was merely a golden core disciple and an alchemist at that. Logically, it should have been as effortless as crushing an ant, yet it was perplexing how this young man, having applied some talisman, was managing to evade capture quite effectively. Impatient to conclude the matter, the demon cultivator aimed for a swift resolution. However, he was taken aback when a youth suddenly halted. Elated, he assumed that the target could no longer flee and unleashed a wave of blade energy, only to find that it failed to even graze a strand of hair. Dissipating into the air. What? The demon cultivator paused, refusing to believe the outcome. He launched another attack, which also met the same fate. Moreover, this demon assassin was nowhere near the caliber of Yin Wangxing. While the claim of easily defeating a Yuan-Ing cultivator may have been exaggerated, at the very least, Mu Chi Huai was not going to be easily subdued. The youth reached for the Qingquan bag at his waist, a pouch filled with talismans and magical artifacts that Chu Sang had hastily prepared for him before his departure, just in case unforeseen circumstances arose. Little did he know that he would need them so soon. With newfound confidence, Mu Chi Huai raised his finger, displaying the talismans, exuding a defiant aura that seemed to challenge the approaching foe. The malevolent cultivator's face contorted in anger, and without a word, he charged forward. Slicing through a talisman hurled his way. The talisman shattered into fragments upon contact with the fierce blade energy, and as the shards touched his skin, he erupted into uncontrollable laughter. The knife slipped from his grasp and clattered to the ground as he roared with rage. What have you done to me? Mu Chi Huai smirked. His junior sister had a penchant for crafting peculiar talismans. Though somewhat damaged, they were remarkably effective. He turned and dashed towards the entrance of the inheritance site, aware that the demonic cultivator was hot on his heels. In a bid to delay his pursuer, he carelessly scattered over 100 talismans from his Qingquan bag, creating an impenetrable barrier. Even when shattered, the residual effects proved troublesome. The cultivator fell victim once more, collapsing onto a stone, grinning foolishly as he attempted to kiss the innocent rock. Despair washed over Mu Chi Huai as he witnessed this absurd spectacle, a shiver running down his spine. He rubbed his arms and continued his flight. The journey ahead felt interminable. The demonic cultivator, despite a significant disparity in their cultivation levels, could not seem to catch up with him. Finally arriving at the stone door, he found it stubbornly shut. Pressing his back against the cold, unyielding wall, he realized he was cornered with no escape in sight. It would take at least a stick of incense for the door to open. Seeing the cultivator approach again, Mu Chi Huai gritted his teeth and threw out another handful of explosive talismans. His Qingquan bag was nearly depleted. The ensuing cacophony of explosions sent debris crashing down, momentarily blocking the path. Just as he began to breathe a sigh of relief, a surge of demonic energy pierced through the rubble, and the cultivator emerged once more. This was the end. He thought of his once promising future, now cut short. Mu Chi Huai silently prayed that his junior sister would burn plenty of paper money for him after his demise, hoping to become a carefree spirit rather than a destitute one like Dantaiming. To his astonishment, he actually heard her cheerful voice. Hey, 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 Six Senior Brother, can you hear me? Chu Sang's focus was fixed on the changes in the light screen. Quick, bring out the alchemy furnace. What do we need the furnace for? He wondered, questioning whether it was to refine one last pill before his demise, a considerate gesture, yet insufficient. With no time to ponder further, Mu Chi Huai summoned the furnace in desperation. The demonic blade clashed against the furnace, creating sparks that were almost unbearable. Peeking out from behind the furnace, he was taken aback to see that it had successfully withstood the full force of the nascent soul cultivator's attack. It was surprisingly effective, even more so than the defensive artifacts he had used in the past. If memory served, Chu Sang had mentioned that the furnace was crafted by a renowned master specifically for the Mu family, equivalent in quality to a lower-tier immortal artifact. While it appeared to be merely an elegant alchemy furnace, it was forged from ancient ice iron, impervious to erosion even after millennia of exposure to fire, indicating its formidable defensive capabilities. Realizing Chu Sang's intent, Mu Chi Huai resolved to stay within the furnace during the next attack, refusing to emerge. The cultivator, fully unleashing his magical energy, found himself utterly powerless against it. You coward! Come out if you dare! The cultivator snarled. Come in if you can. Mu Chi Huai retorted, relishing the frustration of his adversary. The cultivator, on the brink of fury, had spent centuries in assassination but had never encountered such shamelessness. He concentrated all his demonic energy into the blade, preparing to force Mu Chi Huai out. Just then, the stone door swung open, unleashing a barrage of sword energy upon him. His expression changed dramatically as he dodged most of the attack, yet a massive net descended upon him, ensnaring him completely. He struggled in vain against the unyielding material. Clearly, pushing limits was essential. The artifacts crafted by Fifth Senior Brother had indeed become increasingly effective, capable of trapping even a nascent soul cultivator. Chu Sang mused that it would not be long before she herself broke through to that level. Seize this demon and take him to the Hall of Justice for interrogation, Bai Heng commanded sternly. You'll never extract anything from me, the cultivator declared, preparing to bite his tongue in a final act of defiance. Bai Heng swiftly intervened, preventing the act. Such assassins would typically ingest poison before their missions, ensuring a fatal outcome should they fail. Mu Chi Huai frowned. Bai Heng produced a pill from seemingly nowhere and forced it upon the cultivator. After a fit of coughing, the cultivator's complexion reddened as he attempted to summon the poison within him, only to find himself utterly powerless. His face contorted with horror as he cried out, "What have you done to me? I will not let this go. My demonic army will ravage your sect." Mu Chi Huai kicked him, exasperated that he still had the audacity to threaten him after being captured. "You think you can kill me? Who sent you?" He casually retrieved several vials of poison, his eyes curving into a charming crescent as he spoke lightly. "Take him away. I shall personally entertain him and uncover the identity of the mastermind behind this audacity." The fact that this demonic cultivator had managed to infiltrate the Mu family's sacred ground indicated a traitor within. Most likely, it was Mu Tuesday. Chu Sang stroked her chin, gazing skyward, sensing something amiss. Was the demonic faction truly so eager to assist Mu Tu? Did they possess such loyalty? They had even dispatched a nascent soul cultivator to aid him. To be frank, a golden core disciple might not even warrant attention from the demon faction unless they aimed to target the entire Mu family. A sudden realization struck her. It was not Mu Tu who had manipulated the demon cultivator, but rather the demon faction that had used him. Her keen senses, honed through her encounters with Yan Wangxing, made her acutely aware of demonic energy. In that fleeting moment, she detected a stronger source of demonic energy, not from the captured nascent soul cultivator, but emanating from the direction of the back mountain. "Is it someone living in the back mountain?" she asked urgently. The guard, startled by her tone, replied, "The back mountain is where the family head resides. She has been secluded there for years, striving to break through to the transformation realm and has not ventured out." Quickly, to the back mountain. The true demonic expert lies there. It was a classic ploy to draw out the tiger, revealing that the real target of the demon faction was indeed the Mu family. To seize control of the Mu family, they first needed to eliminate the current head. Chu Sang soared ahead on her sword, with Bai Heng and the others close behind. As expected, they found Mu Tu at the back mountain, who appeared startled and confused upon seeing their hurried approach, as if he were about to protest. Chu Sang coldly interrupted, It was you who brought the demons into the Mu family. What nonsense are you spouting? I don't understand, he stammered, his gaze darting as he hid his hands behind his back. Having admitted everything, he still attempted to deny it? Mutu had initially planned to cover his tracks, but the demons had proven unreliable, prompting him to discard any pretense. So what if it was me? He sneered. Why have you done this? Bai Heng's gentle eyes were now icy. Silence. Mutu roared. It's all your fault, outsider. If it weren't for you and Muchi Huai, the position of family head would rightfully belong to me and my father. Chu Sang effortlessly toppled him to the ground, deftly snapping the dagger concealed behind his back. Silence, she commanded. If you truly possess strength, let it speak for itself. Whining here after failing to best the sixth senior brother is nothing but a display of impotent fury. Subdue this traitor. Mutu, escorted by several guards, could not resist issuing threats, declaring, It is futile. You are too late. I have already revealed the method to enter the formation to those demons. You cannot stop me. Chu Sang, irritated, remarked. This fool is so lacking in wit that it tarnishes the very meaning of foolishness. The clear sky was suddenly shrouded in ominous clouds, as dark, billowing masses obscured the sun, casting a deep shadow akin to night. The thunderous rumble heralded the arrival of a tribulation. It was the thunder tribulation of the head of the Mu family, who was undergoing a transformation at the divine level. There was still about a year before Chuaner would face her tribulation. Bai Heng's expression turned grave. The premature descent of the tribulation indicated that something had gone awry at the cave. Stay here. Do not approach. Chu Sang warned her companions. Do you wish to go there? It is perilous. Mu Chihua, alerted by the commotion, rushed over. The divine-level thunder tribulation was no trifling matter. It could easily obliterate a Yuanying cultivator. He understood that his junior sister was typically cautious, but this was not a time for reckless impulses. Trust me, it is for eternal life. With that, she turned toward the back mountain, and Mu Chihua followed closely behind. This was indeed the legendary divine-level thunder tribulation, though it might seem no less than that of her golden core tribulation. Moreover, after her body had been refined in the previous tribulation, she was evidently more resilient. Chu Sang found it manageable. The surrounding rocks and trees had been rendered unrecognizable by residual lightning, and her Taoist robe was in tatters. Having expended nearly 100 talismans and several lightning-controlling artifacts, she was still within a bearable threshold. As she took a few more steps toward the cave, the demonic aura thickened. Something stirred within her Chinkoan bag, and a grayish bead flew out. What is this? Chapter 56. The time Pearl she beheld a slender woman seated on a stone platform in the cave center. In the next moment, several Yuanying demons burst in, delivering a fatal blow while the woman was at her most vulnerable. This woman was none other than the current head of the Mu family, Mu Chan, and the tolling of a death knell echoed throughout the Mu clan. Betrayal from within and without led to the family's array being breached, allowing the demons to invade freely. Within a single night, a once thriving aristocratic family was decimated. The demons laughed as they plundered the Mu family's treasury and repositories of alchemical knowledge, leaving nothing behind. While the outside world lay in ruins, a sea of corpses and blood, the night air was thick with an oppressive silence. With a blood moon hanging ominously in the inky sky, beneath the crumbling stones, a heap of bodies shifted. A young boy, his bloodied fingers slowly emerging from the pile, was dressed in tattered finery, his jade crown long fallen to the ground. His once curly hair, now matted with blood and mud, clung to his face. His striking eyes, typically bright with innocence, now stared blankly at the horror surrounding him, as if still trapped in a long nightmare. Stumbling forward, he desperately clawed at something. Father, mother, uncle. Moments later, he collapsed to the ground, his sobs growing weaker until he finally succumbed to unconsciousness. The dark clouds obscured the moon, casting everything into shadow. The boy's figure gradually vanished into the night. The seemingly inconspicuous gray bead bore no immediate resemblance to any treasure, yet it distinctly appeared to be a glimpse into the future, specifically the future of the sixth senior brother. No, to be precise, it was the future depicted in the original narrative. She finally understood the true reason behind the sixth senior brother's corruption in the original tale, the annihilation of the Mu family, a fate he was powerless to alter. The drastic fall from grace, from a favored child of heaven to one bereaved of family, was unbearable for anyone. She would not allow this event to come to pass. Chu Sang's gaze turned cold. Having perused the vast collection of texts in the Lingqing Sect's library, she recalled a tome detailing ancient treasures, among which was a celestial artifact, the Time Pearl. Legend had it that this pearl possessed the powers of the past, present, and future. Regrettably, it had been divided into 3 pieces due to the strife of various factions a millennium ago. If Chu Sang's intuition was correct, the grave bead she had acquired represented the power of the future, endowed with the extraordinary ability of temporal divination. The adversary reacted swiftly, evading her attack, unleashing a palm imbued with overwhelming demonic energy toward her chest. In an instant, the girl vanished from sight, reappearing behind him, delivering a deadly shot aimed at his head. Bang! After her ascension to the Golden Core stage, the power of her gathering spirit gun had increased significantly, now capable of rivaling a Yuaning-level attack. If one shot did not suffice to vanquish her foe, she would unleash several more. Intruders. The demons ahead sounded alarms, their intention to complete their mission thwarted by her unexpected interference. Chu Sang continued to harass them with talismans, her movements ghostly as she even slapped the leading demon mid-combat. Hey, a bunch of useless fools, come catch me, she taunted. Get her, brothers, together. The leading demon shouted angrily, clutching his face. The gathering storm overhead intensified, lightning coalescing ominously as they rushed to eliminate the obstacle before the thunder tribulation fully descended, for they could not afford to interrupt Mu Chan's meditation. The danger of the divine-level thunder tribulation surpassed that of the so-called Golden Core and Yuaning tribulations, with countless powerful beings having perished beneath its wrath. Their only option was to ensure that Mu Chan's meditation remained uninterrupted. Though the Mu family consisted of relatively weak alchemists, their wealth allowed for the cultivation of several hidden guards. A well-trained cadre of over a dozen elite operatives, each at least at the Golden Core level, and several at the Yuaning level, soon engaged in fierce combat with the demons. In no time, the demons were subdued and forced to retreat from the cave. The first bolt of the thunder tribulation finally struck down with great force, followed by the second and third, shaking the back mountain to its core. To ascend to the divine level, one had to withstand a total of 18 thunder tribulations, each lasting a full 2 hours, requiring at least 3 days to complete the process. While strolling through the garden, Chu Sang overheard the servants discussing how the captured demons had revealed that the Grand Elder and 2 other elders were also traitors, now executed, a truly gratifying revelation. That evening, she sought out Mu Chihua in his courtyard. Before she could step through the door, she overheard the voices of a boy and a girl conversing. Succumbing to her curiosity, she peered in to find Mu Chihua standing beneath a tree, arms crossed, alongside a girl in a black dress with dark hair cascading loosely down her back. The girl, with her charming smile, stood on tiptoe, affectionately draping her arms around his neck. Mu Chihua turned his head away, reluctant yet not pushing her away. Chu Sang exclaimed, "Wow, how lovely." "Mother, stop it," he replied, his face pale. "After years apart, my dear Huayr has grown taller and even more handsome. Come, let mother give you a kiss." Mu Chihua's expression turned ashen as he cast a desperate glance toward the doorway, seeking help from his little junior sister, who was nearby, munching on seeds and enjoying the spectacle, silently mouthing, "Help." Chu Sang cleared her throat and stepped forward, sweetly greeting, "Annie, hello." Oh. Huayr's little junior sister has come too. Such a soft and lovely girl, and so beautiful. Come, give mother a kiss. Both were met with a peck on the cheek, leaving Chu Sang momentarily dazed. As a practitioner ascends to a new realm, their lifespan multiplies several-fold, rendering the phenomenon of rejuvenation in the world of cultivation a mere triviality. The head of the Mu family, having yet to reach a century in age, has advanced to the transformation stage, marking her as a rare talent. Her appearance naturally reverts to that of her youth, resembling a Na'vi spirit lost in the woods. Yet the cunning and depth lurking in her eyes betray a sophistication beyond that of a young woman, revealing her as someone adept at masquerading a dark heart. Chapter 57. The promise of the 5th senior brother. You are mistaken. At that time, I was still carrying to her and was not this youthful, Mu Chan rebuked. Bai Heng chuckled softly, opting not to pursue the topic further. Speaking of Mu Tu, Mu Chan's ire flared. Bring this ungrateful child to me. Let go of me. Mu Tu, bound and kneeling on the ground, showed no sign of diminished spirit. Upon seeing Mu Chan, his face paled slightly, and in a daze he exclaimed, "I was just unwilling. I didn't realize that the demons were targeting the Mu family. They approached me, offering assistance to attain the position of head of the Mu family, with nothing more than a few pills as payment." The elders present could no longer contain their disbelief. How could one be so foolish as to think that the treacherous demons would act in his interest? He was on the brink of ruin without even recognizing it. Regardless of his motives, the audacity to invite demons into the family was a transgression of the highest order. While Mu Chan appeared to smile, her gaze was chilling. Witnessing Mu Tu break free from the grasp of the servants, he clung to her leg in tears, lamenting his fate. "Mother, I didn't mean it. Please forgive me. Tua, you are my son. How could I blame you?" She sighed, her demeanor softening as she cradled his tear-streaked face. "Do not cry." Her warm hand gently brushed away his tears. "Mother, I knew you were the best to me," Mu Tu said, overwhelmed with emotion, though rage simmered within him. Those demonic cultivators were utterly useless. They couldn't even eliminate this old woman and nearly led him to ruin. As he contemplated his next move, a sudden sharp pain coursed through his face, followed swiftly by blood streaming from his nose, eyes, and ears. Mu Tu screamed and collapsed, wailing, "Mother, mother, I was wrong." This abrupt turn of events left everyone present in shock. The warmth in Mu Chan's expression vanished, replaced by a cold smile. "This has nothing to do with you. After so many years of teaching him, he is still as foolish as his father. Those who dare to covet my position will find no mercy from me. Take him away. I have stripped him of all his cultivation and confined him to the family's forbidden grounds for reflection. No one is permitted to visit without my command." Mu Chan cast a cold glance at the pale elders, her smile growing more radiant. "Anyone who dares to plead on his behalf shall share in his punishment. Should I discover any of our kin consorting with the demons again, their fate will be even more dire." The once arrogant elders fell silent, drenched in cold sweat, nodding in agreement. In the dungeon, Mu Chan casually administered pills to the demon cultivators. The formidable Yuan Ing stage demons perished almost instantly. Chu Sang finally understood where her sick senior brother had learned to use poison. Remembering the earlier incident of someone touching her face, she felt a slight itch. In summary, the Mu family's affairs had finally concluded, and she had additionally gained 10 reward points, likely for thwarting the darkening of the sick senior brother in the original narrative. However, there had been no previous reward points. After pondering, she attributed it to the merit of the Sui Wei Pearl. Regrettably, Mu Chi Huai had ventured to the place of inheritance and returned with little of value, merely a damaged pill formula, and had been pursued. The youth lay despondently on the table, and Chu Sang examined the pill formula, unable to discern its significance. If only she could piece together a complete formula, perhaps she could glean some insights. After setting down the formula, Chu Sang turned to Mu Chi Huai, her expression brightening. "By the way, sick senior brother, what was the name of the pill your father fed to the demons last time? It was incredible how it instantly drained the Yuan Ing stage demons of their power. Can you concoct it?" "This is the demon binding pill. It does not strip demons of their power outright, but can confine their demonic energy for a short duration." Mu Chi Huai suddenly perked up, blinking in surprise. "What are you planning? Me? A little girl like me has no ill intentions," Chu Sang replied, her face unflinching. "Merely curious. You are so capable. Surely you can refine it, right?" Her eyes sparkled with anticipation. Flattered by her praise, Mu Chi Huai cleared his throat, turning his face away. "Of course, but this is an Earth-grade pill, and I will need time to research it. I could prepare it for you in a few months. I must also remind you that while Earth-grade pills like the demon-binding pill are universally effective, their efficacy diminishes with the opponent's cultivation level. Above the transformation stage, they are practically ineffective." "That will suffice," Chu Sang nodded, although she felt it was a loss to retrieve a damaged pill formula from the place of inheritance. The Mu family was still quite generous to its disciples. Mu Chi Huai's reward for placing first was an ancient pill book detailing the methods for refining Earth-grade pills, including the demon-binding pill. As she watched her 6th and 7th senior brothers advance to the mid-golden core stage, Chu Sang felt a pang of sorrow. Logically, her own breakthrough to the golden core stage should not lag behind theirs by months, especially since both were dual spirit roots, while she possessed a heavenly spirit root, suggesting her cultivation speed ought to surpass theirs. Yet her own progress seemed frozen, and months passed without any increase. She was certain her absorption of spiritual energy was sound. Upon introspecting her Dantian, she discovered its capacity appeared to be several times larger than that of others. While this meant she was invincible among equals, advancing would prove exceedingly challenging. How peculiar! She was not a 5-spirit root, yet encountered such an anomaly. Unable to comprehend the cause, she found solace in the fact that Su Chanin had previously promised to forge a personal spirit weapon for her upon her reaching the Golden Core stage, and the time had come for him to fulfill that promise. What kind of personal spirit sword do you desire? Su Chen inquired. A late reminder. Question. In ancient times, one would wear a crown at 20. Why did the 6th senior brother don one at 17? Answer. The 6th senior brother inherited his mother's naturally curly hair, which frizzed into a lion-like mane after washing, causing much annoyance. Thus, he decided to tie it up. Chapter 58. I want a colorful, glowing sword. It should be convenient to wield. Anything else? It should be sturdy, durable, and not of shoddy quality. They say sword cultivators are the poorest, as frequent battles wear down their swords, necessitating costly repairs. She certainly did not wish to incur debts to support her spouse. Is that all? No other requests? Chu Sang paused, her tone hopeful. Could it glow with multiple colors? Su Chenin smirked slightly, choosing to overlook her last request. I shall forge you a growth-type personal spirit sword. Its quality will surpass that of ordinary spirit swords and be more precious. Once bound to you, it can grow stronger with your cultivation, becoming increasingly attuned to you, and can be upgraded with materials later on. However, crafting a growth-type spirit sword is significantly more challenging than that of an ordinary sword, and the required materials are exceedingly rare. He spread out a scroll map before her, pointing to a location. Look here. I have received news from a friend who is a blacksmith that near Yushur City in the southern region lies a renowned moon spring lake. This is no ordinary lake, but a spirit lake rich in spiritual energy. If your cultivation is limited, you may wish to linger there for a few days to absorb the energy, nurtured by the eternal spirit of the Wan Nianling Shui. The subterranean depths near the lake abound with Xianling iron ore, a remarkably precious material for casting raw iron. Without hesitation, Chu Sang nodded and, that very afternoon, took to the skies on her sword towards Nanzhou. Upon her arrival, she discovered that the Yuquan had been sealed off by several local clans, barring entry to outsiders. Disguising herself with a human skin mask, she mingled among the crowd to gather information. It was said that a year prior, a mysterious entity had invaded Yuquan Lake, leading to a depletion of spiritual energy within the lake, insufficient even for the needs of these clans. Consequently, the most prestigious family in the area spearheaded the blockade of Yuquan Lake, forbidding outsiders from utilizing its resources. They also dispatched numerous individuals to investigate the situation. Yet the true cause of the energy depletion remained elusive, and the rumored monster had yet to be captured. As night fell, Chu Sang affixed a concealment talisman behind a tree and patiently observed for several hours, nearly mastering the rotation of the guards. She casually picked up a small stone and tossed it outward. The lethargic guards sprang into action, rushing over only to find nothing amiss. In the next moment, they felt a sharp pain at the nape of their necks and collapsed silently to the ground. Chu Sang turned to see one straggler attempting to flee. Was he about to report? The guard, trembling, stammered, "Please be gentle." "Very well," she replied, delivering a punch that knocked him unconscious. With a confident stride, she approached the lakeside, where she spotted a young girl playing in the water under the moonlight. The girl wore a flowing green dress that cascaded like leaves, even trailing into the lake without her awareness. Startled by the unfamiliar footsteps behind her, the girl gasped and prepared to flee when a golden net descended upon her, ensnaring her. Who dares to sneak into Yuquan Lake? Chu Sang strolled forward, her demeanor exuding confidence that belied her role as a thief. The girl, clearly mistaking Chu Sang for a member of a nearby clan, flustered and exclaimed, "I didn't mean to." "Excuse me?" Chu Sang found the remark peculiar. But before she could ponder further, a familiar voice called out in anger from behind, "Who dares to sneak into Yuquan Lake?" The net fell empty to the ground. The pursuers, having caught up, paused in confusion, each one murmuring, "Strange, I clearly saw a figure. How did it vanish?" The guards, having been rendered unconscious, confirmed the presence of a thief who had infiltrated the area, and they dispersed to search for the elusive intruder. Chu Sang observed as the frantic group rushed in and then hurriedly retreated. Looking down, she noticed that her shadow had vanished under the moonlight. Once the commotion subsided, her shadow reemerged as the girl in the green dress joyfully emerged from the brush. She was about to greet Chu Sang when, in an instant, a binding rope ensnared her, suspending her upside down from a tree. "Ooh, I helped you just now. Why are you bullying me again? Please, don't capture me. You carry the scent of Xiao Yeye." Xiao Yeye? Chu Sang was unfamiliar with the name, thinking her sister too aloof for such familiarity. "Woo-woo, you must be the little thief they speak of, the one who has drained the spiritual energy from the lake." The girl nodded dejectedly. "Since you've been here for a year, you must know the area well. Have you seen any passageways leading underground?" Once Chu Sang received her affirmative response, she released the girl and gestured for her to lead the way. The fragile girl, bound and lacking the strength to resist, resigned herself to guide Chu Sang forward. Within a nearby forest cave, they stumbled upon a hidden passageway leading underground. Chu Sang produced a small paper figure, a trinket her fifth senior brother often crafted during his leisure. Tightening the ropes, she secured the girl to a tree not far away. As she ventured into the tunnel, she indeed discovered a rich vein of Xianling ore. The deeper she traversed, the higher the quality of the ore became, until she stumbled upon a massive block of Xianling ore, aged over 100,000 years. Her eyes sparkled with delight as she summoned a pointed artifact and knelt to extract the ore intact. Just as she prepared to depart, Xiao Bai scampered out from her consciousness, pacing in circles before tugging at her pant leg. "Dearest, there seems to be something below." "Deeper?" Chu Sang pondered, then retrieved several explosive talismans, forcefully creating an opening and using a golden armor talisman to shield her from falling debris as she continued downwards without obstruction. Utilizing her spiritual sense, she determined she had reached the very bottom of the spiritual lake, where the overwhelming spiritual energy became palpable, almost frightening. She discovered a spiritual eye, a massive piece of exceptional spiritual stone. How large? It was larger than herself. She had uncovered the reason behind the existence of the spiritual lake near this obscure town. This was indeed an unexpected boon. Without hesitation, Chu Sang placed the exquisite stone into her Qinkuan bag. The commotion from the explosion was too loud, and the surrounding families quickly dispatched individuals to investigate. She scrambled to ascend, intending to make her escape, but noticed the girl tied to the tree had suddenly collapsed without warning. Should those clans capture her, the girl would surely suffer dire consequences. Chu Sang, though somewhat reluctant, acted upon her conscience, scooping the girl into her arms and taking flight on her sword. "Third sister, have you seen sixth brother? I encountered someone who has fainted and need him to take a look." To her surprise, when Rinyu appeared even more flustered than she, exclaiming, "Fifth junior sister? Ah, fifth sister?" Chu Sang was taken aback. This little thief was her fifth senior sister? What does this mean? Both were anxious. "We are low on water." After providing water, the girl slowly regained consciousness, and upon seeing Wen Runyu sitting beside her, she leapt into her arms, sobbing, "Wu, Xiao Yeye, I finally see you again. I thought I would never see you in this lifetime." So Xiao Yeye referred to the third senior sister, Chu Sang mused, feeling as though her fifth sister lacked a certain intellectual acuity. "Ah, this matter is rather lengthy." Chu Sang sheepishly recounted the events, omitting her earlier act of binding her fifth sister, striving to portray herself as a kind and loving junior sister. She then pivoted the discussion, "Fifth brother, I have secured the Xianling ore." Su Chanen examined the bag, and, upon seeing its contents, a look of mild astonishment graced his gentle features. "This is indeed a piece of Xianling iron aged 100,000 years. Iron of the same age is already considered rare, let alone Xianling iron, which can fetch a price exceeding 1,000,000 spirit stones per pound. It is well known that the junior sister possesses extraordinary luck." Muki Wai, observing her rummaging through her Qinkuan bag, inquired, "What are you searching for?" Wen Rinyu and Chang Sheng also looked on with curiosity. "Watch closely, don't blink." Chu Sang smiled, preparing to unveil her treasure. A massive, towering piece of exceptional spiritual stone nearly dazzled the eyes of the four present. Aside from Chang Sheng, who appeared dazed, the others could not restrain their exclamations of awe. They were truly tempted to kneel before the junior sister in reverence. Where had she unearthed such a colossal piece of exceptional spiritual stone? Su Chanen took a deep breath, barely containing his excitement. Though well-versed in the world, He found himself repeatedly astonished by the junior sister's exploits. He released a strand of spiritual sense to confirm the authenticity of the exceptional spiritual stone. Its richness was undeniable. Cautioning her, he added, "Such a large piece of exceptional spiritual stone is too extravagant. Would you like me to help you refine it?" Chu Sang agreed, only to regret her decision 3 days later. Su Chun and had fashioned her a coffin. Indeed, a genuine coffin, perfectly rectangular, as though it were merely awaiting the application of talismans for protection. In the future, when you venture out to train in secret realms, you can use this as a bed, resting within while absorbing spiritual energy and upgrading automatically. Su Chunin was deeply captivated by her genius-like idea, gesturing for her to lie down and gently closing the lid for her. As her vision faded to black, she realized that lying down was surprisingly comfortable. Feeling the pure spiritual energy surging wildly from all directions within the enclosed space, Chu Sang took a deep breath, feeling immensely at ease. It was as if every pore in her body opened wide, the spiritual energy rushing in chaotically, nearly overwhelming her, even with her Tian Lingqing. The exceptional spirit stone was indeed extraordinary. After months of stagnation in her cultivation, she finally made some progress. Today, she had discovered an unidentified object in the vegetable garden and was momentarily stunned. "Fifth senior sister, why are you lying on the ground?" Chanyu responded vaguely, I'm fine. Chu Sang, sensing something was amiss, suggested, "I think you might need to see sixth senior brother." Chang Sheng shook her head, and in that brief moment, Chu Sang felt her vitality waning. This situation seemed a bit unusual, prompting her to prepare a remedy for third senior sister. While waiting, she utilized Mu Shi Ling to revive the struggling little plants in her vegetable garden. Just as she closed her eyes, a soft body enveloped her. Opening her eyes in surprise, she found Chang Sheng tightly embracing her. Like a cat delighted by catnip, Chang Sheng seemed to come alive in an instant. To her astonishment, a small tender sprout had even grown from the top of her head. "Oh my, fifth senior sister has sprouted." Chu Sang was bewildered. So comfortable. The first one will be for Xiao Ye, and the second for my junior sister." She spoke nonsensically. "Junior sister, did you hear that? They're saying thank you. They say they love their master and appreciate the gifts. That sprout, the Yushang grass, says you crushed it. It is dying." Chu Sang quickly got up and, as expected, saw a small spirit grass flatten beneath her. She catalyzed it with Mu Shi Ling, and the Yushang grass revived, shaking its leaves as if genuinely expressing gratitude. Upon seeing Wen Rinyue approaching, she jumped up, exclaiming, "Help! Third senior sister, something is wrong. Fifth senior sister has sprouted. Wow, she has sprouted. How rare. It has been ages since she last sprouted new shoots. What exactly is fifth senior sister?" Even a fool could discern that she was not human. Wen Rinyue paused for a moment before declaring, "An ancient divine tree, the immortal wood." Chapter 60. The immortal wood. It is not uncommon for demonic beasts to transform into human forms, but instances of plants assuming human shapes are quite rare. Wen Rinyue explained, Chang Sheng is an extraordinarily rare plant-type demonic creature, with her true form being the ancient divine tree, the immortal wood. The immortal wood? Chu Sang was taken aback. Is it the same immortal which she knew? In the original story, there was a famously known immortal wood, the consumption of which could bring a person back to life, and its fruits could be used to concoct the heavenly grade longevity elixir. Once, Qin Shishue, severely injured and on the verge of death, required the immortal wood for healing. In the original tale, when Rinyue and the protagonist clashed over the immortal wood, until I was 7, they suddenly began capturing demonic beasts across various continents, slaughtering every one of them, obedient or disobedient alike. I was utterly perplexed at the time, persistently seeking the truth. It was only upon accidentally trespassing into a forbidden area that I discovered the sect master of the beast refining sect had unexpectedly obtained the immortal wood, intending to nourish it with the blood of thousands of demonic beasts to make it bloom and bear fruit. And then what? Chu Sang inquired. Then I stole the immortal wood, when Rinyue stated defiantly, how could such a divine tree fall into the hands of those scoundrels? Once I took it, they would no longer seek to feed it with the blood of demonic beasts. Chu Sang finally understood the sequence of events. She had initially thought the antagonist had stolen from the protagonists, but the reality was the opposite. Qin Shishue had snatched the immortal wood from third senior sister. It turned out that her entire sect had been unwittingly aiding the protagonists in their quest for treasures. Chu Sang silently vowed that she would not allow this to happen again. Fifth senior sister seemed to have a great affinity for the power of Mushi Ling. Chu Sang gazed at the beautiful girl resting on her lap, now peacefully snoring. It felt a bit strange, having such close contact, yet not entirely unpleasant. When Rinyu nodded, Mushi Ling represents the purest wood-type energy in existence. It is entirely normal for Chang Sheng to feel connection. I have heard that if one can cultivate Mushi Ling to the 10th level, it will enable the immortal wood to bloom and bear fruit. The 10th level? It took her a year just to barely reach the 3rd level. Even in the original story, Qin Shishue had not achieved the 10th level. Had she? I will work hard, she resolved. Mu Chi Huai, having reached the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm, found alchemy to be a breeze. Not only did he successfully refine the demon-binding pill for Chu Sang, but he also concocted medicine to treat third senior brother's leg injury. While alchemy was straightforward, the challenge lay in who would deliver the medicine. Suddenly recalling a batch of spirit tools yet to be refined, Su Chunin seized the opportunity to slip away. When Ren Yue was unable to stop him, her face pale as she turned to Mu Chi Huai. You refined the pills. You should personally deliver them. I accidentally burned my hand while refining pills. I might not be able to go, Mu Chi Huai retorted boldly. I didn't see any injuries on your hand. When Ren Yue shot back, internal injuries, he insisted, you just want to exploit me. Why don't you go yourself? I am a senior sister. Then I'm still the junior brother. Junior brothers should naturally listen to their senior sisters. Shouldn't senior sisters be humble and yield to junior brothers? One Ren Yue rolled up her sleeves, ready to fight. If you keep arguing, I can go deliver it. Chang Sheng timidly raised her paw. Third senior brother is very nice to me. When I visited him last time, he even prepared a hot spring for me with many precious spices. It was fragrant, though a bit too hot. When Ren Yue punched her lightly, he was probably thinking of stewing you for soup. You fool. Chu Sang watched as the several senior brothers and sisters playfully pushed each other, the bonds of their sect crumbling, feeling heartbroken. She slammed the table, declaring, I will deliver the medicine. The three of them looked at her with newfound respect. Wow, the daredevil junior sister. In the end, it was Chu Sang who took the elixirs to the East Peak to find Mu Changqing. Surprisingly, Mu Changqing's reaction was far calmer than they had anticipated. He received the elixirs expressionlessly and consumed them. Over a month later, his leg injury had nearly healed completely. When Chu Sang arrived in the morning to deliver the last dose of medicine, he suddenly said, I want to take a walk. Chu Sang intended to help him, but he waved her off, insisting on walking alone like a stubborn giant. However, having not walked in a long time, his legs felt weak, and Chu Sang quickly caught up to support him, preventing him from stumbling. All right, third senior brother, don't be stubborn. Let me accompany you, she urged. As Mu Changqing felt the warmth of her hand enveloping his, he ultimately chose silence as they traversed the dirt path, crossed the grassy area, and navigated the wooden bridge over the river, wandering into the depths of the forest. Mu Changqing grew quiet, and as Chu Sang was about to greet him and take her leave, she noticed him producing a small knife from somewhere. Startled, she thought he might be going mad again, wanting to dismantle the bridge. Instead, he made a cut on his wrist and took out a porcelain white vial, filling it with blood. His complexion turned pale, even his lips losing their color. Chu Sang stepped back, securely accepting the vial. She felt a bit dazed as she left. Realizing that he wanted the blood vial in her hand, she tossed it into the air, watching as it spun around. Little Bite chased after it, darting wherever it landed. Do you want to drink this? Could it be that third senior brother's blood is truly unusual? Thinking that third senior brother would never harm her, Chu Sang poured the blood out for Little Bai to consume. After drinking, Little Bai fell into a deep slumber for several days, reminiscent of the last time it had leveled up. However, this time it transcended the 3rd stage, advancing directly from the 2nd to the 4th stage. Its form enlarged by a factor of 2, its tail transformed into 4, adorned with enigmatic dark purple totemic runes, and it awakened a new ability known as Domain. In Chapter 61, the true identity of the third senior brother is revealed. Could it be that the blood of the third senior brother is so extraordinary? Chu Sang shook Xiao Bai, wondering why the reverse pet did not leave her with a couple of drops. She too wished to take a nap and awaken as a Yuaning. This blood seems to be beneficial only to the demon race. Xiao Bai was nearly shaken out of her wits, shattering the last shred of her fantasy. This bloodline flowed with pure and formidable demonic power. a privilege exclusive to the royal lineage of the demon race. It is indeed the blood of a true demon king, utterly useless to you. The blood of a demon king? Chu Sang blinked. Is the third senior brother truly a demon king? That seems implausible. The current demon king resides comfortably within the demon realm, and he harbors a profound disdain for the cultivation world. If he indeed had offspring imprisoned by the cultivators, he would not remain so unfazed. Thus, the only remaining possibility is that the third senior brother hails from the lineage of the former demon king. It is already confirmed that the former demon king was slain by the current one. This fact has remained unchanged in both the original narrative and this lifetime. Unless the former demon king still has surviving heirs. Could the third senior brother be a scion of the former demon king? Chu Sang paused, finding it utterly absurd yet strangely logical. There appeared to be no other explanation. She sighed, with the second senior brother being a ghostly infant, the third senior brother a son of a demon king, and the fifth senior sister possessing divine wood. The Lingqing sect indeed boasts a wealth of talent. If another individual from the demon clan were to join, they could summon a divine dragon. Oh, and the third senior sister could also be considered a former member of the demon clan. A small sect with merely a dozen members managed to gather representatives from all major races. The sect leader truly has an eye for talent. Moreover, the Zhao family has not been at peace these past few months, with everyone living in fear, wondering what misfortune they have incurred. Their residence has been beset by assassins attempting to eliminate them in various cunning ways. Today it might be a maid delivering meals, tomorrow a guard. The day after an elderly man transporting goods. Such underhanded tactics render them defenseless. Their strength is formidable, and capturing them has proven elusive. There have been several close calls. The eldest son of the Zhao family, who was exercising in the morning, ended up with a broken leg after being kicked from behind, and is now better than recuperating. The Zhao family is in a state of unease, with the higher-ups even convening a meeting to review whether they have offended any factions, prompting retaliatory actions. Though the methods may be treacherous and unethical, they are undeniably effective. Dantaiming removed the human skin mask from his face, absently wiping at a newly developed pimple with a frown. Upon seeing his junior sister approach, all his troubles seemed to vanish, and he exclaimed as he rushed over. "What are you doing in such a hurry? After being gone for a few months, have you made no progress at all?" Mu Chi teased. "Listen, something big has happened." Dantaiming was almost transforming into an information broker. Has the world ended, or is the demon clan invading? Chu Sang lay down, covering her face with a leaf. "If everyone is doomed together, please inform me early. I wish to enjoy my last day in comfort and sleep well." "Not at all. What on earth are you thinking?" Dantaiming replied, bewildered. "Recently, a realm of the underworld has manifested. The domain city is unlike an ordinary secret realm. Its boundaries continue to expand, consuming nearby life forms. In just a few days, several towns have been devoured, turning into places of burial that ordinary people cannot approach. There are certainly many malevolent cultivators lurking in the shadows, making the situation exceedingly precarious." Muchi Huai and Wen Rinyu both wore grave expressions. Dantaiming nodded, then shook his head. The undead in this instance differ from those found in secret realms. The latter are predominantly low-level white zombies, lacking intelligence, and while numerous, are not particularly dangerous. Initially, the ghostly corpses lacked intelligence, but just yesterday, it seemed that rumors among the cultivators suggested their power was increasing, and a small portion of the ghostly corpses was beginning to exhibit intelligence. If this situation continues unchecked, it is highly likely that a ghost king will emerge. Should a ghost king come into being, countless lives would be lost, and the entire cultivation world would be significantly affected. What do the 8 great sects have to say about this? Chu Sang inquired, as this situation is not one that ordinary individuals can intervene in. If necessary, the hidden Tao ancestors within the major sects should make their appearance. If those powerful figures from the sects and families were to intervene, the circumstances would not become so dire. However, the issue is that the ghost domain imposes cultivation restrictions, preventing any cultivators below the Yuan-Ing stage from entering. Therefore, the 8 great sects are urgently gathering talented individuals below the Yuan-Ing stage from various continents, aiming to eliminate the threat before the Ghost King fully materializes. Dantaiming spoke earnestly, his demeanor imbued with righteousness, as if he were ready to sacrifice himself at any moment. Such a perilous task should not be undertaken without substantial compensation. The 8 great sects are indeed somewhat stingy. upon meeting the approving gazes of his companions. She recalled that she was meant to uphold virtue alongside her senior brothers and sisters. With a sudden determination, she sprang to her feet, drawing her sword from its sheath. Exterminating demons is the duty of a disciple of the righteous path. It is an obligation that cannot be neglected, even without reward. The others were taken aback. Is our junior sister's consciousness so elevated? Of course, Chu Sang had further plans. The ghost domain is a fragment of the ghost realm that has split off, and the atmosphere there is saturated with ghostly energy. She was somewhat worried that the second senior brother might be instinctively drawn there, and recalling his previous loss of control, she felt a twinge of concern and resolved to check on him. It also provided an opportunity to bring her unmotivated senior brothers and sisters along, allowing them to experience trials and enhance their cultivation, thereby steering further away from a fate of being mere cannon fodder. Determined, the next day, the group set off on their journey. Su Chun and, always meticulous, had already prepared a travel itinerary. The location where the ghost domain has manifested is very close to the boundary between the ghost domain and the cultivation world, making their journey quite lengthy. Even with sword flight, it would take at least 5 days. By the time they arrive, the Ghost King might already be grilling human skewers with its minions. The journey is too far. We must take the Shueyun boat. Wen Rinyu shook her head. Major sects and affluent families possess Shueyun boats, but their sect has fallen into such disrepair that even thinking about a Shueyun boat is out of the question. Such large, advanced transportation artifacts can only be forged through the collaboration of cultivators above the Yuaning stage. Even if the fifth senior brother possesses exceptional talent, time is not on their side. They're lagging behind other sects and families, and the others have likely already reached their destination. They cannot even hope to hitch a ride. Perhaps I know someone who hasn't gone yet. We can go and ride on a Shueyun boat. Chu Sang Bunda, suggesting the idea. In Chapter 62, Do Not Fear, I Am a Pervert. Zhao Sun was sleeping soundly when he was awakened by some commotion. Upon opening his eyes, he was taken aback to find several unfamiliar shadowy figures standing ominously by his bedside, nearly causing him to ascend in fright. The young man's face turned ashen as he tightly gripped the blanket. Who are you? How dare you trespass into the Zhao family? Do you believe I won't call for help? Chu Sang snapped her fingers, extinguishing the oil lamp and illuminating the room. She flashed him a sweet and amiable smile. Hi. Long time no see. Don't be so formal. Do you remember who I am? She waved a token before him. Such grand family estates are equipped with formations, and thanks to the assassins Zhao Sun previously sent, they were able to obtain several entry tokens. Otherwise, they could not have entered the Zhao family as freely as if strolling through a garden. Zhao Sun snapped back to reality, glaring at her with intensity, his teeth gritted. It's you. He had aimed to obtain the chaotic blue lotus, only to have the seed fall into the hands of this treacherous little thief. For the first time in his life, he had been so thoroughly outwitted. Even if she turned to ashes, he would recognize her immediately and scatter her ashes. Mu Chi Huai patted his plastered leg. Oh dear, seems you're injured. Zhao Sun winced in pain, his expression contorting further. What do you want from us? What a surprise. Is he quite familiar with these people? What could possibly prompt them to visit his home at such a late hour? Although he admits to possessing decent looks, it is utterly outrageous for these oddities to intrude upon his private quarters. The Zhao family, to which Zhao Sun belongs, is one of the 4 esteemed families in the art of weapon refinement, undoubtedly possessing multiple Shueyun boats. It would be foolish not to seize the opportunity to borrow one. Chu Sang spoke directly and without preamble. Zhao Sun sneered, how naive. What makes you think you can borrow a Shueyun boat from the Zhao family? Chu Sang persisted, 6th senior brother. Please. Without hesitation, Mu Chi Huai presented his treasured items, his eyes sparkling with mischief. Choose one from these delightful companions. Ban Xiao, Hong Yang, Wu Gong, or Chi Chan. Zhao Sun felt an urge to shout for help, yet Chu Sang swiftly sealed his mouth with a soundproof talisman, rendering him voiceless. When a guard inquired about the commotion, Zhao Sun's voice inadvertently escaped due to some unknown artifact wielded by that insufferable woman. The guards soon departed, leaving Zhao Sun despondent, realizing he could not contend with these peculiar individuals. Still going to call for help? Chu Sang inquired. Zhao Sun shook his head, pale as death. Only then did Chu Sang lift the seal from his mouth. He exhaled deeply, casting a cold glare at the group, and said, You intend to borrow a Shueyun boat to venture into the ghost city, don't you? That place is perilously dangerous, filled with toxic miasma and malevolent spirits. Only the defensive formations aboard the Shuiyun boats can withstand such threats. Even the Zhao family possesses merely 3 Shuiyun boats, and as a mere young master, I hold no authority to lend one to you. Chu Sang had considered this dilemma and replied matter-of-factly, then you should accompany us. Despite the inherent dangers, this journey presented an excellent opportunity for cultivators to establish their reputations. Besides, the world of cultivation has always valued the coexistence of opportunity and peril. Each prominent family had dispatched their favored disciples, and if Zhao Sun were to participate, the Zhao family would undoubtedly consent. Zhao Sun's expression soured. I shall not go. Those fools wishing to court death may do so, but he would not venture into such a treacherous place, in a realm where elixirs abound. How could a mere leg injury persist for half a month? He feigned illness, refusing to take medicine simply to avoid going to Go City. Not going? Chu Sang raised an eyebrow. Not going. I'd rather die than go. Chu Sang stepped back, and Six's senior brother took the stage. Mu Chihuai smiled amiably. Uncle Zhao, you're being too courteous. While Zhao Sun and I may not be of the same lineage, we share a good rapport, and assisting you with this minor favor is only right. Zhao Sun was incensed. He did not know this person, so why was he fabricating connections? His face flushed with rage at these rogues who resorted to coercion and deceit, while Chu Sang affixed a talisman to him, leaving him unable to voice his grievances. The head of the Zhao family, aware of their intent to journey to Ghost City, generously lent them a Shuiyun boat, accompanied by dozens of guards for their protection. Chu Sang had never before seen the opulent Shuiyun boat, which resembled a grand vessel sailing upon the sky, capable of accommodating hundreds or even thousands of individuals with ease. What a magnificent sight! I wish I could have a Shuiyun boat of my own, Chu Sang mused aloud. Su Chun, passing by, overheard her and chuckled. When I reach the Yuanying stage, I shall forge one for you. With just a single opportunity, one could break through their bottleneck. Throughout the journey, Zhao Sun's countenance remained grim, his mood further soured by the antics of those around him. As a delicate weapon cultivator, he felt utterly powerless to resist. You've been sulking all along. Try to smile a little, Chu Sang suggested as she seated herself beside him, determined to comfort the forlorn youth. Zhao Sun shot her a dark look. The thought of being torn apart by those ghastly corpses brought him no amusement. He resolved that, even if he were to perish, he would drag these detestable individuals down with him. By the way, why are you so eager for that chaos, Qinglian? Zhao Sun's expression shifted slightly as he lowered his gaze, murmuring, my talent is too poor, and I need the chaos Qinglian to enhance it. He spoke with bitterness. I was so close to obtaining it, only for you to snatch it away. It was one thing to deny him direct access, but to thwart him at the final moment was infuriating beyond measure. Little did she know how much he loathed her for turning him into a pawn in her game. Zhao Sun possessed 4 spiritual roots, a slight improvement over the rare 5 spiritual roots, which were practically worthless without great fortune. For spiritual roots barely met the threshold for cultivation, yet remained inferior. Without opportunities to enhance his spiritual roots, he would be limited to the golden core stage at best, regardless of how many resources he accumulated. As the eldest son of the Zhao family, carrying the burden of 4 spiritual roots weighed heavily on him throughout his life. Thus, obtaining the chaos Qinglian was imperative, but now it was too late to lament. Chu Sang nodded in understanding. Ah, so that is the reason. No wonder you were so frantic after losing the Qinglian. Even the most contemptible of individuals can evoke a measure of sympathy. What does that have to do with me? Zhao Sun's expression grew more twisted as he turned away from her, fearing that his anger might cause him to ascend on the spot. The speed of the Shuiyun boat was indeed remarkable, surpassing that of sword flight by at least double. Within half a day, they arrived at Ghost City. Below, a vast throng of cultivators had gathered, undoubtedly mingling with some sinister practitioners. Chu Sang leaned over the railing to survey the scene. The crowd was overwhelming, and she wondered if second senior brother was among them. The miasma here was intense. Wenren turned to the others and cautioned, we must take precautions, otherwise, the consequences of the malevolent energy entering our bodies would be dire. Chongsheng appeared more fatigued than ever. Mu Chihuai produced pre-prepared breath-holding pills, distributing a bottle to each person, containing 10 pills that could sustain them for 3 days. Chu Sang gave him a thumbs up, grateful for Sixth Senior Brother's timely assistance. While they had not encountered Second Senior Brother, they did come across the male and female leads. Mo Qingqian's cultivation had inexplicably surged to the late golden core stage in just a few months, which did not surprise her, but the fact that Qin Xie, the soft and charming heroine, had also reached the same level was quite astonishing. You all have come to the ghost domain? Qiu Xiuda, having learned from previous experiences, refrained from speaking disrespectfully, though his disdain was still evident. The disciples from lesser sects dared to venture into Ghost City in search of treasures, a reckless endeavor. Their sect elders had warned them that while the ghost domain was perilous, it was also the resting place of countless fallen cultivators. And, as long as they did not provoke the internal spirits, they could glean significant gains outside. Why else would so many cultivators flock here? Did they truly believe they were heroes intent on saving the world? Laughable. They merely sought to procure treasures for themselves. What followed was a somewhat comical scene. Despite the extreme dangers of the ghost domain, many cultivators appeared as if they had spotted treasures beyond measure, their eyes gleaming with fervor as they stealthily monitored their surroundings. Fearful of being outpaced by others entering the city first, Chu Sang shook her head. The ghost domain was shrouded in sinister and toxic gases, and they had finally reached the moment when the concentration of malevolent energy was at its lowest, making it the perfect time to enter the city. The cultivators outside could no longer contain themselves. Each unleashed their full potential, talismans and artifacts flying in all directions, a dazzling array of colors illuminating the area, all eager to be the first to enter the ghost domain in search of treasures. Just as Chu Sang's group prepared to advance, a sharp beam of sword light sliced through the air, another ambush by Qiu Xiuda. Fortunately, Chu Sang had been prepared. A golden armor talisman effortlessly deflected the attack. Do not think you can outpace us. Indeed. After you, Chu Sang replied, unfazed, as she gestured graciously for them to proceed. Qiu Xiuda's expression grew increasingly peculiar, while Qin Shishue's gaze shifted towards Chu Sang. In the brief hesitation that ensued, several cultivators rushed into the entrance, only to emit a chorus of anguished screams the next moment, as they swiftly evaporated into a cloud of black mist, vanishing without a trace. Qiu Xiuda's complexion turned as pale as paper, relieved that they had not ventured forward earlier, and then cast a resentful look at Chu Sang, exclaiming, "You knew all along?" Chu Sang widened her eyes, retorting, "Don't you dare accuse the innocent. Wasn't it you who eagerly sought to reincarnate?" Infuriated, Qiu Xiuda lamented the selfishness of those who were aware yet chose to remain silent. "There's a killing formation at the entrance. Why don't we join forces to break it?" A disciple clad in a blue Sect robe approached, and Chu Sang recognized him as a member of the Baxiang Sect. The two leading figures were familiar to her, being the Sect's chief disciple Cui Xiu and the proud junior Lingqing. It was Cui Xiu who had just spoken. The heart techniques of the 8 great sects are not to be disseminated, which confirms that they had never laid eyes on her before, thus indicating her exceptional talent. He had always valued talent and enjoyed forming connections with the gifted. It would be optimal to foster a good relationship with them, or even better, to undermine them covertly. Dantaiming, sensing the underlying intentions of the others, positioned himself protectively in front of his junior sister, declaring, "If we are to cooperate, why do you keep staring at my little junior sister? Could it be that you harbor a secret affection?" Cui Xiu's expression momentarily froze, his smile appearing somewhat forced as he suggested, "Let us discuss our strategy." Lingqing interjected, "You've caused enough trouble to frighten my senior brother." Chu Sang found herself speechless, wondering why she was being treated as a monster. The two factions engaged in negotiations and swiftly reached a consensus to break the formation together. Qin Shishua watched from the sidelines, her expression darkening as she nervously tugged at the handkerchief in her grasp, unable to conceal her jealousy. When had Chu Sang established such a close rapport with the other 8 great sects? It was well known that disciples of the Baxiang sect were notoriously proud and held themselves in high regard, often looking down upon their group of sword cultivators. They had not even spared her a glance earlier, yet they turned to collaborate with Chu Sang. Back in Tianyin's sect, no one had paid any attention to Chu Sang. So why had she suddenly become so dazzling? It was as if her mere presence drew all eyes to her. This was not the first time. It seemed that since Chu Sang departed from Tianyin's sect, she had transformed into someone entirely different. Mo Qingqian's gaze, filled with complexity, rested on Chu Sang, leaving him uncertain of how to feel. It seemed they were now completely at odds. The disciples of the Baxiang sect and Chu Sang approached the formation. Chapter 63. So generous? Then I shall not hold back. Qin Shishue, somewhat unwilling, stepped forward and looked up at the few individuals preparing to break the formation at the city gate. With a gentle tone, she said, I am a direct disciple under Elder Changyu of Tianyin's sect, and I have some knowledge of formation techniques. Is there any way I can assist? In truth, she had little interest in formations and had read only a handful of books on the subject, yet she was unwilling to accept that if Chu Sang could achieve it, so could she. After all, she had always been superior to her. A blue-robed female cultivator scrutinized her from head to toe, remarking, decent cultivation. Then there was silence. Lingqing, known for his bluntness, remarked without restraint, this person clearly has no understanding of talismans. How dare she claim she wants to break the formation with us? Does she think formations are so easily learned? These sword cultivators are truly lacking in intellect. To be frank, I'm also a sword cultivator. Chu Sang rubbed her nose. Feeling the need to reassess her profession, talismans were merely a side pursuit. Lingqing disregarded her words entirely, saying be quiet. People like her do not count. Qin Shishue's face flushed with embarrassment, feeling the mocking gazes of those around her. Overwhelmed with grievance, tears threatened to spill as Qiu Shioda, acting as a qualified protector, quickly stepped in to boost her morale, while also taking the opportunity to undermine the others. Little junior sister, ignore their nonsense. These talismancers are merely short-sighted. Who doesn't know you are a genius of our sect, possessing an exceptional spirit root? Compared to them, what are they? Upon hearing the term exceptional spirit root, Qin Shishue's eyes flickered, and she fell silent. To so brazenly teach me. Are you not afraid I will learn your sect's formations? The Baxiang sect's expertise in talismans is among the best in the cultivation world. They guard their scriptures jealously, absolutely forbidding anyone from stealing their techniques. Lingqing scoffed. If you have the ability, go ahead and learn more. What a joke. If their sect's talisman techniques were so easy to learn, wouldn't that make them a laughingstock? Even if she had, by some stroke of luck, managed to learn one of their formations, perhaps due to her innate talent, the idea of mastering their sect's techniques as if she were one of their own disciples was utterly delusional. Lingqing was not worried at all. Wow, is it really that good? Then, thank you very much. Chu Sang's eyes sparkled. As expected of the 8 great sects, they were so generous, and she was eager to learn. Are you ill? Lingqing was taken aback by her reaction, choosing not to dwell on it. Are we all gathered? Cui Xiu, accompanied by several other disciples, approached and gave a few instructions, primarily to ascertain the formation's layout, secure the entrances and exits, and locate the formations to break it together. Working in unison to dismantle the formation did not take too long. Was it successful? From the outside, there was no discernible change. It appeared the same as before. The cultivators outside, having witnessed the prior incident, were exceedingly cautious, unwilling to recklessly step forward again. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Chu Sang bravely stepped forward, easily crossing the city gate. A collective gasp erupted from the crowd, many assuming she would meet the same fate as the previous cultivators and be instantly annihilated. However, after a few breaths, nothing occurred. She stepped through the gate with her other foot and waved to her fellow disciples, saying, "It's fine, come in." The formation had been successfully dismantled. Cui Xiu and the others sighed in relief, although they were among the most talented disciples of their sect. This was their first time carrying out such a perilous mission, and they feared making a mistake. The crowd, finally shedding their trepidation, surged eagerly into the city. The Tianyin sect team followed suit, as these righteous cultivators were committed to eradicating evil, determined to advance further into the city. However, they turned to see that Chu Sang and her group did not seem inclined to press forward. Qiu Shioda halted, suspecting some ulterior motive, and warily remarked, "Aren't you going in to slay the ghost corpses?" Chu Sang reclined casually, replying, "No need to rush in. It's too dangerous." "I agree." Zhao Sun also sat down, finding this agreeable. Several senior brothers and sisters had been waiting for years, and now they were eager to engage. Xiu inquired, "Are you certain you do not wish to explore further inward?" After all, they were disciples of the 8 great sects, the elite among their peers, unlike the others, carrying the mission of their sect to slay the Ghost King. Chu Sang, if you wish to go, you may. Do not mind us. Qiu Shioda was amused by their apparent inability to improve. Glancing at the low-level loose cultivators meandering about in search of treasure, he sneered, "I overestimated you. I thought you were formidable, But turns out you are just like those aimless rabble. Do not mind them. Let us proceed. The Tianyin Sect team plunged into the fray without further ado. The disciples of the Baxiang Sect, unwilling to accompany these reckless fools, chose an alternative path, hoping to encounter other sect disciples to travel with. Upon reflection, the cultivators entering the realm were either collecting treasures or killing for them, rushing towards the inner circle or barely escaping death. In contrast, Chu Sang and her companions appeared remarkably relaxed and content. They even indulged in a unique outdoor barbecue feast. With this thought in mind, they indeed proceeded to do so. Chu Sang produced a series of hefty meat skewers, all sourced from the red wild boars she had raised in the Sect's back mountain, each one plump and robust, with a marbled meat quality devoid of any additives. With a snap of her fingers, the campfire ignited, causing the juices from the skewers to sizzle and drip down. Dantaiming's appetite was piqued, urging for more sauce. One Rinyu declined, stating, "I do not eat scallions, thank you." Changsheng remarked on the delightful aroma, while Mu Chi Hua insisted, "No fat, please." Dantaiming retorted, "What do you know? Fat is what makes it delicious." Observing his fellow disciples' banter, Su Chanin couldn't help but shake his head in amused resignation as he unfurled a scroll map. The time frame for entering the Ghost City was brief, and information regarding it was scarce. Prior to his arrival, he had gathered as much intelligence as possible and compiled it into a rough map of the ghost town. Indeed, the fifth senior brother proved to be an essential companion for their travels. Chu Sang studied the map closely, her brows furrowing in concentration. The layout seemed reminiscent of raising corpses. Could there be someone manipulating events from behind the scenes? After satisfying their hunger, Chu Sang brushed off her robe and stood tall, declaring it was time to depart. Zhao Sun was notably reluctant, genuinely wishing to avoid a perilous fate alongside them. But he realized he had not encountered any sect or family members along the way, and assumed they must have already entered. "Are you planning to stay here alone?" Chu Sang raised an eyebrow at him. Although this area was on the outskirts, it was still frequented by numerous ghostly entities at night. Suddenly, Zhao Sun sprang up, his expression grim. "I will go with you." Before they could enter the ghost city, an overwhelming aura of malevolence enveloped them, rendering the surroundings pitch black, ideal for the lurking sinister spirits to ambush unsuspecting victims. Chu Sang distributed luminous talismans to everyone, which illuminated their surroundings and also served to repel lower-level malevolent entities. Meanwhile, the disciples from Tianyin Zone ventured into the inner area, where the streets were eerily empty, defying the rumors of ghostly hordes. Just as they pondered the accuracy of their intel, they were suddenly assailed by several fierce auras of ghostly energy. Mo Ching Chun swiftly drew his sword, slicing through the attack, causing the ghostly forms to dissipate into dark mist. A few other ambushing spirits were also dispatched by his companions, while the remaining spirits, perhaps sensing the strength of the group, hastily retreated. "They are not as formidable as we imagined," Qiuxiu scoffed. However, the direction the spirits fled towards could very well be their lair. "Let us pursue them and capture them all." Mo Ching Chun sensed something amiss, but was unable to intervene as Qiuxiu and the others charged ahead. Recalling the Sect's instructions, he reluctantly followed suit. When they hurried over, they realized they had lost track of their quarry. Suddenly, the ground beneath them was engulfed by a thick black void, and ghostly hands emerged from the earth, clutching at their legs, shrieking and attempting to drag them into the abyss. "We've fallen into a trap." Panic surged through them. Mo Ching Chun severed the ghostly hands with his sword. But more hands erupted from the ground, enveloping him in a dark net, trying to pull him underground. Seizing the moment, he withdrew and poured his spiritual energy into his sword, plunging it into the earth with tremendous force, unleashing a wave of energy that severed the ghostly hands. He turned to see a girl approaching from a distance, surprise flashing in his eyes. The disciples of Baxiang Zone, who had not ventured far, were also lured in by the spirits. Before the ghostly entities could coalesce, the five quickly formed a formation. "Hurry!" As the ghostly energy intensified, the previously lurking spirits seemed to awaken, encircling the cultivators. The ghost city was the domain of the undead. They could not escape, no matter where they ran. In this forsaken place, the cultivators were akin to livestock, destined to become sustenance for these spirits. Initially drawn in by the allure, the Tianyin Zone members, who were primarily impulsive sword cultivators, quickly exhausted their energy after slaying dozens of spirits. Xiaoxiuda's grip on his sword trembled as he regretted his earlier haste. Just when despair loomed, a melodious voice rang out. "Hey brothers, need some help?" Xiaoxiuda's expression shifted upon hearing the voice, glaring menacingly at Chu Sang, who casually produced dozens of golden armor talismans, an improved version, universally effective. "Would you like a few?" The Tianyin Zone members were taken aback. What kind of person sells talismans in such a dire situation? Yet, they could not deny that universal talismans were more valuable than standard ones, especially as they ventured deeper where the spirits grew stronger, making common talismans insufficient. "How many spirit stones?" Someone wavered. Chu Sang smiled, her eyes crescent-shaped. 30,000 spirit stones each, no bargaining, no credit. Xiaoxiuda was nearly seething with rage. "Do you think we're fools? Who sells talismans at such an exorbitant price? Outside, you could buy 3 for 1,000. "Oh," Chu Sang's smile faded as she calmly withdrew. "Then you may go buy them outside." "You." Xiaoxiuda was rendered speechless, realizing she was confident they could not escape, allowing her to raise prices without hesitation. What a cunning merchant. With the ghosts advancing, the situation grew increasingly dire. Biting his lip, Xiaoxiuda reluctantly purchased several talismans. As a sword cultivator, he was well aware of their financial struggles. Spending this amount nearly left him penniless. Surrounded by spirits, they were not alone. Countless other cultivators also found themselves ensnared, struggling against the malicious entities. Chu Sang navigated among them, enthusiastically advertising, "Come one, come all. Don't miss out. Golden armor talismans, speed talismans, explosive talismans, all available. Fair prices for all. By now, first come, first served." With the enthusiasm of Tianyin Zone members placing orders, other cultivators quickly followed suit, depleting hundreds of talismans in an instant. Had she come to the ghost city to set up a stall? Cui Xiu, typically composed, could not help but smirk, approaching to quietly advise, wealth should not be flaunted, especially in such perilous places. Many desperate individuals lurk in the shadows, waiting for an opportunity. While Baxiang Zong had an abundance of talismans, they were all tightly guarded, with no one daring to reveal their wealth for fear of attracting attention and becoming targets. "Thank you for the reminder." Chu Sang turned around and called out, "Today, I've earned several million spirit stones. Is there anyone in need of talismans? Let's make a tidy sum of 10 million. Her voice rang out loud and clear, easily heard by the hundreds of cultivators present. Cui Xiu remarked, "Didn't she just say not to be too ostentatious? What is she up to?" After finally clearing away the ghostly corpses, she was immediately surrounded by a dozen desperate individuals. The leading man, wielding a hefty broadsword, blocked their path with a sinister grin, demanding, "Hand over your spirit stones and treasures, and I might show mercy and leave you with intact corpses." Cui Xiu covered her face, realizing the gravity of the situation. Being too ostentatious would surely attract these thieves' attention. Chu Sang reached into her pocket and pulled out a heavy pouch of coins. Weighing it in her hands, the crisp, melodious sound of the spirit stones clinking together sent a shiver of excitement through her. She smiled sweetly. "Want it?" The eyes of the surrounding cultivators sparkled with greed. "Give it to me." Chu Sang tossed the pouch into the air, challenging, "Come and take it." As the group of men surged forward, just as they were about to seize the pouch, the girl in red leaped gracefully into the air, snatching the pouch first. In the blink of an eye, she vanished several dozen meters away, flying deeper into the ghost city on her sword. While the cultivators hastily drew their weapons and pursued her, everyone was bewildered by Chizang's intentions, except for Su Chunin, who thoughtfully placed a finger on his lips. His expression changed slightly as he urged, "We must follow the junior sister." He had a vague idea of her plan, yet couldn't he help but feel a headache. This method was far too reckless. He had initially thought that a carefree junior sister had finally appeared in their sect, only to find that she was the most troublesome of all. Should we follow? Some hesitated, noting that members of Tianyin's sect had spotted them heading into the city. "We have expended too much energy. We should return to the outskirts to recuperate," one female cultivator suggested, offering a rather objective opinion. Qin Xie bit her lip, feeling a bit lost. She had not wanted to venture into such a perilous ghost city, but as a genius in the sect, she felt compelled to join the group. Fearful of facing even greater troubles deeper within, she sensed that Chu Sang harbored many secrets. What if she missed an opportunity by not following? The voice of an elder echoed in her mind. The emergence of the Ghost King is imminent. If you can contract with the newly born Ghost King, He will become a formidable ally in your future. With renewed determination, Qin Xie declared, I will go. The female cultivator and several other disciples felt uneasy, but ultimately, influenced by Qin Xie and Qiu Shoda's fervor, most chose to follow. Meanwhile, Chu Sang led the group of cultivators to a valley, leaving no retreat. The adversaries closed in relentlessly, declaring, Now, let us see how you escape. Chu Sang turned to face them, smiling slightly, a 1T run. The leading man assumed she was surrendering and felt a surge of joy, but the next moment, he felt a chill at his neck. Before he could utter a sound, he collapsed to the ground. In an instant, the other cultivators also lost their lives, their blood pooling around them. Human blood, especially that of cultivators, is the most enticing lure for malevolent spirits. The shadows lurking in the darkness surged at the scent of blood, revealing themselves as they rushed forward to devour the corpses. Dantaiming and the others arrived just in time to witness this horrifying scene, with thousands of ghostly corpses crawling from the ground, leaving them in shock. What on earth did you do? Did you unearth their lair? Dantaiming scratched his head. There is a quasi-ghost king here, Su Chen frowned. Chu Sang had seen the map he marked, which detailed the various regions within the ghost city, each populated by different types of ghostly corpses. The nature of these corpses is to consume. Once they gather, a leader will inevitably emerge over time. The strongest of these corpses resided in this valley, known as the Quasi-Ghost King. The final Ghost King would be born from these Quasi-Ghost Kings. The Quasi-Ghost King had developed intelligence and was cautious, requiring bait to lure it out. The flesh and blood of these dozen golden core cultivators were undoubtedly the bait offered by the junior sister to attract the Quasi-Ghost King. As thousands of ghostly corpses emerged, a larger and more formidable corpse appeared in the distance, riding a majestic steed, clad in armor, wielding a long blade, reminiscent of an ancient general. The ghostly corpses in this area clearly obeyed its commands. With a long blade in hand, it issued orders, and the corpses surged toward them. They had no choice but to face the oncoming tide. Fire element spirit energy inflicted double damage on demonic entities. In an instant, several sword energies were unleashed, cutting through the attacking corpses. A few intelligent corpses attempted to launch a surprise attack from behind, but Chu Sang rolled on the ground to evade them. Her eyes glinted coldly as she drew her gun and swiftly dispatched several with headshots. At that moment, she raised her arm and aimed at Dantaiming, firing another shot. The powerful spirit energy grazed his ear, severing a few strands of hair, and struck a ghostly corpse behind him, which let out a sharp screech before dissipating into dark mist. Dantaiming, feeling a chill run down his spine, tightened his grip on his heavy sword and plunged it into the ground. The earth erupted with countless sharp spikes, both defensive and offensive, impaling dozens of ghostly corpses. The young man grew increasingly exhilarated as he wielded the sword with such force that it seemed to dance in the air, almost leaving behind a blur, embodying dominance. He felt the bottleneck he had recently broken through loosening again. One Rinue's golden bell chimed as she summoned two golden core demonic beasts, positioning them protectively around her. One beast was massive and rugged, covered in thick, hard black armor, serving as an impenetrable shield against ordinary ghostly corpses, securely guarding her. The other beast unleashed dozens of ice spikes, piercing through the ghostly corpses and freezing them instantly, preventing them from regrouping. Though Su Chunin was a delicate weapon cultivator, he had always been cautious about his life. Having experienced being captured numerous times, he was no stranger to emergencies. Before coming, he had prepared various offensive and defensive spiritual tools. With a gentle flick of his folding fan, dozens of sharp needles shot forth. The fan had been inscribed with wind-breaking and explosive symbols, significantly enhancing its power. While he couldn't team massacre as extensively as his more aggressive junior brothers and sisters, he could certainly defend himself. Changsheng, transformed from a divine tree, lacked significant offensive capabilities and acted more as a defensive healer. Kneeling on one knee, she struck the ground, and dozens of vines erupted from the earth, intertwining to form a protective barrier around the remaining three. The aura of the divine tree instinctively repelled the ghostly corpses, making it difficult for them to approach. Muchi Huai also unleashed fire and wind to assist Chu Sang and the others. As a scion of the Mu family, he had never lacked resources or elixirs. His fire phoenix grew rapidly under his care, now rivaling golden core demonic beasts. and the phoenix flames he unleashed were naturally effective against malevolent spirits. Qin Xie's expression soured at the sight of the fire phoenix, her jealousy boiling over. This was rightfully hers. Time and again, what should have belonged to her was snatched away by this group. Qin Shixue harbored profound resentment and bitterness within her heart. Concealed behind her back, she grasped a small object resembling a die, and to her astonishment, the malevolent spirits quietly withdrew from her presence. However, the sheer number of these ghastly entities rendered her actions unnoticed amidst the chaos of the crowd. Seizing the opportunity provided by the turmoil, she stealthily made her way towards the individuals from Lingqing zone. Just then, the ghastly corpses erupted into a frenzy once more. Dantaiming, witnessing the white-clad maiden seemingly frightened and stumbling towards him, instinctively sheathed his sword, unwilling to inadvertently harm her. Yet, at that very moment of his momentary lapse in vigilance, a frenzied corpse lunged at him from behind. Despite his swift reflexes, he was unable to evade the attack. The claw of the specter struck his arm, leaving 3 deep gashes at exposed bone. In the blink of an eye, the wound began to blacken and fester. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to," Qin Shixue exclaimed, guilt etched across her face. Chu Sang hurriedly approached and kicked her aside. "What are you doing running towards us if you didn't intend to? How dare you lay a hand on our junior sister? Do you wish to be at odds with Tianyin's own?" Xiao Xiuda rushed to assist the pitiful Qin Shixue, glaring furiously. "Mo Qingshin, are the people from your sect all imbeciles? If you're unwell, seek treatment. I suggest you, as the senior brother, take them to the infirmary to have their heads examined." Chu Sang was merciless in her retorts, and Mo Qingshan's expression darkened slightly. "You have time for that?" Xiao Xiuda gasped. "Senior brother, you?" The two, both at the late stage of the Golden Core realm, ranked among the more formidable disciples. Yet while one was engaged in fierce combat, Qin Shixue merely hid behind others, creating chaos in such a critical moment. This certainly was not the behavior expected of someone at the late Golden Core stage. The other disciples of Tianyin Zong exchanged knowing glances, having heard that their junior sister was a rare talent within their sect. Yet today, they felt she was vastly different from their expectations. Even their weakest junior sister had single-handedly slain 3 specters. Chu Sang, uninterested in the troubles of Tianyin Zong, grasped Dantaiming's injured arm, causing him to break into a cold sweat from the pain. "Stop squeezing. It hurts." Chu Sang felt a surge of irritation, believing her previous kick had been too gentle. Holding her sword in her left hand, she unleashed several sword chi to carve a path through the chaos, leading her fellow disciples to a relatively secure location to tend to Dantaiming's wounds. "I've heard the aura of these specters is corrosive. If you're scratched, you might be assimilated by them. I certainly don't want to become like that, do I? Should I cut it off?" The youth feared the pain, but he was far more terrified of transforming into that ghastly form and endangering everyone around him. "Chngshing, it doesn't hurt. With me here, nothing will go wrong," she assured, crouching slightly while gathering faint blue spiritual energy. Within mere moments, the black aura surrounding Dantaiming's wound was purified. Chu Sang then administered several healing pills and hastily bandaged the injury. With a cultivator's remarkable self-healing ability, after a brief rest to allow the medicinal properties to take effect, Dantaiming was essentially unharmed and ready to rejoin the fray, this time with a conscious effort to avoid the female disciple from Tianyin Zone. Uncertain if it was merely an illusion, other sect cultivators seemed to subtly evade Qin Shixue as well. Even several male cultivators who had previously shown her favor instinctively distanced themselves. Qin Shixue bit her lip, her expression darkening. Chu Sang turned to the gathered disciples of Baxiang Zone, smiling. "Shall we collaborate once more?" It appeared that at this moment, they had little choice but to heed her. However, during the formation of the array, one disciple exclaimed in recognition, "Wait, isn't that our Baxiang Zong's initiation stance? How did you learn it?" Chui Xiu trembled slightly. "Did you steal our sect's techniques?" "Stealing? I wouldn't call it that," Chu Sang retorted confidently, glancing at the now dazed Lingqing. "He encouraged me to learn freely, even instructing me to absorb as much knowledge as I could." Chui Xiu looked at Lingqing with uncertainty. "You allowed her to learn?" Lingqing shrank back like a quail. "Please, don't make a joke of this. Merely trapping a Yuan-Ing level ghost general was no easy feat." As Chu Sang inscribed the final mark for the confinement array, she did not pause. Instead, she swiftly crafted several additional array symbols. Only Chuixiao among them could vaguely grasp her intentions. You wish to conceal a weakening array within the confinement array? Both arrays were advanced formations. For ordinary disciples, to collaboratively create a single advanced array was already commendable, let alone merging two advanced arrays for simultaneous use. Only elders at the Yuaning stage and above could accomplish such a feat, initially astonished and fearful. Chuixiao was struck by the steady determination in the young woman's gaze, causing a ripple of excitement within him, an emotion he had not felt in many years, leaving him breathless. Disciples of Baxiangzong, gather with me to form the array. Simultaneously establishing two advanced arrays and merging them together would undoubtedly strain Chu Sang. She felt warmth in her nose, wiping it to find blood dripping down. Her head grew heavy and her vision blurred. With the disciples of Baxiangzong joining her in the formation, she barely managed to bear the pressure and completed the final marks. The array was successfully established. The formation sank into the ground, and in the next moment, it rapidly contracted, imprisoning the distant ghost general within its confines. We did it. The weakening array is also successful, reducing the peak Yuan in ghost general strength to that of the initial Yuaning stage. Chu Sang turned to Mo Qingshan. Shall we collaborate as well? Xiao scoffed. What reason do we have to heed your commands? Chu Sang replied, Am I speaking to you? Why are you so eager to interject? Xiao, now faced with Mo Qingshan's icy gaze, pursed his lips and coldly inquired, What do you propose? Join me in the array, and we shall vanquish the ghost general. As the saying goes, to capture the thief, one must first capture the king. These lesser specters obeyed the ghost general, and by capturing it, they could easily command the rest. The weakened ghost general could not withstand a frenzied assault from the group. Seizing the moment of its vulnerability, Chu Sang delivered a powerful kick that sent it tumbling from its mount. She swiftly mounted the horse, gripping the reins with her right hand, while her left produced a chain designed to restrain dogs, launching it towards the ghost general's neck. This chain had been forged from blazing sun iron by her fifth senior brother, enhancing its efficacy against malevolent spirits. The corpse steed beneath her reared wildly, but Chu Sang held tightly to the reins, refusing to be thrown off. The ghost general, now ensnared, was dragged along, emitting a screeching sound. She glanced at Su Chunin, fifth senior brother, the cage. Chapter 67. Has the second senior brother elapsed? Dantaiming, confused, asked Cage. What are you planning to do? Chu Sang, brimming with enthusiasm, replied. Of course, we're going to take them all down. Since high-level ghost corpses cannot be entirely destroyed, we'll capture them at their weakest. The Ghost King was formed from these quasi-ghost kings devouring one another to evolve. By defeating them one by one, the true Ghost King could not emerge. Su Chunin felt a headache coming on. At first glance, he thought his junior sister's plan was rather bold and absurd, yet upon reflection, he found it reasonable. However, he had not anticipated that the objective of achieving the collect ghost corpses achievement would require such preparations, and thus he had not brought the necessary spiritual tools. Fortunately, he always carried refining materials with him. That is not an issue. I'll refine it now. Dantaiming and Ngsh positioned themselves on either side of him, providing firm protection. Su Chunin, neglecting to use a refining furnace, swiftly conjured a ball of spiritual fire. He then accurately retrieved dozens of different refining materials from his Chinquan bag, tossing them into the air, where they were enveloped by the spiritual fire. Under the high temperatures catalysis, the various refining materials began to melt into liquid form, which Su Chunin guided with his spiritual consciousness, gradually shaping it into the form of a cage. Zhao Sun, witnessing this scene, wore a rather peculiar expression, remaining silent. Have the disciples of small sects become so extraordinary now? Are there no paths left for the 8 great celestial sects? As a fellow tool cultivator, he understood all too well that the rigors of refining were no less demanding than alchemy or talisman crafting, and perhaps even more so. Let us not even begin to discuss the formidable challenge of precisely locating the requisite refining materials within a short span of time, nor the intricate series of processes such as smelting, purging impurities, repeated purification, and condensing the embryo. The act of refining itself is exceedingly taxing on one's spiritual consciousness. Any disturbance could lead to a grievous backlash, potentially causing one to lose their mind. Yet, in such perilous circumstances, the audacity of the other party to forge weapons on the spot begs the question, Is this an indication of overconfidence or sheer folly? As it turns out, it is indeed a manifestation of their hubris. Confidence is synonymous with peak performance. Su Chen formed a spiritual cage in his hand and hurled it forward with precision. Their collaboration was seamless. Chu Sang swiftly trapped the ghostly corpse within the cage, performing hand seals that sealed the cage door, an effective binding. Following this successful demonstration, a wave of inspiration washed over the group, each member realizing the possibilities. Is this truly a viable method? How delightful it seems. Energized, they pressed on. Under Chu Sang's guidance, the group descended upon the surrounding quasi-ghost kings with the fervor of bandits raiding a village, capturing them in droves. The sheer number of captured ghost kings soon depleted their supply of raw iron for crafting cages. Thus, Su Chen retrieved an array of tools from his chinkoan bag, a veritable collection of shovels, hoes, and even several pots and pans, all of which were melted down as well. Zhao Sun could not help but inquire, "What purpose do you have in bringing cooking utensils to the ghost domain? Did you truly think you were here for an outdoor barbecue?" To which Dantaiming retorted, "Oh, did you not eat last night? My junior sister is quite the culinary artist, you know, haha." Zhao Sun found himself utterly perplexed by this peculiar sect. His previous understanding had been completely upended. Yet, inexplicably, he felt a sense of reassurance. The horrifying scenario of being eviscerated by a ghostly corpse had not materialized. Instead, they had captured several quasi-ghost kings, never to return. During this high-intensity refining process, Su Chen felt his spiritual energy being drained wave after wave, sustained solely by the inexhaustible supply of replenishing pills from Muqi Huai. He could distinctly sense that the barrier to reaching the Yuan-Ing stage had considerably loosened. On their journey, they encountered another quasi-ghost king that had consumed one of its kind, proving to be quite the challenge. After a strenuous effort, Chu Sang and the others managed to subdue this formidable quasi-ghost king, which evidently possessed greater strength than those previously encountered, rendering ordinary spiritual cages ineffective. Su Chen inscribed patterns upon the cage. "What?" Zhao Sun exclaimed in astonishment. "You can inscribe patterns? Are you the legendary weapon refiner?" Su Chen. He then pointed a trembling finger at Chu Sang and the others. "You all are in cahoots. What manner of identities do you possess? And how do you relate to the recently rising Zhanbao Ge? Could it be that his suspicions were indeed correct?" The plot thickened, leaving Zhao Sun's mind even more muddled. Conventionally, people would retreat in the face of difficulty, but unable to comprehend, he simply chose to dismiss it. At the moment he beheld the inscribed patterns, a whirlwind of amazement and joy enveloped him. Heaven knows the allure of patterns is immense for a weapon refiner. He promptly sat cross-legged, producing a refining furnace, and began his own attempt at weapon refinement, endeavoring to inscribe patterns on his artifact. His efforts were surprisingly commendable. Although Zhao Sun's spiritual roots were lacking, his talent for weapon refinement was notable. His character may not have been exemplary, yet he was diligent and eager to learn. After all, no sect of the 8 great immortal sects would accept a complete failure as an inner disciple. His own binding cage began to take shape. Albeit far inferior in quality to Su Chen's spiritual cage, it bore some resemblance. His initial attempts to inscribe patterns met with failure. Yet he rallied to try a second time. After several failed attempts, he finally succeeded in inscribing a binding pattern upon the iron cage. The endeavor to engrave a second reinforcing pattern consumed several bottles of replenishing pills, causing his spiritual energy to surge within his meridians and dantian. To his astonishment, he detected a hint of a breakthrough in his long-stagnant cultivation. For the first time in his 20 years of life, he realized the benefit of possessing multiple spiritual roots. It allowed him to inscribe more attributes on patterns than others. Zhao Sun was overwhelmed with joy, even more so than when he first beheld the Chaos Blue Lotus. For this achievement was solely his own. After the initial exhilaration, Zhao Sun squinted slightly, compelled to regard Chu Sang and her companions with newfound respect. Who exactly were they? Were they truly just an obscure, small sect? Chu Sang, glancing sideways, clicked her tongue, surprised that this fellow had covertly gleaned insights from her. Nevertheless, it mattered little. Such elementary patterns posed no real challenge, and it was only a matter of time before others would learn them. As long as her patterns were updated swiftly, the monopoly would remain in their hands. With Zhao Sun's involvement, Su Chen's burden of weapon refinement lightened somewhat. granting him a moment to catch his breath. And his pallor diminished. After successfully binding 30 quasi-ghost kings, they encountered another 2 groups of individuals, dressed in the garb of the alchemy sect and the beast control sect. It appeared these 2 sects were collaborating in their endeavors. The disciples of the alchemy sect exuded an air of noble elegance, merely nodding in surprise at Zhao Sun before offering a few perfunctory greetings. They treated the others with an arrogant disdain, refusing even to cast a glance in their direction, reminiscent of the Zhao Sun of yore before the harshness of the world had tempered him. This group of metalworkers certainly had a grandiose sense of self-importance. A disciple of the Baxiang sect could not restrain himself from whispering a comment, surprised to encounter a group even more arrogant than themselves. "Who are you calling a blacksmith?" The keen ears of the cultivators immediately picked up on the disparaging remarks, and a disciple from the alchemy sect glared back. "How dare you lot criticize us? Everyone knows your sect sells overpriced and ineffective talismans. In terms of effectiveness, they are inferior to those purchased from small shops." "What? Overpriced talismans? I dare you to repeat that," retorted the Baxiang sect disciples, equally unwilling to yield, their demeanor prickling like a hedgehog. Lingqing, one of the standout figures, scoffed. "I've heard that certain sect disciples have been extolled to the heavens, yet to this day they cannot even inscribe a single pattern. Oh, how shameless! How embarrassing it must be for you, a group of good-for-nothings. I feel ashamed for you." As the tension between the 2 factions escalated, Chu Sang's head was filled with dark clouds. Is this truly the hope of the future for the 8 great immortal sects? All right, enough bickering. Let us not forget the purpose of our journey. Shen Rufei stepped forward to mediate. He looked towards Chu Sang and her companions, familiar faces by now, and smiled slightly. "You just came from this path, right? Did you encounter any ghostly corpses?" They had traversed this route, encountering numerous ghostly corpses and facing various ambushes. However, this area was eerily empty. Could it be that the cunning ghostly corpses had laid another trap? These ghostly corpses had developed considerable spiritual intelligence and required cautious handling. As this thought crossed their minds, the expressions of the disciples grew serious, each one drawing their weapons, vigilant against any sign of movement. "Zhao Sun, there is nothing to guard against. They're long gone." "Gone?" The group was momentarily taken aback, following his gaze towards Chu Sang and the large iron cage behind her, which contained a freshly captured quasi-ghost king, still very much alive and lively. A brief silence enveloped the atmosphere. It seemed no one had anticipated the unfolding of events in this manner, requiring a moment to collect their thoughts. The young woman greeted them. "Hello, would you like to join forces?" As the saying goes, many hands make light work, and she was in need of assistance. Shen Rufei readily agreed. Several disciples from the beast control sect recognized Chu Sang, and the 2 sects had previously enjoyed a fruitful collaboration. The phrase "trust Chu Sang, gain eternal life" certainly held merit. The proud disciples of the alchemy sect, however, were somewhat reluctant, as disciples of the 8 great immortal sects. Why should they heed the commands of an unknown, obscure female cultivator? Chu Sang gave Zhao Sun a nudge. "We've been under your care for quite some time. Aren't you going to say a few words? What attitude is this? How dare you kick our senior brother?" The disciples of the alchemy sect felt a profound sense of humiliation and were prepared to retaliate. "Zhao Sun, be quiet. Otherwise, shall we indulge in a barbecue later? To be frank, my lingua barbecue is exceptional." He even thoughtfully suggested it. The disciple of the alchemy sect, Chu Sang, is unwell. After everyone had set up camp for the night, Zhao Sun gathered several disciples from the alchemy sect, lowering his voice. "Did you see that young man in blue? He can craft patterns for artifacts. We must follow them closely." The disciples of the alchemy sect then recognized their senior brother's profound foresight, enduring hardships and biding his time. Remembering the temper of that female cultivator, they understood their senior brother must have endured much humiliation on this journey. Their perception of Zhao Sun's stature suddenly elevated significantly. The following morning, the once unruly group of hotheads had transformed into exceptionally obedient and compliant individuals, each serving tea and water, making Chu Sang wonder if the alchemy sect had some form of split personality disorder. In any case, with the alchemy sect and Beastmaster sect joining forces, their ghost-catching expedition accelerated considerably. In just 3 days, they had captured nearly all the quasi-ghost kings within the ghost city, confining them in cages to prevent infighting and the emergence of a true ghost king. However, These several dozen ghost kings occupied considerable space, making it inconvenient to transport them. She needed to devise a better placement method. Xiaobai, what is the use of your domain? Chu Sang summoned Xiaobai and inquired. I'm not quite sure. Xiaobai replied, having never attempted to summon its own domain and thus was perplexed. Chu Sang patted its head, suggesting they try now. A purple array appeared beneath their feet, autonomously isolating them from the outside world. Upon opening her eyes, Chu Sang found herself in a pitch-black space. Unable to see her hand in front of her face, a soft object brushed against her leg. It was Xiaobai. She cradled the bewildered Xiaobai in her arms, snapped her fingers, intending to summon Linghua to illuminate her surroundings, but found she could not muster any spiritual power at all. Momentarily stunned, she quickly realized it wasn't that she couldn't use her spiritual power. Rather, the moment she attempted to, it was instantaneously consumed by this domain. She began to grasp the purpose of this domain. Exiting back, she asked Xiaobai, what is my domain? Stroking her chin in contemplation, she pondered and uttered a single word, devour. Her deduction was quite accurate. Xiaobai was a devour beast, and its domain was likely related to consumption. Devour beast domain. All things are devoured, including ghostly energy. Can you devour these ghostly corpses, Xiaobai? Xiaobai wrinkled its nose in disdain, finding the stench of these ghostly corpses unbearable. However, for the sake of its mother's plan, it took a deep breath, closed its eyes with the look of a valiant warrior ready to face death, and with a howl, devoured all the quasi-ghost kings into its domain. After a burp, it collapsed onto the ground, having successfully rendered itself unconscious. Chu Sang ventured deeper, yet encountered fewer ghostly corpses and found no trace of the Ghost King. How strange. Could it be that someone had gotten there first? While resting at their campsite, Chu Sang was awakened by a disturbance. She stepped outside and noticed a dense black fog in the distance, catching a glimpse of a familiar white figure swiftly passing by. Second senior brother? Chu Sang's heart skipped a beat, unsure if she was mistaken. After some deliberation, she affixed a high-level concealment talisman to herself, deciding to follow and investigate. In Chapter 68, still naive and innocent, Chu Sang stealthily trailed behind, finally discerning the man's features. With silver hair and violet eyes, clad in white, he floated around at night like a specter. It was none other than her second senior brother, who had claimed to venture out alone. Had he wandered into the ghost city? Chu Sang felt utterly exhausted. It seemed that his second personality had emerged again, and she dared not act recklessly, continuing to follow him. Lingqing traveled several miles further, encountering a quasi-ghost king. The typically arrogant quasi-ghost king paled in fear upon seeing the man, attempting to flee, but was seized by an invisible ghostly hand, gripping its throat firmly and lifting it into the air. Before it could struggle to escape, the man's hand suddenly exerted force, causing the quasi-ghost king to burst into a mass of black mist. This time, the black mist could not escape and was entirely absorbed by the man, augmenting the ghostly energy surrounding him. Chu Sang sensed something amiss. Could the so-called Ghost King of the Ghost City be her second senior brother? If her suspicions were correct, if the ghostly second senior brother truly became a Ghost King, he would possess complete control over this body. Fortunately, she had been prudent and captured all the quasi-ghost kings in the city. So even if the ghostly second senior brother sought to break through by consuming ghostly energy, he lacked sufficient materials for such a breakthrough. Just as she contemplated following further to see if there were any accomplices, the man in her line of sight suddenly vanished. Her expression changed instantly, and she swiftly threw a golden armor talisman behind her. The two forces collided, sending Chu Sang flying several meters. With agility, she drew a long sword and plunged it into the ground, barely stabilizing herself. Again, it's you. The ghostly second senior brother approached with a graceful demeanor, his handsome face devoid of any hint of a smile, clearly remembering how she had deceived him last time with sweet words. Hello, second senior brother, long time no see. Why so fierce? Chu Sang subtly wiped away a trace of blood from the corner of her mouth, feeling a heaviness in her heart. After consuming several quasi-ghost kings, the ghostly second senior brother's ghostly energy was evidently stronger than before. She rapidly calculated the odds of surviving an encounter with him. Given his prior experience, the man was disinclined to waste words with her again. He began to gather a dense mass of ghostly energy, ready to unleash a massacre when the surrounding scenery abruptly changed. The ghostly energy became unusable. He narrowed his eyes, coldly staring at the young woman who had entered the domain with him. A domain? It seems that besides being clever, you possess some capability. You think this little domain can confine me for long? He scoffed. A mere moment. Chu Sang and Xiao Bai had formed an equitable contract when the domain faced impact. A tide of blood surged in her throat. Xiao Bai, after all, was limited in strength, capable of restraining him for no more than a short duration. She reached for her Chinkoan pouch, but Lingyu moved swiftly, appearing before her and seizing her wrist. Are you trying to pull out those dubious talismans again? He sneered. Do you believe the same trick will work on me a second time? You are correct, which is why I plan to, she said, raising a bright smile. Changing her approach, Lingyu was momentarily taken aback, but his expression shifted dramatically when he noticed a spiritual talisman had somehow been stealthily concealed beneath her palm. As he grasped her wrist, she seized the opportunity to strike. The talisman was instantaneously infused into his body. He was taken aback, feeling his consciousness sink, incredulously gazing at the young woman before him. She had deceived him again. Chu Sang met his cold and dangerous gaze with a smile. Prying open his fingers one by one and bid farewell, goodbye, ghostly second senior brother. In chapter 69, indeed, there were accomplices. I will not let you off next time. He gritted his teeth. All right, I'll be waiting, she replied, hastily supporting the unconscious man. Despite his fierce exterior, he remained fundamentally naive and innocent. A few accompanying senior brothers and sisters, upon witnessing her half-carrying Lingyu, were equally astonished. Second senior brother, he actually came to the ghost city? Other disciples from different sects, alerted by the commotion, gathered around. His gaze fell upon the unconscious Lingyu behind Chu Sang, a hint of wariness in his eyes. Who is this friend? They did not accompany us before. Do you know them? Having previously encountered ambushes from those ghostly corpses, they were now distrustful of any unfamiliar outsider. Dantaiming, this is my second senior brother, not an outsider. Why did your second senior brother not accompany you before? Did he come alone? The disciples from other sects remained somewhat puzzled. WNRNU's mind was quick to react. He spoke almost immediately, explaining that the second senior brother had ventured into the ghost city for training and had fallen into an ambush by ghostly corpses. Not long ago, he had sent a distress signal to the sect, which prompted their arrival. Understanding this, the others did not pursue the matter further as the ghostly energy dissipated. It was fortunate that they harbored no suspicions. However, why had the second senior brother ventured into the ghost domain alone? Dantaiming scratched his head, deciding to wait until the second senior brother awoke to inquire further. Chsing raised her head to the others, stating that there was nothing serious and urging her seniors to rest, as they would need to continue their journey the next day. Aren't you going to rest? She asked, knowing that besides herself, the only other person who had expended significant energy and spiritual power over the past few days was the little junior sister. And SCHNN genuinely worried she might not be able to endure it. I am fine. I will stay to take care of the second senior brother. Chsing replied, shaking her head. It was not that she wished to conceal the truth from her seniors, but it was better for fewer people to know that the second senior brother was part of the ghost clan to avoid stirring trouble. Moreover, she felt that the situation was somewhat peculiar. Not long after the others departed, Lingqing awakened. His silver hair transformed back into the black strands that blended with the crowd, and his eyes returned to their normal hue. He surveyed his surroundings with confusion, his gaze settling on the young girl before him. In a weak voice tinged with bewilderment, he asked, Little junior sister, where's this place? Why am I here? Leaning against the stone wall, he pressed his hand to his aching temple, clearly struggling to recall the events that had transpired. Chsing observed him for several moments before patting her chest in relief. Her life was temporarily safeguarded. This is the ghost city. I, along with 7 senior brother and the others, found you not far from here. Chsing inquired, second senior brother. How did you end up in this perilous ghost city alone? Do you remember what happened before? I remember encountering a cultivator who invited me to travel with him. After that, he sighed, I'm sorry, but I cannot recall. Surely, there was a thief who sought to harm her second senior brother. Where's that person? Do you remember what he looked like? Chsing asked, filled with righteous indignation. Chapter 70. Spirit of the artifact. Chsing possessed a keen sense, and she caught a glimpse of a shadow flitting by like a wraith. A flying blade shot from her sleeve towards a certain spot outside the cave. Which thief is there? Come out. The individuals seemed taken aback by being discovered so quickly. Clutching their chest, they hastily fled. She affixed 2 high-level swift movement talismans to herself and swiftly pursued the thief. The figure was cloaked in a long black robe, resembling a large crow as they leaped about, obscuring their features. However, the malevolent aura surrounding them easily suggested they were a ghostly cultivator. Realizing she was closing in, the figure became increasingly frantic, throwing several magical artifacts behind them. Sing had anticipated this and released a few defensive talismans to easily nullify the attacks. With a deft motion, she sprang into the air, her speed multiplying as she soared towards the ghostly cultivator. Drawing her spirit sword, she unleashed a torrent of sword energy that sealed off all possible escape routes. Still thinking of fleeing, her sword was poised at his throat, and she raised her hand, ready to strike. The figure gritted their teeth and unleashed a surge of ghostly energy aimed at her vital points. Tilting her head with a cold, sweet smile. If you do not repent, your end is near. Just as she was about to sever his neck, another attack abruptly interrupted her. Sing turned with displeasure towards the person who had disrupted her display. Qnxu, when did you sneak up? She had failed to notice her presence, likely due to the other party possessing a treasure that concealed their aura. This person is a ghostly cultivator. Do you intend to assist him? Sing raised an eyebrow, a cold smile playing on her lips. Although he is indeed a ghostly cultivator, he has committed no wrongdoing. Why do you seek to kill him without cause? Qnxu spread her arms, shielding the man behind her with her delicate frame, resolutely protecting him. Sing was both amused and exasperated. This protagonist was indeed consistent with her portrayal in the original text, romantically naive and a white lotus, not fearing that the ghostly cultivator might stab her in the back. Under normal circumstances, Sing would not concern herself with the protagonist's myriad issues. But this ghostly cultivator had ill intentions towards her second senior brother. Such behavior could not be tolerated. Step aside, or I will strike you both. In the original text, Qnxu, the beloved protagonist, had never faced adversity, yet she showed no compassion for her adversaries. Anyone who obstructed her, she would confront. A flicker of panic crossed Qnxu's mind. She clearly sensed the genuine and fierce killing intent in Sing's eyes. The hand behind her back glimmered, and the ghostly cultivator transformed into a shadow, fleeing into the distance. There's no time for details, Sing stated. The ghostly cultivator seeks to escape. Stop him. Dantaiming also spotted a shadow, fleeing in a panic, and unsheathed his sword to pursue. Suddenly, a blinding white light flashed before him. He hastily shielded his eyes, and when he opened them once more, he found himself in a different illusory realm. Sing and the others were also drawn into this sudden illusion. In the heart of the illusion, a colossal die floated, and seated atop, it was a youth clad in luxurious robes. Propping his arms behind him, he looked down upon the bewildered group below, swinging his legs as he smiled. Welcome to the illusion of the wild gamble die. Now, let me entertain you properly. The wild gamble die? The protagonist's possession of such an absurd number of treasures was truly remarkable. What kind of artifact is this? Sing admitted her ignorance. How could there be a person within the illusion? He is the spirit of the artifact, Schinn replied calmly. The spirit of the wild gamble die. Spirit of the artifact? WNR. And you scratch your head. With our Sect's caliber, we could encounter a legendary spirit. All things possess spirits. The higher the artifact, the more likely it is to develop intelligence. Only artifacts and weapons of celestial grade and above can manifest a spirit. Moreover, if she was not mistaken, this die must have been thrown out by that female cultivator from Teen New York and Sect. Although she appeared to be of similar age and cultivation level, her ability to produce such a treasure was genuinely enviable. Dantaiming was always ready for a fight, unafraid of the spirit's trickery. Who among us does not have a spirit? He declared. My divine sword also has a spirit. Perhaps it can contend with him. Seventh senior brother, calm down. Do not act impulsively, Sing interjected, shaking her head. The sword of bloodshed had always sought to devour him, requiring his blood to nourish it. And the longer it was used, the more it would undermine his sanity, an enormous risk. Furthermore, in this place, where ghostly energy was thick and demonic entities roamed, it would be even easier to disrupt a cultivator's mind. You must not take risks now. There must be another way. The youth tossed the die in his hand, grinning. Come, let us gamble. If you win, I shall allow you to leave. What do you wish to wager? SCHNN asked calmly. 6 bro, CHP, and Shuang are all options. Given that this is your first time here, you may choose the rules of engagement. He spoke confidently. Essing pondered for a few seconds before smiling. Since we are novices, it would be reasonable for you to let us have a few rounds, wouldn't it? The youth's expression turned disdainful. Whatever. It does not matter if I grant you 3 rounds. After all, you are destined to lose. Who will take the first turn? Dantaiming hesitated, admitting that he had only seen others play a few rounds and only vaguely understood the rules. Ing reassured him. Do not worry, just try to stall him. Inu, confident due to her wild background and familiarity with gambling, took the second turn. However, the spirit's methods were far too cunning and intricate. Damn it, cheating. I could have won that last round. Inu exclaimed, rolling up her sleeves, ready to confront the deceitful spirit. Ing stopped her. Third senior sister, remain calm. Lack of strength is simply lack of strength. How dare you slander my spirit? The youth's eyes turned cold. You lost. Next. For the third round, I shall take my turn, Ing announced. Truthfully, she knew nothing of gambling, but fortunately, her comprehension and memory were exceptional. She carefully observed the exchanges and had surreptitiously grasped the nuances of the game. A group of useless fools. The youth clapped his hands and laughed heartily, his eyes filled with an increasingly cold and frenzied killing intent. I, as the spirit, had graciously granted you 3 chances, but now you have run out of opportunities to lose. The grand performance is about to commence. Who will you send forth this time? He declared that should you lose again, I shall ensure that you accompany me to the grave. Xiao, have you discerned his method of attack? Chu Sang inquired, taking a couple of steps aside and speaking softly. Facing an experienced trickster like the gambling spirit, the 3 of them were utterly insufficient for his games. Chu Sang was self-aware, knowing that her initial card to play was Su Chingon. Su Chingon was adept at gambling. The original text emphasized this point. From humble beginnings as a blacksmith, he was once impoverished. Legend has it that the materials for his first magical artifact were acquired through gambling for spirit stones. These 3 chances were reserved for Su Chingon. With a probability of 7 or 8 out of 10, he could manage. Su Chingon was humble and steady as a rock. Hearing him speak, Chu Sang felt assured of victory. What are you lot whispering about over there? Hurry, time waits for no one. Who will be next? The youth expressed his impatience. Su Chingon stepped forward with a gentle smile, declaring, I shall take my turn. The youth scrutinized him for a moment, perceiving him as a frail scion of a noble family, a stark contrast to the image of a gambler, and found him unamusing. He waved his hand dismissively, indifferent. The spirit initially believed victory was assured and paid little heed to this individual. You have lost. Su Chingon calmly withdrew his hand. The spirit's face flushed with anger. I refuse to accept this. I was merely careless. Let's play again. Su Chingon did not refuse, engaging him for another round, followed by a third and fourth. Again. The youth was incredulous, unable to fathom how this was possible. In the years since his awakening, he had never encountered a worthy opponent. One more round. The final round. He bit his handkerchief in frustration. He had to win against this man today. Su Chingon kindly reminded him, you have won 3 rounds but lost 4. Thus, we have triumphed according to our agreement and should be allowed to leave. No way. The spirit youth declared fiercely, let us wager one last time. If you win this round, I shall certainly set you free. In gambling, rules are paramount. Su Chingon's smile faded. You are merely a spirit. What can you offer as a sufficient wager for another round? Myself. The youth flew before him, a wild glimmer in his eyes. If you win against me, then I shall belong to you. You are merely an object. Can you unilaterally nullify the contract? Chu Sang feared he might be scheming. Are you referring to that female cultivator? The spirit youth scoffed. With her strength, she is not qualified to enter into a contract with me. I merely permitted her to utilize me a few times out of courtesy for awakening me. His impatience grew. Stop diverting the topic with those boring individuals. Shall we continue or not? Let's begin. Winning me is not a tempting enough proposition. Come play with me. He is an ancient artifact. Many yearn to possess him, and he could not believe these individuals would remain unmoved. Su Chingon's eyes flickered. Indeed, it was impossible for him not to be tempted. Very well, But I have a condition. Release them first, and I shall wager with you once more. Good, but if you lose this round, you shall perish. Enraged, the youth flung them all out, leaving only Su Chang'an in the illusion. Chu Sang stopped him, trusting in Xixiao. She smiled. Perhaps this is a fortuitous opportunity for Xixiao. You are right, little junior sister. Though the spirit appears ferocious, every action of a spirit is bound by the laws of heaven and earth. They are cruel yet simple, incapable of deceit. Wondering, you turned to Chu Sang. Should we wait for Xixiao here or continue pursuing the ghost cultivator? Let's pursue. Chu Sang threw out a tracking talisman. She had previously left a trace of spiritual energy on the ghost cultivator. The talisman soared into the air, transforming into a dark light that sped towards the northwest of the forest. Follow it. In the original text, the charming and captivating female protagonist storyline revolves around gathering individuals. Whether they be powerful figures or prominent antagonists from various realms, it is not unusual for her to encounter domineering demon lords or young masters of the demon realm. This ghost cultivator should not be underestimated. We must catch up. You're gravely injured. Rest here while I seek out some medicinal herbs. After Qin Shishu had departed, the ghost cultivator initially intended to meditate and recuperate. Suddenly, a surge of spiritual energy shot through the forest. His pupils constricted, and he hastily summoned a life-saving artifact, a black flag. The flag was adorned on both sides with a totem resembling a ghostly fire skull. 3 small spirits were summoned, but they were weak and were quickly shattered by her sword chi. Chu Sang was quite intrigued by the flag in his hand. The 100 Ghosts banner? Wen Yu stroked his chin. This is a splendid treasure. It is said to be capable of summoning a full 100 spirits, and when facing formidable foes, unleashing all these spirits is quite a spectacle. Chu Sang's eyes brightened, wishing to acquire it. Dantaiming's gaze sharpened. Watch me help you seize it. Ghost cultivator, help. Am I encountering robbers? Is this the nature of today as cultivators? The ghost cultivator was not strong and stood no chance against Dantaiming. Severely injured, he offered no resistance and was swiftly knocked to the ground, losing his precious treasure in the process. Chu Sang's sword gleamed menacingly in the cold night. You cannot kill me. The ghost cultivator cried out. Having learned from previous lessons, Chu Sang did not wish to leave herself vulnerable. Those aligned with the protagonist, whether male leads, side characters, or mere bystanders, would undoubtedly become adversaries of their sect in the future. She was not foolish, so she struck. With a single sword strike, the man ceased to breathe, dying with his eyes wide open, and she directly crushed his golden core. Out of the corner of her eye, she spotted a token tied to the ghost cultivator's waist. Yanking it off and examining it closely. Gixuman? Chapter 71. The mark Su Chang'an, living up to expectations, successfully subdued the wild gambling die. The golden spirit languidly drifting behind him. Gambling is a perilous endeavor. I cannot believe I truly lost myself in it. Chu Sang poked his face. It has only been a short while, and you look so disheveled. Infuriated, the spirit youth opened his mouth to bite her. She retaliated by flicking his forehead, causing him to retreat several meters, his vexed expression driving the spirit to madness. Fortunately, he was now bound by contract to Su Chang'an and could only glare with puffy cheeks in frustration. Chu Sang stopped teasing him. May I pose a question? The spirit returned to his previous, nonchalant demeanor. Let us wager again. If you win, I shall tell you. This fellow truly has a short memory, forgetting how he had gambled everything away merely half an hour ago. Su Chang'an tossed the dice in his hand, smiling gently and innocently. If I am not mistaken, the raw iron you use for forging must be the 10,000-year-old illusion crystal iron. It is said that this iron ore has long since become extinct on the continent. And I was just pondering what type of raw iron to use to forge a life spirit sword for little junior sister. Ah, you uncouth, heartless thing. You wish to melt me down? Do you have any idea how coveted I am? I am an artifact, countless times more precious than that broken spirit sword. No matter how precious an artifact, if it is disobedient, it is merely a pile of worthless scrap metal. Su Chang'an uttered the most threatening words in the gentlest tone, causing the sword spirit's heart to tremble. He glared at the two, tugging at his handkerchief in discontent before turning to Chu Sang. I was merely joking earlier. Feel free to ask whatever you wish. I shall answer without reservation. I wish to know how Qin Shishu obtained you and awakened you. In the original text, the treasures possessed by the female protagonist seemed inexhaustible, but there was no elaboration on how she acquired these heavenly spiritual treasures. You likely do not know this, but she possesses a space of spiritual energy. I cannot ascertain where she obtained it, but I was awakened within that space. The realm of space is remarkably formidable, resembling a mystical abode inherited from celestial beings, replete with enchanting mountains, springs, and flora. The treasures within are innumerable. However, there exists someone even more formidable, though that female cultivator is presently too weak to access the innermost layers. And you could not help but exclaim, isn't this person extraordinarily fortunate to have acquired a celestial abode from the inheritance of immortal beings? Truly, this is more astonishing than my junior sister. Ing lamented, pondering the vast disparities among individuals in this world. He had nearly exhausted his resources in nurturing his sword, while others had directly received the inheritance of immortal beings. Ing lowered her head in contemplation, realizing that this was akin to the mythical space wielded by the protagonist in a novel. However, according to the spirit's words, Su seemed to be constrained in her cultivation for some reason, unable to fully master the space, and could only utilize the peripheral artifacts. This news bore a dual nature, both good and bad. The junior sister had been sent to meet the ancestral master. Ing unceremoniously pushed him aside, exclaiming, make way, make way. The chill of this place is bone-chilling. I need to warm myself by the fire. My alchemical furnace is warmer. Would you like to come in for a while? The youth smiled cheerfully. Get lost. Ing shook her head, retrieving the token and glancing at the somewhat silent Ling, who appeared to be affiliated with the Gu Su NMN sect. She had heard of Gu Su NMN. It was the most powerful sect in the ghost realm, known in the original narrative for collaborating with the second ghost elder to betray the foremost forces in the cultivation world. This sect had a penchant for sowing discord between the two major factions of the cultivation realm and the demon clan, profiting from the ensuing chaos through deceit. The recent opening of the ghost city was inextricably linked to Gu Su NMN's machinations. They likely intended to seize this opportunity to awaken the second ghost elder and cultivate a ghost king for their own use, paving the way for future endeavors in the cultivation realm. Ling gazed at the token in her hand, lost in thought. What is it? Second elder brother. Ing seated herself beside him. So this is the ghost city. He seemed to have more to say, but hesitated, glancing at the banner she held that bore a mark of spiritual consciousness. After a pause, he remarked, this Gu Fn is a magical artifact used by ghost cultivators. What purpose do you have for it? She gently patted the head of her small white creature and activated her domain. In the next moment, the scenery before them abruptly transformed. Ing had prepared in advance, casting several luminous talismans into the air, which slightly illuminated their surroundings. A row of massive iron cages stood within the domain, each containing a fearsome and formidable ghostly corpse. Yet, compared to their initial arrogance, they now appeared listless, ravaged by the hardships of existence. Lingqing, what have you done to them? He was alarmed to discover that spiritual power seemed unusable within this domain. The scene bore an unsettling familiarity. Gather them for my use. Ing collected the dozens of ghost kings into the banner. She had too many enemies. It was unavoidable to prepare several contingencies for herself. When pursued, unleashing dozens of ghost kings at the nascent soul stage would ensure that at least one of them perished alongside her adversaries. Though the Gu Fn could theoretically imprison ghosts at the nascent soul stage and below, her current strength was merely at the initial stage of the golden core, a significant disparity in power. Once the ghost corpses were released, their first instinct would be to devour their master. Ling sighed, acknowledging that while it was commendable for the junior sister to have ideas, her boldness was somewhat excessive. After pondering, he gently grasped one of her hands, biting his fingertip to draw forth a drop of slightly lighter-colored blood, which he pressed in her palm. The droplet quickly melded into her skin, leaving behind a faint, ethereal mark. Ing tightened her grip, feeling nothing unusual. With this mark, those ghost corpses should be restrained and will not harm you, he spoke softly. The hierarchy among ghosts was strictly defined. Ling's level was evidently higher than that of these quasi-ghost kings, and upon sensing his aura, they would naturally feel fear and respect, refraining from rash actions. Just as they exited the domain, A woman's furious voice shattered the atmosphere among them. Ch Essing turned to see QNX Su hastily approaching from outside the cave and yawned. Why are you not resting at this late hour? Do you have something to say? You all killed him. The elder had informed her that this individual was associated with Gu Su NMN, and she had hoped to save him in exchange for a favor, only to find herself losing both the person and the artifacts she had painstakingly acquired. Why did these individuals always thwart her plans? QNX Su glared fiercely at her. You cannot kill him. A ghost cultivator? Why must we spare him? A cold male voice resounded from behind. Chapter 72. The Sword Tomb MQNGCH had arrived outside the cave with several disciples from the Team New York and Sect, and other Sect members were present as well. It was evident that MCH, who I had communicated with them in advance. They were aware that ghost cultivators had infiltrated secretly, and had CH Ing and her companions not acted swiftly, they would have followed to eradicate that ghost cultivator. This damned ghost cultivator dares to follow us secretly. It is clear he intends to harm us. Should we show him mercy? Do we negotiate morals with a ghost cultivator? Ziaga, Wushi Zaniskofit. L. Njang scrutinized Q and X Su several times, suddenly slapping his forehead. That's right. I remember now. You're the female cultivator who was previously entangled with the demon lord, aren't you? It hasn't been long since we last met. You wouldn't have rekindled your relationship with this ghost cultivator, would you? Otherwise, why would you plead for him? Upon hearing this, the other disciples cast complex glances at Q and X Su, and even QNGCH's expression grew increasingly stern, his piercing gaze fixed upon her, causing the young woman's complexion to pale as she stammered, No, that's not what I meant. She raised her tear-streaked face, appearing pitiful. I merely believe that since he is a ghost cultivator, he must be more familiar with the ghost city than we are. Perhaps he knows the method to enter the inner city. Is too hasty to kill him so easily. Though her words sounded reasonable, DNT, showed her no sympathy. You better think like that. Don't harbor any other nefarious intentions. QNX Su bit her lip, suppressing the hatred in her eyes, her fingertips nearly piercing her palm. The other Sect members were also somewhat skeptical of her words, but lacking substantial evidence. And since they were all disciples of the 8 great sects, it was unwise to sever ties completely. After some discussion, they chose not to pursue the matter further. Perhaps I know how to enter the inner city of the ghost city. Ling Y spoke softly, drawing the astonished gazes of the crowd. No one has ever entered the inner city. How do you know the method? SHNRF inquired. Others, too, looked on with curiosity, questioning how he, a cultivator like them, could possess such knowledge of the ghost city. SHNRF, I frowned, displeased at her fiery temper. He hasn't said anything wrong. Why are you being so fierce? A group of them,